Have you ever received a sum of money? Though not substantial, it bears an immense weight upon one's heart. Su Chen once received such a sum. The amount was 82,364.31. It was delivered to her by a close friend after her tragic demise. Accompanying it was a video. In the video, she wore a pristine white t-shirt, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, and her hair appeared to have been meticulously styled by a professional. Su Chen, in these final months, I have truly been happy. You have allowed me to experience the beauty of this world, joy, and happiness. Yet, a person like me cannot burden you. You possess a brighter future ahead, and being with me would subject you to the scrutiny of relatives and classmates. In this lifetime, let us part ways. In the next life, had that incident not occurred, I would marry you. Do not succumb to despair. Carry on with my spirit. If you arrive before your time, the teacher will ignore you. That incident shattered the life of a girl who was destined for boundless potential. Countless times in the stillness of night, Su Chen wished to return to that fateful day. He vowed to use the world's hardest substance to crush the skull of the murderer. Unwavering in his resolve, when Su Chen's heart ceased to beat, he opened his eyes once more. It was June 8th, the day he completed his college entrance examination. It was also the day when his English teacher, Li Xia, encountered the murderer. Su Chen gazed at the stones on the ground, flames igniting in his eyes. In that moment, his gaze housed a lion. Teacher Li, do not fear. I am coming. Chapter 1. They have all been reborn. Hurry to save the English teacher. June 8th is a day of mixed emotions for all senior students across the 9 provinces, filled with both joy and anxiety. Joy stems from the conclusion of their intense high school years, ushering in a 3-month vacation, while anxiety arises from the knowledge that their years of effort hinge upon a single examination, with countless candidates fearing they may falter and miss out on their desired universities. In Yongin, at 7 o'clock on a summer evening, the sun lingered, reluctant to descend. Lin Yu sprinted along the road, the temperature soaring above 30 degrees, causing him to perspire profusely. Passers-by regarded him with bewildered expressions, seemingly unable to comprehend why this young man would run in such sweltering heat. Unfazed by the odd glances, Lin Yu's mind was singularly focused. Hurry, faster still. Teacher Li is waiting for you. At last, Lin Yu arrived at the street he had long avoided in his previous life. This street bore the memory of a girl who should have enjoyed an infinitely bright future, and she was the one Lin Yu cherished above all, his high school English teacher, Li Xia. Li Xia, now 23, graduated from university at 21 and, after successfully passing the written and oral examinations, became an English teacher at Jingzhou No. 1 High School. Due to her engaging teaching style, she was assigned to teach the senior class in her second year, and Lin Yu was among that year's candidates. In this timeline, Lin Yu harbored no romantic feelings for Li Xia. He merely found her fascinating, dedicated in her teaching, and undeniably beautiful. Such an exemplary teacher was destined for a happy life. Yet her journey was abruptly halted on June 8th. After the college entrance examination, Li Xia completed her school duties and prepared to return to her rented apartment. However, fate intervened, and she encountered the murderer, a man notorious for his heinous deeds, with numerous lives lost at his hands. The police issued a warrant offering a reward of 1 million, yet he evaded capture with remarkable cunning. On that fateful day, he crossed paths with Li Xia as she returned, captivated by her striking beauty and alluring figure. He forced himself upon her. Had it not been for the presence of a few passers-by, she might have met her end there. The incident soon became a trending topic, and although Li Xia was the victim, she suffered a mental breakdown. Every outing felt as though eyes were upon her, leading her to resign from her position. From that day onward, Lin Yu received no news of Li Xia. After graduating from university, Lin Yu remained in the bustling metropolis, working as a programmer. However, the exorbitant cost of living coupled with the demands of his job took a toll on his health, prompting him to resign and recuperate. It was in a psychiatric ward that he unexpectedly encountered Li Xia, whom he had not seen in years. Compared to her high school self, while Li Xia's beauty remained undeniable, her vitality had waned. Doctors revealed that her parents had abandoned her to fend for herself, and the trauma from the incident years prior had transformed into a haunting nightmare, overshadowing her existence. Through the doctor, Lin Yu learned many things he had never known. This was once his teacher, and with the weight of her haunting memories, Lin Yu re-entered Li Xia's world, determined to bring her joy. During those 9 months, they spent most of their time together, and as he witnessed more smiles grace her face, Lin Yu believed he had succeeded. In that period, he fell in love with his former English teacher. Yet, just as he was planning to confess his feelings, she took her own life. Upon learning of this, Lin Yu was left in shock. For years, he struggled to articulate the turmoil of that time, as if his life had been robbed of those fleeting minutes. After attending her funeral, Li Xia's close friends sought out Lin Yu. According to her will, the entirety of her estate was to be inherited by him. The sum was 82,364.31, an amount so heavy it felt as though it stifled his breath. Subsequently, He received a video that Li Xia had left for him before her tragic end. Lin Yu, during these last few months, the teacher has truly been happy. However, I cannot be a burden to you. You deserve a more splendid life, and should not be with someone like me. Thus, let this lifetime be our farewell. In the next life, let us reunite. By then, I shall present myself to you in the best possible light. You must live well. If you come to find me prematurely, I shall truly ignore you. The video concluded with a radiant smile. This smile, Lin Yu often encountered during his high school years. Collapse, torment, despair. All negative emotions enveloped Lin Yu entirely. Subsequently, he did not marry, nor did he father children. Instead, he devoted himself to caring for his parents. After bidding farewell to them, he stood before their graves and chose to resolve his existence with sleeping pills. Yet, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back on June 8th, the very source of it all. In his previous life, during countless midnight reveries, Lin Yu yearned to return to this day. He swore that upon his return, he would unhesitatingly smash the other person's skull with the heart of stone. And now, the opportunity had arrived. Having arrived at the site of his rebirth, it took him 6 minutes to reach here on an electric bike, but Lin Yu tapped into his utmost potential and made it in 4 minutes. Help! Help! As Lin Yu reached this spot, the voice rang out. He made it just in time. In that instant, Lin Yu had no time for contemplation. He glanced at the brick on the ground, bent down to pick it up, and rushed towards the source of the voice. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of images flooded his mind. It was the scene of 82,364.31 yuan resting in his hands. It was the video left for him by Li Xia. It was every moment of their 9-month companionship. These memories caused Lin Yu's eyes to redden, and he glared fiercely at the man tugging at Teacher Li's clothes. How dare he? How could such a wonderful person be destroyed by such a beast? No, absolutely not. Lin Yu, did you not wish to shatter his skull? Then come on. Recall your previous life, your collapse, your torment, your helplessness. In this moment, Lin Yu felt a powerful force within his heart. This force was called rage. His speed reached its zenith. When a murderer sensed someone approaching, he instinctively glanced back. However, a second later, he felt a violent pain in his head, as if liquid was seeping out. Immediately after, he sensed someone pressing down on him. In the next second, his head was subjected to repeated blows. Gradually, he lost consciousness. Before losing his memory, he could only hear the other person repeatedly uttering a single phrase, die. Chapter 2. Assistance from Father Teacher Li. Could you please allow my son to stay with you for a few more days? Lin Yu heard a weak voice from the vicinity. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Li Xia, whose white shirt was tattered, appearing as though it had been viciously torn apart by that beast, exposing glimpses of her form. The denim pants she wore were also partially ripped. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the calamities of his previous life had been averted. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized he had altered the course of the future. Teacher Li, he reassured, now certain that the beast lay utterly incapacitated. Its skull caved in, one side lower than the other, and completely unconscious. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Li Xia, who was visibly shaken. Her eyes red and marked with bruises, tears cascading down her cheeks. Though she was a teacher, she was still in her early 20s, and the horror of the situation engulfed her, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Seeing her in such distress shattered Lin Yu's heart. He knelt beside her, swiftly shedding his outer coat to drape it over her shoulders, embracing her gently. It's all right. I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. His voice was tender as he softly patted her back. As time ticked away, Li Xia gradually regained her composure, glancing fearfully at the motionless beast on the ground. Lin Yu, Teacher, let us call the police first, Lin Yu suggested, his demeanor markedly calmer. Upon arriving in this world, he had contemplated alerting the authorities, but time was of the essence, with only a few minutes to spare. If he were to call the police, it would take over 20 minutes for them to arrive, assuming they were even ready to dispatch. By that time, it would be too late. Now that the immediate danger had passed, it was imperative to report the incident. There were security cameras that could corroborate that the assailant had lunged at them with malicious intent, and he was indeed a murderer responsible for numerous lives. Lin Yu had merely defended himself, and even if the assailant had perished, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense. He had already prepared an explanation for his presence at the scene. He had been reviewing his college entrance examination answers. Feeling disheartened by his poor performance in the integrated science section, which had caused him to seek an outlet for his frustration. At his age, the college entrance exam was everything to him. He had been an exemplary student striving for the prestigious universities. Thus, it was only natural for him to feel disheartened. As for how he had ended up here, he would explain that it had been an unconscious, aimless run, and he had no prior acquaintance with the beast. Although it sounded like a series of coincidences, he believed that after an investigation, the police would find no discrepancies and would have to accept his account. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu felt reassured as he prepared to speak with the officers. Li Xian nodded in agreement, only then noticing that Lin Yu was shirtless, causing her to lower her gaze in embarrassment. Lin Yu, sensing her discomfort, scratched his head awkwardly. Teacher Li, please wear my shirt. He released her and stood, turning his back to her. Having embraced for quite some time, Lin Yu had broken a sweat. As Li Xia put on his shirt, which was damp with perspiration, she felt a sense of security wash over her, perhaps due to the lingering scent of Lin Yu. Once clad in his shirt, Li Xia dialed the emergency number, and half an hour later, the sound of a police siren pierced the air. Xiao Yu, a familiar voice called out, prompting Lin Yu to instinctively look up. To his astonishment, the second person he encountered after his rebirth was Chun Min's. Chun Min's was the head of the local police department as criminal investigation unit and had a close relationship with Lin Yu's father. The two had been childhood friends. When Chun Min's was a teenager, he lost his parents in an accident, and Lin Yu's grandparents had taken him in. Although they were not biological brothers, they shared a bond akin to that of siblings. Back in those days, attending university was a significant financial burden, and Lin Yu's father had managed to gain admission. Observing Chun Min's inability to attend due to lack of funds, Lin Yu's grandparents made a sacrifice to cover his expenses, believing it essential for his future. Years later, when it was time for Chun Min's to marry, he was still a rookie at the police station, earning a meager salary. Lin Yu's father helped him find a partner and lent him 3,000 yuan for his wedding, a considerable sum 2 decades ago, witnessing their deep friendship. After Lin Yu was born, Chun Min's home became a second refuge for him, where he was treated like a son. At that moment, Chun Min's noticed Li Xia beside Lin Yu and then glanced at the motionless figure on the ground. Several officers rushed over to assess the situation. Uncle. Lin Yu began. Captain, it's the wanted criminal. An officer exclaimed. What? Chun Min's gasped, his eyes widening as he turned to Lin Yu. This is you? Uncle, about this situation, let us discuss it later. Understood. In the police station's office, Chun Min's sat across from Lin Yu, his expression serious. Young man, do you realize who he was? A criminal with numerous lives on his hands, and you just charged at him? If it weren't for your luck, you could have lost your life. Chun Min's anger was palpable as he listened to Lin Yu recount the events. If it had been anyone else, he might have regarded them as a hero. However, this was Lin Yu, and thus, he felt only trepidation. Thankfully, Lin Yu emerged unscathed. Had anything gone awry, the outcome could have been dire. Uncle, I had no choice. What was I supposed to do? In that situation, if I had called the police, there wouldn't have been enough time. I couldn't just stand by and watch my teacher be assaulted by that Mada, could I? Listen here. Next time something like this happens, you must call the police, even if time is tight. You should gather more people. No. Let us hope there's never next time. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled, sliding his chair closer to Chun Min's. Oh, come on, Uncle, don't be angry. Who doesn't he know that my uncle can face down a dozen criminals without flinching? How could I, as your nephew, possibly back down? Chun Min's chuckled, you little rascal. You've always had a way with words. I wonder where you got that talent from. Lin Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Perhaps it's a genetic mutation. By the way, Uncle Chun, how is that scoundrel faring? Chun Min's cast a glance at Lin Yu. You certainly dealt a harsh blow. The hospital reports indicate he has suffered severe brain damage and has lapsed into a state of dementia. However, whether he is indeed senile or not makes little difference. For the evidence of his past crimes is irrefutable, and he is destined for the death penalty. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's face was etched with regret. Damn it, I should have gone easier on him. How could he end up like this? He ought to witness his own execution. You, my boy, consider yourself fortunate this time. Enough of that. Let us see what your father has to say when he arrives. Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. What? My father is coming too? What do you think? After such a significant incident, can you expect him to remain calm at home? Then what about my teacher Li? She's resting nearby, with our female officers and the department psychologist providing support. Thankfully, you acted swiftly. Otherwise, a good girl might have suffered immensely. You did well. Chun Min's nodded at Lin Yu. To put it plainly, his earlier admonitions were born out of concern for safety. Nevertheless, this incident was ultimately a positive outcome, and he felt a sense of pride. But I must tell you next time, Uncle, you've reminded me several times. Next time, I will certainly prioritize safety, gather more people, and call the police. Just remember that. Now, don't linger here. Go check on your teacher Li. I have a mountain of matters to attend to. Lin Yu nodded. All right, Uncle Chun. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Chun Min's chuckled to himself. This child, truly remarkable. How did old Chen end up with such a fine son? He mused, his tone a blend of jest and admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had entered the adjacent room. Li Xia sat on the sofa, perhaps still trembling from the earlier events. Seeing her in this state, Lin Yu sighed. Although it was not as dire as in his previous life, It would likely take Li Xia quite some time to recover. He settled beside her. Teacher Li, Lin Yu. Thank you. It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. Lin Yu observed the tremor in Li Xia's hands, reaching out to grasp them reassuringly. Rest assured, Teacher Li. The villain has been apprehended. With me here, no one can harm you. His tone was gentle yet resolute. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room. It was Chun Min's, accompanied by another figure. Instinctively, Lin Yu exclaimed, Dad. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yu's father, Lin Zheng, who regarded his son with evident pride. Lin Zheng, once a university student himself, had returned to Jingzhou after graduation to work in a state-owned enterprise. Although he was not one to flatter, his exceptional capabilities earned him the position of office director in the technical department, with a monthly income exceeding 10,000 yuan. As for Lin Yu's mother, she served as the head of the ophthalmology department at Jingzhou People's Hospital. Thus, while the Lin family was not extraordinarily wealthy, they enjoyed a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. Are you hurt? Lin Zheng asked. I'm fine, Dad. Lin Zheng nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin. During parent-teacher meetings, Li Xia had met Lin Zheng several times. Teacher Li, Lin Zheng sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. A fine young woman almost fell victim to calamity, stirring a pang of compassion within him. Well, I'm starting to feel like I want to go home. In extreme situations, individuals often yearn for a safe haven, and that sanctuary is typically their home. Hearing this, Chen Min's nodded. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to take you. At that moment, Lin Zheng turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you should accompany her. All right, Dad. Lin Yu had been contemplating how to voice his desire to go along, but he was pleasantly surprised that his father had spoken up first. As Lin Yu followed closely beside Li Xia, just as they were about to exit the police station, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from his father. Your teacher Li has been quite shaken. She may feel insecure alone. If she is willing, you should stay with her for a few days. Lin Yu furrowed his brow at the message. Has Dad also crossed over? It feels as though he is setting me up for success. Chapter 3. Administering medicine to Teacher Li. It hurts, go easy. My dear nephew, how splendid you are, pure of heart and brave in the face of danger. TSK. Old Lin, you have a wonderful son. In the lobby of the police station, Chen Min's remarked to Lin Zheng as they observed Lin Yu and Li Xia leaving. Lin Zheng chuckled slightly at this. Of course, just look at who his father is. However, I must speak to Lin Yu about the importance of protecting his own safety. Even when acting heroically, Lin Zheng reflected on how, when Chen Min's first informed him of the incident, he had been in a state of panic, fearing for his son's safety. Fortunately, Lin Yu had come through unscathed. I've already spoken to Xiao Yu about it. You should discuss it with him when you return. Yes, I understand, Lin Zheng replied, nodding. At that moment, Chen Min's coughed lightly and continued, by the way, I should mention something. You are aware that there is a reward notice regarding that scoundrel, right? Lin Zheng nodded. I'm aware, what of it? This time, Xiao Yu captured that scoundrel and reported it to the police, which qualifies him for the reward. Thus, the finance department will likely be in touch with you shortly regarding the 1 million yuan. What do you plan to do with that money? Given their close relationship, they could easily discuss such matters. Well, if Xiao Yu stays in Jingzhou for university, I was planning to buy him a house here. He is not getting any younger. It's time to consider a place for marriage and a dowry. But if he goes to university elsewhere, I suppose I'll just save in the bank. After all, if he studies in another city, who knows if he want to return after graduation. Jingzhou University is quite good, and Jingzhou ranks third in the national economy, following Shanghai and Beijing. It has now reached 80 of Beijing's economic level, ranking 16th globally. I think you should consider this carefully. After all, our Xiao Yu is quite the academic achiever. Although he claims this time wasn't ideal, he is still likely to score above 640, which means he can get into most programs at Jingzhou University. Who knows? We'll wait for the results. The two men engaged in casual conversation, while Lin Yu and Li Xia sat in the police car. Beside him, Li Xia kept her head down, her spirits low. Understandably so. Although the incident did not lead to severe consequences, for a young girl, that brief moment must have felt like a nightmare, as if her life were hanging by a thread. In that moment, Lin Yu reached out and firmly grasped Li Xia's hand. Noticing this gesture, Li Xia instinctively looked towards Lin Yu. Though he is undeniably her student, someone she regards as a child, today he exudes an air of maturity. The moment he rushed out to strike that brute with a brick illuminated her life. Without his intervention, Li Xia would have been plunged into despair. Li teacher, your gaze upon me makes me feel quite bashful. Observing Lin Yu's playful expressions, Li Xia couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Indeed, our Li teacher is naturally beautiful and should smile more often. Such cheekiness. Li Xia felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over her. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu and Li Xia soon found themselves at the entrance of an aged residential complex. one that appeared older than Lin Yu himself. This was where Li Xia resided. Having graduated merely 2 years prior, Li Xia, despite earning a respectable salary of 110,000 yuan per month, along with over 8,000 yuan in housing funds, found it nearly impossible to purchase property in the exorbitantly priced real estate market of Jingzhou. Do you live here, Teacher Li? Upon hearing this, Li Xia nodded. Yes. Thank you so much for today. Without you. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Teacher Li, you are my mentor. There is no need for such formality. It's only right that I assist you. Just then, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a nearby pharmacy, prompting him to clear his throat. Teacher, please wait for me for a moment. With that, he dashed towards the pharmacy and quickly emerged with a bag. Noticing the ointment inside, Li Xia raised an eyebrow. Are you injured? If so, I can take you to the hospital. Oh no, Teacher Li, I'm perfectly fine. This is for you. Lin Yu pointed to the bruise on Li Xia's arm. Watching him, Li Xia couldn't help but think how attentive he was. Before long, they arrived at her home. Living alone, Li Xia occupied a one-bedroom unit comprising a bedroom, kitchen, living room, and bathroom, summing up to about 70 square meters, quite spacious for one person. Stepping inside, Lin Yu was greeted by a fragrant aroma that mirrored the scent of Li Xia herself. It's not that tidy, she remarked. Not at all. It's far cleaner than my room. As they settled down in the living room, Lin Yu asked, Teacher, would you like me to apply the ointment? Or would you prefer to do it yourself? I'll manage it myself, Li Xia replied, her cheeks flushed. She and T felt the discomfort earlier, but now the pain in her leg and back was becoming evident. The thought of Lin Yu, her student and a young man, applying ointment to her was somewhat embarrassing, especially since she had never been close to anyone of the opposite sex before. Please wait for me in the living room, she instructed. Sure thing, teacher. Lin Yu obediently sat down, pulling out his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to message his father. Dad, can we avoid mentioning my name alongside Teacher Li's in the announcement about this incident? Though nothing had actually occurred, he knew that once the news spread, people would undoubtedly speculate, especially since Li Xia was a high school teacher. Meanwhile, in the Public Security Bureau, Lin Zheng chuckled at his son's message. This kid is quite thoughtful. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Rest assured, we had already planned to handle it this way. It won't affect your teacher's reputation. Feeling relieved, Lin Yu continued to message his father when suddenly a voice emerged from the bedroom. Lin Yu. It was a message from Li Xia. Instinctively, he turned to look. Could you help me apply some ointment? In the bedroom, Li Xia's face was flushed while she could treat her bruise. She couldn't reach the injury on her back. Hearing her request, Lin Yu nodded. Sure, Teacher Li, I'll come in now. All right. He pushed open the bedroom door, finding Li Xia lying on the bed, her smooth back exposed. However, as she was face down, he could only see her back, and her cheeks were as red as a boiled crab. Upon seeing the bruise on her back, Lin Yu inhaled sharply. Damn, I must have been too gentle earlier. Taking the ointment in hand, he steadied himself. Teacher Li, may I begin? Yes, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Thankfully, it was just the two of them. Otherwise, Lin Yu might have struggled to hear her reply. He dipped a cotton swab into the ointment. It might sting a little. Please bear with it. I'm fine. As he cautiously approached her back, Lin Yu inadvertently brushed against her skin, causing him to recoil as if shocked. Simultaneously, Li Xia felt goosebumps rise on her back. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and continued applying the ointment. When it touched the bruise, Li Xia gasped. It was evidently painful. Teacher Li, are you okay? I'm fine. Just keep going. Lin Yu found their dialogue peculiar, almost laden with an undertone that made Li Xia's cheeks burn hotter. He worked gently, fearful of causing her pain. After about 5 minutes, he finally finished. All done, teacher. You can take your time getting dressed. No need to rush. Li Xia nodded. Thank you for your effort. It was no trouble at all, teacher. As Lin Yu exited, the sound of the door opening and closing prompted Li Xia to instinctively turn her head towards it, her face still flushed. She hadn't anticipated that the first person to see her back would be her student. The sensation of Lin Yu's touch lingered, sending a jolt through her. In truth, Lin Yu was quite handsome, fitting the mold of the campus heartthrob. With his looks, he had a high chance of becoming a top idol in the entertainment industry. Li Xia, what are you thinking? She chided herself. He is your student after all. At this moment, Li Xia swiftly shook her head, attempting to dispel the myriad thoughts swirling within her mind. Yet, the scene of Lin Yu emerging with a brick in hand, along with his tender and meticulous care as he applied medicine to her wound, and the warmth of his embrace lingered in her mind. After all, at just over 20 years of age, which young girl does not yearn for romance? Who has not dreamed of a moment when, amidst the shadows of their life, a gallant youth descends to rescue them? Moreover, this youth is undeniably handsome. On the other side, Lin Yu sat on the couch, taking deep breaths to steady his nerves. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up and glanced at the caller ID. It was Wang Dun, his closest friend. Chapter 4. The person I most want to see every day? Lin Yu. Teacher Li, you didn't mention yourself. Then what's up? Lin Yu and Wang Dun had been inseparable since childhood, their bond bordering on the extraordinary. They were born just 3 days apart in the same hospital, in the very same ward. Their homes were not far apart either. And they grew up together in carefree days wearing open crotch pants. Throughout kindergarten, primary school, and middle school, they shared the same classes. Finally, upon reaching high school, they found themselves separated into different classes, but fate smiled upon them once more as they were reunited in the same class for their second and third years. Their classmates often jested that if they were of the opposite sex, they might as well be a couple, given the remarkable nature of their connection. Old Lin, what's going on? I heard from a classmate that your brother Lu Linger was rejected after confessing. Lu Linger? Rejected? As these words echoed, distant memories began to resurface. Indeed, on the very day of his high school graduation, Lin Yu had confessed his feelings to Lu Linger, a classmate he had shared classes with during their second and third years. At the tender ages of 18 and 19, filled with longing for love, Lin Yu had developed feelings for her. They spent much time together, chatting daily, and, gradually, it seemed everyone assumed they were a couple. Lin Yu himself felt the same, believing that they were merely waiting for the right moment to confess. He had planned to do so after the college entrance examinations. However, to his dismay, that confession ended in failure, with her reasoning being that she only wished to remain friends. Initially, Lin Yu thought he could move on from the rejection, but he was taken aback when Lu Linger continued to reach out, saying she wanted to talk and hang out, which reignited his hopes. It was only later that he realized her intentions were not to pursue a relationship, but rather to keep him as a backup, in case she didn't find someone better. Lin Yu sat on the couch, rubbing his forehead. What had transpired? He remembered that he had become infatuated, despite friends warning him that she was leading him on. He remained steadfastly kind to her. During his second year of college, he confessed twice more. However, she did not reject him outright, merely citing her heavy academic workload and her youth as reasons to wait. Ironically, just a week after his last confession, Lu Linger announced her relationship with a senior from her school, a privileged heir with a family income in the millions. At that moment, Lin Yu realized that her reluctance to date was not due to a lack of interest in romance, but rather a lack of interest in him. Consequently, he blocked and deleted her contact, severing ties completely. He later heard from mutual friends that their relationship lasted less than a month before ending, as the boy seemed to have been interested in Lu Linger merely for her looks. In a bid to rekindle their romance, Lu Linger reportedly waited outside his dormitory, to the point where the police had to intervene. Lin Yu recalled her reasons for rejection, which seemed to revolve around her only wanting to be friends. Hey, do you have time tonight? Shall we go out for a drink? Wang Dun, sensing Lin Yu's disappointment from the rejection, sought to cheer him up, unaware that Lin Yu's heart was now solely focused on Li Xia, while Lu Linger felt like a mere acquaintance. Oh, there's no need for that. I'm not that fragile. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Wang Dun sighed. Everything's fine, old Lin. We're brothers. If you need anything, just talk to me. If not, let's just enjoy the break for now. After hanging up, Lin Yu sat back on the couch, glancing at the phone he had just put down, shaking his head in resignation. Lu Linger, such a familiar yet strange figure in his life. In his previous life, Lin Yu had scored 648 on a college entrance examination. In truth, he had underperformed, particularly in biology, where he typically missed only one question on the 6-choice section. Yet this time, he had only answered one correctly. Additionally, he had rushed through a genetics question, failing to grasp the nuances of dominant and recessive traits, relying solely on his instincts, which led to poor results. Generally, Lin Yu would score between 670 and 680, but in this instance, he had plummeted to 648. Fortunately, biology was the only subject where he faltered. Had he stumbled in others, he would have had to contemplate repeating the year. As he pondered these matters, the sound of the door opening caught his attention. Instinctively, he raised his head to see Li Xia emerging from her bedroom, clad in her loose-fitting attire. Upon catching sight of her face, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Teacher, Li Xia, recalling the intimate moment of applying medicine, felt her cheeks flush. Shaolin, have you received your college entrance exam results? She inquired curiously. Yes, teacher. What about you? Can I aim for those 2 universities? Hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head. Teacher, I predict my score will be between 640 and 650. Li Xia appeared momentarily stunned. What? How could this happen? Your mock exam scores were never lower than 674. Lin Yu sighed. I didn't do well in biology. I only got one choice right. Li Xia seemed taken aback. Are you planning to repeat a year? Repeat? No, absolutely not. Lin Yu asserted. I won't consider repeating. A score of over 640 is still commendable. While I may not qualify for the top 2 schools, I am certain of my place in Jingzhou University. Jingzhou University is a respectable institution, ranking among the top 3 in the nation. With Lin Yu's score, he would have numerous options, including mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and computer science. Jingzhou? You wish to stay in Jingzhou? Haven't you always dreamed of going to the Magic City? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Yes, in the prime of youth, individuals often aspire to achieve great accomplishments. Lin Yu, in his previous life, was no exception. However, the bustling metropolis of Magic City is truly a challenging place to endure, with its frenetic pace of life and immense pressure. During his 4 years of schooling and 5 years of work there, Lin Yu's physical and mental well-being deteriorated significantly. Now, he finds staying in Jingzhou quite agreeable. The school is excellent, his parents are nearby, and most importantly, Li Xia is also in Jingzhou. Gazing at Li Xia before him, Lin Yu contemplated his decision. He resolved not to return to Magic City. Remaining in Jingzhou is quite satisfactory. Here, he is surrounded by the person he wishes to see every day. As he thought this, Lin Yu's gaze fixated intensely on Li Xia, causing her to blush. Uncertainly, she felt a compelling urge to inquire whether the person he wished to see daily was indeed herself, as her intuition suggested. The person you want to see every day? Have you confided in the teacher about having someone you like? She teased. Oh, there's no need to be shy. You've graduated, after all. Are you still worried about the teacher informing your parents? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Teacher, why don't you take a guess? If you guess correctly, I'll tell you, okay? Li Xia huffed playfully, though Lin Yu sensed a hint of affection in her tone. Let me think. Lu Linga? You seem quite close to her? Not all. Lin Yu decisively shook his head. What connection could there possibly be between the former Lin Yu and his current self? Lu Linga? They were hardly acquainted. Is that so? Then let me consider. Xiaoya? That's not it either. Not her either. It can't be someone from our class. Can't. After 2 incorrect guesses, Li Xia appeared perplexed. Who else remained in the class? But Lin Yu had little rapport with the other girls in their class. Was it someone from another class? That didn't seem likely either. At that moment, Li Xia raised her head, astonished. Lin Yu, you can't possibly like. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Am I being that obvious? The realization that the teacher had noticed his feelings made him blush slightly. Observing the scene, Li Xia sighed. What a fine young man. Actually, Dun is quite nice, slightly plump and adorably handsome. But you 2 boys. Lin Yu fell silent. Dun? Wang Dun? Surely, Teacher Li, your imagination is running wild. My bond with Wang Dun is purely a brotherly camaraderie. Teacher, I believe you should cease your unfounded speculations. Li Xia's cheeks flushed. Then just tell me who it is. Teacher, you just asked me if it was someone from another class. Yeah, so what? Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to face Li Xia. The answer to that question is both yes and no. This ambiguous answer left Li Xia momentarily stunned. It was someone from Lin Yu's class, yet not from her own. Hence, the student could not be the answer. If it were a student, this response would be impossible. But outside of students, Li Xia's mind raced. Could it be herself? As a teacher responsible for instructing 2 classes, she fit the description of the answer both yes and no. Moreover, all other teachers were married, making this conclusion almost inevitable. Besides herself, could it be anyone else? Li Xia's face turned crimson in an instant. At that moment, she felt an unexpected panic. Could it really be me? Her heart raced wildly. Watching Li Xia's reaction, Lin Yu's smile widened. Teacher, do we have any vegetables in the kitchen? I'll cook for you. No, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Teacher, you're injured. You should rest. Leave everything to me. Lin Yu firmly insisted, gently guiding Li Xia to sit down. After ensuring she was comfortably seated, he turned to the kitchen. The pantry was rather sparse, and, after a brief inspection, he discovered some green beans, tomatoes, and a bit of pork. With a plan in mind, he decided to prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried green beans with pork, along with some porridge to make do, especially since it was already quite late. As Li Xia watched Lin Yu busily working in the kitchen, her mind swirled with thoughts of his earlier ambiguous statement. Was she truly feeling a whirlwind of emotions? Happiness? Or perhaps sadness? Li Xia was uncertain, sensing a complex turmoil within her. Chapter 5. Teacher Li's nervousness. Lin Yu, can you stay here and sleep? As Lin Yu was cooking, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around to see Li Xia. Teacher, weren't you supposed to be resting? Oh, I felt guilty letting you cook alone, so I thought I'd come and lend a hand. I didn't realize you could cook. Lin Yu chuckled softly. My parents are usually busy with work, so I often prepare meals myself, he replied while slicing vegetables. At that moment, Lin Yu felt as if he were in a dream, having Teacher Li beside him, cooking and chatting together. was a scene he had envisioned countless times in his past life. Meanwhile, in a nearby neighborhood, Lu Ling'er was chatting with her best friend. Su Yu, is it true? You turn him down? Lin Yu is good-looking, academically accomplished, and treats you well. Didn't you say you had feelings for him? Why would you refuse? Su Yu, perplexed by her friend's decision, struggled to comprehend her reasoning. From any perspective, Lin Yu seemed like an excellent choice for a boyfriend. Sighing, Lu Ling'er responded, "Well, that's true. Yeah, what do you think love and marriage really are?" Su Yu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What do you mean? Love and marriage are just that. Love and marriage." Lu Ling'er shook her head. "No, yeah. Love and marriage represent our second opportunity to alter our destinies. The first is birth. The second is this. I know Lin Yu is wonderful, handsome, a good student, and kind to me. Yet, his family circumstances are modest. His phone is a budget model, and his clothes are not brand names. This indicates that his family is quite average. Do you recall how his father arrived at the parent-teacher meeting? The car was worth only a few thousand. Given such financial constraints, do you think it would benefit Lin Yu and me in the future? I've lived without money for over a decade. I cannot subject myself to that kind of life again. My only asset is my looks, and thus, I must make this choice." Su Yu gasped at her friend's words. "Ling'er, I believe you're being overly pragmatic, setting aside everything else. Both you and Lin Yu have excellent grades, ensuring you can both attend prestigious universities. After graduation, earning a decent salary of 20 to 30,000 a year should not pose a problem. Your future together could be quite bright. Why be so practical?" Lu Ling'er shook her head. "But why should I endure an additional decade of hardship when I could enjoy that life 10 years earlier? Doesn't that seem unreasonable?" Silence enveloped them as her friend pondered this perspective. She never expected her close friend to harbor such thoughts. But what if the person you desire isn't the one you envision? If that's the case, then why not choose Lin Yu? Su Yu glanced at Lu Ling'er. "Yet, haven't you already declined him?" "Yeah. Let me tell you, a man like Lin Yu, who is solely focused on his studies and has never been in a relationship, is rather easy to manipulate. As long as you take the initiative to approach him, I assure you, he will certainly gravitate towards you. Just think of it. It's like yes, just like a dog." Su Yu let out a sigh. "I'll message Lin Yu, and you'll see. I'll tell him that we should review the exam answers together tomorrow. He'll undoubtedly come running." Lu Ling'er spoke with an air of confidence, as if victory was already in her grasp. In reality, had it not been for Lin Yu's rebirth, and if one were to consider only his past life, Lu Ling'er's plan would have indeed been successful. However, she vastly underestimated the wealthy man's appreciation for beauty. To him, being with someone does not equate to marriage. After saying this, Lu Ling'er sent Lin Yu a message. At that moment, Lin Yu was dining with Li Xia. "Teacher Li, how is my cooking?" "Quite commendable." Lin Yu's culinary skills could hardly be compared to those of a professional chef, but among ordinary individuals, he was certainly above average. Whoever ends up with you will certainly enjoy delectable meals. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled. "Really? I think so too." At that moment, Li Xia found herself stifling a laugh. How had she not noticed his brazen nature when they were at school? Looking at Lin Yu, she had to admit that if one disregarded their student-teacher relationship, he was indeed quite handsome, considerate, gentle, and manly. It was impossible to feel indifferent towards him. Yet, they were, after all, a student and a teacher, and although it was only the final year of high school, thoughts began to weigh heavily on her mind. As she pondered, Li Xia felt a wave of frustration and decided to dismiss her thoughts. Just then, Lin Yu's phone vibrated, and hearing the sound, he took out his phone to check. It was a message from Lu Ling'er. "Lin Yu, do you have time? How about we meet tomorrow to compare our exam answers? Let us see if we can get into the same university. What do you think?" Reading the message, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. In his past life, he had received the same message, and his score had been 648, while Lu Ling'er had only scored in the 590s. He put down his chopsticks and quickly replied, "Not possible. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow." After sending the message, he ignored it, silencing his phone and setting it aside. "What is the matter?" Li Xia inquired. "A message from a classmate." Li Xia nodded, refraining from further questioning. At that moment, she was also contemplating whether Lin Yu would head home after dinner. Being alone always made her feel a bit anxious, yet voicing it as a teacher felt somewhat awkward. Little did she know, Lin Yu was also mulling over how to stay here for the night. Meanwhile, when Lu Ling'er saw Lin Yu's response, her expression soured. She had expected him to reject her. This seemed to be the first time since they had known each other. Noticing her friend's unusual expression, Su Yu instinctively asked, "What is wrong? What happened?" Lin Yu said he had something to do, but it doesn't matter. He probably just felt uncomfortable after the rejection. "Let me think." Lu Ling'er pondered how to reply, tapping on her phone screen. "Moo, I know you might be feeling a bit down after the rejection, but even if we can't be a couple, you will always be my best friend, a significant person in my life. Truthfully, being turned down is quite a normal occurrence. In the vast journey of life, who hasn't experienced unrequited love. But being rejected should be clean and decisive. After a rejection, attempting to contact the other person in hopes of rekindling feelings is truly a pitiful endeavor. In her past life, Linyu had failed to comprehend such matters, which is why he had remained a devoted admirer for so long. After sending the message, Lu Linger took a deep breath. But it was evident that Linyu would not respond at that moment, as he was preoccupied with how to explain to Li Xia that he would be staying over. Given the recent events, Li Xia might be particularly sensitive about this matter. Just as Linyu was grappling with his thoughts, Li Xia's voice broke through. Linyu, can you stay at my place tonight? I'm feeling a bit scared. At that moment, Li Xia, with her head lowered, was unable to fully conceal her face. But the flush of her ears betrayed her embarrassment. Hearing her words, Linyu couldn't help but swallow hard. What was this? Had Teacher Li just set him up? Sure. Teacher Li, should I sleep on the sofa? Or, you can sleep in my bed. I have a military cot that is sufficient for me. Upon hearing this, Linyu scratched his head. Oh no, Teacher Li, that is unnecessary. You can take the bed. I'll manage on the cot. I can't just take over your space. In fact, when Linyu mentioned the military cot, he realized that they would likely end up sharing the same bedroom tonight. No, you should, Teacher Li, just listen to me. If you don't, I'll simply leave. Although he was reluctant, this stance would ensure Li Xia would not oppose him. All right then. Hearing this, Linyu smiled. With matters settled, Linyu felt a sense of relief. After dinner, Li Xia insisted on washing the dishes, claiming that since Linyu had cooked, she must clean up to alleviate her conscience. Unable to argue, Linyu acquiesced to her wishes. Watching Li Xia in the kitchen, he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, as Linyu took out his phone to inform his parents, he noticed a message from Lu Linger. Best friend? Linyu cursed silently in his heart and promptly ignored her message, proceeding to open the chat with his father. Dad, I want to be coming home tonight. All right, make sure to take good care of Teacher Li. No crossing boundaries. Understood. Linyu chuckled. Of course, he wanted to cross boundaries. But that was something to consider for the long haul. There was no rush. After washing up, Li Xia returned to her bedroom, where she found a set of unopened pajamas. Linyu would certainly not fit into Li Xia's clothes, but the pajamas might be a different story, as she preferred loose-fitting sleepwear for comfort. Holding the pajamas, Li Xia entered the room. Linyu, these are my new pajamas. I haven't use them yet. Why don't you try them on? Li Xia stifled a laugh, as the pajamas were pink, indeed, a color favored by the most masculine of men. Chapter 6. If Teacher Li wishes to cry, then I shall be your most steadfast support. Gazing at the pink pajamas, Linyu scratched his head. Pink indeed. He couldn't fathom how he would appear clad in such attire. At that moment, Li Xia lifted her head, her eyes wide with anticipation as she looked at Linyu, seemingly eager for his transformation. Ahem, Teacher Li, could you refrain from taking photos? Linyu asked. Li Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. It depends on my mood. Her words were playful, and Linyu couldn't help but smile back at her. Indeed, this was the essence of Teacher Li. Back in their senior year, she had always been so spirited, maintaining excellent relationships with her classmates. However, after that incident, Linyu shook his head. No matter what, the outcome had already altered, and the future Teacher Li would forever retain her vivacity. Teacher, I'm going to the restroom to change, Linyu announced. All right, she replied. Inside the restroom, as Linyu looked at himself in the pink pajamas, a sense of bashfulness washed over him. Although he appeared slender upon shedding his outer garments, one would discover that his physique was rather commendable. 8-pack abs, perfectly sculpted, quite alluring to the opposite sex. If he were to bulk up a bit more, he might even attract the attention of the same sex. Meanwhile, Li Xia sat on the sofa, clad in her own pajamas, scrolling through her phone for information about the upcoming college entrance examination. This year's exam was particularly challenging, especially in the subjects of comprehensive sciences and mathematics, arguably the most difficult in the past decade. However, this difficulty was relative. If everyone struggled, the scores would inevitably lower. Hearing the restroom door creak open, Li Xia instinctively looked up and, upon seeing Linyu emerge, bit her lip to stifle a laugh. Linyu glanced at her. Teacher Li, if you wish to laugh, please do so. As expected, Li Xia could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Linyu sighed and chuckled at his own pink pajamas. Ah, it fits quite well. How about I give it to you? Li Xia regarded him with a serious expression. Don't say that. Linyu's good looks were undeniable. Even in women's pajamas, he exuded an undeniable charm. Elsewhere, Lu Linger was incessantly checking her phone, expecting a prompt reply from Linyu. However, nearly 2 hours had passed without a response, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy, as such a delay was unprecedented. A sense of panic began to rise within her. What are you up to? As she prepared to send this message, Lu Linger hesitated, fearing it might come off as overly desperate. Ultimately, she deleted the message from the chat box. I refuse to believe you will ignore me forever. Humph. Lu Linger dismissed her worries, convinced Lin Yu was merely feeling down. Believing a night would suffice for him to recover. With that thought, she lay on her bed, engaging with her phone. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lin Yu lay on a military cot, while Li Xia rested on her bed. Her heart raced. It was the first time a boy had entered her room, and this boy was her student. The thought made her feel a bit bashful. Stealing glances at Lin Yu, she noticed that although he was simply lying there, engrossed in his phone, his countenance imbued an ordinary action with an extraordinary allure. Uncertain of her own desires, Li Xia yearned to capture a photograph of Lin Yu. Before she knew it, her phone's camera was open, and she quickly snapped a picture of him while he seemed unaware. Glancing at the photo, Li Xia nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, absolutely perfect, she mused internally. Lin Yu, she called out, perhaps sensing the silence in the room was too profound. He lifted his head. Teacher Li, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The warmth in her heart swelled at his concern, and she shook her head. No, I was just wondering if you have any plans for the holiday. Plans? Lin Yu pondered. For students in their final year, there are typically only two plans: obtaining a driver's license or finding a part-time job. Lin Yu had also been contemplating this, having experienced a rebirth that altered his previous nightmares. Thus, the second item on his agenda was naturally to earn some money. In his past life, he had read numerous online novels where most reincarnators engaged in business ventures or stock trading, or at the very least, predicted sports outcomes to win lottery prizes. However, the timing of his reincarnation was less than ideal. The year was 2018, the disastrous soccer match between Germany and Brazil, and the Cleveland Cavaliers' historic comeback against the Golden State Warriors in basketball had already passed. As for other sports, Lin Yu was oblivious. Moreover, with it being 2018, most of the companies that would later become household names had already begun to establish themselves, and the best he could do would be to invest in stocks once these firms went public. As he contemplated, Lin Yu realized he seemed to have only one path ahead of him: creating short videos. In his previous life, he had spent the first few months after returning from the metropolis learning to shoot short videos, watching various online creators, and experimenting himself. However, during that time, the market had become saturated, especially with comedic content creators emerging in droves. After several months of effort, he had amassed over 800,000 followers, which was quite significant for a fledgling account. He had hoped to continue creating content and further his progress, but after the incident with Li Xia, he had succumbed to despair. Were it not for his familial responsibilities, he might have chosen to leave with her, rather than waiting so long. Yet now, as short videos were just beginning to rise in popularity, platforms like Douyin had only a few million users, and many creators had yet to emerge. Lin Yu formulated an idea in his mind. Teacher Li, I might create short videos during the holiday. Short videos? Something like Douyin? Li Xia inquired. Douyin was already quite popular among the youth, and upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Yes, it could be considered a venture. In my previous life, I had experience with this and achieved decent results. Coupled with the first mover advantage, I do not see this as a poor choice. What do you think, Teacher Li? Being a young person herself, Li Xia's thoughts were rather trendy, and she nodded in affirmation. Whatever you decide to pursue, I will support you. I will be your first fan, she said with a smile. In truth, Lin Yu was quite attractive. If he were to showcase himself on a short video platform, it was likely that many would follow him for his looks. Lin Yu chuckled. Thank you, Teacher Li. Lin Yu harbored his own plans. He intended to assume multiple roles himself, primarily focusing on humorous sketches. In his previous life, he had thrived in this genre, making it quite familiar to him. Coupled with his knowledge of certain upcoming content creator series, he felt a sense of ownership over these ideas. A subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Furthermore, the current high rates of video views and lucrative business opportunities were enticing. If he could fully capitalize on the burgeoning dividends from the rapid expansion of Douyin over the next few years, amassing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions was not beyond the realm of possibility. The filming costs were also relatively low. He could start with a few projects and, once financially stable, upgrade to better equipment. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he turned to Teacher Li. Teacher Li, will you be my fan of good looks? Hearing this, Li Xia blushed slightly and looked at Lin Yu. What kind of fan do you want me to be? Let's stick with the looks fan, Lin Yu replied. Li Xia chuckled softly. How shameless. Perhaps it was the company and laughter that made Li Xia feel an unprecedented joy, contrasting sharply with her previous experiences of returning home to solitude and silence. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing Dad on the caller ID, Li Xia paused slightly, her expression darkening. After a moment's hesitation, she sat up from the bed. Xiao Yu, I'm going outside to take a call. Lin Yu nodded in response. Noticing the unusual expression on Teacher Li's face, he felt a pang of concern. Could it be? Her family? With this thought, Lin Yusin sighed. He could not comprehend why someone as wonderful as Teacher Li had to endure such a tumultuous fate. In the living room, Li Xia answered the call. Xia, have you started your break? Well, your aunt and Rui are at home, so. As she listened, a bitter expression spread across her face. She already anticipated what the other person would say, yet hearing it confirmed still shattered her heart. Before the other party could finish speaking, she interjected, I'm quite busy during the holidays, so I won't be coming home. Li Xia couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she sensed a sigh of relief from the other end upon hearing her response. All right then, take care. After the call ended, Li Xia shook her head. So, the only reason for the call was to discuss this matter, with no feigned concern or inquiries about her well-being. She glanced at the scars on her thigh, a wave of grievances washing over her. No wonder people say that having a stepmother often means having a stepfather. This saying truly held merit. Sitting on the sofa, her eyes reddened, tears began to fall slowly. In the room, Lin Yusin stood at the door, listening to the sound of her quiet sobs. He turned the doorknob and saw the young Teacher Li with her head bowed, softly weeping. Even though this was not his past life, Lin Yusin walked over to her. He appeared behind her and wrapped his arms around Li Xia. When one is sorrowful and alone, it is manageable, but when someone arrives to comfort and embrace them, the emotional collapse happens swiftly. Li Xia clung to Lin Yusin's arm, tears streaming down her face. Teacher, feel free to cry. I will always be here for you. Lin Yusin gently patted Li Xia's shoulder, his voice brimming with affection, his touch tender. In that modest room, their hearts seemed to draw closer together. Chapter 7. Lin Yusin's request. Teacher, may I call you big brother? Time flowed steadily, and Li Xia's mood gradually calmed. At that moment, she seemed to realize what had just transpired, her face flushing slightly. She noticed the water stains on Lin Yusin's freshly donned pajamas and felt a twinge of guilt. Xiaoyu. I am sorry. Hearing this, Lin Yusin smiled. Teacher, why apologize? Everyone experiences moments of emotional turmoil. But rest assured, I will always be here. Lin Yusin seated himself beside Li Xia, his tone resolute. Li Xia smiled in response. Thank you. Oh, come now, teacher, you're being too polite. Li Xia felt she had lost her composure several times in front of this student, and today was no exception. With a sigh, she said, all right, go get some rest. You just finished your exams. You need to sleep and recharge. Lin Yusin nodded. Okay, teacher, let us head back together. If you want to cuddle with a 185 centimeters plush toy tonight, I can fill that role. Li Xia huffed playfully. How annoying, taking advantage of the teacher. After tidying up, they returned to the bedroom. Lying in bed, Li Xia felt somewhat better after her earlier tears. Sometimes, negative emotions must be expressed, otherwise they might lead to physical issues. In the bedroom, Lin Yusin lay on the army cot, which was rather small and made turning over quite challenging. Observing Lin Yusin confined to the narrow space, Li Xia felt a surge of guilt. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at him. Lin Yusin, why don't you come sleep on the bed? We can share it. Upon saying this, her cheeks flushed. Although she had never experienced such situations, at her age, she understood that such words carried implications. Teacher, you have too much trust in me. Aren't you afraid? Li Xia looked at Lin Yusin. Of course not. Our Xiaoyu is a good person. Good person? What a wretched response. Lin Yusin had been handed the good person card. Come on, I'll make space for you. Earlier, Li Xia had occupied the center of the bed, but now she shifted to the left, leaving the right side for Lin Yusin. Lin Yusin, clutching a light blanket, climbed onto the bed. Lying there, Li Xia could sense his scent and even hear the rhythm of his heartbeat, stirring a flutter of unrest within her. She took deep breaths, attempting to calm herself. Perhaps due to the day's events, they both unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Li Xia felt as if she were cradling a soft, plush toy. In her slumber, a smile graced her lips, but suddenly, she became aware of her situation. Opening her eyes, she realized she was draped over Lin Yusin. Her face flushed crimson at the sight. Thankfully, Lin Yusin remained asleep. Otherwise, she felt she would rather have found a hole to hide in. Carefully, Li Xia returned to her own side of the bed. In truth, Lin Yusin had not woken. It was merely Li Xia's guilty conscience. Lying back down, she sighed in relief, glancing at her hands, her face still flushed. Thank goodness he didn't wake up, otherwise. Li Xia cast a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushing deeper with embarrassment. How mortifying. As time trickled by, Lin Yu groggily opened his eyes, inhaling the fragrant air that enveloped him. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the side. At that moment, Li Xia was no longer on the bed. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the bedroom. In the next instant, the door swung open, revealing Li Xia, clad in an apron, as if she had just emerged from a dream. Xiaoyu, you're awake? She inquired. Yes, Teacher Li, he replied. All right, get up and freshen up. Come eat. Today you can sample your teacher's culinary skills. How's that sound? Okay, teacher, Lin Yu exclaimed, immediately sitting up in bed. Slow down, there's no rush. She cautioned. Isn't it, because I'm eager to taste the meal prepared by my teacher? Lin Yu chuckled, noting that Li Xia had prepared tomato and egg noodles, which seemed ideal for a morning meal. Too greasy a breakfast would leave him feeling unwell throughout the day. He made his way to the bathroom, where, lacking a toothbrush, he could only wash his face. Approaching the dining table, he looked at Li Xia. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? She asked, noticing his gaze. Just a bit of charm, he teased. Li Xia chuckled softly at his remark. I haven't played around with that since I was a child. But Teacher Li is indeed quite lovely, Lin Yu retorted, exchanging a smile with her as they began their meal. Meanwhile, Lu Ling had also awakened. Though everyone had advised her to sleep until noon after the Gaokao, adjusting her biological clock after 3 years of high school was no easy feat thus. She found herself awake by 7 in the morning, pondering why Lin Yu had yet to message her. A frown creased her forehead. Still upset? Why so petty? Lu Ling murmured to herself, unaware that Lin Yu was entirely preoccupied with enjoying his time with Teacher Li. Teacher, could you send me a voice message later? Something like, brother, can we go watch a movie tonight? Upon hearing this, Li Xia felt a wave of shyness wash over her. The latter part is fine, but the first 2 words, brother calling my student, that feels quite odd, she thought, her face reddening at the notion. Oh, please don't misunderstand, teacher. I need it for video. I don't have any male friends, so I have no choice but to ask you, Lin Yu explained, looking up at her with wide, innocent eyes, exuding a pitiful charm. Please, to earn those perks, one must be a bit shameless, Lin Yu thought, fully aware of the art of audacity. Unable to resist his pleading gaze, Li Xia reluctantly nodded. All right, long live teacher, Lin Yu exclaimed, his face beaming with delight upon her agreement. Fool, eat your breakfast, she chided playfully. Okay, Lin Yu replied, and after finishing their meal, he took on the task of washing the dishes while Li Xia retreated to the bedroom to retrieve her phone. Brother, she practiced, feeling a lack of emotion in her tone. It needs to sound more endearing. However, brother Li Xia felt a shiver run down her spine at the sound of her own voice. In reality, Lin Yu intended to emulate a popular vlogger from his previous life with 20 million followers, starting with a series mimicking the anti-sweetheart theme to gather followers before gradually rolling out other series. Why doesn't it sound more coy? She pondered, just as Lin Yu entered the room. Lin Yu, I feel like I can't manage that coy tone, Li Xia sighed. How could you not? Our teacher Li is an adorable girl, he teased, but she hesitated. How about you say brother first, and I'll help you refine it, Lin Yu suggested. All right then. Brother Li Xia forced the words out, really putting effort into it, causing Lin Yu to smile at her earnestness. Yes, Li Mei. Li Xia's eyes widened, quickly realizing he was teasing her. Lin Yu, she glared at him, albeit her expression was endearing. Even in a moment of annoyance, Lin Yu found her utterly charming. Teacher, I was wrong. To show my contrition, I shall call you sister. Cough, cough. Lin Yu considered calling her wife, but that seemed a bit premature, so he settled for sister instead. Sister Li Xia chuckled softly. Now I have goosebumps all over. Actually, teacher, it's just that you haven't spoken in such an endearing manner before, so you're a bit unaccustomed. You did quite well earlier. Just keep it natural. Lin Yu had felt his heart flutter when Li Xia had called him brother. It was simply too enchanting. He couldn't help but wish to be with her, to publicly declare that he had a treasure of a girlfriend in Li Xia. But he knew patience was key. All right, I'll send it. But just so you know, I'll do my best. That's fine, Lin Yu nodded. Well, teacher, I might need your assistance with something else, he said, looking at her earnestly. I want you to say, I like you. Just for the video, of course. It has nothing to do with me personally. Chapter 8. Teacher Li gets jealous. Have you taken photos with many girls? Li Xia looked at Lin Yu, her face flushed with shyness. Why do I feel like he's taking advantage of me? Yet, gazing into Lin Yu's clear eyes, she found it hard to refuse. Soon, following Lin Yu's instructions, Li Xia sent the voice message. Upon receiving it, Lin Yu eagerly clicked to listen. Although it was just for the video, he believed that with a little persistence, one day Teacher Li would genuinely express such sentiments. With no other equipment available, they had to keep things simple. Teacher, could you help me film? Huh, but I don't know how. Lin Yu chuckled. Teacher, just hold the phone and film. No special skills needed. I'll guide you on where to stand and how to shoot. Li Xia nudda arid. I'll follow your lead. Thank you, teacher. No problem. You're quite courteous yourself, Lin Yu remarked. And I'll be a bit less polite, he added. Huh. That's fine, she replied. Wife. Those 2 words have been on Lin Yu's mind for quite some time, and when he blurted them out, Li Xia initially didn't react, but once she processed it, her face turned crimson. Ah, graduation. Time to tease the teacher. With that, Li Xia playfully placed her hand on Lin Yu's waist and gave it a gentle twist. Indeed, every girl possesses a mastery of the two-finger Zen technique. It didn't truly hurt, yet Lin Yu's face contorted in mock agony. I was wrong, Teacher Li. Woo-woo. Observing this, Li Xia rolled her eyes. Stop being dramatic. I barely used any force. I just wanted to elicit a little sympathy from Teacher Li. Silly girl. As Li Xia contemplated ruffling Lin Yu's hair, she hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. Just as she was about to retract her hand, Lin Yu leaned into it, gazing up at her. The sight of Lin Yu, appearing adorably dazed, made Li Xia chuckle. How come I never noticed how cute Lin Yu was back in school? Every little movement seems to tug on my heartstrings. All right, let us get this photo taken. Sure. Lu Ling'er sat with her best friend, mulling over their answers, a sense of frustration brewing within her. What's wrong? You seem a bit distracted, her friend observed, curiosity lacing her tone. Nothing, I'm just feeling like my scores aren't that great, Lu Ling'er deflected, offering a vague excuse. I don't believe that for a second. Ling'er, if it's really Lin Yu that's got your mind wandering, I suggest you take the initiative and reach out to him. Honestly, Lin Yu isn't bad at all. His family might be average. But his father is the director of a state-owned enterprise office, and his mother is a director at a public hospital. That might not compare to a big boss. But let us be real, with such family background, he is at least in the top 10 here in Jingzhou, right? Her friend held back a more profound thought. One mustn't aim too high. Otherwise, they might end up with nothing. Hearing this, Lu Ling'er shook her head. Truth be told, she was quite confident. She believed Lin Yu's feelings for her would allow her to bide her time, hoping to find someone even better. However, the Lin Yu of the present was not the same as the one from her past life, and her thoughts inevitably led to one conclusion: failure. Seeing Lu Ling'er in such a state, her friend sighed, choosing to remain silent, hoping her friend would find what she desired. By the way, what score are you estimating? Her friend shifted the topic. Around 590, I doubt I'll reach 600. If we're talking scores, the best option would be Jingzhou University, albeit in one of the less desirable programs. In her previous life, Lu Ling'er had been admitted to Jingzhou University, but her major was winemaking, one of the lowest-ranked programs. With a bleak employment outlook, often leading to immediate unemployment post-graduation, why not consider second-tier school instead? That way, you'd have a broader range of choices. But it's Jingzhou University. I'll focus on that first. If it doesn't pan out, I can always switch majors once I'm in. Lu Ling'er hesitated, but prioritized the university above all else. All right, it's your call. As they continued discussing answers and estimates, Lin Yu was busy filming a video with Li Xia beside her. Teacher Li, what do you think of the video I edited? Lin Yu inquired, feeling a comforting sense of security next to Li Xia, who leaned closer to the computer screen. Li Xia's long hair brushed against Lin Yu's arm, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile. Let us watch the video. The short clip lasted only a few seconds, but as Li Xia watched it, she chuckled. I must say, it's rather amusing. In truth, such a format was quite innovative in the realm of short videos. At the early stages of any field, opportunities arise swiftly, and Lin Yu held a firm belief in her abilities. Having amassed hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million followers in her past life, she was confident in her skills. Now, with everyone still exploring, her prior experience would give her a significant advantage. You've got talent in that area. That is mainly due to your excellent teaching, Teacher Li. Oh, stop it. I've only taught you English. I didn't teach you this. They exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken connection hanging between them. Soon, Lin Yu began registering her creator account. Within minutes, the process was complete, and she whimsically named her account Delinzi. After confirming everything was in order, she published her first video. Now, all that remained was to wait. Li Xia, eager to support, searched for Lin Yu's account on her phone and promptly followed her. Tada! I'm now your very first fan, Li Xia exclaimed, waving her phone excitedly. And I'm your only fan, Lin Yu replied with a grin. Oh, it's just the beginning. Who knows, by this time tomorrow, you might have loads of fans. Let's hope for that. Peering out the window, Li Xia noticed the pleasant weather, a gentle breeze, far removed from the oppressive heat of summer. Lin Yu, how about we go out for a stroll? I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say? Absolutely. Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. Though the neighborhood was older, it boasted commendable amenities. A park was just a few hundred meters away, along with a street lined with diverse shops. As they strolled, Lin Yu kept stealing glances at Li Xia, who wore a flowing white dress that Lin Yu had never seen before at school. The wind tousled a strand of Li Xia's hair, and for some reason, Lin Yu found her exceptionally beautiful at that moment, feeling as if no other beauty could compare. Teacher Li, can I take a picture of you? What can I say? I'm captivated by your beauty, Lin Yu teased. Li Xia laughed, her smile radiating warmth. In that moment, all of Li Xia's charm was captured in Lin Yu's heart. Sure, Li Xia sensed that her relationship with Lin Yu transcended the typical student-teacher dynamic, teetering on the edge of unacknowledged romantic tension. Yet, she found herself amused rather than put off by Lin Yu's playful banter, which brought her joy. Watching Lin Yu adjust her position and pose for the photo, Li Xia couldn't help but smile. Why overthink it? Let's just enjoy the day, shall we? Teacher, look! Lin Yu exclaimed, rushing over with her phone. Li Xia took a glance and remarked, I must say, it's quite lovely. You got a knack for this. Have you taken many photos of girls before? Li Xia teased, her tone playful. How could that be? Teacher Li is the first. If Teacher Li enjoys it, I'll take photos for you every day. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly had a thought and leaned closer to Li Xia. Teacher Li, are you feeling a bit jealous? Watching Lin Yu's large eyes, Li Xia's face flushed. Go away, I'm not jealous at all. Hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled softly, and Li Xia shot a glance at her, thinking to herself, this girl just loves to tease me. Just then, Li Xia's phone rang. Hello, Friday afternoon? I'm available. All right, ask the classmates. If they're free, let us set it for that time. Upon hearing it was about classmates, Lin Yu looked at Li Xia. After hanging up, she asked, Teacher, a class reunion? Li Xia nodded in response. Yes, Friday afternoon. Are you free? Would you like to go? If you go, I'll definitely attend. It seemed like a suitable time for a class reunion since the results hadn't been released yet, and everyone had their time. If they waited for the results, some might not have the mood to join the reunion, while others would be busy preparing for college applications, driving tests, and graduation trips. Thus, this would be the time when the most people would attend the reunion. Oh, I suppose I should go since they invited me. Li Xia thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll accompany you, Teacher Li. Chapter 9. The first day back home. Li Xia. Why am I still thinking about him? It was morning, and the streets were not crowded. So Lin Yu and Li Xia, who were not far apart in age, could easily be mistaken for a couple by passersby. Lin Yu discreetly observed Li Xia, who seemed to have emerged from the excitement of yesterday, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Seeing Teacher Li smile brought happiness to Lin Yu as well. After all, if Teacher Li was happy, so was he. However, Lin Yu pondered when they could appear together as a couple. Of course, it would likely require a considerable amount of time, as he had just graduated. If they were to announce their relationship now, it might cause trouble for Li Xia, with others thinking they had been together during their senior year, which could lead to her facing criticism. Therefore, Lin Yu had to restrain his emotions. After strolling for a while, they returned home and sat on the sofa. Lin Yu's first instinct was to check his account data. The video had been posted for about an hour, and he should have some statistics by now. When he opened the back end, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The video's views had reached 140,000, with followers increasing to 982 and a completion rate of 694. Having previously created short videos, Lin Yu understood that these results were quite impressive. If all went well, it would likely enter a larger traffic pool. How is it? Li Xia asked, sitting beside Lin Yu, holding a freshly cut watermelon. Not bad, Lin Yu replied, smiling. Look, Teacher Li, I already have over 900 followers. Lin Yu handed his phone to Li Xia, who took it, glanced at it, and then noticed a private message that made her pause. Hey there. Are you from Jingzhou too? Shall we exchange contacts? You're really handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Can you do fencing? Initially feeling a bit down while reading the previous messages, Li Xia burst into laughter upon reaching the last comment. It seems you're not only popular with girls, but also with boys. Whether it's boys or girls, it doesn't matter, Li Xia said as she turned to Lin Yu. What matters? What matters is whether Teacher Li likes me, he said, leaning closer to her, their faces almost touching, causing Li Xia to blush. Don't say nonsense. I'm your teacher. And their and age difference, Li Xia sighed. Lin Yu was truly a wonderful young man, and she was well aware of it. Yet, as his teacher, and given their past student-teacher relationship, along with their age gap, Li Xia felt unable to take that step. Age? Teacher, if it's just the two of us out, others might think you're my younger sister. Li Xia Shukulat. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Not all, he replied. The two did not linger on this topic for long, as Lin Yu knew it was only a matter of days. And he needed to take it slow. He believed that with his sincerity, there would come a day when Li Xia could accept him. Before that could happen, however, Lin Yu knew he had one crucial task to accomplish, establishing a lucrative career so he could provide a stable life for Teacher Li. With that thought, he focused intently on his phone, his determination solidifying. In the evening, Lin Yu returned home from Teacher Li's. Upon seeing him, Lin Zheng coughed lightly. Back already? Yes, Dad. Lin Yu nodded and sat on the sofa. Is there anything wrong with Teacher Li? Nothing much. She seemed to be in good spirits today, Lin Zheng replied, nodding. Your Teacher Li has had her share of misfortune, but she is fortunate in some ways. Indeed, Lin Yu sighed, reflecting on how this lifetime had changed things. But no matter what, in this life, Teacher Li can lead a normal life. That's what matters. Lin Zheng looked at Lin Yu, hesitating before saying, "Son, this time you've captured her heart. Uncle Chun mentioned a reward of 1 million. It should arrive soon. Your mother and I discussed it, and we have around 1 million at home. Plus, there's about 800,000 in our Provident Fund account. So, if we add the 1 million reward, we'll have about 2 million. Have you thought about where you want to study?" Lin Yu wasn't too surprised by his father's words. In his previous life, he had thought his family was quite poor. However, the reality was that his parents were just frugal. "Dad, my scores are a bit disappointing this time, probably around 640. But I made up my mind not to repeat the year or go to Magic City. I'll stay in Jingzhou and enroll in the electrical engineering program at Jingzhou University." Hearing this, Lin Zheng nodded. Jingzhou is also a good choice. It's economically developed. There is no need to go to Magic City or the capital. Besides, the electrical engineering program is quite good. So many large state-owned enterprises here are looking for graduates in this field. And with Jingzhou University, future employment shouldn't be an issue. If you have already made your decision, your mother and I are considering purchasing a house for you in Jingzhou, leaving 200,000 at home, allowing you to spend 3 million on a property. We could take out a loan for a few years, repaying it with our Provident funds. This way, it would be akin to purchasing the house outright, and by the time you graduate, the majority of the loan would be settled. Lin Yu paused slightly upon hearing these words. Buy a house now. At this juncture, acquiring property was not a prudent move, for the reasons were apparent. Current housing prices were at their zenith. Following a sharp decline in 2019, it would not be an exaggeration to say that property prices in Jingzhou dropped by approximately 30. Lin Yu shook his head upon hearing this. "Dad, I believe now is not the opportune time to purchase a house. The prices are already exorbitant. And over the past 2 years, numerous new developments have emerged in Jingzhou. I'm confident that before I graduate, there will be a substantial decrease in housing prices, rendering any purchase at this moment unnecessary." Lin Yu cleared his throat. Even if some properties in prime locations maintain relatively stable prices based on future insights, they too will experience a decline, albeit a limited one. Lin Zheng hesitated at this. But current housing prices continue to escalate. "Dad, please trust my judgment. As for the house, we can buy it at any time. There is no rush. The money is in the bank. And whether we act a few years sooner or later makes little difference. By the way, Dad, I plan to start creating short videos." Lin Zheng looked puzzled. As a middle-aged man, he was not well versed in the trendy phenomenon of short videos. "Short videos? What are those?" "This," Lin Yu replied, pulling out his phone and showing it to his father, who glanced at the short video Lin Yu had recorded. "Dad, the short video I posted this morning has already garnered over 400,000 views. Do you know how much I earned in total?" "How much?" Lin Zheng asked, looking at Lin Yu. "Over 580 yuan, which I can withdraw at any time. I believe this could be a promising venture." Lin Zheng chuckled. "So, you want to give it a try?" "Yes, since I have some free time and ample opportunities during university, I might as well explore it." "Indeed, university is the most liberating time of your life, devoid of pressure. Go ahead and pursue your interests. Do you need your father's support for your entrepreneurial endeavors?" Lin Zheng was inclined to agree to any reasonable request from his son. After all, it is wise to seize the youth and explore various avenues. If it leads to failure, it matters not. At least it will provide valuable experience for future growth. I wish to rent a place to serve as my filming base." "No problem. I will transfer you the funds." Lin Zheng pondered for a moment. "Is 50,000 yuan sufficient?" "Oh, Dad, that's more than necessary. Just 20,000 will suffice." Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised by his father's swift agreement. "All right, I'll send that amount." As he prepared to transfer, Lin Zheng noticed a low balance on his phone screen, his face turning slightly red as he cleared his throat. "When your mother returns, have her transfer it. By the way, make it 22,000. 22. Lin Yu instantly understood. "Dad, you still need to pocket 2,000. Cough. "What do you mean by pocketing?" Lin Zheng then elaborated on how being a young man comes with its own struggles, requiring expenses for smoking, drinking, and dining out with friends, essentially conveying that the 2,000 yuan was to be his private stash. "Understood, son. I will ensure everything is arranged properly." Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from the entrance, prompting Lin Yu to rise quickly. "Ah, my dear mother, your beloved son has been eagerly awaiting your return." Lin Yu hurried to his mother, his face adorned with flattery. Who knows a son better than his mother? Lin mother smiled slightly. "What is it? Need money?" "Not all. I simply missed my kind and gentle mother during the day." Lin mother regarded Lin Yu, huffing playfully. "Why no compliment on my beauty? Mother, your beauty is already well known. There is no need for your son to emphasize it." Lin mother playfully tapped her son's forehead. "Speak. What do you need the money for?" "For video creation." With no option left, Lin Yu recounted the same words he had shared with his father. Lin mother nodded. "Fine, no problem with the money. However, you must not neglect your studies in university. Do you hear me? Lin Yu nodded vigorously. How much do you need? Hee hee, 22,000. All right, I will transfer it. Soon, Lin Yu's phone chimed with a message alert, and upon seeing the transfer amount, he was momentarily taken aback. Why is it 25,000? Mom, that's too much. The extra is for your expenses during this holiday with your classmates. Spend it wisely and let me know how it goes. Thank you, Mom. Silly boy, go rest now. Lin Yu nodded and cheerfully returned to his bedroom. Teacher Li, I'm home. Moments later, a message from Li Xia arrived. Good, now I can rest easy. By the way, did your money request succeed? If not, as your teacher, I can invest in you. No need, Teacher Li. My parents have already agreed. Reading the message, Li Xia lay back on her bed, a slight smile gracing her lips. At that moment, she glanced at the spot beside her. Just yesterday, Lin Yu was here. Thinking about it made her feel a pang of longing. Sometimes, a tacit understanding transcends words. Just then, Li Xia received a message from Lin Yu. Teacher Li, did you miss me? Chapter 10, The Scheming Lin Yu. Teacher Li, I think I left my watch at your place. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke from his slumber, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, much like an NPC performing daily tasks. Although he had returned from Teacher Li's home, he still needed to assert his presence. Good morning, Teacher Li. Shortly, a response came back. Good morning. Why are you up so early today? Must be my high school biological clock, Lin Yu thought, considering how he could utilize the items he had deliberately left behind the previous day. Teacher Li, I believe I left my watch at your place. Could you check for me? It might be in the bathroom. This was a calculated move on his part, having returned. It was impossible to recreate the same situation as before, so he needed to create an opportunity. Wait a moment, let me check. Li Xia got up from her bed and went to the bathroom. Indeed, on the wash basin, there lay his watch. Is this it? Li Xia snapped a picture and sent it to Lin Yu. Yes, Teacher Li. After I rent the place, I'll come by to retrieve it. I'll treat you to a meal. I earned over 500 yuan from yesterday's video. Li Xia smiled at the message. Oh, no need. You're still a student. Allow me to treat you. That won't do. Last time, you treated me. This time, it's my turn to treat you, Teacher Li. Thus, the teacher will not go. Goodness, a secret weapon? Lin Yu readily admitted defeat. He chuckled. Hey, I'll buy some groceries this afternoon and head over to your place. Shall we cook at home? Teacher Li? That sounds good. Were you planning to look at houses today? In the neighborhoods near Jingzhou University. Ideally, if I could rent in the university's staff quarters. That would be even better. How about this? I'll accompany you. You've never rented a house before and might not know how to bargain. But isn't that too much trouble? Seeing Lin Yu's message, Li Xia smiled. She wasn't foolish. Lin Yu was undoubtedly delighted, merely pretending otherwise. It's fine. I don't have much to do at home anyway. All right then, Teacher Li, I'll come pick you up. No need. That would be a waste of time. Let us just meet at the staff quarters. Okay, Lin Yu replied quickly. Lin Yu tidied himself up. Being young, he never ate breakfast in the morning. So he set out directly on his electric bike, which he had owned for 7 or 8 years, heading towards Jingzhou University. The distance from Lin Yu's home to the university wasn't too far, about 4 kilometers, so if he chose to stay at Jingzhou University, he could easily commute without needing accommodation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the staff quarters, Lin Yu parked his bike and glanced at a nearby milk tea shop, deciding to step inside. 2 cups of taro balls and grapes, please. That will be 14 yuan. Lin Yu paid without hesitation. With 230,000 yuan in his bank account, he was certainly affluent, especially for a freshly graduated high school student. Holding 2 cups of milk tea, Lin Yu sat on a chair, awaiting Teacher Li's arrival. He nodded at the sight of Jingzhou University before him. It was promising. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, may I have your contact information? Lin Yu looked up to see a rather cute girl, likely a student from Jingzhou University. He shook his head. I'm sorry. My girlfriend would be unhappy if she found out I added a beautiful girl. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's all right, Lin Yu thought to himself. How easy it was to attract attention when one was handsome. A few minutes later, Li Xia arrived, also riding an electric bike, but hers was a charming shade of pink. Teacher Li, Lin Yu called out as she glanced at him. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived. I've already arranged to meet with a landlord. Let's go take a look. All right. The property Lin Yu was about to view was a 3-bedroom apartment. He envisioned transforming the master bedroom into a classroom, 1 guest bedroom into a dormitory, and the remaining bedroom as his personal resting space. As for living arrangements, he had no intention of choosing to stay there. It would simply serve as his workspace and retreat. This apartment is quite impressive, with excellent lighting and views, and the price is relatively affordable at 500 yuan per month. Hearing this, Lin Yu and Li Xia exchanged glances. It was then that Li Xia's bargaining prowess shone through, negotiating the price down to 200 yuan. All right, we'll proceed at the price of 200 yuan. Our requirement is a deposit of 1 month and 6 months rent in advance. Is that agreeable? Lin Yu nodded. No problem. The so-called deposit of 1 month meant paying for 7 months of rent up front, with 1 month held as a security deposit that would be refunded once he vacated the apartment. Once everything was confirmed, Lin Yu paid the amount and signed the rental agreement, with the landlord handing over the keys. How do you feel? Are you happy? Li Xia asked, smiling at Lin Yu. I am. However, I'm not too thrilled about the cleaning. The apartment appeared to have been unoccupied for quite some time. Otherwise, the landlord wouldn't have agreed to the 200 yuan rate. The cleanliness was rather average, but it was fully furnished with a television, air conditioning, and a washing machine. As for the beds, Lin Yu requested that the landlord remove the beds from the master and guest rooms, leaving only the bed in the other guest room, which was a comfortable double bed. Teacher Li, let us head out. I have nothing planned today, so we might as well clean up. No worries, I can manage on my own, Lin Yu insisted. I'm already here, so let us go buy some items from the supermarket downstairs. Lin Yu scratched his head. Teacher Li, I can't shake the feeling that I'm treating you as my laborer. You're my student. It's only natural for me to help you. Besides, beyond that, you're my lifesaver, Li Xia said with a smile. All right, enough of that. Let us hurry. For Lin Yu and Li Xia, the day turned out to be quite busy, cleaning and scouring the second-hand market for necessary items like beds and desks, spending about 500 yuan in total. Afterward, they purchased various other essentials for the apartment, and by the time they finished, it began to resemble a proper home. Once tidied up, Lin Yu and Li Xia shared a meal together. Meanwhile, Lu Ling'er stared at her phone, still waiting for a response from Lin Yu, her brows furrowed. 2 whole days had passed, and in this day and age, it was hardly an exaggeration to say no one would go without checking their phone for that long. Thus, Lu Ling'er concluded that Lin Yu must be intentionally ignoring her. How petty. All I said was that this was a good time to be classmates. I didn't say we couldn't be together in the future. Seeing the last chat record where she had initiated the conversation made Lu Ling'er feel quite uneasy. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to reach out to the class monitor. Class monitor, is Lin Yu coming tomorrow? The class monitor quickly replied, yes, he is. He was the first one to reach out to me. I was quite surprised. He never seemed to care about these things before. Reading the message, Lu Ling'er felt a slight smile tug at her lips. I knew it. He is acting aloof, but must be eager to see me. Lin Yu. Tomorrow I won't pay you any attention. Let us see how you handle that. With this thought, Lu Ling'er felt a surge of confidence. However, as they say, overconfidence can be a flaw that needs rectifying. Chapter 11. A Gathering and a Glance. Classmates. Are we also a part of your play? Around 2 o'clock the next afternoon, Lin Yu arrived at Wang Dun's home, as the two were set to attend a class gathering together. In truth, Lin Yu had never been particularly interested in such gatherings, but since Li Xia would also attend, he decided to join in. After all, socializing wasn't as important as being with his beloved. Riding his cherished electric bike, Lin Yu appeared at the entrance to Wang Dan's community, where he spotted a chubby little boy dashing towards him. Goodness, TZ, why are you in such a hurry? I just wanted to see you sooner. Some young men, despite their inability to utter a single word in the presence of a lady, effortlessly charm and banter with their male friends. How should one phrase it? Shall we embark? Allow me to take you. Very well. Wang Dan settled into the rear seat of Lin Yu's electric scooter, fortunate that the day was not sweltering. Otherwise, both would likely be sweltering in discomfort. What have you been up to at home these past few days? Lin Yu, unable to divulge matters concerning Li Xia, cleared his throat. Entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship? Pray, elaborate. I've been creating short videos on Douyin. Presently, Lin Yu boasts a follower count of 370,000 on Douyin, as his comedic sketches have proven avant-garde, garnering considerable attention. Tomorrow, he intends to launch a new series, the content of which has already been meticulously planned. Goodness. Could it be that you might one day become an internet celebrity? That remains uncertain. One can only hope. In that case, I must request an autograph in advance so that I may sell it at a premium once you achieve fame. Due to his parents' positions within the bureaucracy and his own cautious nature, Fatty opted for stability, eschewing risks. Consequently, before graduation, he passed the civil service examination and secured a position in a provincial-level unit in Jingzhou. His parents assisted in acquiring a residence there, and, through arranged meetings, he met his wife, also a civil servant. Their combined annual income hovers around 400,000 yuan. While not extravagant, it is enviable and filled with sweetness. After Li Xia's tragic choice to end her life, Lin Yu struggled to cope for a prolonged period, with Wang Dun steadfastly by his side. No problem. When the time comes, I'll request 100 signatures from you. At this, Wang Dun chuckled. All right, you've made a promise. Keep striving, my friend. I look forward to your success. Of course, such banter is typical among brothers. The restaurant for this gathering is conveniently located near their high school, and both Lin Yu and Wang Dun have dined here before, finding the cuisine quite delightful. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Yu parked the scooter, and together they ventured inside. Pushing open the door to the private room, Lin Yu spotted Lu Linger lounging on the sofa. At that moment, she let out a huff, prompting Lin Yu to furrow his brow, perplexed by her inexplicable demeanor. Lin Yu and Wang Dan chose to sit on the opposite sofa, distancing themselves from Lu Linger. Observing this scene, Lu Linger wore a displeased expression, while Su Ro glanced between Lin Yu and Lu Linger, letting out a sigh. In exasperation, Su Ro nudged Lu Linger. Aren't you going to approach him? It's a rare occasion for you to meet. This city is vast. If not for this prearranged meeting, it would be quite challenging for the two of us to cross paths. Su Ro harbored concerns for her friend, fearing that Lu Linger might later regret her decision. Hearing this, Lu Linger shook her head. Why should I seek him out? He has seen me. He ought to come to me first. As a girl, shouldn't I maintain some dignity? Lu Linger seemed unaware that her prideful attitude had become outdated. Oh, why not extend a courtesy? Absolutely not. Faced with her friend's outright refusal, Su Ro had no choice but to remain silent. Lu Linger's reluctance inadvertently aligned with Lin Yu's intentions. He discreetly took a photograph with his phone and sent it to Li Xia. Teacher Li, I have arrived. On the bus, Li Xia glanced at the message and smiled. Excellent. Wait patiently for me there. I shall arrive shortly. Observing this exchange, a subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Noticing Lin Yu's elation, Lu Linger furrowed her brow, curious about who could have sent him such a message that brought him joy. Could it possibly be from another girl? The thought stirred within Lu Linger, compelling her to inquire. I shall certainly be on my best behavior. Following this, Lin Yu sent a solemn emoji. Meanwhile, Li Xia reciprocated with a playful head-patting emoji. Despite their 4-year age difference, the two shared a remarkable rapport devoid of any generational gap. Lin Yu tucked his phone away. Old Lin, have you estimated your score? Yes. I anticipate over 640 points and aim for Jingzhou University. Cough cough. Lin Yu believed remaining in Jingzhou was a prudent choice, with both his parents and teacher Li residing there. Has your biology still not improved? Wang Dan, being Lin Yu's close friend, was aware of his struggles with biology. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, I only answered 1 out of 6 multiple-choice questions correctly. Thus, staying in Jingzhou seems quite favorable. What about you, fatty? Wang Dan sighed. I barely scraped over 580, which is above my usual performance. I suppose I too shall remain in Jingzhou, though attending Jingzhou University seems unlikely. I may end up at Jingzhou University of Science and Technology. Jingzhou University of Science and Technology is a 211 university, which is commendable in its own right. In truth, Wang Dan's scores could have permitted him entry into Jingzhou University, but his options for majors would likely be limited to collaborative programs or the least desirable fields. However, attending Jingzhou University of Science and Technology would afford him a broader selection of commendable disciplines. That is, quite commendable. It is still a 211 university. I reviewed last year's score thresholds, and with my current score, I won't qualify for civil engineering, finance, or computer science. I will likely have to settle for mechanical, electrical, or automation engineering, all of which are purely technical fields. In this era, civil engineering is in high demand. Thus, the scores for civil engineering were competitive with those for finance and computer science. Yet, years later, as the civil engineering sector collapsed, its desirability plummeted. Lin Yu recalled that quite a few from his class had opted for civil engineering, demonstrating that choices indeed shape destiny. What about you? It seems likely you'll be attending Jingzhou University? Yes, Jingzhou University is my probable destination. I doubt there will be any changes. I am merely indecisive about my major, but it is of little consequence. I can deliberate once the scores are released. Lin Yu had a preference for mechanical, electrical, or automation engineering, knowing that numerous large state-owned enterprises in Jingzhou sought graduates in these fields. Should his short video venture not flourish, he could seek employment, and with his parents' assistance in securing a residence, he would lead a satisfactory life. He was determined not to endure the same struggles he faced in his previous life in Shanghai. The two engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, the door swung open. Lin Yu turned to see Li Xia entering, accompanied by the class monitor, Chen Rei, a female student who had achieved 3rd place in the province this year. She ultimately chose to attend the Imperial Capital University for Medicine, pursuing a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program, and eventually worked at the Xia Hospital in the Imperial Capital, where she rose to the position of deputy director, making her the most accomplished among their class. Class monitor, Teacher Li. Upon their entrance, everyone stood, as the gathering boasted a considerable turnout, with approximately 80 of the class present. Hello, everyone, Li Xia waved. Li Xia was well-loved among her students, and as soon as she arrived, several girls flocked to her. As for Lin Yu, he could only observe from the sidelines. mindful that excessive familiarity might raise suspicions among classmates and ultimately impact teacher Li's career. Watching the smile on Li Xia's face, Lin Yu felt a subtle lift at the corners of his mouth. Everything is so beautiful. Sometimes, Lin Yu ponders whether, had that incident not occurred in her past life, Teacher Li might have been blissfully happy. Perhaps she would never have crossed paths with Teacher Li again, but that would have been acceptable. At the very least, she could have lived a long, peaceful life, content and free from worry. Li Xia noticed someone gazing at her, and, casting a glance with her peripheral vision, saw it was Lin Yu. Upon seeing the smile gracing Lin Yu's face, a faint blush crept onto Li Xia's ears. Seizing the moment while their classmates were distracted, Li Xia turned to look at Lin Yu, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange, conveying all that needed to be said. Moments later, Li Xia turned back to her classmates and resumed the conversation, while Lin Yu remained seated on the sofa. Was Teacher Li looking at us just now? Wang Din asked, curiosity evident in his tone. I don't know. I was lost in thought, Lin Yu replied. Really? Is that so? Wang Din scratched his head, feeling something was amiss. It's quite strange, he mused. Just then a voice broke the moment. Classmates Wang and Lin. Both Lin Yu and Wang Din looked up to see Chen Rui approaching them. Oh, the class monitor, Wang Din exclaimed with a grin. We're graduated now. I'm no longer your class monitor, she chuckled. That's different. Once a class, always a class, Wang Din retorted playfully, prompting Chen Rui to laugh softly. However, her attention soon shifted to Lin Yu. Have you decided which university you'll attend, Lin? I didn't perform well in my comprehensive science this year. I might end up at Jingzhou University, Lin Yu responded, clearing her throat. Jingzhou University? It's quite a good institution. Don't you consider the Magic City, or... Chen Rui hesitated before completing her thought. The Imperial Capital? Lin Yu shook her head. Not really. The Imperial Capital and the Magic City are more suited for geniuses like our class monitor. I think I'm better off staying in my hometown, accompanying my parents, living a laid-back life. In her past life, Chen Rui had posed a similar question, and at that time, Lin Yu had chosen the Magic City. Hearing Lin Yu's current response, a trace of disappointment flickered in Chen Rui's eyes. After a moment, she smiled. Jingzhou is also quite nice. Indeed, class monitor, Lin Yu replied, standing up to raise her drink toward Chen Rui. Wishing you great success in the Imperial Capital. And may all your wishes come true, Chen Rui added. They clinked their drinks together, a silent understanding passing between them. Not far away, Lu Linger observed this exchange, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that the person Lin Yu was chatting with was indeed class monitor Chen Rui? She was genuinely curious about their conversation. Soon after, everyone settled into their seats to dine, reminiscing about the past. They tactfully avoided discussing grades, aware that this gathering might be their last for a while. Lin Yu glanced around and noticed many classmates had begun to blur into obscurity, and apart from a few, she struggled to recall their names. Such is the magic of time, eroding what once felt like indelible memories, piece by piece. At that moment, Lin Yu looked at Li Xia. But can love truly defy the hands of time? After all, even a century later, Lin Yu would still recognize Li Xia at a glance. Chapter 12. Li Xia's Shyness. It feels almost like living life day by day. As for Lu Linger, the classmates were somewhat aware of Lin Yu's situation, which led them to tacitly avoid mentioning it. Knowing something does not necessitate voicing it. After dinner, they gathered for conversation. The moment Lin Yu sat down, a familiar scent wafted towards her. She looked up to see Li Xia. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Li Xia teased, having wanted to sit with Lin Yu, but not finding the right moment. Lin Yu smiled in response. How could that be? You are the most beautiful teacher, Li. Flatterer. Have you eaten enough? Li Xia replied. Yes, indeed. After all, beauty is quite appetizing, Lin Yu remarked, causing Li Xia's ears to redden. With playful banter exchanged, both girls found it exhilarating to share such intimate words in front of their classmates. Just then, two female classmates approached, prompting Lin Yu and Li Xia to discreetly conclude their conversation, knowing that if their private dialogue were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir among their peers. After chatting for a while, everyone began to leave, mindful of curfew since they had just graduated. If they didn't return home on time, their concerned parents would surely be calling. At the restaurant entrance, Lin Yu turned to Li Xia. Teacher Li, how will you get home? I'll take a taxi. Li Xia replied. And you? We came by electric scooter, Lin Yu answered. Hearing this, Li Xia nodded. All right, then be careful on your way back. No worries. We'll wait until Teacher Li gets in the car before we leave, Lin Yu stated with a smile. Lu Linger observed the exchange, frowning slightly. As she knew Lin Yu well, there was a softness in Lin Yu's tone that was unmistakable. Linger, how are you getting home? Li Xia asked, shifting her gaze to Lu Linger. We'll also take a taxi, Teacher Li. Our ride is here. We'll leave first, Lu Linger said, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu. How embarrassing for you, Lin Yu. You didn't even make an effort to find me today. I can only imagine how humble you'll be when you try to reach out to me next time, Lu Linger thought, feeling quite displeased that she had lingered longer than necessary just to give Lin Yu a chance to approach her. Little did she know that Lin Yu had no intention of doing so. All right, Lin Yu replied, remaining silent otherwise. At that moment, Lu Linger shot Lin Yu a fierce glare before turning to leave. Watching Lu Linger's retreating figure, Lin Yu maintained her calm demeanor. In the car, Su Ro glanced at Lu Linger. Linger, do you really like Su Chen? After a moment of hesitation, Su Ro voiced her thoughts. Lu Linger scoffed at the notion. How could I? He.S. such a petty nuisance. Who would like someone like that? I can't stand him. When it came to Lin Yu, Lu Linger wished for Lin Yu to take the initiative to seek her out, but when faced with that wealthy heir, she found herself submissively doting on him. Money has an undeniable charm, which explains why it's often referred to as soft currency. But if you truly didn't care, why would you be so attuned to Lin Yu's every move? Didn't you notice how little you spoke during the gathering today? Su Ro pointed out. Lu Linger paused, slightly taken aback. Really? But girls are supposed to be reserved, she replied, unwilling to concede to the observation. Not all. It's just that I'm feeling a bit unwell today, sighed Su Ro. I believe that if you truly like him, you should take the initiative. After all, he has already taken 99 steps. What's the harm in us taking the final step together? With his heartfelt advice, her hope was for her friend to gain clarity about herself. Yet could Lu Linger truly absorb it? Oh dear, Ro, I really have no feelings for Lin Yu. Besides, I plan to marry a wealthy man in the future. Given Lin Yu's family circumstances, I think it's best to forget it. He can't even afford to pay for a house outright. Being with him would only bring me suffering. Su Ro glanced at her friend, sighed deeply, and concluded, well then, ultimately, this matter rests upon your own choice. The night passed without further conversation. The next morning, around 8 a.m., Lin Yu awakened from his slumber, ready to move into his rented accommodation near Jingzhou University. The distance was not great, and thus he carried only a few sets of clothes and some bed linens. With 2 suitcases, he made his way to the community entrance and boarded the prearranged ride-hailing vehicle, heading toward the university's dormitory area. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at his rented abode, which, after 2 days of cleaning, sparkled new. The feature Lin Yu cherished most about the apartment was the floor-to-ceiling windows, which bathed the living room in abundant sunlight during the day, imparting a languorous ambience while lounging on the sofa. Dragging his suitcase into the guest bedroom, which also served as his sleeping quarters, Lin Yu tidied up a bit before lying down on the bed. Soon, his phone buzzed with a message from Teacher Li. How's it going? Are you done unpacking? Do you want me to come over to help? Li Xia, clad in a pink pajama set, sat on her bed, exuding a refreshing and adorable charm. Upon reading the message, Lin Yu smiled and leaped from his bed, snapping a photo. Teacher Li, I've finished unpacking here. However, if you wish to come, I would be more than happy to welcome you. Li Xia chuckled softly at the message. Well, that depends on whether someone is actually welcoming. For some reason, she sensed a flirtatious undertone in the exchange, reminiscent of the playful banter found in romantic relationships. Of course, you're welcome. Shall I come pick you up? Lin Yu quickly suggested. All right then, she replied. The community where Li Xia resided was not too far from the dormitory, and upon her agreement, Lin Yu wasted no time in setting off. As Li Xia observed Lin Yu approaching, drenched in sweat, a smile crept across her face. No need to rush. I'm not going anywhere, she teased, handing him a tissue from her bag. Lin Yu scratched his head sheepishly. I just couldn't wait to see you. Teacher Li. He leaned in closer, prompting Li Xia to stifle a laugh. You still act like a child. Despite her words, her hands moved gently, and anyone observing might have mistaken them for a couple. Let us go see your new home. All right, Lin Yu replied eagerly as they got in her car. Li Xia did not possess a driver's license, and her family would not provide funds for driving lessons. After graduating and starting her own career, she had the means but lacked the desire to learn to drive. As they entered the community, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the pleasant scent that lingered around Li Xia. Wow, the room is quite clean, he exclaimed. Well, I had to make sure it was tidy, so you wouldn't complain about dirt when you visited. Please, I wouldn't think that way. She rolled her eyes, recognizing that their relationship had evolved beyond that of teacher and student, becoming more like equals. What are your plans for today? Today, primarily shooting videos. By the way, Teacher Li, take a look at the shooting schedule I prepared. Lin Yu's first series focused on transitioning from a regular class to an elite class. Li Xia skimmed through the document, noting, high school life, huh? Quite interesting. But isn't it somewhat divergent from actual high school experiences? As an English teacher in an advanced class, she knew the students were undoubtedly high achievers, but not quite the overachievers depicted in the script. Lin Yu chuckled. If we were to film reality, not many would watch. Short videos thrive on contrast, and that contrast brings joy to viewers. That's how I can attract more attention. Currently, Lin Yu had posted 2 videos on his account. The first garnered 4.32 million views, while the second reached 5.93 million, amassing 970,000 followers. He had successfully completed the initial phase of building his fanbase. And now it was time to launch the new series. That makes sense. You clearly understand this better than I do. Let us proceed with your vision. Would you like me to help with the filming? Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. I will be most grateful, my dear teacher Lee. During this phase of budding romance, employing terms of endearment, such as dear or baby, serve 2 purposes: to draw closer together and to gauge the other's reaction. If the response was shy or positive, it indicated mutual feelings. However, if met with sternness, it was time to reconsider one's pursuit. All right, then, my adorable classmate, let us get started. Sure. The filming location was set in the master bedroom, which had been modified to include classroom desks and chairs, a small blackboard, and a podium, all fitting within the spacious room. Thanks to their previous filming experience, Li Xia was now significantly more adept. Often, she knew instinctively where to position the camera, even before Lin Yu spoke. Their synergy was remarkable. Thank you for your hard work, teacher Lee. Lin Yu retrieved 2 glasses of iced tea from the refrigerator, her favorite drink. It's no trouble. I don't have much to do at home. Then, teacher Lee, please have a seat while I prepare dinner. They filmed for about 3 hours, completing 7 videos, though editing would follow, a task Lin Yu found manageable. He decided to eat first and edit in the afternoon. I'll help you with that. No, teacher Lee, today you're here to assist me. I can't let you cook. Just relax, and I'll have it ready shortly. Lin Yu gently pushed Li Xia's back, leading her away from the kitchen, of course, without exerting much force. All right, I'll listen to you. I suppose I have no choice but to comply. Li Xia felt the warmth of his hand, blushing slightly, and most importantly, his hand seemed to rest upon her shoulder strap. Contemplating this, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Sitting on the sofa, Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu in the kitchen, who was wearing an apron. It must be said, a boy in an apron is undeniably the most charming. Meanwhile, she was scrolling through her phone, and for some inexplicable reason, Li Xia suddenly felt a semblance of homeliness. In her mind, she envisioned herself as the wife and Lin Yu as the husband. If only there were 2 children to accompany them. Shaking her head vigorously, she chastised herself. Li Xia, what are you thinking? He is your student. Truly. How shameless. Yet, she couldn't help but indulge in the fantasies she had just conjured. However, it did evoke a sense of happiness within her. Chapter 13. The troubled princess welcomes her most loyal prince. In the afternoon, Lin Yu was engrossed in video editing in their rented apartment. After about an hour, the first video was completed, and he was quite satisfied with the editing results. Teacher Lee, could you take a look at this video for me? Coming. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Xia stood up and approached him. At that moment, Lin Yu had vacated his seat, allowing her to sit down and click play. The video lasted 35 seconds, and given it was the first of an entire series, Lin Yu had prepared meticulously. Watching the content unfold, a smile crept onto Li Xia's lips. She found the video quite amusing, with several moments that made her laugh unabashedly, especially Lin Yu's final shift. It was utterly captivating. This is great. I truly believe it can become popular. Wait, you're already nearing 100,000 followers. That is quite impressive. Lin Yu chuckled, but still a bit lacking. I hope to achieve even more. With 100,000 followers, he could already entertain business collaborations. Yet with only 2 videos and a short duration, no brands had approached him yet. But he was optimistic. Followers, business opportunities, and money would come in time. Once assured, Lin Yu clicked to upload the video. Next, he awaited the platform's review, which took about 5 minutes, and once approved, he stretched lazily. Li Xia observed him. How's it going? Feeling tired? Not too bad. Teacher Lee, shall we go out for a stroll? Sure, the weather is decent. We could visit Jingzhou University. It would be a nice preview of your future 4 years there. Oh goodness, teacher, if I don't get accepted, that would be so embarrassing. How could that happen? This year's exam papers are particularly challenging, and scores will undoubtedly drop a few points, so don't worry. Everything will be just fine. Her tone brimmed with encouragement. The 2 stepped out of the apartment and entered Jingzhou University through the back gate. Now that it was no longer during the pandemic, outsiders were permitted on campus. Strolling through the university grounds, Lin Yu glanced at Li Xia beside him. Teacher Lee. She turned to him. Lin Yu felt a bit shy about what he was about to say. Do you think we have the vibe of campus romance? Hearing this, Li Xia's ears flushed crimson. Campus romance? Reflecting on her own university life, a tumult of emotions surged within her. After her mother passed away, within 3 months, her father returned home with another woman, who brought along a girl. At that time, Li Xia believed the child was from that woman and her former husband, only to later discover that her father had been unfaithful for years, and this girl was the product of that infidelity. In that moment, It felt as though the world had crumbled around her. She struggled to accept that the father who had once doted on his wife and cherished his daughter was, in fact, a man who had been unfaithful for years, and even during her mother's illness, he had uttered cruel words to the other woman, questioning why she hadn't died yet. For young Li Xia, this was a staggering blow. Moreover, that woman continuously bullied Li Xia for the sake of her daughter, even attempting to erase every trace of Li Xia's existence in their home. Her father, wishing to avoid chaos, chose to acquiesce. But the sacrifice for this compromise fell solely upon Li Xia. Thus, she began boarding from her first year of middle school. Initially, her father would provide funds regularly. But over time, it became a rare occurrence, sometimes only every 3 or 4 months, with amounts barely covering her needs. Perhaps in his mind, she was someone who didn't require much. Consequently, on weekends, Li Xia would tutor others, occasionally encountering kind employers who would pay her promptly and even offer fruits or snacks. However, she also faced unscrupulous employers who claimed her teaching was inadequate, withholding payment and threatening to report her, only for the authorities to classify it as a financial dispute, leaving her to pursue legal action without the means or time. Thus, she had no choice but to accept her misfortune. Yet, the majority of people in the world were genuinely kind. At least, most of them were decent individuals. So such employers were few and far between, perhaps 1 or 2 out of 10. Through this ordeal, Li Xia navigated her middle and high school years. Eventually, she was accepted into Jiuzhou Normal University. However, lacking the funds to attend, despite it being a 985 university, it wasn't among the top 2, so no scholarships were available. When she approached her father for money, he claimed to be broke. Just when she thought her dreams of university might slip away, her homeroom teacher informed her about applying for student loans, which brought her a glimmer of hope. At least she could continue her education. While her roommates and classmates reveled in their precious university years, Li Xia was busy juggling this tutoring job and that one, striving to improve her financial situation. Eventually, her academic performance excelled, earning her numerous scholarships that ensured her sustenance throughout college and allowed her to repay her student loans even before graduation. Ultimately, she aspired to secure stable employment, enough to support herself. Having spent years in tutoring, she developed a fondness for teaching, which eventually led her to Jiuzhou One High School, a prestigious institution in the country. Yet, she realized that she had never experienced a campus romance. Her university days were consumed by relentless busyness. As she reflected on this, a hint of bitterness tinged her words. Now, I can say, I've navigated through countless trials, but the pain and insecurity of that time were all too real. Just then, she felt a hand clasping hers, catching her off guard. Li Xia looked up to meet Lin Yu's gaze, filled with warmth and determination. Teacher Li, it's all right. Our teacher Li is already shining brilliantly. She will bloom into the brightest flower in this world. Li Xia smiled softly. You silly, I'm not that remarkable. You are even more than I say. Let's go over there and take a look, Lin Yu suggested. All right, Li Xia replied, not releasing Lin Yu's hand. As they walked, Lin Yu frequently stole glances at Li Xia, his heart brimming with tenderness. Teacher Li, I promise to ensure that the rest of your life is smooth and peaceful. Though it might have seemed juvenile, it was genuinely Lin Yu's heartfelt aspiration. That evening, Lin Yu was at home analyzing his video statistics. It was no surprise that this series had propelled that particular vlogger to a staggering 10 million followers in his past life. Its quality and creativity were truly commendable. Just this afternoon, around 3 o'clock, the video had been released, and within a mere 5 hours, the view count had already soared past 2,890,000. It was estimated that within half an hour, it would surpass 3 million views. Lin Yu glanced at his own follower count, which had also reached 2,890,000. Having increased substantially in just a few hours. It appeared he had captivated quite a number of students. Pleased with the data, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he decided to take a photo and send it to Li Xia. I've seen it. Amazing. Li Xia responded with a voice message, her tone languorous, likely lounging in bed. Hearing her voice made Lin Yu smile. La la la. Teacher Li is my lucky goddess. Love, love, love. Flushing at Lin Yu's unabashed affection, Li Xia felt a warmth she did not mind. In truth, she was somewhat taken aback. Due to her father's influence, she had long held a distrust of men. She had always been pursued and confessed to countless times, yet she would reject each suitor, remembering how her father unconditionally sided with her stepmother and the illegitimate daughter. Yet, she couldn't fathom why she felt no aversion towards Lin Yu. Was it because of that fateful day when he appeared before her? She was unsure. On that day, she had witnessed the most horrifying scene, yet she also encountered the most comforting moment. The sense of safety she felt when they embraced was unprecedented. When her tears flowed, she couldn't discern if they were for the deranged killer or the grievances she had endured over the years. Come now, it's your own prowess that matters. Lin Yu's playful message made Li Xia chuckle. This guy always managed to make her laugh. So, are you editing videos tonight? She inquired. Indeed, while I'm in good spirits. I shall edit for a while longer. Tomorrow, I can sleep in, he replied. Is that so? Do you think I would be a distraction? Not at all. Chatting with teacher Li sharpens my mind and uplifts my mood. If you could watch me edit via video call, my editing speed might increase significantly. Li Xia smiled faintly at his message. In the next moment, Lin Yu received a video call from Li Xia. His face lit up with joy as he quickly accepted the call. Li Xia, dressed in a pink pajamas and seated in a chair with a book in hand, greeted him. Teacher, are you reading? Yes, I am. You edit, she replied. Of course, he affirmed. A serious young man must be the most handsome. Previously, Li Xia had dismissed this notion, believing that only the genuinely handsome could claim such a title. However, as she observed Lin use focused editing, she had to concede that he indeed radiated charm, a charm that was easily captivating. But a guy as handsome as you must be quite popular in college, she mused, feeling a twinge of unease. The book in her hands had remained on the same page for quite some time as she attempted to sneak a glance at Lin Yu, only to find him staring back at her, causing her cheeks to flush. Are you peeking at me? Not at all. I am merely being forthright. Have you finished editing the video? Not yet, he admitted, scratching his head. But I believe watching Teacher Li is far more important than editing. Teacher Li. He leaned closer to the screen and whispered, You are truly beautiful. Chapter 14. A tranquil passage of time, with a desire to embrace the following day upon awakening. Lin Yu's first action was to check his account statistics. The video he had released yesterday had surpassed 9 million views, making it the most viewed of his 3 videos thus far. With the explosive view count, his followers had also significantly increased, reaching 7,690,000. What an astonishing pace, he thought to himself. In his past life, it had taken him 9 arduous months to garner a mere 800,000 followers. Yet in this life, he had nearly reached that milestone with just 3 videos. It was evident that when one's abilities align with favorable circumstances, success comes swiftly. Of course, if one only had the wind at their back without the requisite skills, soaring would be a challenge. Thus, both opportunity and ability were essential components. He wondered if he would have the chance to surpass 1 million followers today. I must put in the effort to edit and release the video by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Currently, he was in the phase of accumulating followers, so daily updates were paramount. Once he amassed several million followers, the frequency of updates could slow to 2 or 3 times a week. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Feeling a little hungry after waking up, he thought of going downstairs for a meal. He took out his phone and messaged Li Xia. Teacher Li, are you awake? Before long, she replied with a photo, revealing her slightly disheveled appearance in pajamas. Her eyes barely open and her cheeks slightly puffy, indicating she had just risen. Even in such a state, Lin Yu found her beauty enough to outshine any star in the entertainment industry. Just woke up? Your follower growth is impressive. You are nearing 800,000 now. Li Xia expressed her surprise. She too scrolled through short videos and recalled that she had never encountered anyone with such meteoric growth. Not too shabby, just average. Lin Yu replied. Though Li Xia couldn't see his face, she imagined him wearing a smug expression, prompting her to think, this guy, so full of himself. In response, she sent a meme of a frying pan hitting someone. Lin Yu chuckled at her message. Teacher Li, I'm heading downstairs to grab some food. How about I pick something up for us to share? Li Xia smiled slightly. But you're such a big internet celebrity. What if someone recognizes you? She teased, adding a playful emoji. Huh, that won't happen, Lin Yu assured her. He gathered his laptop and phone before heading out. Just outside the community gate, there was a breakfast shop where he had eaten the previous morning, and he found the taste quite delightful. Boss, I would like 2 baskets of buns, a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, and a serving of spicy soup, please. All right, a total of 14 yuan. It's already scanned. Good. With breakfast in hand, Lin Yu made his way to Li Xia's place. By this time, Li Xia had also gotten out of bed, brushing her teeth and washing her face, as she didn't want Lin Yu to see her in such a disheveled state. Once she was ready, there was a knock at the door. Li Xia approached the door, peering through the peephole, and upon confirming it was Lin Yu, she opened the door. You're quite early. Aren't you afraid that Teacher Li might starve? Lin Yu exclaimed, holding up the breakfast. Just take a moment to rest. I'll grab some bowls and chopstick from the kitchen, he added. All right. Watching Li Xia, clad in her pajamas, head to the kitchen, Lin Yu took a deep breath. Honestly, even with no makeup, Teacher Li was simply stunning. Before long, Li Xia emerged with 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. What'd you buy? Soup dumplings, spicy soup, and century egg and lean meat congee. What would you like to drink, Teacher Li? Spicy soup, please. Done. Lin Yu poured the spicy soup into her bowl and handed it to her. At that moment, Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu's laptop, smiling. You're planning to stay here for a while today, aren't you? Hee, I couldn't help it. Without Teacher Li, I realized I couldn't edit or shoot videos at all. So, I beg you, please take in your adorable student for the sake of her career. To pursue someone, there are 3 key points. First, persistence. Second, shamelessness. And third, persistently being shameless. Clearly, Lin Yu had mastered these principles. Hearing this, Li Xia chuckled softly. All right then, I'll take you in. Great. After their exchange, they began to enjoy their meal. It was evident that Lin Yu had underestimated how ahead of the curve his content was on the current short video platforms. After finishing their meal, Lin Yu opened his back end and was astonished to discover that his views had surpassed 10 million. This rapid increase must have been due to promotions. Then, an idea struck Lin Yu as he opened Douyin. Indeed, his video was trending at number 3. Oh my goodness, Lin Yu gasped. This was an immense wave of traffic that he must seize. Without hesitation, he began editing, while Teacher Li sat beside him with a book in hand. One engrossed in reading, the other in work, they exchanged word occasionally. Although the atmosphere was calm, for some reason, Li Xia found this state of affairs quite enjoyable. Lin Yu, meanwhile, couldn't help but glance at Teacher Li from time to time, his thoughts drifting to the vivid red of her lips. And he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. However, while Lin Yu and Li Xia basked in this harmonious moment, Lu Linger was not as pleased. Upon seeing Lin Yu on her phone screen, she furrowed her brow. Wait, Lin Yu is making short videos now? How come I didn't know? In the past, Lin Yu would always inform Lu Linger about everything he was up to, yet now, after releasing 3 videos, she was completely in the dark. Moreover, the first 2 videos had a rather mocking tone. Lu Linger frowned. Is he insinuating something about me? In truth, Lin Yu had no such intention. Since his rebirth, he had little recollection of Lu Linger and had no time to dwell on her. Why would he focus on her when he could tease Teacher Li instead? Nonetheless, it was clear that Lu Linger thought otherwise. With this in mind, Lu Linger decided to call her friend Su Ro. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Linga? Do you know what time it is? Su Ro's tone was lazy, indicating she hadn't fully woken up yet. As expected, after graduation, most students had lost their biological clocks, often sleeping until noon. Ro, do you know that Lin Yu is making short videos? Su Ro was instantly alert. What? Short videos? Douyin? I saw Lin Yu's account today. Really? Quickly, tell me what Lin Yu's videos are about. Su Ro's curiosity was palpable as Lu Linger shared Lin Yu's account name. Wow, Linger! Lin Yu has so many fans now. They're already 1 for a million. And he's trending on Douyin. That is practically a social media influencer, right? And he's only released 3 videos. The first and second. At this point, Su Ro began to sense something was amiss. Is he mocking people? There was also a voice message from a girl. For some reason, Su Ro found the voice oddly familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. It was only natural that she couldn't recall, as Li Xia wouldn't typically speak to students in such a tone. Listening to this, Lu Linger frowned. I checked the posting times. It all started after graduation. Lin Yu is quite bold, not even telling me about this. Humph. Lu Linger was upset, yet the consequences? There were none. Su Ro coughed lightly. You know, I really don't know how to explain this. Maybe you two were in a Cold War during that time, and he didn't know how to approach you. That was the only explanation Su Ro could offer. What can I say? You turned him down, so why should he talk to you? Who do you think you are? Although this was a harsh truth, it was better kept unspoken. Lu Linger pondered for a moment, deciding against asking Lin Yu directly. Such a matter was too embarrassing to confront herself. Instead, she thought to ask Su Ro for help. What is up, Linga? Could you ask Lin Yu about his short videos? Also, who was the girl in the voice messages from the first 2 videos? Su Ro sighed. Linger, do you like Lin Yu? Like? No way. Really? Then why are you so concerned about him and wanting to find out who that girl is? Lu Linger frowned. Do I like him? Lin Yu is handsome, a top student, and treats me well, but his family background is rather ordinary, which doesn't quite meet my standards. However, now that he has over 1 million fans, he must be earning a lot. Perhaps his family situation is acceptable after all, but how could I ever admit that? Saying it aloud would be like slapping my own face. Ugh, I really don't like him. I'm just a bit upset. Even if we can't be a couple, we can still be friends, but this person... Su Ro shook her head. Linger, does he need friends? No, he doesn't And the way he treats you like a friend, it's more like a romantic interest. So hurry and find Lin Yu to clarify your feelings. Or else it might be too late. Lu Linger huffed. Absolutely not. I'm not going to him. He should come to me. Fine. Su Ro felt that all her words had been in vain. All right, I will inquire for you. But mind you, I may not necessarily uncover anything. Who doesn't know that she is Lu Linger's close friend? If she were to ask herself, it would indeed raise questions if Lin Yu were to divulge anything. Hence, it is merely an attempt. After hanging up, Su Ro accessed her chat interface with Lin Yu, only to find it utterly blank, devoid of any prior conversation. After a moment of hesitation, she sent a message, "Lin, the handsome guy, you've become an internet celebrity," followed by a dog emoji. Shortly after, she attached a screenshot of Lin Yu's homepage. Naturally, she could not inquire directly, otherwise, it would appear accusatory. Instead, she chose to initiate a casual conversation, intending to gradually broach the subject once Lin Yu responded. However, Lin Yu was oblivious to the message as he was engrossed in video editing. To maintain his focus, he had even muted his device. "Teacherly, could you take a look for me?" Lin Yu successfully completed editing one video and turned to Li Xia, who was nearby. "All right, do you want to publish it now?" "Not yet. I plan to post it at 5 p.m. The traffic will be higher then." 5 o'clock in the afternoon coincides with students finishing school and office workers ending their day, resulting in an increase in active users on the platform. Thus, Lin Yu intended to post during that peak time. "All right, I'll help you with that." Lin Yu then switched seats, occupying the spot where Li Xia had just been. To his surprise, the sofa was pleasantly warm, and the scent of teacherly lingered in the air, causing him to momentarily freeze. Why do you feel a bit like a creep? He quickly shook his head and picked up his phone. Indeed, several classmates and friends had inquired about his short videos, and Lin Yu had responded with vague remarks, expressing that he was merely experimenting and had not anticipated such good fortune. However, upon seeing Su Ro's message, he furrowed his brows. "Is Lu Linger the one who prompted you to ask?" He sent. Almost immediately, he noticed a new friend request. He opened it. "Hello. We are from a business collaboration firm, Mu Kaisha, primarily focusing on men's facial cleansers. We would like to discuss a potential partnership with you." Seeing this message, Lin Yu instantly became alert. Well, business inquiries have arrived. Chapter 15. The first time acting cute, Li Xia. How could I make such sound to a student? Mu Kaisha is a domestic company specializing in men's skincare products, with a range of items, primarily facial cleansers. After all, how many boys actually take care of their skin? Solely focusing on men's skincare could potentially lead the company to ruin. However, in the realm of men's facial cleansers, they maintain significant influence. Lin Yu conducted an online search and discovered that according to their information from last year, they sold a total of 82 million bottles of facial cleanser, which is quite impressive. Teacherly, it seems I'm about to receive a business opportunity. Lin Yu glanced at Li Xia. "Really?" Li Xia hurried over to Lin Yu's side, her tone filled with astonishment. "Indeed, Mu Kaisha just added me, indicating they're interested in a business collaboration. Lin Yu currently had over 1 million followers, and a single business deal could fetch around 100,000 yuan. Then accept it quickly. While earning from views has been lucrative over the past 2 to 3 years, in the years to come, as the platform stabilizes, revenue from views will diminish significantly, potentially leading to a point where no earnings come from views at all. Therefore, for a content creator, business collaborations are paramount." Lin Yu accepted the friend request. "Hello. I apologize for not noticing your request earlier as I was on a break." After a moment of thought, he added a few face-palming emojis. The other party responded swiftly. "No problem at all. We are from Mu Kaisha's advertising department. We came across your videos and found them truly creative. We would like to propose a business collaboration involving a product placement in your video. The specific offer is 150,000 yuan. Naturally, Lin Yu found this price highly acceptable. 150,000 yuan per collaboration? Indeed, the flow of traffic equates to quick earnings. Moreover, in the early stages of the platform, having a large follower base is rare due to minimal competition, thus commanding higher prices than in the future. Without exaggeration, this amount equaled an entire year's salary for his father. Li Xia, observing the figure, was equally astonished. "Wow, I knew advertising in short videos could be profitable, but I never imagined it could be this lucrative. 150,000 yuan per collaboration? That is half a year's salary for me. That is an extraordinary sum," she continued. "If you secure ads daily, you could amass a fortune in just 2 to 3 years. Hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled. "Teacher Li, it's not that exaggerated. Business deals don't occur every day. In reality, celebrating if I can land 4 or 5 collaborations a month would be quite the achievement. But it's not impossible. Perhaps brand will notice your strong sales ability and seek you out daily," she teased. If that happens, I despoil you every day." Teacher Li. Upon hearing this, Li Xia lightly swatted at Lin Yu. No way." When she playfully pouted, Lin Yu instinctively looked up. At that moment, Li Xia's cheeks flushed. No way." Lin Yu mimicked her tone, and Li Xia felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into a crevice. Why did I say that? How embarrassing. I've never acted cute before, and my first time doing so was with a student. In that instant, Li Xia felt that if she were to be punished for her actions, it should be by the law, not by this overwhelming embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, seated in the living room and observing teacher Li's retreat, couldn't he help but smile. His beloved teacher, Li, was indeed adorable. On the other side, Su Ro gazed at Lin Yu's message with a sense of resignation. As expected, he wasn't oblivious and had figured it out. At that moment, she hesitated before asking, "So do you still like Ling?" Upon reading this message, Lin Yu decisively replied with a single word, "No." Such a resolute response? Su Ro reflected on her friend's situation and sighed helplessly. It seemed he truly no longer held any feelings for her. Just as she pondered how to relay this to Lu Linger, a call from her came through. "Are you that eager? You even said you didn't like him." Su Ro sighed and answered the call. "Ro, how are you? Who is that girl? Do I know her?" As soon as the call connected, Lu Linger's voice came through. "Linger, well, Lin Yu isn't saying much, and I think it's best to let it be." His response was quite definitive. In Lu Linger's recollection, Lin Yu is a person who, once he has made a decision, remains steadfast in it. Therefore, it seems he genuinely no longer harbors any affection. "What?" Lu Linger paused slightly. "Well, you don't like Lin Yu anyway, so I suggest you let it go." Lu Linger hesitated for a moment. "Did Lin Yu say something to you?" "Yes, he asked if you had prompted me to inquire, and I affirmed it. Then he said, 'Forget it,' and when I asked if he still liked you, he responded with a no." As Lu Linger listened, she clenched her fists. Who would care for his affections? Our family is struggling financially. Even if he pursued me, I would never acquiesce. It's truly laughable. Her words were delivered with unwavering conviction, prompting Su Ro to sigh softly. Due to the sudden addition of a business engagement, a video had to be res-hot to incorporate this element. Consequently, Lin Yu had no choice but to prepare to return to his rented accommodation. "I'll accompany you," he offered. "I feel quite adept at filming now." Lin Yu smiled at this remark. Isn't that akin to our teacher Li's endearing antics? Li Xia shot a fierce glare at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu." At that moment, Li Xia placed her hand on Lin Yu's waist and gave it a gentle twist. This action, in more colloquial terms, was akin to breaching defenses. "Teacher Li, I was wrong." Watching Lin Yu's reaction, Li Xia felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She realized that Lin Yu had increasingly begun to influence her emotions, causing her to blush with just a single remark. "I'll go change my clothes. Please wait a moment." "All right," Lin Yu nodded vigorously. Observing Lin Yu, Li Xia recalled the way she had just acted coyly, which made her face redden once again. Today, Li Xia's attire was relatively simple, featuring a white t-shirt on top and form-fitting jeans below, giving her the appearance of a vibrant university student, which was fitting since, at her age, she was not much different from one. When Li Xia emerged from the bedroom, Lin Yu's gaze remained fixated on her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is it unflattering?" Li Xia's ears turned crimson, yet seeing Lin Yu's mesmerized expression brought her joy, as it at least confirmed her appeal. "Of course not. You look stunning, like a celestial being descending to earth." "You silly." At that moment, Li Xia gently ruffled Lin Yu's hair, and they had grown accustomed to such intimate gestures. "All right, let us set off. We'll aim to finish filming by this morning, so you can rest this afternoon." I will devote myself entirely to accompanying our teacher, Li, this afternoon." Li Xia's face flushed. "I don't want you with me." "Huh? Then who should accompany you?" Lin Yu leaned closer to Li Xia, and she smirked. Let me think about who to bring along. First, it has to be a handsome guy." At this, Lin Yu patted his own chest. "A handsome guy? It has to be me. Who else could be considered handsome in my presence?" Seeing Lin Yu's demeanor, Li Xia burst into laughter. "How shameless." "Secondly, wait a moment. Please tell me your ID number, so I can narrow down my choices." "Who says Teacher Li can't flirt? This Teacher Li is quite the charmer." At the very least, throughout their journey home, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth remained lifted. Li Xia wondered if Lin Yu was unwell. How could her single comment have such a profound impact? This was astonishing. Lin Yu had already communicated with the brand representatives. Since the video for today had been finalized, there was no time for filming and editing, so Lin Yu and the brand decided to postpone until the following day. They planned to film in the morning, edit in the evening, and release it the next day. While it would be tight on time, it was indeed profitable and worthwhile. After filming, Lin Yu and Li Xia simply cooked and enjoyed their meal in the rented apartment. "Lin Yu, why don't you consider learning to drive during the holidays?" While cooking, Li Xia leaned against the doorframe, her tone laced with curiosity. After all, many high school graduates chose to learn to drive during this break, which lasted 3 months. Hearing this, Lin Yu turned to Li Xia. "Teacher Li, if I recall correctly, you don't have a driver's license, do you?" "No, I don't. Why? How about we both register for driving lessons together? It might even be cheaper." "Cheaper?" Lin Yu was keen to join Teacher Li. After pondering for a moment, Li Xia replied, "That's not impossible, but where would we learn? I'm a bit lazy and don't want to travel too far." Li Xia scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Lin Yu thought for a bit. "Teacher Li, Isn't there a driving school on the way from your place to here? It seems quite large. How about that one? That works. Let us inquire this afternoon. Great. Perhaps due to her happiness, Lin Yu hummed a tune while cooking, causing Li Xia to smile softly. Are you that cheerful? Upon reflection, Li Xia couldn't help but laugh as well. It seemed she truly was quite happy. The joy stemmed not from the activity itself, but rather from the company with whom she engaged in it. Li Xia contemplated that doing something with Lin Yu indeed felt worthwhile. Chapter 16. Mutual Harm with Teacher Li. Li Xia had thought that after graduation, she would have little interaction with these students. However, fate is indeed a curious thing. At the moment of her greatest despair, that young man appeared before her, and they began to see each other daily. If a day passed without seeing him, Li Xia felt a sense of unease. What does this signify? Is it fate? At that moment, sunlight bathed Li Xia, who was seated behind Lin Yu on the electric bike, enveloping her in a languid warmth. Suddenly, she felt an urge to stretch out her arms, somewhat reminiscent of youthful exuberance. It felt so delightful. Riding the bike, Lin Yu caught sight of Li Xia extending her arms through the mirror, and a smile crept across his face as a sudden thought struck him. Abruptly, he grasped the brakes, causing Li Xia, caught off guard by inertia, to lurch forward. Lin Yu, were you doing that on purpose? Li Xia shot an indignant glare at him. Though her fierce demeanor lacked any true malice, she appeared rather adorable despite her anger. Lin Yu chuckled, having felt the softness he had just touched, and his mind wandered. Not all, Teacher Li, Li Xia huffed. I don't believe you. You did on purpose. You're so mischievous. She lightly tapped Lin Yu on the shoulder. I wish every day could be this joyful. Li Xia gazed at the sky, unable to contain herself. Of course it will. Why? Because I am the source of joy for our Teacher Li, ensuring she remains cheerful every day. The boy before her constantly uttered these melodramatic phrases, yet he seemed genuinely delighted by them. Observing his youthful but upright posture, Li Xia felt an urge to embrace him from behind. But was it permissible? Yet did it really matter? As Lin Yu rode his bicycle, he suddenly sensed a soft, warm presence against his back, and in the next moment, a pair of hands gently encircled his waist. Teacher Li, no talking. Let's head to the driving school. All right then. The route to the driving school was short, but Lin Yu wished to prolong it. The air was infused with the scent of concrete and steel, yet it carried a hint of sweetness that he couldn't quite comprehend, yet it brought him joy that lingered for quite some time. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and Li Xia arrived at the driving school. In this era, the cost of learning to drive was still relatively affordable. Normally, it would be 2,888 yuan per person, but if two people sign up together, they could each save 300 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yu and Li Xia did not haggle. They readily agreed. The next step was registration, and by the time they completed everything, it was already 5 p.m. The theory test was scheduled for Friday, but now it was Saturday, and 6 days felt somewhat tight. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Li Xia chuckled. Your freshly graduated mind is in peak form. 6 days is more than sufficient. After we finish the theory test, we can start learning the practical test together. How does that sound? Lin Yu nodded eagerly. I couldn't ask for more. You're such a fool. All right, let's go eat. The two returned to Lin Yu's place, opting not to dine out, as Teacher Li preferred to save money and thought a home-cooked meal would suffice. Teacher Li, let me take you home afterwards. I can manage on my own. Absolutely not. With me being so good-looking, what if I encounter a rogue? Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu. But I wouldn't feel at ease if you went back alone. Hey, it's fine. I'm a guy. If I run into trouble, I'll just turn the tables. Li Xia rolled her eyes. And what if it's a male rogue? At this moment, a chuckle escaped Li Xia, her tone playful. And Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard at her words. I hope that doesn't happen. Then I can only synchrosanthemum terrace in sorrow. Li Xia laughed softly. You fool. In the end, Teacher Li couldn't resist Lin Yu's insistence and allowed him to escort her home. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Li Xia looked at Lin Yu. Remember to message me when you get back. Sure, Teacher Li. Lin Yu nodded. Watching Lin Yu ride away on his electric bike, Li Xia shook her head. This guy. Yet, lost in thought, a smile crept onto her face. The following morning, Lin Yu successfully finished editing the video and sent it to the brand. Soon, a message from the brand arrived. We find it absolutely perfect. Shall we release it at 5 p.m. as discussed yesterday? Upon seeing this message, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. That works. The payment would be directly transferred to the author's back end, with taxes automatically deducted when the individual withdrew, which was a considerable convenience for independent creators without unions. Before long, his account reflected a sum of 150,000 yuan. However, after tax deductions, it would likely amount to around 120,000 yuan, which caused Lin Yu a twinge of regret. Next, he scheduled the video for a timed release. After handling these matters, Lin Yu checked his follower count. In just under 2 days, his account had amassed nearly 293 million followers. He mused that perhaps by the time university commenced, he might surpass 10 million followers. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yu messaged Li Xia, "Teacher Li, my business video is all set, just waiting for the afternoon release." In no time, Li Xia responded with a sticker. Awesome. Seeing her message, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Any plans for this afternoon? Studying for the theory test? A second message from Teacher Li arrived moments later. That is indeed the plan. What about you, Teacher Li? Quickly, she sent a screenshot of her phone, displaying the app for driving test preparation. Lin, I've already started, accompanied by a dog emoji. Teacher Li, you're too competitive. What can I say? I'm getting older. Alas. I must be the early bird. That is true, Lin Yu playfully teased. Lin Yu, though it was only text. Lin Yu could almost hear the playful tone in Li Xia's response, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Mission accomplished. I have left a profound impression on Teacher Li today. At 5 p.m., the video successfully launched on the platform, thanks to Lin Yu's substantial following of over 2 million. Within just 10 minutes, the video garnered 54 million likes, over 3,000 comments, and 8 million views. Observing these figures, Lin Yu nodded appreciatively. It appeared that these metrics would indeed satisfy the brand. Li Xia was also monitoring the video's performance, feeling a sense of joy at the numbers, as she wished for Lin Yu's continued success. On the other hand, Lu Linger was less than thrilled. Upon seeing that the new video included advertisements, her brows furrowed. They're advertising now? How much does that cost? Unable to ask Lin Yu directly, she hesitated before searching online, typing, "How much does advertising cost for Douyin with 2 million followers?" The results quickly populated, with the first few entries being various hospital advertisements. Lu Linger scrolled through the first half of the page until she found the information she sought. 80,000 yuan? Is that so much? She gasped. Such income seemed excessive. Of course, if Lin Yu were present, he would retort, it's not that little. In reality, business rates for creators with 2 million followers varied greatly, largely dependent on the type of content. If the videos were merely suggestive, the large follower count might not translate into strong engagement, especially if the audience was predominantly male with limited purchasing power. Consequently, the rates offered would be lower. In contrast, Lin Yu's content, characterized by its narrative and visual appeal, attracted a dedicated audience, thereby commanding higher business fees. Such creators were particularly favored by advertisers. As fate would have it, the next day, Lin Yu received another business proposal. "We are from a food delivery service and have noticed your impressive video metrics. We would like to discuss a potential collaboration." Their proposal involved the incorporation of advertisements, though not directly for their platform, but rather for distributing coupons. According to the words of the other party, by redeeming coupons, they can increase their order quantity. For such a company, they offer substantial financial incentives, like 200,000, and upon the approval of the video, the payment is made directly. This is certainly a significant benefactor. Lin Yu was attentively listening to their needs, with an earnest demeanor. After meticulously discussing the details, Lin Yu commenced filming. It was remarkably smooth. Within 3 days, 2 business deals were secured, which was quite astonishing. Li Xia sat on the sofa, teasing Lin Yu about how the other party had visited her less than an hour ago and was already preparing to leave. Lin Yu sighed. "Teacher Li, why do I feel like your place is my lucky charm? Every time I come here, there's business. How about, in light of your adorable students, I stay here?" Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu, realizing he clearly wished to reside there. The memory of Lin Yu staying over flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Although nothing had transpired, he had seen her back exposed. The thought was rather embarrassing. Not a chance. "Well, once I move, you can come stay." Lin Yu raised his head. Then, "Teacher Li, when are you moving?" "That's uncertain," she replied, suppressing a smile. Lin Yu sighed again. "Oh no. Teacher Li has turned mischievous. Even though you're earning quite well now, you must refrain from extravagance. After all, you haven't graduated yet and don't grasp how difficult it is to earn money, so you must save wisely." Li Xia expressed her concern, aware of Lin Yu's youth and the ease with which he seemed to be making money. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly. "I understand, Teacher Li. I will definitely not spend recklessly. I need to save." Li Xia looked at him. "What are you saving for?" "For a house, of course, so that I can invite Teacher Li to move in." Lin Yu's self-satisfied expression elicited a smile from Li Xia. "You intend to have me move in? What does that imply? Marriage?" The image of herself in a wedding gown at a ceremony, with a serious-looking man in a suit in the distance, flashed in her mind. "Oh my, Lin Yu." Her face instantly turned crimson. "Am I really fantasizing about marrying Lin Yu?" Lin Yu, noticing her flushed visage, approached her playfully. "Teacher, why is your face so red? Have you thought of something?" Li Xia shook her head vigorously. "No, absolutely not." "Is that so?" Lin Yu smirked, clearing his throat. "Teacher, Are you envisioning the scene of marrying me? Li Xia looked up at him, incredulous. Is Lin Yu somehow reading my mind? How could he think of such a thing? Not at all. You're still a child, she insisted, stubbornly. A child? Teacher, I'm not a child anymore, all right? Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu's trousers, noticing their bulge, and coughed. You're indeed a child. Lin Yu sighed, reflecting that if they were truly together, he would need to prove himself. For now, however, he could only endure being labeled as a child. Seeing Lin Yu's defeated expression brought joy to Li Xia. Let Lin Yu call me old again. Chapter 17, A Heartfelt Confession. With Teacher Li present, I am at ease. In the following days, perhaps due to Lin Yu's routine lifestyle of filming videos, writing scripts, and visiting Teacher Li or vice versa, along with preparing for the first subject exam, time flew by swiftly for Lin Yu, like a fleeting shadow. During this period, the date for checking exam results was officially set. Lin Yu, we'll check the results on Friday afternoon. Li Xia and Lin Yu were chatting over video call. Unlike other graduates, Lin Yu was not particularly eager about the results, as he had already experienced this in his past life and knew what to expect. Listening to Li Xia, he recalled his previous self, filled with anxiety and anticipation, hoping for a score of at least 620. Otherwise, he would consider retaking the year. Ultimately, he scored 648, and when his parents inquired about him retaking the exam, he firmly declined, as he truly did not wish to endure the grueling experience of senior year again. Yes, Teacher Li, I'll come to your house on Friday afternoon, and we can check the results together. Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. You won't be with your family during such an important moment? She asked with a smile. My parents are both at work. I'll be home alone. Excluding them, the most important person to me is you, Teacher Li. Hearing this made Li Xia blush. Although she recognized Lin Yu was teasing her, it brought her delight. Silly. All right, after the exam, we can eat out and then come to my house. I'll be there to witness this significant moment with you. Lin Yu's lips curved into a smile. I shall borrow some of Teacher Li's good fortune. Li Xia chuckled. What good fortune do I have? Indeed, our Teacher Li is my lucky goddess. Oh dear, no wonder I haven't won millions in the lottery yet. It seems you've stolen my luck. Li Xia's remarks were clearly in jest. As for the exam on Friday, Lin Yu felt no concern, having been a seasoned driver in his past life. Besides, an 18-year-old mind is indeed quite sharp. Consequently, Lin Yu scored 99 on the first subject, while Teacher Li scored slightly lower at 95, and both successfully passed. Shall we have lunch at my house? Li Xia asked, noticing Lin Yu waiting at the door. Absolutely. Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. Silly, let us go. It was the same electric bike. Li Xia sat on the back, observing Lin Yu's silhouette as she smiled. Are you nervous? Lin Yu understood she was referring to the college entrance exam results. For countless senior students, this day was likely the most nerve-wracking, as it would determine many significant aspects of their future. Not really. With you around, I feel at ease. Li Xia gently wrapped her arm around Lin Yu. Do not worry. Although everyone emphasizes the importance of the college entrance exam, in reality, it is merely a small matter in the grand scheme of life. Years later, you may realize that scores do not dictate much. Li Xia sensed Lin Yu might be putting on a brave front, so she offered her comfort. Lin Yu smiled at her words. Teacher Li, is it possible that I'm genuinely not nervous? Indeed, it is quite possible that my sense of security stems from the presence of Teacher Li beside me. As long as she is around, I feel at ease. At this moment, Lin Yu extended his hand and gently grasped Li Xia's hand. It was so smooth, and the embrace was quite comforting. Li Xia felt the warmth radiating from Lin Yu's palm, and her cheeks flushed. Yet, she did not withdraw her hand, allowing Lin Yu to hold it. Perhaps, as Lin Yu suggested, his presence brought her comfort, so she decided to let him feel a bit more at ease. After graduation, the class group had grown rather quiet, but the anticipation of the results this afternoon revitalized it, with many expressing their nervousness. Who wouldn't he feel anxious, after all? Prompted by Teacher Li, Lin Yu approached the dining table at precisely 2:50 p.m., opening the laptop that Li Xia had prepared for him. The screen displayed the results query page. It was clear that the scores would not be available yet, as the education department had specified that results could only be checked at 3 o'clock. He entered his personal information, and once assured that everything was in order, he set the mouse down, awaiting the appointed hour. Meanwhile, Li Xia had gathered the admission scores and rankings from the past 3 years for Juzhou University, preparing to share them with the class once the results were released, providing a reference for their future applications. Time passed gradually, and before they knew it, 3 o'clock had finally arrived. Lin Yu, it's time to check, she urged. He nodded in response. Dragging the mouse, he gently clicked the query button. Having entered his information beforehand, the page began to load. However, due to the influx of millions trying to access the site simultaneously, the transition was rather sluggish. After approximately half a minute, the page finally refreshed. Mathematics, 145, English, 128, Chinese, 129, Comprehensive Science, 246. The total score amounted to 648, with a provincial ranking of 4,836. Lin Yu gazed at the figures, a slight smile gracing his lips. The other scores remained relatively unchanged, quite similar to his mock exam results. Yet the drop of nearly 20 points in comprehensive science was somewhat disheartening. Your scores are quite commendable, Li Xia remarked. 648 points, ranking within the top 5,000. Wait, let me show you last year's admission scores for Jiuzhou University. She quickly pulled out her phone to look it up, while Lin Yu rested his chin on his hand, admiring the way she engaged with the data. There was something captivating about her. Before long, Li Xia finished her search. She looked up to find Lin Yu staring at her, causing her cheeks to redden. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked, somewhat flustered. "I just find Teacher Li rather enchanting." "You are quite beautiful," he replied, making her smile. "There will be plenty of time to admire me later. For now, let me tell you about the admission scores for Jiuzhou University over the past 3 years. Let's start with automation. In the first year, they admitted 52 students, with the lowest rank being 6823. The second year at this moment, Li Xia truly embodied the role of a high school teacher. Lin Yu nodded along. In truth, the admission rankings fluctuated minimally each year, typically within 1,000 ranks. Based on the information from the past 3 years, Lin Yu was assured that he could confidently select majors such as automation, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and computer science. With these scores, gaining admission to Jiuzhou University for these disciplines posed no problem. Mechanical, electrical, and automation engineering might not be as sought after as computer science, but their prospects were nonetheless promising, whether in state-owned enterprises or private sectors, far superior to many other fields. In that case, my first choice will be Jiuzhou University, with mechanical engineering as my primary major, followed by electrical engineering, automation, and computer science. The remaining two can be adjusted later. I'll just indicate my willingness to accept any alternatives. Huh? Li Xia paused slightly. You're not going to deliberate a bit more? You've made your decisions rather swiftly. Most students would typically ponder for quite some time. Yet, Lin Yu had settled on his choices within mere minutes. A remarkably quick decision. He nodded in affirmation. Once I've decided, it's Jiuzhou University for me. I want to stay in Jiuzhou. This way, I can see Teacher Li whenever I wish. Upon hearing this, Li Xia recalled Lin Yu's earlier remark about wanting to remain in Jiuzhou, seemingly motivated by her presence. A warm current flowed through her, recognizing that she had become someone else's steadfast choice. All right, then let us proceed with that application. For safety's sake, let us also include a few schools and majors ranked beyond 10,000, just in case. Lin Yu nodded eagerly. Understood, Teacher Li. As he considered Jiuzhou University, Lin Yu's thoughts drifted back to the day he and Li Xia had wandered through its campus, a smile forming on his lips. The anticipation was palpable. They were still teacher and student then, yet Lin Yu felt certain that soon they would transition into a romantic relationship within those very halls. Now, quickly inform your family about your results. They've probably been waiting anxiously, Li Xia urged. Lin Yu took a screenshot of his scores and sent it to his father, mother, and Uncle Chun. He then inquired about Wang Dun's scores, which were also satisfactory at 594 points, ensuring his admission to Jiuzhou University of Science and Technology, a respectable 211 university. His parents were elated, acknowledging that although Lin Yu faced a setback in his comprehensive science score, it did not significantly impact his chances. At the very least, his admission to Jiuzhou University was secure, garnering their full support for his choices. Meanwhile, Lu Ling'er and Su Rou sat together. Ling'er, your score should suffice for Jiuzhou University, but I noticed you'd only be able to select majors under the category of materials, and frankly, the name alone suggests a potential for unemployment post-graduation. If you choose Jiuzhou University of Science and Technology, your options would expand significantly, including fields like finance. Lu Ling'er pondered this for a moment. But Jiuzhou University is a top-tier institution, while Jiuzhou University of Science and Technology is merely a 211. The rankings differ greatly. No, I'll opt for Jiuzhou University. After all, even its general programs hold considerable prestige. At that moment, Lu Ling'er resolved to ensure her admission to Jiuzhou University. By the way, Ro, where are you planning to apply? Me? I'm aiming for clinical medicine at the first medical university of our province. My ranking is approximately 3,000 places higher than last year's admission cutoff, so it should be quite stable. Su Rou had aspired to study medicine since childhood, and now that her scores met the requirements, she was determined to proceed with her first choice. Then you'll stay in Jiuzhou as well? That's wonderful. We can go shopping together, every day. Two individuals exchanged a smile. Yet at that moment, Lu Ling'er suddenly harbored a thought. Where could Lin Yu be headed? Contemplating this, Lu Ling'er glanced at her phone screen, where numerous individuals were discussing their scores and the universities they aspired to attend. She scrolled from the beginning to the end, but found no trace of Lin Yu's voice within the group. Ro, Lu Linger turned her gaze towards Su Ro. What's wrong? Which university do you think Lin Yu might choose? Surprised by the question, Su Ro hesitated. I'm not entirely sure. Wasn't Lin Yu aiming for the Magic City? Perhaps she would opt for a university there? Is that so? Lu Linger reflected on the screens of both her and Lin Yu's phones. Since that day, they had lost all contact. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Linger refrained from sending a message. Instead, she opened her chat with Wang Dun. If Lin Yu wouldn't disclose her plans, surely inquiring through Wang Dun would pose no issue. Wang Dun, do you happen to know which university Lin Yu is attending? Chapter 18. The Search by Teacher Li. What are the signs of having feelings for someone? On the other end of the line, Wang Dun furrowed his brow. I'm not certain about that. He cleared his throat before continuing. How could you not know? You and Lin Yu grew up together. How could you possibly be unaware of her whereabouts? Wang Dun sighed at her words. Let us just say I'm being somewhat tactful. What do you mean? Lu Linger's brow knitted in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp his implication at first. Because I prefer not to disclose it. With that, Wang Dun abruptly hung up. What person? Back when my brother confessed, you turned him down, and now you're so eager to pry into Lin Yu's life. What is this? A game of push and pull? After ending the call, Wang Dun glanced at the essay in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he decided it was best to inform Lin Yu about the situation. Thus, he dialed her number. The call connected instantly. Hello, fatty? What's up? Lin Yu's clear voice resonated on the other end. Wang Dun coughed slightly. Mumu Lu Linger just called me. Why did she call you? Lin Yu inquired. Puzzled. She asked me which university you're attending. You didn't tell her, did you? No. I simply said no comment and hung up. Lin Yu nodded. Good thing my brother is reliable. All right, that is settled. By the way, what are you doing at home? Ahem. I'm preparing for the civil service exam. At this, Lin Yu paused slightly. In her past life, her brother had also started preparing 4 years in advance for the exam, and after 4 years of diligent effort, he successfully secured a position in the provincial department. After all, Jingzhou was the third-ranked city economically in the nation and the capital of the top-ranked province. So the benefits of being a civil servant were quite appealing. For someone like Wang Dun, earnings could reach around 200,000 a year, and with additional housing funds, the total income could amount to 300,000 annually. While not lavish, it was certainly a stable and comfortable life. Thus, in this life, Lin Yu refrained from interfering too much in her brother's journey, as he had seemed quite content with his previous circumstances. You're still the ambitious one. Oh, it's mutual. You're now a major internet celebrity with 5 million followers. What do I even count as in your presence? Wang Dun teased lightly. Oh, just average. Lin Yu chuckled, while Li Xia observed her with a slight smile. This person, seemingly so joyful, yet speaking so casually, did she not exude an air of pretentiousness? Meanwhile, Lu Linger frowned at the abruptly ended call. What kind of people are they? Lin Yu lacks manners, and so does Wang Dun. No wonder people say that individuals gather in groups. Beside her, Su Ro was at a loss for words. The story of Lin Yu's failed confession was well known. Those with pride likely wouldn't harbor further feelings. Thus, Wang Dun's response seemed quite reasonable. Let it go. Don't be upset, Su Ro said, glancing at Lu Linger. Suddenly, she recalled what her friend had mentioned that day. Could it be that Lin Yu's rise as an internet celebrity, potentially leading to substantial earnings, was a reason Lu Linger felt she could pursue Lin Yu? If that were the case, she might support Lin Yu and Wang Dun's relationship. However, such thoughts were best kept to herself. Voicing them would only inflict pain. Her friend would not take it well. Lu Linger felt a pang of discontent, rooted in a simple truth. Sometimes, when you admire your goddess, she may find you bothersome. Yet, when you cease to flatter her, she might find it unsettling, especially if she hasn't yet discovered someone superior. The disparity was stark. At present, Lu Linger found herself caught in such a chasm. Lin Yu inherently possessed commendable qualities. Despite an average background, her short videos had garnered her nearly 5 million followers, making Lu Linger believe that perhaps they could reconnect. If Lin Yu truly had not encountered anyone better, then perhaps a relationship could blossom. Lu Linger's heart believed she was extending a significant opportunity to Lin Yu, yet unexpectedly, Lin Yu seemed uninterested in pursuing any further connection, leaving Lu Linger feeling unwell. Such a person was overly concerned with benefits, neglecting emotions. Lin Yu was not in need of that. Alas, tomorrow we return to school. Li Xia sighed, glancing at the messages in the teachers group. Lin Yu looked at her. Haven't you all graduated from high school? True, but teachers still have matters to attend to, like compiling grades and analyzing this year's performance changes. It feels like I'm paying for past sins in this life as a high school teacher. Seeing the look of lament on Li Xia's face, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Teacher Li, please pay more attention to your adorable student. Just looking at me might brighten your day. Li Xia shot a glance at Lin Yu. What if it makes me angrier? Lin Yu, propped up on the sofa, gazed at Li Xia with a pitiful expression. Teacher, please go easy on me. I'm worried about your hands. Upon hearing this, Li Xia gasped in shock. What else with Lin Yu? He has a rather masochistic vibe. Doesn't he? It's terrifying. That evening, Lin Yu finally returned home, as it was customary to do so after receiving exam results. Son, have you settled on Jingzhou University? His mother asked, a tone of curiosity lacing her words. Yeah, Mom, staying in Jingzhou is quite nice. This way, whenever you miss me, I can come back whenever you wish. His mother smiled. That's my thoughtful son. By the way, I noticed your short videos are quite successful. You have over 5 million followers and even advertisements. Lin Yu coughed softly. That's wonderful. Finally, my mother remembered to ask. At last, I can put on a show. It's not bad, really, just an average level. I've secured 5 business deals, effortlessly bringing in 800,000. Sigh, it's merely mediocre. Lin Yu gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly unimpressed by the achievement. What? How much? Lin's mother exclaimed, her eyes widening. 800,000, he replied. This is data from my backend. Lin's parents exchanged a glance, visibly taken aback by the figure. They were rather traditional in their thinking, believing that effort should correspond to income. They had not anticipated that their son could earn nearly $1 million just by filming a few videos, which left them in a state of disbelief. In reality, with the advent of the internet economy, such conventional thinking has become outdated. After all, in recent years, there have been numerous young individuals shaking things up on platforms, initially dismissed as unserious. Yet, when they struck gold, many were left envious. How long do you spend on it? It's not too bad. At first, it took me 3 or 4 hours to produce a video due to inexperience, but now, practice has made it easier. I can manage in about 2 hours without it interfering with my studies. That's good. You must graduate smoothly from university. Understood, Mom and Dad, you can rest easy. Lin Yu smiled. After a brief conversation with his parents, Lin Yu returned to his bedroom and opened the chat interface with Teacher Li. Teacher Li, would you like a video call? Already missing me, so soon after parting? At this point, Teacher Li had become quite adept at playful banter with Lin Yu. Reading the message, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. I was just worried Teacher Li might be shy about missing me. So I took the initiative to contact our Teacher Li. Our family. Li Xia blushed at the phrase. It's not yours yet. So, does Teacher Li mean in the future? Upon reading the message, Li Xia's face flushed deeper. This guy certainly knew how to exploit the loopholes in her words. After a moment's contemplation, unsure of how to respond, Li Xia decided to initiate the video call. The call connected. At that moment, Li Xia was clad in her green pajamas. Teacher Li, why did you change into pajamas? What happened to the pink ones? I've worn them for 3 or 4 days. They definitely need a wash, or they smell. What's wrong with this outfit? How could there be anything wrong? Our Teacher Li looks stunning in anything she wears. At that moment, Lin Yu observed Li Xia, pondering how much more striking her legs would appear in black stockings. However, it was evident that such thoughts were unnecessary for now, as Teacher Li was quite traditional. Tomorrow afternoon, our school will have a session for filling out college applications. Are you coming? College applications? Not particularly interested, but if Teacher Li wants to see me, I'll go. Tell me, Teacher Li, don't you want to see me? Lin Yu lifted his gaze, his eyes bright with anticipation. Hearing this, Li Xia's face turned crimson. Not all. We see each other every day. I'm tired of you. Really? Li Xia's gaze met Lin Yu's, and her cheeks were so flushed they could practically drip with water. Indeed, Li Xia cleared her throat. Anyway, I'll be at school tomorrow afternoon. After saying this, perhaps feeling shy, Teacher Li hastily ended the call. Lin Yu chuckled softly at the abruptly terminated conversation. How could Teacher Li be so adorable? A little teasing makes her shy. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu took out his phone. Teacher Li, tomorrow I'll present myself in the most dashing manner before you. Upon reading the message, Li Xia's cheeks flushed once more. At that moment, Teacher Li repeatedly scrolled through the previous chat logs, puzzled as to why the phrase I miss you had slipped from her lips so effortlessly. She hesitated for a moment before opening Baidu and typing in, "What are the signs of liking someone?" That night, Li Xia tossed and turned. 4 Baidu's results indicated that her current behaviors aligned with being in love. It seemed that she truly had feelings for Lin Yu. Chapter 19. Are you two flirting while we're in a meeting? The next day, Lin Yu woke from his slumber, as Teacher Li was heading to school for work. Lin Yu could not disturb her in the morning. Thus, he busied himself at home filming videos. His first series had gone viral, and Lin Yu's growth trajectory was remarkably vigorous. In less than 20 days, his follower count had soared to 6.3 million. However, he was contemplating launching a second series. The first series resonated with students, providing a sense of catharsis. The second series, he planned to title the Working People series. Soon, Lin Yu opened his computer, retrieving the scripts and storylines for the new series he had jotted down in recent days, titled What If I Were the Sales Champion of a Company. After skimming through the contents, he began filming. By midday, Lin Yu had successfully recorded 3 short videos, though they remained unedited. Glancing at the time, he realized he could only take a break for lunch. Perhaps due to being alone, he found himself missing the time spent dining with Teacher Li. However, the thought of seeing her in the afternoon filled him with a sense of eager anticipation. Before heading to school, Teacher Li had sent Lin Yu a photo in which she wore loose-fitting wide-leg pants paired with a simple teal short-sleeve top. Lin Yu felt that this outfit perfectly suited Teacher Li's demeanor, casual yet stylish. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lin Yu boarded the subway to Jingzhou No. 1 High School. Located in the heart of the city, renowned as the best high school in Jingzhou and a prestigious institution nationally. As Lin Yu approached the school's entrance, he felt a surreal sense of nostalgia, as if he had stepped into a time warp. It had been years since his last visit, and everything seemed unchanged from his memories. Just as Lin Yu was about to step through the school gates, a familiar voice called out, "Lin Yu." Upon hearing this voice, he furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing it belonged to Lu Ling. Turning around, he confirmed that it was indeed Lu Linger and Su Ro. Lin Yu hadn't expected Lu Linger to be here today. Academic performance was crucial, but choosing the right major was even more vital. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one's choice of major would determine 99% of their future. Every subsequent step was intricately tied to this decision. They were all ordinary individuals, eager to hear expert advice. Hence, Lu Linger and Su Ro had come today. "Is there something you need?" Lin Yu asked Lu Linger, maintaining a calm demeanor, his expression neutral. "I want to talk to you." Hearing this, Lin Yu's brow knitted in concern. "Talk. I don't see much to discuss with you." Lin Yu felt no necessity for conversation with her. Be friends? Be a sycophant? Having been burned once in a past life, he was unwilling to suffer a second time. Having voiced this thought, Lin Yu turned to leave when another voice rang out. "Lin Yu, could you refrain from being so petty? Did I not just reject you? However, we can still be friends." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a sigh. He turned to Lu Linger. At that moment, Su Ro was holding on to Lu Linger, urging her to cease her words. After all, Lu Linger was not directly confronting Lin Yu. She was acutely aware that Lin Yu harbored no feelings for her at present. Linger's actions were merely self-inflicted suffering. "You are quite an intriguing person. You profess your feelings, only to have them rejected, and now you wish to be friends. I regret to inform you that I currently harbor no intentions towards you. Please do not interfere with my life." With that, Lin Yu turned away, displaying an extraordinary nonchalance, as though the woman before him held no sway over him, which, in truth, was indeed the case. Strolling along the school's avenues, a plethora of memories surged forth. After all, he had spent 3 years here. Every blade of grass and tree had long been familiar to him. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and made his way towards the auditorium that Teacher Li had mentioned. This auditorium was vast, capable of accommodating around 3,000 individuals. As Lin Yu entered, he noticed a considerable number of people already present, including some acquaintances. "Oh my, the internet celebrity has arrived." His classmate, Wang Jun, greeted him with a beaming smile. "Oh my, our provincial top 100 is here." The two exchanged pleasantries. Wang Jun was the second in their class, ranking 68th in the province during the recent college entrance examination. As Lin Yu recalled, Wang Jun had opted to study automotive engineering at the capital university, convinced that the future of new energy would undoubtedly rise, thus taking a gamble on his studies. This decision proved to be remarkably sound, as the automotive sector at Capital University promised lucrative prospects. In fact, Wang Jun's final annual salary, combined with stock incentives, approached 3 million, placing him firmly among the high-income brackets. Actually, it should be ranked 68th. Lin Yu chuckled softly at this revelation. Just as he remembered, Wang Jun was quite the silly type. However, in the future, Wang Jun's fate would be different, perpetually engrossed in work, constantly on business trips and drinking. He ultimately succumbed to a brain hemorrhage after returning to the office, having only slept 4 hours a night for 3 consecutive days. The last time Lin Yu saw him was at his funeral. A 35-year-old man left behind a widow and orphans, and that automotive company, eager to avoid a public scandal, compensated them with 14 million, which could be considered a blessing in disguise, allowing this bereaved family to sustain themselves. "What are you pondering?" Wang Jun inquired, looking at Lin Yu with a grin. "I was contemplating how to appear effortlessly composed." "You rascal, where do you intend to go? I heard during our recent gathering that our class leader wanted you to head to the capital. Do you truly feel nothing?" At this, Lin Yu glanced at the class leader seated in the front row and shook his head. "No. The capital is a place for geniuses like you and the class leader to unleash your talents. I am content to remain in Jingzhou." At that moment, Lin Yu spotted Li Xia emerging from the corridor. Today, Teacher Li wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of mature elegance. In any case, keep striving. You are already successful in your career, while we have yet to achieve anything. Lin Yu cleared his throat. By then, your career will surpass mine. Not likely. Just then, Li Xia became aware that Lin Yu seemed to be looking at her. Initially, she intended to offer him a smile, but noticing someone nearby, she held back. Lin Yu, understanding her well, recognized the situation and could not help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, though he suppressed his laughter. They were quite close privately, yet in front of classmates, decorum must be maintained. After all, having just graduated, should rumors arise about an intimate relationship between a female teacher and a student, it would undoubtedly embroil Teacher Li in considerable trouble. Therefore, love requires restraint. Today, the school had invited a renowned expert on college entrance examination applications, and as soon as he began to speak, Lin Yu chuckled. Students, there exists a major with perfect employment prospects and exemplary salaries. That major is Lin Yu glanced at the screen behind the expert, where 4 large characters appeared: civil engineering. Few would anticipate that by the end of next year, civil engineering would face its final curtain call. By that time, civil engineering would truly be finished. Currently, civil scores could compete with those of finance and computer science. However, in the future, civil engineering would rank among the lowest in terms of scores within the school. Lin Yu turned to Wang Jun. Are there many in our class considering civil engineering? He inquired with curiosity. Not many. After all, we are a key class, and our grades are quite commendable. We cannot resort to construction sites. If necessary, we would settle for a second-tier university with a respectable major. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Construction sites are places even dogs avoid. And what about you? What major are you planning to pursue? I am considering computer science, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and automation. Those are the options available. Currently, mechanical and electrical engineering are my top choices. Lin Yu shared his thoughts. We are on the same page. I plan to study automotive engineering. It is indeed a promising major, as the new energy vehicle sector is developing rapidly. I believe it will become a significant trend in the future, so I hope to catch the last train. By the way, old Lin, I feel that the golden period for computer science has passed, coupled with various unemployment risks. Thus, I would advise against pursuing computer science. Fields like mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and automation seem quite appealing. Wang Jun's assessment was indeed quite accurate. Otherwise, Lin Yu would not have placed computer science at the end of his list. All right, I will ponder this carefully. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Yu took out his phone and navigated to the chat interface with Teacher Li. Teacher Li, Li Xia, seated in the front row, looked at her phone screen, momentarily taken aback. After confirming that no one was watching her, she hastily replied, Nothing much. Just wanted to tease you. Upon reading the message, Li Xia's lips curved into a faint smile, and she selected a playful emoji to send in response. Lin Yu quickly typed a few more words. What to do? I find myself missing you a bit. Oh my. Li Xia did not expect Lin Yu to be so bold as to send her such a message at this moment, yet she felt a tinge of shyness. There are people around. Once this concludes, I won't have anything else to do. You can take my keys and head to my place first. Who told Lin Yu to think of her? Thus, it can only be this way. Lin Yu read her message with surprise, delighted by this unexpected turn of events. All right. No need to ask you. Love you. Naturally, the last 2 words were not text, but an emoji. During the ambiguous phase, one could send a similar emoji to gauge interest. Tested and proven effective. Li Xia looked at the emoji, her cheeks flushed. How annoying. As Lin Yu observed the messages returning, a subtle smile graced her lips. Seated in the front row, Li Xia could not continuously gaze at her phone. So she set it aside and listened attentively to the expert on stage elucidating the current specialization. Nearby, a male teacher was watching Li Xia. Teacher Li, do you have time later? I would like to treat you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Li Xia turned to the male teacher, whom Lin Yu also recognized as the homeroom teacher for the first-year students, primarily teaching mathematics. He possessed commendable teaching skills and had a rather amiable disposition. From a student's perspective, Lin Yu would deem him a splendid teacher. However, from the standpoint of a rival, Lin Yu felt an urge to metaphorically chop him into pieces. Teacher Chun, I'm sorry, but I have an appointment this evening. Is it with a boyfriend? Teacher Chun instinctively inquired, only to realize afterward that he might have been overly presumptuous. My apologies. Not at all. Well, he's not quite my boyfriend yet, Li Xia replied, a hint of shyness illuminating her face, suggesting that perhaps the relationship was on the verge of blossoming. Teacher Chun paused momentarily, contemplating this revelation. Yet at that moment, he sighed, recognizing that he seemed to have no chance whatsoever. His curiosity piqued. What kind of young man could possibly be worthy of such a perfect woman as Teacher Li? After 2 hours, the professional lecture finally concluded. In truth, it had little utility. The content was information readily available online. And, as a prominent high school, surely the students were capable of conducting their own research? What they truly sought was insight into the profession's inner workings, yet none was provided. Nevertheless, Linyu had already made her choice. So despite the lack of valuable information, she remained unfazed. Here, take the keys. In a corner, Li Xia handed Linyu the keys to her home. Linyu accepted them graciously. What do you wish to eat, teacher Li? When we return, I shall showcase my culinary skills, ensuring you have a delightful meal awaiting you. Oh dear, our Linyu truly embodies the qualities of a virtuous husband and father, Li Xia teased, prompting Linyu to clear his throat. Did you not say I was still a child, teacher Li? Linyu emphasized the word child with a playful tone, creating an air of suspense. Li Xia chuckled softly at his words. This person truly holds a grudge. Chapter 20. The most beautiful scenery upon returning to Li Xia's neighborhood. Linyu made his way directly to the supermarket, purchasing a fish and 2 pounds of ribs. Perhaps deeming the selection too rich, he also acquired some greens. Satisfied with his haul, he paid and returned to the community. Linyu intended to prepare braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried vegetables. A perfect plan. Upon opening the door to his home, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air, emanating from Li Xia. A smile crept onto Linyu's face. What is happiness, one might ponder? Perhaps this is what it truly means to be happy. Yet, a lingering regret remained. His age prevented them from marrying. Reflecting on this, Linyu felt a sense of helplessness. However, with time, everything would be worth the anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Xia completed her remaining tasks, which took over an hour. Riding her electric bike home, she was about to enter the community when she suddenly spotted a young man in shorts and a t-shirt pacing at the entrance. It was Linyu. She approached him on her bike. Why aren't you waiting for me at home? It's so hot out. Look at you drenched in sweat. Hearing her words, Linyu's lips curved upward. I just came outside to enjoy the scenery. Is that so? What are you still doing here when the most beautiful scenery has already returned? Li Xia couldn't help but chuckle, unable to suppress her laughter. You, in your words. Hop on. I'll take you back. All right. Linyu settled into the back seat as the vehicle slowly started moving, and soon they arrived at the elevator. How was the lecture today? Well, honestly, I found it of little use. The information he shared was all readily accessible online. We wanted insights into job prospects and salaries, yet he divulged none. Paying so much for this feels like a loss for the school. Linyu coughed lightly and continued. Most students who attended today shared the same sentiment. If that is the case, we could have just searched online without attending. Indeed, with your scores, you needn't concern yourself with the specialty. Just unthinkingly pursue those few majors. True. As Linyu and Li Xia conversed, they descended the elevator. Upon entering the apartment, Li Xia was greeted by the enticing aroma of dinner laid out on the table. Did you really cook all this? So quickly? Li Xia exclaimed as she approached the dining table, marveling at the feast before her, colorful and aromatic. It's not too bad. I thought it prudent to have dinner ready for you upon your return. I fear that if you lived with me, I would gain several pounds in a month. That wouldn't be so bad. A little extra weight could be quite advantageous, don't you think? Linyu remarked, glancing at Li Xia. I've already gained weight. Just look at my little belly. At that moment, Li Xia playfully grabbed her abdomen, which, while slightly plump, was perfectly normal and would ensure a cozy womb, preventing coldness. Li Xia was surprised at her own actions. Though she had never been in a relationship, she was not naive. She realized this was behavior typically reserved for close friends or a boyfriend. Suddenly, memories of last night's restless search for information online flooded her mind. Was she inadvertently treating Linyu as her boyfriend? The thought made her cheeks flush. That little belly is rather endearing, you know. In your eyes, is there anything about me that isn't adorable? Linyu shook his head. That's not the case. Li Xia shot him a pointed look, clearly demanding a more thorough explanation. Even the excrement is not adorable. Li Xia balled her fist. Linyu, you're insufferable. Dinner is almost ready. After their meal, Li Xia proceeded to wash the dishes while Linyu settled onto the sofa to continue his editing. Not long after, Li Xia returned and sat beside him, her smile brightening as she gazed at Linyu. Are you not returning home tonight? Linyu lifted his head, his face flushing. Had his thoughts been so easily discerned? Teacher Li, I'm feeling quite lazy. All right, if you're not going home, I'll fetch out the summer quilt for you. Sounds good. Li Xia turned her head, shaking it in disbelief. Her boundaries had certainly diminished in Linyu's presence. Had someone told her in the past that she would find herself sharing a bed with her student, not once but twice, she would have deemed it impossible. Li Xia entered the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and retrieved the summer quilt she had previously used for Linyu during his last visit. She spread it across the bed before making her way to the living room. Settling onto the adjacent sofa, Li Xia languidly reclined. Are you still editing? She inquired, her tone brimming with curiosity. Indeed, this time of the new series, just testing the waters. After all, we cannot rely on a single series alone. It would be prudent to develop multiple series, as this might accelerate the growth of our fanbase. What series is it? She asked. If I were the sales champion of the company, would you care to take a look, Teacher Li? Sure. Li Xia positioned herself beside Lin Yu and clicked the play button on the screen. As she watched the video, a smile crept across her face. It feels on par with your first series. Indeed, it all hinges on whether the series can gain traction. Lin Yu currently has a foundational fanbase. Truth be told, as long as the subsequent quality remains consistent, there should be no issues. Of course, we must also be cautious with our remarks to avoid any controversies. Otherwise, we might face a ban by the next day. However, Lin Yu's life has been remarkably smooth, devoid of any dark past. Thus, there's little to worry about. Just a need for careful discourse to sidestep any gender conflicts, and life should proceed smoothly. Lin Yu, I see in your script that you'll be cross-dressing soon. At this moment, Li Xia suddenly had a thought, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face flushed. Teacher Li, let me clarify, it's not cross-dressing. I will merely be portraying the mother of the male character in my video. Alright? ISNT, that's still wearing women as clothing? Li Xia teased, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Cross-dressing? Lin Yu? TSK, TSK, TSK. I must admit, I'm quite looking forward to it. Li Xia regarded Lin Yu earnestly, acknowledging that his looks were indeed striking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he rivaled top idols, perhaps even surpassing them. It was likely he would look splendid in women's attire. Teacher Li, you seem eager. Are you looking forward to it? I'm just happy that I might have a sister bond with. Lin Yu glanced at Li Xia. Then, shall we take a bath together as good sisters? What do you think? At that moment, Lin Yu wrapped his arms around Li Xia, deliberately speaking in a higher pitch, which surprisingly felt quite natural. Yet, considering he was a boy, Li Xia felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Ahem, Lin Yu, perhaps we should skip that. Why not? I want to see. They playfully bantered for a while, before heading off to shower. After their baths, Li Xia returned to the bedroom, watching Lin Yu seemingly fiddling with the television. Teacher Li, it's still early. Shall we watch some television? Sure. Li Xia often felt that today had an unusual sense of domesticity with Lin Yu, as if they were truly living together. After dinner, the couple lay on the bed watching television. Wasn't this the epitome of an old married couple? Wait, what else do married couples do? Li Xia's cheeks flushed. Teacher Li, what's wrong? Nothing. Li Xia quickly shook her head, determined not to voice the inappropriate thoughts that had just crossed her mind, for fear that Lin Yu would mock her. Then, Teacher Li, what do you think of this variety show? Running Man seems quite entertaining. All right, let us go with that. Lin Yu, don't forget to register. By the way, have you finalized your choices for schools? Yes, Teacher Li. I've decided on Jingzhou University of Science and Technology, Jiuzhou Petroleum University, and Jingzhou University. Those are the three. Jingzhou University of Science and Technology and Jiuzhou Petroleum University are both located in Jingzhou, and both are 211 universities. To put it plainly, Jingzhou University is a sure thing. But to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, I've chosen Jingzhou University of Science and Technology and Jiuzhou Petroleum University as backups. All right, just remember to register when the time comes. Got it, teacher. Don't worry. Thus, the two of them quietly watched the variety show, and before they knew it, drowsiness began to creep in. They turned off the television and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Lin Yu felt a slight numbness in his arm, an uncomfortable sensation. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered Li Xia's head resting on his arm. In her slumber, Teacher Li appeared to pout her lips adorably. Lin Yu picked up his phone and activated the camera. With one hand holding the phone, he cautiously reached out with the other, gently placing it against Li Xia's cheek. Wow, so soft, quite pleasant. At that moment, Lin Yu focused intently on Teacher Li, confirming she was still asleep before he gently pinched her cheek. This feeling was truly indescribable for anyone who had not experienced it. Quick as a flash, Lin Yu captured the moment with a photograph. However, he still wished to pinch her cheek again. Just as he was about to repeat the action, he noticed Li Xia's eyelashes flutter slightly. In the next instant, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yu seemingly pinching her cheek, a smile graced her lips. Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. I'm sorry, Teacher Li, I need to use the restroom. Watching Lin Yu flee in a panic, Li Xia couldn't help but laugh aloud. Chapter 21. Teacher Li's lips are incredibly soft when kissed. As Lin Yu stepped out of the room, he glanced at his hand, instinctively raising it to his nose to inhale. Uncertain if it was merely a psychological suggestion, he felt as though his hand carried the fragrance of Li Xia, which made him smile slightly. He proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, and upon exiting, he found Li Xia in the kitchen, donning an apron. Teacher Lee, are you preparing to cook? Yes. Since we have to go for the second driving test today, let us tidy up quickly and head out. We should aim for a shaded spot while the roads are still not crowded. Now that it was the graduation season for seniors, many graduates were learning to drive. If they arrived late, they would have to endure the scorching sun, which could easily lead to sunburn. By the way, I'll spray some sunscreen on you later. On such a hot day, if you skip it, you'll probably end up 3 shades darker after the test. While preparing the meal, Li Xia chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at her. I'm not worried. I'm not particularly fair-skinned. You, Teacher Li, should focus on your skincare. Your complexion is so fair, it's almost translucent. Lin Yu's conversation had become increasingly audacious, taking on a teasing tone. Yet, Teacher Li seemed to enjoy it. She turned her head to look at Lin Yu. Are you drawing from experience, huh? Li Xia was clearly referring to the events of the morning, causing Lin Yu's face to flush. Teacher Li, that was merely a moment of weakness. He protested. Besides, you'd sleep on my arm all night. Li Xia's face turned red as she turned away. I did not. Lin Yu smirked at the sight of her blushing ears. Soon, the meal was ready. Today, Teacher Li had prepared a simple menu of century egg and lean meat porridge, alongside some vegetables and steamed buns. Although simple, the flavors were delightful. After finishing their meal, Lin Yu washed the dishes while Li Xia gathered her belongings for the driving school. A small fan, essential oil, and some toilet paper. Finally, Teacher Li opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of chilled mineral water. At this moment, Lin Yu had already tidied up the kitchen. Lin Yu, let me apply some sunscreen on you. In truth, boys are rather indifferent to such matters. After all, they tend to lead a more rugged lifestyle. The most respectful routine for boys when going out for girls consists of washing their hair, using facial cleanser, and finally spritzing on some perfume. Aside from this, there is little else to it. Lin Yu obediently sat on the chair, and at that moment, Li Xia appeared before him with sunscreen in hand. Lin Yu, I had seen noticed before, but now I see your skin is quite good. Li Xia commented, surprised by the quality of Lin Yu's complexion. Not at all. It pales in comparison to Teacher Li's. You're just being smooth-tongued. All right, close your eyes. I'm going to spray the sunscreen. Lin Yu dutifully shut his eyes. In the next moment, he felt a darkness enveloping him, followed by a familiar fragrance, Teacher Li's scent. Cautiously, Lin Yu opened a small gap between his eyelids and perceived that Teacher Li seemed to be gazing at him. What was she looking at? Lin Yu was uncertain, yet he noticed a hint of blush on her cheeks. Teacher Li, my eyes seem a bit uncomfortable. Lin Yu suddenly spoke, causing Li Xia to pause momentarily. What's wrong? Did something get in there? Lin Yu, don't move. Let me blow on it. Lin Yu nodded. Upon seeing the tension in Li Xia's eyes, Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. As Li Xia leaned closer to Lin Yu's eyes, preparing to blow gently, she suddenly sensed a fleeting wetness on her lips. She had been kissed by Lin Yu. Their eyes locked in mutual surprise, neither making a subsequent move. In the restroom, Li Xia stared at her reflection in the mirror, her face flushed beyond reason. The moments from earlier replayed vividly in her mind. She had just been kissed by her student. Had it been anyone else, Li Xia would have likely been furious or even called the authorities, but it was Lin Yu. Did she feel any resistance? No. If she had, she wouldn't have allowed it to linger for so long. Yet, a sense of shyness enveloped her. After all, Lin Yu was her student, and she was his teacher. What did that mean for them? A teacher-student romance? However, reflecting on their usual interactions, she felt that it seemed almost inevitable, especially since she had always been rather indulgent towards him. Perhaps it was because, when he made requests, she found it difficult to refuse. After all, if she had denied him, they wouldn't have shared the same bed on 2 occasions. Li Xia reached up to touch her flushed cheek. It felt so warm. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the restroom. Teacher, are you all right? Is everything okay? As she heard the voice, Li Xia snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation at the thought that this fellow was concerned about her. Her first kiss had just slipped away like that. The thought made her want to vanish into thin air. I'll be out shortly. Okay, teacher. Lin Yu stood outside, equally surprised by what had just transpired. He had simply lost control of his emotions. A few minutes later, the restroom door swung open, and Li Xia emerged, glancing at Lin Yu, who was scratching his head at the entrance, unsure of what to say. What could she possibly say? Should she scold him for his behavior? Yet, the sensation of the kiss lingered pleasantly in her memory, especially the fluttering feeling it had evoked within her. So, should she express that such behavior was permissible in the future? That was even less appropriate. Who knew where it might lead? Thus, Li Xia found herself at a loss for words. Teacher, I'm sorry about earlier. Lin Yu felt compelled to apologize, but before he could finish, Li Xia interrupted. All right, let us not dwell on this. We should head out now, or we might miss our spot. With that, both Lin Yu and Li Xia resolved to temporarily set aside the incident and make their way to the driving school. The day was particularly hot. Fortunately, Lin Yu and Li Xia had arrived at the driving school early, allowing them to find some shade. They settled down in a cool spot. The second driving test was relatively simple, with only a few key points to master. After a brief period of practice, it posed no significant challenge. Thanks to his prior driving experience, Lin Yu adapted quickly. After just a few instructions from the instructor, he had no further issues. Naturally, the instructor was unaware of Lin Yu's reincarnation, perceiving him merely as exceptionally gifted. Wow, your grasp of this is impressively swift. Li Xia teased, watching Lin Yu with a playful tone. Just doing all right. I'm the world's third best. Lin Yu pretended to blow on an imaginary fringe. Li Xia gently punched him playfully, reminiscent of a couple's tender interaction. However, with many students practicing that day, it was fortunate for the two of them to get on the car, even once in an hour. Throughout this time, Lin Yu often stole glances at Li Xia's lips, reminiscing about the softness of that morning's kiss. Pleasant and comforting, yet he could clearly sense her inexperience. It was likely her first kiss. As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously swallowed hard. Li Xia, too, caught fleeting glances of Lin Yu, and when she noticed him bite his lip, her ears flushed with warmth. Was he savoring the memory? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Li Xia felt her heart racing. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. Teacher. Hearing this voice, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Su Ro's voice? Upon realizing it was indeed Su Ro, Lin Yu furrowed his brows. Su Ro and Lu Ling'er were close friends. Whenever Su Ro appeared during holidays, Lu Ling'er was never far behind. Oh, Ling'er. Li Xia was equally taken aback to see her students here. Fortunately, she and T engaged in any intimate behavior with Lin Yu earlier. Lin Yu sensed the weight of someone's gaze upon him. It was Lu Ling'er. He lifted his head. Teacher, are you and Lin Yu here to learn driving? Yes, it's our first day, and I didn't expect to run into so many classmates. Li Xia refrained from mentioning that they were here together, given their special statuses. If it were 2 or 3 years post-graduation, there would be no need for such discretion. But having just graduated days ago, it was better to maintain some distance. I see. Lu Ling'er scrutinized Lin Yu and Li Xia, sensing an odd tension between them, although she couldn't quite articulate what felt amiss. Ling'er, Ro, have you two decided on a university yet? Li Xia seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Teacher Li, we have made our decisions. I have chosen the first medical university of Jingzhou, while Ling'er will attend Jingzhou University. Upon hearing this, Li Xia was taken aback. Jingzhou University? Ling'er, are you also going to Jingzhou University? Lu Ling'er curiously glanced at Li Xia. Teacher Li, who else from our class will be attending Jingzhou University? Lin Yu is also going to Jingzhou University. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling'er turned her gaze towards Lin Yu. Jingzhou University? Lin Yu has chosen Jingzhou University as well? Does this mean we will be at the same school? Lin Yu observed the expression on Lu Ling'er's face, his brows furrowing in concern. Surely, she couldn't believe that his choice was influenced by her. To be fair, when he decided on Jingzhou University, only a few names crossed his mind, his parents and Teacher Li. Beyond that, Lin Yu hadn't considered anyone else. Teacher Li, it seems quite a number of students from our class will be attending Jingzhou University. I estimate there will be several. After all, they were in a key class with commendable grades. Lin Yu recalled that in his past life, many classmates had also gone to Jingzhou University. That is true. Jingzhou University does seem quite appealing, and our city is developing rapidly. If it weren't for those top 2 universities, staying in Jingzhou would be an excellent choice. Teacher Li was oblivious to the past grievances between Lin Yu and Lu Ling, merely recognizing them as ordinary classmates. Had she been aware, she wouldn't have mentioned Lin Yu's university choice at all. Indeed, Lu Ling'er nodded, her mood suddenly brightening after several days of gloom. Perhaps she felt that Lin Yu chose Jingzhou University because of her. Otherwise, he would have gone to the magic capital. Su Ro observed the smile on her best friend's face, and a vague understanding began to dawn upon her. However, if the two could be at the same school, perhaps there would indeed be opportunities in the future. At that moment, Su Ro turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what major are you planning to pursue? Me? I haven't decided yet. I'm still contemplating. Lin Yu refrained from voicing his true thoughts, knowing that with Li Xia present, he wouldn't maintain such a congenial demeanor. Realizing he couldn't practice driving for the time being, Lin Yu stood up. Teacher Li, I need to use the restroom. Li Xia chuckled at this. It's not class time. Go ahead. Hee, I was just worried you might have to come rescue me if I got stuck in there, Lin Yu joked. Li Xia rolled her eyes and playfully swatted Lin Yu's backside. You are insufferable. Hurry along. All right, Lin Yu turned to leave, while Lu Ling'er watched the interaction between him and Teacher Li with a mix of emotions. For some reason, she felt a twinge of unhappiness. It seemed that something she believed should belong to her was being shared so intimately with another, leaving her feeling uneasy. Teacher Li, I also need to use the restroom. All right, I'll come rescue you later, Li Xia replied. Lu Linger smiled at this, while Su Ro cast a knowing glance at her, understanding that her friend likely intended to talk to Lin Yu. Shortly thereafter, Lu Linger arrived at the restroom door, quietly waiting for Lin Yu to emerge. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was unaware that Su Ro had followed him as he exited the restroom and was met with Lu Linger standing at the entrance. Lin Yu felt exasperated. What a narrow path for adversaries. He contemplated pretending not to see her and completely ignoring her, but Lu Linger reached out, blocking his way. Lin Yu, do you find this amusing? Chapter 22. Are your feet sweaty? Teacher, please reward me. Lin Yu furrowed his brows. Did I not just decline your invitation once? Is it necessary to react this way? Every time you see me, you ignore me. Aren't you being a bit too petty? Lu Linger regarded Lin Yu with dissatisfaction in her tone. It seemed she felt she had given him numerous chances, and yet he never appreciated them. This thought made her feel an unjust sense of grievance. Lin Yu, listening to her, was utterly speechless. How could she still feel wronged? How shameless could one be? Lin Yu sighed, pondering how to convey that he truly harbored no feelings for Lu Linger. In his previous life, he had feelings for her at this point. But what did that have to do with his current self? Let me ask you, why did you apply to the same university as me? Lu Linger inquired. Looking at Lin Yu, he raised his gaze, meeting hers. Jingzhou University? Yes, but weren't you always wanting to go to the magic capital? Why are you going to Jingzhou University with me? Lin Yu was baffled by her audacity to say such a thing. First of all, my desire to go does not equate to a commitment to attend. You dreamed of attending Tsinghua or Peking University as a child. Did you ever go? Secondly, I'm not going to Jingzhou University because of you. My grades took a hit this year, and my scores in the comprehensive subjects dropped significantly. Given these circumstances, staying in Jingzhou and choosing Jingzhou University maximizes my benefits, so my choice has nothing to do with you. Lin Yu spoke the truth, omitting only one detail. Staying at Jingzhou University would mean he could see Teacher Li every day. Couldn't he say that, though? Lu Linger frowned at his words. You're talking nonsense. Lu Linger, do you really hold yourself in such high regard? Not everyone attending Jingzhou University is enamored with you. I have my own life to lead and no interest in playing foolish games with you. Do you understand? Lin Yu looked at Lu Linger with disdain, and upon hearing this, her expression darkened. In short, I have no feelings for you. I have my own decisions in life to pursue, and none of this concerns you. So please, stop overthinking things, understood? After saying this, Lin Yu turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and looked back at Lu Ling. Do not inquire about me through my friends in the future. I do not wish for them to misunderstand, and also, do not let your friends come to find me. With this final statement, Lin Yu departed without lingering. As for Lu Linger in his past life, Lin Yu had been quite the sycophant, but this time, he resolved to change course. He only wanted to be responsible for those who cared for him, to earn a living. As for the rest, it was none of his concern. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Lu Linger's eyes turned red. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to fall. Due to her striking beauty, Lu Linger had been spoiled throughout her life, with every boy around her being courteous and presenting their best selves. Yet Lin Yu was the first to treat her this way. With this thought, she clenched her fists. What is this? Do you think I am entirely dependent on you? Ridiculous. Just wait. I will definitely find someone better than you. As she said this, Lu Linger tightened her fists. However, Lin Yu remained oblivious and uninterested in any of it. When Lin Yu returned, Su Ro was momentarily taken aback. Why hasn't Su Ro returned? Could it be Su Ro didn't directly inquire, but found an excuse to head to the restroom as well? This left only Lin Yu and Li Xia together. Why didn't you come to rescue me? Lin Yu listened to the words and smiled briefly. He chuckled, recalling Teacher Li, prompting him to speak up. At that moment, Lin Yu shifted his chair, and Li Xia glanced in the direction where Su Ro had departed, ensuring that the latter remained oblivious, and breathed a sigh of relief. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Lin Yu smiled. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I'm merely discussing the matter of my college applications. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth curled upward slightly. You indeed. Li Xia exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Yu. The two engaged in light-hearted banter when suddenly, Lin Yu's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Yu furrowed his brow at the sight of the unknown call. Who could it be? He answered, hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Lin? Yes, who is this? Greetings, we are from Changchong Automobile, and we wish to discuss some business matters with you. Automobile business? Lin Yu perked up at this, immediately shaking off his drowsiness. Is it regarding a new model of your brand? Indeed. We would like to ask if you could help us with an advertisement. Would that be possible? Certainly. Shall we exchange contact details for a more detailed discussion? They both shared their contact information. Li Xia looked at Lin Yu, a slight smile forming on her lips. Is this another venture of yours? Your speed in earning money is rather enviable. Lin Yu chuckled. Teacher Li, there's no need for envy. I might not always be in the limelight, If my account fails to generate income one day, I've already contemplated selling it and pursuing a civil service position. Li Xia couldn't help but laugh at his words. Goodness. You, with over $1 million a month, are now considering becoming a civil servant? Tell me, are you from Shandong? Lin Yu coughed lightly. I didn't expect you, Teacher Li, to uncover my secret. In truth, I'm a bit of a misfit. Hearing this, Li Xia chuckled, realizing how effortlessly Lin Yu could engage with her, which was quite comforting. Well, I adore misfit beans. Come, let me have a taste. Without hesitation, Lin Yu leaned in. Teacher Li, feel free to sample. This part is the most delectable. Li Xia's face flushed. Sample? Kiss? Observing her shy demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't contain his laughter. Teacher Li, you can't be this playful and inexperienced. Li Xia shot him a mock glare. Just you wait at home. Their banter carried a familiar warmth, reminiscent of an old married couple. Lin Yu nodded. All right then. I shall wait, freshened up for you. Teacher Li. Li Xia sighed in exasperation, amused by his silliness. He was certainly different from how he behaved at school. Meanwhile, Su Rou was comforting Lu Linger. Linger, what's wrong? Please don't cry. Did something happen? If something's wrong, you can tell me. Su Rou's voice brimmed with concern. Having known each other for such a long time, it was the first time Su Rou had seen Lu Linger in such distress. She was puzzled about what could have transpired to upset her friend so. Could it be something Lin Yu said? Rou, Lin Yu said that he no longer likes me. Su Rou sighed at this revelation. As I suspected. But you did mention that you rejected Lin Yu with the notion of seeking something better. Thus, it's only natural for him to lose interest. Well, Linger, once you attend Jingzhou University, you'll realize there are many better boys than Lin Yu. We can find someone with even greater qualities to make Lin Yu jealous. Will there be? Lu Linger pondered. Lin Yu is quite handsome and seems to have considerable wealth as well. The reality is, while there may be boys who are more attractive than Lin Yu, they likely won't match his affluence, and vice versa. However, this was the best comfort Su Rou could offer. Yes, I must find someone more handsome and wealthier than Lin Yu, and I will make sure to reject him first, so it looks like I never fancied him. Lu Linger clenched her fists, determination evident in her voice. Lin Yu had already finalized the communication. It was simply a matter of incorporating their advertisement into a video, which would last around 15 seconds. Having watched numerous videos in his past life, Lin Yu was well-versed in seamlessly integrating advertisements. Thus, he swiftly adjusted the script for the video. Satisfied with his revision, Lin Yu nodded. Are we filming this afternoon? Li Xia asked curiously. Yes. The sponsor has provided the funds, so we must proceed with the shoot. Lin Yu replied with a cough. That's great. How much did the sponsor offer you? Lin Yu extended 5 fingers. 50,000. Li Xia inquired, intrigued. That a bit stingy, considering other brands start at 150,000. Lin Yu shook his head. No, it's 500,000. Ah, so it is indeed a car manufacturer, quite generous. Li Xia's eyes widened at this revelation. No wonder Lin Yu referred to them as daddy sponsor. Goodness, with such funds. Perhaps I could call them that too. They're truly wealthy. Lin Yu chuckled. He felt as though he had seized the fortuitous tides of time and circumstance. And with a plethora of promising series in his mind, he anticipated a prosperous future. In due time, he would amass a fortune, investing in stocks set to soar in value, thus paving his way. What do you think? I believe so, which is why we need to film this afternoon. Teacher Li, would you like to practice driving with me? Li Xia contemplated. Initially, with Lin Yu present, she could practice, but without him, it seemed less appealing. After some thought, she shook her head. I feel like I practiced enough for the morning. Let's resume tomorrow. I'll rest this afternoon. Lin Yu understood her intent. She wished to spend time with him. Considering this, he asked, Dear Teacher Li, could you assist me with the filming? As for compensation, of course, I shall prepare a delectable meal myself. Li Xia's lips curled into a smile. Deal. After practicing driving, Lin Yu and Li Xia returned to his place instead of hers, as they had filming to attend to that afternoon. Since Li Xia frequently visited Lin Yu, a pair of lady slippers had been prepared for her, and she naturally slipped into her own. This is the first time I feel exhausted from learning to drive. It's tiring to operate the clutch. Lin Yu glanced at Li Xia's white socks, pondering a question that had long intrigued him. Why were girls' white socks so pristine, unlike his, which turned dark after just a few days? Teacher Li, may I give your feet a massage? Li Xia looked at him, shaking her head. No, that would be inappropriate. There's bound to be a smell after being outside all morning in shoes. It's all right. I consider this a reward, Lin Yu insisted, eliciting a giggle from Li Xia. Lin Yu, I have noticed that you are quite different in private compared to your demeanor at school. You might say this indicates a certain reserved flamboyance, don't you think? Li Xia teased, to which Lin Yu shook his head. No, Teacher Li, I merely exhibit a straightforward flamboyance. At this moment, Lin Yu was seated beside Li Xia. Honestly, Teacher Li, may I give you a little massage? Oh, it's unnecessary. I'm not particularly fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. I shall go wash my feet first. All right, Lin Yu nodded, watching Li Xia's departing figure as he reclined on the sofa. Although their home boasted 3 bedrooms, the other 2 were occupied for filming, leaving only 1 bedroom available. Thus, Lin Yu and Li Xia found themselves sharing a bed that afternoon. Lin Yu, don't forget that you need to submit your college applications tomorrow morning at 10. It's crucial. You only have 3 days. If you forget, you'll be relegated to a vocational school. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I certainly won't forget. Such a significant matter would be impossible for me to overlook. Lin Yu said with a smile, acknowledging the weight of the situation. That has settled then. As their conversation continued, fatigue soon enveloped them, and they drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, Lin Yu busied himself with video recording, but before proceeding, he needed to contact the local dealership to have a car brought over. After all, advertising necessitates tangible products. Following the communication, the shooting commenced. The entire afternoon was consumed by filming and editing, yet by 5 o'clock, Lin Yu managed to complete the video and submitted it to their company, only to be informed that they had closed for the day and would respond the following morning. Thus, Lin Yu felt no urgency. Teacher Li, what would you like to eat? It's my treat, Lin Yu inquired, looking at Li Xia. Anything is fine. I'll defer to your choice. How about hot pot? All right, let us go for hot pot then. Chapter 23, Cross-Dressing. Li Xia, should we act as a couple or sisters? When the car company transferred 500,000 to Lin Yu, his bank account balance had already reached 149 million. This was his net income, aside from business dealings and viewership earnings. Gazing at the balance, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, he had toiled for 5 years in the bustling metropolis, returning with only 800,000. Now, with nearly 1.5 million already in his account, Lin Yu mused that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, 2 months of hard work might just allow him to consider purchasing a home outright. That afternoon, he logged into the application system to register. This was his first attempt, and the application period spanned 3 days. The initial submission was vital. If it fell short, he would be limited to schools and programs that weren't fully enrolled, which might include decent institutions but would likely feature subpar programs. Once he confirmed his submission, Lin Yu settled beside the sofa and opened his Taobao, preparing to purchase women's clothing. He felt a twinge of reluctance about cross-dressing. Yet this video was essential, serving as a crucial link in the series. Therefore, he had no choice but to embrace the role. For the sake of financial gain, he resolved to put aside his embarrassment. The first item he selected was a wig. Watching Lin Yu's screen, Li Xia couldn't help but smile, clearly looking forward to Lin Yu's cross-dressing. Teacher Li, your expression is making me feel a bit uncomfortable. Cough, no, not at all, Li Xia replied, suppressing a grin. The wig was easily ordered. Next, Lin Yu turned his attention to women's apparel. There was an abundance of options, and while the variety was somewhat overwhelming, he recognized that these were merely props. Thus, he didn't need to invest in anything extravagant, as that would be a waste. Teacher Li, could you recommend an outfit for me? I mainly need something for the upper body, as the filming will focus on that. Li Xia nodded. Your character is a mother, so I think you should wear something more mature, like loungewear. Let me think. Ah, here's a good one. Take a look. Li Xia handed her phone to Lin Yu, who glanced at the image. It was a dress, black lace to be precise. Upon seeing it, Lin Yu's expression soured. Meanwhile, Li Xia struggled to contain her laughter. Oh, it's actually quite nice. You should try it on. I'll do your makeup. It will definitely be exquisite. Perhaps recalling the last time Lin Yu had stolen a kiss from her, Li Xia felt a flush creep to her cheeks. All right, I'll go with what you suggest. Just this one. Thankfully, this character wouldn't appear too frequently. Otherwise, Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Li Xia nodded. Yes, it will definitely look great. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something important that he had overlooked. He took his phone, and Li Xia, curious about what he had forgotten, leaned in to see. Upon looking at the screen, her face flushed. Ah, you're quite diligent, aren't you? Cough, one must not be too lax, Teacher Li. What do you think about me purchasing a size D? Li Xia blushed, surprised that they were discussing such matters. D, you'd be better off with a B. Trust me, D. Li Xia glanced at herself. I'm only a size 13. Ah, fine then. Is there anything else I've forgotten? I believe that's it. All right, let us proceed with this. After some contemplation, Lin Yu felt confident that he had remembered everything. Now, he would simply wait for his items to arrive. As it was through express delivery, he anticipated a wait of 2 to 3 days. During this time, Lin Yu had numerous pre-recorded videos to keep himself occupied. So he decided to take a short break to rest. Teacher Li, why are you so eager for my delivery? On the way to the pickup station, Lin Yu sighed, pondering Li Xia's enthusiasm for his cross-dressing. It was rather unsettling. Cough, it's not eagerness. As your teacher, it's only natural for me to assist my student. All right. Soon, they arrived at the pickup station, provided the receiving code, and the staff retrieved the package, allowing Lin Yu and Li Xia to take it. When will you start filming? Let us shoot this afternoon. It'll only be 2 videos, and we should be done by then. Lin Yu replied after a moment's thought. Currently, Lin Yu's development in his career was quite robust. His follower count had reached 982 million, making the milestone of 10 million almost a certainty. Recently, several MCN agencies had approached him with offers to sign contracts, but after careful consideration, Lin Yu declined. The rationale was simple. MCN agencies serve 2 primary functions: promotion to increase followers and facilitating business contracts. However, given that Lin Yu was on the brink of 10 million followers, he had no need for their promotional services. Regarding business matters, Lin Yu currently has 1 commercial deal in 3 videos, and many others are approaching Lin Yu to continue advertising due to the exceptional performance of his data. In such circumstances, the value of MCN companies diminishes significantly, as they would only end up sharing profits, an endeavor that seems rather foolish. Ultimately, Lin Yu rejected these agencies, opting to forge his own path, armed with an abundance of future memories that promise to sustain his career's prosperity. Soon, holding a package, Lin Yu and Li Xia returned home. Upon unboxing the parcel, garments were revealed, and Lin Yu found it difficult to envision how he would feel wearing them. Perhaps, just perhaps, it would be quite extraordinary. Teacher Li, let me try this on first. Very well, Li Xia nodded. Once I'm done, come see, Lin Yu said. Understood. I can't escape it anyway, so I might as well try. In truth, individuals with striking appearances often embody an androgynous beauty. For instance, when Lin Yu dons women's attire and a wig, he may appear somewhat peculiar at first glance, but upon closer inspection, his feminine allure is undeniably remarkable. Should he wear something more alluring and accompany it with provocative dance moves, it is not an exaggeration to assert that he could likely attract millions of fans. When Lin Yu emerged from the bedroom, Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Yu would look so stunning in women's clothing. This is nearly on par with me, she thought, swallowing hard. Lin Yu, I can't help but feel you embody femininity more than I do. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. Well, Teacher Li, perhaps you should consider if there's something amiss with yourself. Li Xia scratched her head. I'll do your makeup later. It will be absolutely perfect. Lin Yu, I can already imagine the comments flooding in once you release this video. In reality, the segment featuring women's clothing lasts only 15 seconds, yet the ensuing comments are likely to be diverse and colorful. Teacher Li, after filming, may I give you this outfit? Lin Yu asked. Li Xia's cheeks flushed. Perhaps not. I have a feeling it would feel rather strange. All right, sit down quickly. I'll do your makeup. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Understood, Teacher Li. Although Li Xia typically refrains from makeup during classes, it does not imply she lacks skill. Teacher Li, I must say, you're quite adept at makeup. Why don't you wear it during class? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu. On one hand, makeup requires considerable time, at least 20 minutes. With that time, wouldn't it be better to catch a few more moments of sleep? On the other hand, as she trailed off, her cheeks tinged with color. During my first year in high school, while I was teaching first-year students, someone wrote me a love letter, and it nearly terrified me. A love letter? Lin Yu's interest peaked immediately. How did you handle it? What else could I do? I tossed it aside as if I hadn't seen it. If it became a big deal, I might have been expelled. After all, I worked hard to secure my position. I would let some high schoolers jeopardize it. Lin Yu chuckled, then gazed earnestly at Li Xia. So, teacher, is it possible that I could be in a similar situation? Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. Do you mean that love letter was from you? Of course not. We didn't even know each other back then, and if it were mine, I would likely have approached you directly, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Thank goodness it wasn't you. Just imagining that scenario sends shivers down my spine. Li Xia admitted. Lin Yu nodded. Teacher Li, do you think it's acceptable for a graduate to date a teacher? Li Xia paused, realizing Lin Yu was testing her feelings regarding their relationship. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Declining outright felt impossible. If she recognized her affection for Lin Yu, perhaps affection was too mild a term. It was more akin to love. However, the disparity in their ages and the impending transition to university after graduation posed significant challenges. Li Xia sighed, her thoughts drifting to her father. Who knows what might happen over the years? What if it mirrors my father's situation? Despite her instinct telling her that Lin Yu wasn't that type of person, worry lingered in her mind. Lin Yu observed the expression on Li Xia's face. But it's only a few years. At 18, one can enter university, and by 22, marriage is plausible. 4 years is a standard time frame for dating before marriage. After all, teacher Li Xia chuckled softly. Indeed, looking at Lin Yu, Her heart raced. All right, how do I look? Is it perfect? At that moment, Li Xia had finished her makeup. Glancing in the mirror, Lin Yu nodded. Then, Teacher Li, shall we commence filming? Yes, I'll assist you. Just as Li Xia was about to leave, Lin Yu unexpectedly embraced her from behind. It was a first for them. Li Xia stood frozen, unsure whether to push him away. After a prolonged moment, she sighed deeply, ultimately choosing to hold Lin Yu's hand. You truly are my destiny, Li Xia murmured, unable to resist Lin Yu's charm. With countless worries and anxieties swirling in her mind, everything seemed trivial in Lin Yu's presence. Teacher, I wish to ask for your opportunity. May I? Lin Yu gazed at Li Xia's silhouette, his tone earnest. Li Xia's body tightened as she turned to face him. Who confesses while dressed in women's attire? Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Now that I think about it, it does seem a bit inappropriate. I'll change immediately. Li Xia shook her head. Never mind. At that moment, she said little more, simply reaching out to embrace Lin Yu tightly. Though no words were exchanged, Lin Yu understood that Li Xia had acquiesced. After a while, Li Xia softly spoke, Lin Yu, you must never betray me or leave me. I can't bear it. Huh? You can't bear to leave your teacher, Li? That day marked one of Lin Yu's happiest moments. Chapter 24, Li Xia's guilt, unable to make it public, my apologies. Late at night, Li Xia stared at her phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number. At that moment, in a residential area in Kanchong, a middle-aged man heard his phone ringing. He instinctively picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed in concern. He glanced at the woman seated beside him, then turned his attention to a girl nearby, engrossed in her phone. After a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped out onto the balcony and answered the call. Hello, Xia. What is the matter? The caller was none other than Li Jianjun, Li Xia's father. When a mistress had first entered their home, he had constantly scrutinized Li Xia, creating an atmosphere of chaos. To restore harmony, Li Jianjun had sent Li Xia to a boarding school. At that time, the mistress had been reluctant to allow Li Jianjun to provide Li Xia with any financial support, fearing that any money given to Li Xia would diminish what their daughter could receive in the future. To avoid upsetting the mother and daughter duo, Li Jianjun had no choice but to neglect Li Xia's needs. Even after she was accepted into university, he had opposed her attendance. Had it not been for her caring homeroom teacher, Li Xia would not have become the person she is today. One could only conclude that this man was utterly unworthy of the title of father. He was nothing short of a beast, nay? To even liken him to a beast would be an insult to animals, as they possess a natural affection for their young. Li Xia longed to share her romantic endeavors with Li Jianjun. After all, he was her last remaining relative in this world, and she yearned for his blessing. Taking a deep breath, Li Xia hesitantly spoke, I'm in a relationship. Her voice was calm, perhaps buoyed by thoughts of Lin Yu, which brought her a sense of ease. Upon hearing her words, Li Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. In a relationship? Who is it? Do I know him? No. He is from Jingzhou, and he treats me very well, which is why we are together, she replied. Li Jianjun nodded in response. As long as he treats you well. When you have time, bring him home to meet me. Li Xia let out a sigh. Return home? Did he truly expect her to do so? Calling was merely to inform him. She would manage everything else on her own. After she spoke, Li Jianjun abruptly ended the call. He stared at the disconnected phone, letting out an exasperated sigh. After a long silence, he returned to the room. At that moment, He Ting glanced at Li Jianjun. Was that Li Xia on the phone? Li Jianjun fell silent, and upon observing his demeanor, He Ting quickly grasped the situation. It must have been Li Xia. What did she want? She pressed. Let me tell you, Li Jianjun, if you give Li Xia any money, don't blame me if I decide to divorce you. Hearing this, Li Jianjun sank into the sofa. What? It's not about money at all. He Ting's expression was filled with suspicion. I've made it clear. In this household, it's either me or her. Her voice dripped with incessant nagging. In their previous life, after Li Xia had encountered her misfortune, at He Ting's insistence, Li Jianjun had neglected Li Xia completely. Were it not for her close friends, Li Xia might not have survived. Such a father was truly a scoundrel. I know she hasn't returned, but why are you so anxious? Li Jianjun replied helplessly. Who knows what Li Xia is doing in Jingzhou? She might be working as an escort. By the way, what did she call you for? Upon hearing this, Li Jianjun furrowed his brow. She said she is in a relationship. That's all she mentioned. He Ting frowned slightly. In a relationship? Yes. She said he is from Jingzhou and treats her well, which is why they are together. Suddenly, He Ting had a realization and approached Li Jianjun. Li Jianjun, are you foolish? People demand a dowry for marriage. We should ask for 300,000. Li Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. What? 300,000? Whose family demands such an exorbitant dowry? He Ting, however, remained undeterred. What is wrong with 300,000? Is that too much? After all these years of hardships with you, I've kept silent. Now that we're asking for a little money for your daughter, you hesitate? She insisted regardless. You must provide a dowry of 300,000 or face the consequences. He Ting's true colors were indeed vile. Nearby, Li Wenyue, the daughter, stood up. Dad, I want to buy a car. At 19, Li Wenyue was in her second year of college, her academic performance nowhere near that of Li Xia, who had graduated from a prestigious institution, the Jiuzhou Normal University. In contrast, Li Wenyue's grades were mediocre. After the college entrance examination, she could only attend a vocational school and spent her days idling away, even adorned with tattoos. Those unaware might easily mistake her for a delinquent. Rumor had it she was dating a troublemaker who spent his time fighting and frequenting nightclubs and bars, believing she was living a carefree life, yet to others, she was no different from common rabble. Did you hear that? Li Xia has been using our resources all this time. It's only fair she repays us with 30,000. Li Jianjun was momentarily stunned by her words. How could she have the audacity to say such a thing? Since Li Xia had entered their home, he had only given her a few hundred yuan on a handful of occasions. The total barely exceeded 10,000. Meanwhile, whenever his own daughter asked for money, it was readily given. During high school, they had even enrolled her in tutoring classes for thousands, only to find it had yielded no improvement in her grades. For the sake of a mere 10,000, demanding 30,000 from Li Xia was preposterous. Let us discuss this later, Li Jianjun replied, not committing to her demands. After all, he likely recognized the absurdity in it. Watching Li Jianjun's retreating figure, He Ting scoffed, I'm leaving it here. The dowry must be 300,000. Without looking back, Li Jianjun muttered, understood. The living room was left with only He Ting and Li Wenyue. Mom, what do you think Li Xia's boyfriend is like? What could he be? Perhaps Li Xia is working as an escort in Jingzhou. Whoever she is dating might be just as disreputable, He Ting replied bitterly. One could only wonder if Li Xia herself understood the depth of He Ting's animosity towards her. After all, He Ting had been the mistress, and Li Xia was the victim. No matter how one looked at it, it should have been He Ting who felt the anger. Li Xia was oblivious to these matters as she sat on her bed, gazing at the moon outside, letting out a sigh. So am I truly alone now? Lying in bed, her heart was a tumult of emotions. When Lin Yu had confessed to her earlier that day, a voice within urged her to accept him. And so she had. She believed she would not regret it. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Li Xia furrowed her brow. She had few friends. Who could it be? She made her way to the living room, turned on the light, and peered through the peephole, where she spotted Lin Yu. Upon seeing him, the negative feelings from the earlier phone call dissipated entirely, and she hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, Lin Yu eagerly raised 2 plastic bags he held in his hands. Teacher Li, look at what I bought, duck snacks. As Lin Yu conversed with Li Xia, he could distinctly sense her melancholy. He recalled what Li Xia had mentioned about confiding in her father, leading him to believe that her unhappiness stemmed from this matter. Thus, as her boyfriend, Lin Yu hurriedly rushed over. How did I come here? I was so excited that I couldn't sleep, so I came to accompany you, Teacher Li. At that moment, Lin Yu extended his hands towards her. Seeing this gesture, Li Xia smiled and gradually leaned into his embrace. What's wrong? It seems like our Teacher Li's mouth could hang a soy sauce bottle, Lin Yu teased. Li Xia lightly slapped his arm. No way, not at all. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around her waist. Teacher Li, I just bought a lot of duck delicacies since you love them so much. I spent 50 yuan. So let's indulge today, shall we? Knowing her fondness for duck heads, Lin Yu had purchased an ample amount. All right. Wait a moment while I turn on the TV so we can eat and watch at the same time. Sound good? Lin Yu nodded. His gaze filled with determination as he watched Li Xia busying herself. In the past, he had been unable to be there for her, but now, he vowed never to let his beloved teacher suffer any grievances. With this thought, Lin Yu clenched his fist. Okay. Li Xia settled beside Lin Yu, who had prepared several duck heads. As she approached, he pushed the plate toward her. Oh, just eat yours, she replied. It's fine. I can eat later, she added, smiling at the delicacies. Lin Yu, do you ever feel a bit down? Why is that? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes. It's just that when others announce their relationships, you and I can't do the same, nor can we tell anyone. Li Xia wasn't expressing a desire for something better, but rather highlighting the peculiar circumstances of their relationship. She, a teacher, and he, a student, who had only recently graduated. Announcing their relationship now could significantly impact Li Xia's career. So they agreed to wait at least a year before making it public. Lin Yu chuckled at her words. Oh, my dear Teacher Li, do you think your adorable boyfriend is foolish? Besides, we are together because we genuinely like each other, not for any public acknowledgement. As long as we are happily together, that is sufficient. However, he added, but if you feel guilty towards me, he pointed to the corner of his mouth. Then how about a kiss from you? Li Xiao's cheeks flushed at his words, and she playfully slapped his arm. You, such a nuisance, taking advantage, she retorted, though her expression softened. But all right, I suppose I can indulge you. Li Xiao leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, her face turning a deep crimson afterward. Is that enough, you little rogue? Lin Yu beamed with joy, nodding vigorously. Of course it is. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Chapter 25, Li Xiao's teasing. So after we get married, what do you want to do? Lin Yu comprehended the necessity of keeping their relationship under wraps. It wasn't that they would never announce it, merely that they needed to delay for a while. After all, he had fallen for his high school homeroom teacher, and the potential for someone to report them. Jeopardizing Li Xiao's job was a concern. Observing Li Xiao beside him, Lin Yu felt an unreal sensation wash over him. Had they truly become a couple? Li Xiao looked at him. What is it? Hee, I just feel a bit surreal. I never imagined the beautiful teacher Li would become my girlfriend. Li Xiao blushed at his words and lightly pinched his waist. How does that feel? Does it hurt? Lin Yu nodded. If it hurts, then it proves this is real and not a dream. Seeing his youthful and innocent expression made Li Xiao smile as she gently embraced him. For her, this day was nothing short of a dream, dating her own student. Perhaps no one would believe it if she shared this, but it didn't matter, she thought, her lips curling into a smile. As time passed, the next day arrived before they knew it. In 10 minutes, your cross-dressing video will be uploaded. What do you think the comments will say? Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. That's hard to say. He was indeed feeling a bit anxious. After all, he was a straight man with no particular fondness for cross-dressing. However, he was determined to pursue his short video career. Li Xiao looked at him, unable to suppress her thoughts, realizing she might not look as good in women's clothing as her boyfriend did. Time ticked on, and as scheduled, the video went live at 5 o'clock. Lin Yu's follower count had reached 38 million, making him the second most popular creator on the platform, while the top spot was held by a cat with an impressive 38 million followers. For reasons unknown, that creator had ceased posting after a few years, with rumors circulating about the cat's demise or issues with their MCN agency. Ultimately, only the creator knew the true story, which was why Lin Yu had avoided partnering with an MCN. It brought little benefit and could lead to significant drawbacks. Before school starts, you should definitely hit the 10 million mark, Li Xiao remarked. Lin Yu's 10 million followers were all genuine, making his following far more valuable than those of celebrities with inflated numbers on Weibo. Perhaps, let us see if I can reach 15 million, he replied. Li Xiao chuckled. Oh, you have quite the ambition. Isn't ambition meant to grow? In the past, I just wanted to see teacher Li every day. Now I can see her daily. But I also want to marry her. Li Xiao was taken aback by his words, her cheeks flushing at such bold declarations. And afterward, what do you want? Lin Yu leaned closer to Li Xiao's neck and whispered, of course I want children. Li Xia gently patted Lin Yu, clearly indicating her shyness. How irritating. However, matters concerning childbirth must be addressed only after marriage, at the very least after obtaining a marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Of course, teacher Li. Rest assured, Lin Yu would never allow Li Xia to become an unwed mother. Marriage must precede such events. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yu noted that the video he had just posted had garnered over 36 million views within a mere 10 minutes. This clearly showcased Lin Yu's remarkable fan engagement. Perhaps due to the nature of cross-dressing, the comments had already surpassed 150,000. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu opened the comment section. Who is this stunning beauty? Read a highly upvoted comment, which had amassed 890,000 likes. Below, it was an image, undoubtedly a photo of Lin Yu in female attire. Indeed, Lin Yu's portrayal exuded a youthful and sweet aura, reminiscent of a pure and ethereal being. Good buddy, today is your day. Read the second comment. Li Xia furrowed her brow as she glanced at this remark. Lin Yu, what does this mean? Teacher Li, rather naive, truly did not comprehend such things. It's all right. Teacher Li, it's probably better not to understand. Lin Yu sighed. At times, he too preferred not to be someone who grasped everything instantly. I'm crying. Why is this boy more beautiful than me? A girl. You're not alone. Good looks are universally appealing. Is such beauty truly unparalleled in Chengdu? Even if not in Chengdu, it is still extraordinary. The comment section was a vibrant tapestry of reactions. As Lin Yu and Li Xia continued to peruse the comments while chatting, Lin Yu's phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Wang Dun. Wow, bro. You look so alluring. Accompanied by a photo of Lin Yu in female attire. Staring at the message and the picture, Lin Yu's eyes widened, and he replied with a simple question mark. Clearly, Lin Yu had underestimated the fervor surrounding his cross-dressing. He had initially thought it was just an ordinary video with a slightly higher view count. However, just 8 minutes post-release, it had soared to the top of the trending list, far beyond Lin Yu's expectations. Teacher Li, is cross-dressing such a rare phenomenon these days? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. In truth, cross-dressing has become a rather novel form of expression in this era, and the transformation from a handsome boy to a beautiful girl is exceedingly rare. This, combined with inherent popularity, created a perfect storm of circumstances. Indeed, it is somewhat uncommon, Li Xia chuckled, suppressing her laughter. Due to the video trending on Douyin, Lin Yu's follower count surged rapidly, increasing by over 100,000. This influx of followers brought a substantial amount of traffic to Lin Yu, which was undoubtedly a positive development. However, the Douyin Corporation had also taken note of the video's popularity. 32 minutes after its release, while Lin Yu was in the kitchen cooking alongside Li Xia, his phone vibrated. With his hands busy kneading meatballs, Lin Yu turned to Teacher Li. Could you please grab my phone? As Lin Yu slightly shifted his pocket towards Li Xia, she reached in to retrieve the device, only to pause as Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, Teacher Li, are you trying to take advantage of me? Li Xia's face flushed at his words. No, absolutely not. Yet, her voice trembled with surprise. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Reflecting on her school days, she recalled that in normal circumstances, such interactions were rare. But why did she now feel something was amiss? Shaking her head vigorously, Li Xia resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. Just get the phone out, Lin Yu urged. There's no label, but it's a call from the Magic City. Shall I connect you? Sure. Li Xia answered the call and held the phone to Lin Yu's ear. Hello, who is this? Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, who is this? We are from the Douyin marketing department. We apologize for disturbing your rest at this hour. You recently posted a video featuring your cross-dressing content on our platform, correct? Yes. But that shouldn't violate any of our platform's rules or laws, right? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. What? Is it a violation? Not at all. We would like to utilize your video for marketing on Weibo to promote our platform and drive traffic. Would you be agreeable to this? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. But it's just one video. It doesn't hold significant value, right? And I'm a boy. Precisely because you're a boy, it generates considerable topical interest. Moreover, it seems you may be underestimating your attractiveness. The beauty you portray in that video could rival that of several top female celebrities. Rival? Clearly, boys focus on the wrong aspects. The caller cleared their throat. In any case, we are very impressed with the quality of your video, and it could indeed drive traffic for you. So why not seize this opportunity? Li Xia listened intently, then coughed lightly. Well, all right then, let's give it a try. Great. I will arrange a video conference shortly, where my colleagues will discuss the details with you. All right. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment, nodded, and refrained from further comment. After hanging up, Lin Yu remarked, the platform seems quite favorable towards you. Isn't this a form of free promotion? Just mutual benefit, Teacher Li. Lin Yu then turned his gaze towards Li Xia. I have a feeling there will be quite a few business opportunities coming our way. Lin Yu anticipated that. Barring unforeseen circumstances, there might also be live commerce events in the future. He had always maintained a cautious attitude towards such live commerce opportunities. While they undoubtedly promise substantial earnings, perhaps income beyond imagination, if product quality control were mishandled, it could lead to disastrous repercussions. Isn't that a good thing? Maintain a calm mindset. Just take things as they come. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. All right then. Chapter 26. Consumed by jealousy, Lu Ling. The internet celebrity is trending again. What a ploy. The marketing strategy from Douyin was relatively straightforward, simply creating several trending topics on Weibo. However, aside from Lin Yu, there were a few other influencers involved, with Lin Yu being the primary source of traffic, likely accounting for 60 of the relevant resources and funding. Once a certain scale is reached, partnering with Douyin becomes essential, as it is the platform that sustains one's livelihood. After nearly an hour of meeting, the conference finally concluded. Teacher Li, your gaze is making me feel shy, Lin Yu remarked, feigning bashfulness. Li Xia let out a laugh at Lin Yu's playful demeanor. You have graduated for less than a month. It is astonishing to witness such significant changes already. Lin Yu has now risen to become a top-tier influencer, fervently promoted by the platform, perhaps rivaling the popularity of certain celebrities, a remarkable feat considering it has only been a month. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and took a seat beside Li Xia. What changes are there? At the very least, my feelings for Teacher Li remain unchanged. Lin Yu extended her arm, embracing Li Xia. The platform acted swiftly. Within less than an hour, related trending topics appeared on Weibo. At that moment, Lin Yu and Teacher Li had just finished their meal, the table still cluttered, and they moved to the sofa to review Lin Yu's back-end data. The official figures indeed indicated a terrifying growth in followers. Weibo remains a premier platform, boasting over 100 million daily active users, thus yielding impressive traffic results. Since the trending topics emerged, Lin Yu's follower count surged dramatically. A quick refresh revealed an increase of tens of thousands of followers, causing Lin Yu's lips to curl into an uncontainable smile. Furthermore, Lin Yu glanced at the other influencers being promoted this time. One seemed to have recently gained fame, seemingly due to a dance. After viewing several videos related to this dance, Lin Yu noted that while the popularity was considerable, the monetization potential appeared quite challenging. Aesthetic influencers often encounter such predicaments. Business opportunities are scarce, and they currently rely solely on traffic and view counts for revenue. Should the viewership fees decrease or be eliminated, their income would plummet. Hence, to bolster their earnings, they must contemplate shifts towards merchandise promotion or competitive engagements. However, these individuals bore no relevance to Lin Yu, so she felt no concern for them. "All right, Teacher Li, I shall go wash the dishes. Then I shall join you," Li Xia replied. Lin Yu nodded, and the two proceeded to the kitchen to tidy up. Whenever the two were together, even the chore of cleaning seemed to be filled with laughter and joy. "Will you be staying with me tonight, or will you return home?" Li Xia inquired while washing dishes. "Does Teacher Li wish for me to stay?" Lin Yu gazed at Li Xia with heartfelt eyes, her lips gently curving upwards. Hearing this, Li Xia's cheeks flushed. "Oh dear, it's up to you. Girls tend to be a bit reserved, so it's understandable if you feel shy. It's quite late. So, Teacher Li, would you kindly take me in?" "Very well, then," Li Xia consented, though it was merely for a night's rest, devoid of any ulterior motives. After tidying up, Lin Yu retrieved her pajamas and entered the bathroom, donning the pink nightwear she had worn during her previous stay at Li Xia's. Surprisingly, after several wears, Lin Yu found herself gradually warming up to the outfit. After showering, Lin Yu emerged in her pajamas to find Li Xia reclining on the bed, engrossed in White Night Walk. "Teacher Li, have you finished the book?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. "I have. I read online that it was quite good, so I decided to purchase it," Li Xia replied. Lin Yu nodded, and a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. "If you dare to spoil it." Li Xia glanced at the nearby keyboard and coughed. "Kneel before the keyboard." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu huffed. "Teacher Li, how could I, Lin? You want to spoil a story?" Li Xia shot her a skeptical look. "Is that so?" Lin Yu scratched her head. "Ahem, I must admit, I did seem to imply that earlier." Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled her previous teasing of old Lin for fearing his mother. However, just as Li Xia mentioned kneeling before the keyboard, Lin Yu inexplicably felt a twinge of pain in her knees, as if the past jibes were returning to haunt her. Lu Linger furrowed her brows as she observed the overwhelming trending topics. "Ruru, did you see? There are 7 or 8 trending topics related to Lin Yu on Weibo. It's utterly baffling. Why does an internet celebrity warrant so many entries?" Su Ruru paused at this revelation, then chuckled softly. She knew her friend all too well. In essence, Lu Linger felt unsettled by Lin Yu's meteoric rise to success after leaving her side. Had Lin Yu remained in Lu Linger's shadow or led a more ordinary life post-rejection, perhaps Lu Linger would feel less aggrieved. It seems to be due to her cross-dressing and some past videos. Additionally, it could be the promotion on Douyin. "I see Lin Yu's follower count has already surpassed 13 million. It's astonishing. If this continues, reaching 20 million seems inevitable." Su Ruru opened Lin Yu's Douyin profile, gasping at the sight of 13 million followers. "This growth is ludicrous." Perhaps Lu Linger scoffed. "And the cross-dressing, it's almost shameless." Lu Linger's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving Su Ruru at a loss for words. "Well, let's not dwell on it. In 2 or 3 days, the school's admission scores should be released. I'm rather looking forward to it." Su Ruru swiftly changed the subject, aware that Lu Linger's jealousy was palpable and fearing prolonged discussion would drive her friend to madness. "That seems likely. It's been the trend for the past few years. By the way, Ruru, what do you think prompted Lin Yu to start making short videos?" Su Ruru sighed, perplexed by her friend's behavior. When discussing Lin Yu, Lu Linger appeared dismissive, and even as Su Ruru attempted to shift the conversation, Lu Linger's jealousy resurfaced. "I don't know. Perhaps she feels she has a talent for it." Su Ruru offered a vague response, not elaborating further. After all, she was not Lin Yu, and how could she know her friend's thoughts? "Ah, the underdog rises to prominence," Lu Linger remarked bitterly, though the depths of her jealousy remained known only to her. Chapter 27. The Critique of a Mother. What does Teacher Li see in you? Following Lin Yu's emergence in the trending topics, the influx of business invitations naturally increased. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, perusing several proposals from various brands. Weight loss pills? 500,000. I must admit, the allure of this price is quite substantial, she mused. However, products like weight loss pills fall into the category of pharmaceuticals, which should be avoided due to their dubious nature. If a company sought to conceal something, it would be beyond the investigative capabilities of a mere influencer. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to decline outright. While this may result in a loss of income, It ensures that she will not be penalized for endorsing counterfeit products, nor will it tarnish her followers' trust in her. After careful consideration, Lin Yu decided to reject the offer. She then turned her attention to the next business proposal, which seemed more conventional, a partnership with a chat application named Soul. Regarding the software, Lin Yu had never used it before, but during his university days, he had a roommate who was quite fond of it and frequently utilized the application for outings with girls. Of course, while it was labeled as dating, the underlying intentions were quite apparent. It seemed that apart from a select few chat applications, most of them had a tendency to devolve into platforms for casual encounters. And this one was no exception. However, now that the other party had just launched on the platform and was seeking to expand their visibility, they approached Lin Yu with an offer of 550,000 yuan for a video insertion. After some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to accept the proposal. There were two remaining business ventures, one focused on snacks and the other on online lending. Regarding the latter, Lin Yu preferred to avoid engaging if possible. But if Douying's brand insisted, he would have no choice as he needed to rely on this platform for his livelihood. Thus, after careful consideration, Lin Yu prepared to take on both business ventures, one related to the chat software and the other concerning snacks, both of which would yield him nearly 800,000 yuan. It appeared that rising popularity came with its advantages. At that moment, Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu and remarked with a smile, "Yes, let us stabilize our income first. That way, once I can obtain our marriage certificate, I can marry Teacher Li." Upon hearing this, Li Xia blushed. "So eager are we?" "Of course, I am eager. After all, Teacher Li is so wonderful. If I don't act quickly, someone else might whisk her away." Sometimes, girls relish hearing such words. Listening to this, Li Xia's face radiated shyness. "All right then, you go ahead. I'll be waiting for you to marry me." As she whispered the last part, Li Xia leaned close to Lin Yu's earlobe, her breath brushing against his neck, eliciting a ticklish sensation in him. In the following days, the focus remained on filming videos, and this time, the traffic boost proved to be quite effective. Lin Yu's follower count had surpassed 21 million, making him the second most followed blogger on the platform, just behind the pet blogger. The third place was held by a dance blogger with 18 million followers. This surge in followers indicated a greater fascination with beauty, it seemed. After completing a video shoot, Lin Yu settled onto the sofa, preparing to rest when Li Xia suddenly turned to him. "Lin Yu, the admission scores for colleges in our province have been released. I'll send it to you." "So soon? It's only been a few days. I didn't expect it to be out already." "It was confirmed through the computer. The scores may have been available the very night your first application ended, but they're only being made public now." Soon, Li Xia forwarded the document, and Lin Yu opened it, filtering through the programs at Jingzhou University. Given the multitude of colleges and courses, searching one by one would be cumbersome, so filtering made it significantly easier. The first program Lin Yu selected was mechanical engineering. This year, the admission score for mechanical engineering at Jingzhou University is 642. "Teacher Li, I'm certain I've been accepted," Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing this. Although he had already anticipated a positive outcome, the realization brought an uncontrollable joy. After uttering those words, he immediately embraced Li Xia, whose face also lit up with happiness. Since they began dating, Li Xia had harbored a desire to keep Lin Yu close, especially given the challenges of a long-distance relationship. As a high school teacher, her schedule was busy, making it difficult to meet often. However, remaining in Jingzhou would allow her to see Lin Yu every week, if not daily. "I'm so happy. It feels like a weight has been lifted off my heart. This way, I can see Teacher Li every day." "Every day, huh? What if you get tired of it?" "I want tea, I promise. I could never tire of it, not even a lifetime." While such words were somewhat corny, Li Xia found genuine joy in them. "All right, take a moment to rest. You filmed all day," she advised. Nodding, Lin Yu replied, "Okay, Teacher Li." With the announcement of the admission scores, the class group chat buzzed with activity, and Lin Yu noticed that most of the schools and programs being discussed were from the esteemed 211 universities. A few that weren't part of the 211 were related to medical studies, but overall, it seemed everyone was doing quite well. At that moment, someone in the group tagged Lin Yu. "Superstar, which school and major will you attend?" It was a classmate with whom he shared a good rapport. Lin Yu succinctly replied, "Mechanical engineering at Jingzhou University." Many classmates were aware of Lin Yu's recent academic struggles, but it was a fortunate outcome that only biology had posed a challenge, allowing him to maintain a satisfactory score. Numerous congratulations flooded in, acknowledging the commendable result. As Lin Yu read the messages, he sighed, realizing that it wouldn't be long before everyone would part ways. This group chat would likely grow silent in the future. Reflecting on his past lives, Lin Yu felt a rare pang of melancholy. Yet, life is lengthy, and in truth, 99 of people accompany you only for a fraction of your journey before departing. He then glanced at Li Xia, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As long as Teacher Li remained by his side, he felt content. In the deep of night, Lin Yu made a special trip home, primarily to discuss his relationship with Teacher Li. After all, both he and Li Xia were not merely interested in dating. They envisioned a future together. In his previous life, upon realizing his feelings for Li Xia, his parents had been supportive of his decision, feeling sympathetic towards the girl whose fate had been fraught with misfortune. However, having traversed into this new life, Lin Yu was uncertain whether his parents would maintain the same perspective on his relationship with Li Xia, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious as he approached the doorstep. "Uncle Chen, you're here." Lin Yu greeted Chen Mins with a smile. "Ah, our big star has returned." "Uncle Chen, please don't tease me. What is this about being a campus belle? Your popularity is soaring. So, have you confirmed your school and major?" Uncle Chen's tone was filled with curiosity. "Yes. It's mechanical engineering at Jingzhou University. That's quite commendable, but I feel you might not need that degree in the future," Uncle Chen chuckled, recognizing Lin Yu's rise as a prominent internet celebrity. Lin Yu smiled in response. "I'll take your words as a good omen, Uncle Chen." Since Uncle Chen was present, Lin Yu refrained from discussing his relationship with Li Xia just yet. "Dad, where's Mom? Your mother is on the balcony watering the flowers." "All right, I'll go see her." Lin Yu made his way to the balcony. His mother glanced at him and smiled. "What is up? Something on your mind?" As a mother, she could easily discern her son's demeanor, so just a glance was enough for her to know he had something to discuss. Hearing her question, Lin Yu chuckled. "Mom, how did you know?" Go on. Ever since you were young, whenever you have something on your mind, you always react this way. Am I not aware?" "Speak up. What is bothering you?" Lin Yu took a deep breath. "Mom, what do you think about me dating?" Upon hearing this, Lin's mother furrowed her brows slightly. Gazing at her son, her voice laced with apprehension. "Son, it's not a boy, is it?" Lin Yu felt a bit speechless. "No. Doesn't it seem like I'm coming out of the closet?" "Mom, of course not." Lin's mother let out a sigh of relief. "As long as it's not a boy, you're about to enter university, and it's not high school anymore. It's perfectly normal to date. Your father and I are not old-fashioned. We definitely support it." Lin's mother was quite open-minded. "At your age, dating is entirely natural. If you never date, your father and I would have to suspect something." Hearing this, Lin Yu turned to his mother, clearing his throat. "Ma, well, what if I were to date someone a few years older than me?" Just as her earlier relief dissipated, Lin's mother felt a sense of unease creeping back. "Not just a few years, but 4 years older." "Mom, let me be direct. I'm dating my senior year homeroom teacher. But Mom, please rest assured. It's because of that time I saved Teacher Li that we developed feelings for each other during our interactions in high school." Lin Yu felt compelled to lay everything out. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother furrowed her brow even more, scrutinizing her son, contemplating various matters. After a long pause, she suddenly spoke. "What does Teacher Li see in you?" Chapter 28. Father's admiration. "Son, you're impressive." Lin Yu widened his eyes at this remark. What could she possibly see in me? "Mom, do you really think you can critique your son? I am as handsome as Panin, talented, caring, gentle, and kind." Just as Lin Yu was about to continue, his mother coughed. "And quite thick-skinned." Hearing this, Lin Yu scratched his head. "In any case, Mom, I'm with Teacher Li." Lin's mother scrutinized her son for a long while before nodding. "Son, you need to seriously consider one thing." "What is it?" "First, regarding the age difference with Teacher Li, she is several years older than you. You're 18 this year. University takes 4 years, so you'll graduate at 22 and be able to obtain a marriage certificate. However, by then, Teacher Li will be nearly 28 or 29. To put it bluntly, she is wagering her most precious years of youth on you." Lin's mother paused momentarily before continuing. "If, by that time, you Haven team married, it won't team matter to you. You can start anew without any impact on your life. But for Teacher Li, it's not the same. Approaching 30, she would need to navigate her emotional experiences, meet new people, and begin anew. After going through all that, she would be well into her 30s. What I'm trying to convey is that I hope you seriously consider whether you genuinely want to be in a committed relationship with Teacher Li. Have you envisioned a future together? If your answer is yes, and you've made up your mind, then I will certainly support you. However, if your answer is uncertain, it's imperative that you make a cautious decision regarding this matter." Lin's mother regarded her son earnestly. Having attended many parent-teacher meetings during his senior year, she had met Teacher Li, who was beautiful and gentle. Though slightly older than her son, she understood that a 4 to 5 year age gap is not significant in today's world, and an older partner often brings stability and care. Hence, if a future with her son were to materialize, Lin's mother would naturally be supportive. However, from a woman's perspective, she recognized the courage Teacher Li needed to embark on this path with a freshly adult young man whose emotional maturity and stability might still be developing. A perfect life could ensue if they were to marry. However, if they were to part ways, Teacher Li's life would likely be significantly impacted. Thus, she wished for her son to ponder deeply. Listening to these words, Lin Yu wore a serious expression, devoid of any playful demeanor. After a lengthy silence, he nodded. Mom, I have considered everything you mentioned. I truly wish to be with Teacher Li. It's not merely infatuation. I genuinely want to marry her and start a family. We have discussed these matters, and I might even want to marry right after we can obtain a marriage certificate. His tone was resolute. Hearing this, Lin's mother nodded. All right, then I can rest assured. However, I still find it puzzling. What could Teacher Li possibly see in you? Is it your charm in bed? Lin Yu's face flushed. Mom, can it simply be my allure? Allure? Lin's mother scrutinized her son again. Not really. Listening to his mother's teasing, Lin Yu smiled without feeling embarrassed. Eldest son, is your decision to stay in Jingzhou also for Teacher Li? Partially, but the more significant reason is my academic performance. There's little point in going to Shanghai, so I wish to remain here, close to you and Dad. In fact, I've made two decisions. Lin's mother's tone was filled with curiosity. What do you mean? The first decision is to create videos. If it succeeds, that would be wonderful. If not, I can accept that. The second decision is that if the short videos do not thrive, my mechanical engineering degree from Jingzhou University will still allow me to secure a position at several state-owned enterprises here, ensuring a stable and happy future. Lin Yu expressed all this to convey to his mother that he had matured and that they need not worry about him. After finishing, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Unexpectedly, he found that his video endeavors had taken off, leaving the backup plans nearly unnecessary. Lin's mother chuckled at this revelation. Well done. My son is already considering his future. Good, you've grown up. Once Uncle Chen leaves, I'll discuss this with your father. Sound good? Lin Yu nodded. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Lin's mother suddenly remembered something. Son, I think we should start considering buying a house. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her statement. Son, think about it. Most properties nowadays are under construction. If you want to buy a well-located house, it will likely be a new build, which takes time for delivery and renovation. You mentioned wanting to marry by 22, so you need to buy a house by next year at the latest. Otherwise, where will you live after marriage? Plus, we have the financial means now. Your father and I have decent incomes. Initially, we thought about taking a loan, but now that your income has increased, we've roughly calculated that with our savings combined with yours, we could buy a house outright without needing a loan. Also, your father and I are only in our early 40s. In truth, parents of our generation consider these matters as well. After all, we work hard all our lives for our children, right? Otherwise, why endure all the hardships? Lin Yu nodded in response to her words. All right, Mom. I'll think it over carefully. As Lin Yu returned to his room, he reclined on his bed, retrieving his phone, only to find a message from Teacher Li. How is it? What did your uncle and aunt say? Upon reading this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Not long ago, Teacher Li was of the same generation as his mother, yet now she had become a daughter-in-law. Such a transformation was indeed remarkable. After just finishing a conversation with his mother, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before dialing Li Xia for a video call. The call connected almost instantaneously. Li Xia appeared noticeably anxious, having been worried ever since Lin Yu had mentioned this matter earlier, concerned that his parents might not approve. How'd it go? Teacher Li's voice trembled slightly. Lin Yu cleared his throat. While there were moments when one could afford to be playful, this matter required a serious approach. It was essential to distinguish between trivialities and significant issues, which was precisely why some individuals became irksome. They lacked this discernment. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I've already spoken to my mom. After hearing me out, she wanted to know what exactly you saw in me. Li Xia's eyes widened in surprise, and she burst into laughter. Why would you say that? Do you think I'm unworthy of you? My mother is very supportive of us. She even shared quite a bit of advice. Li Xia, curious, inquired, what did she say? She emphasized that I should seriously consider whether I genuinely wish to marry you. She acknowledged my youth, stating that dating for a few years is perfectly acceptable, but if we were to part ways in the future, it would be unfair to you, and I must take responsibility. Hearing this, Li Xia felt a warm sensation in her heart. Nonetheless, one could see that her parents had genuinely considered these matters from their standpoint, which was a far cry from her biological father. And what did you say? I assured her that I had thought it through. She then suggested that I contemplate the housing situation. Remember that scoundrel who mentioned 1 million gold coins? With that amount, plus what I have saved, we could afford a house outright. Li Xia nodded in agreement. If you're considering buying a house, I still have 500,000 available that I could lend you. Teacher Li, are you really willing to hand over that amount without fearing that I might take advantage of you? Li Xia contemplated for a moment before gazing at Lin Yu. Would you? Looking at the adorable and beautiful Teacher Li, Lin Yu chuckled, of course not. Then there's no need to worry about such things, Lin Yu replied, feeling a lump in his throat. He was fortunate that Teacher Li had encountered someone like him, someone who cherished pure love. If she had met a scoundrel, things could have turned out quite differently. In truth, the issue of housing was not urgent. The online chatter suggested a potential drop in prices, making it unnecessary to rush into a purchase. Let us wait and see. After all, if we buy a house now and its value halves in the future, what then? Li Xia thoughtfully remarked. I was thinking that if we find the time, we could look at some houses together. If the prices are reasonable, we could consider making a purchase. Since you're studying in Jingzhou and I'm working here, we have ample time to explore, she continued. Having been at home, their conversation concluded, and just as Lin Yu hung up, his father entered the room. Wow, son. You're impressive. You've accomplished what I always wanted to do in school, but never did. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. His father was aware? He glanced at the woman behind his father, letting out a resigned sigh. Dad, you better count your blessings. Chapter 29. Lu Linger's interrogation. Taking advantage of his parents' absence to address personal grievances, Lin Yu downloaded a housing app, eager to check the current property prices. In reality, Jingzhou's thriving economy meant that real estate was not inexpensive. The Lin Yu of his past life had merely been an ordinary high school graduate, preoccupied with romantic pursuits, thus indifferent to housing prices. After all, how could a typical student be interested in such matters? Are housing prices truly this exorbitant? Lin Yu observed a new development listed at 380,000. This was not even the highest price, as another property was priced at 510,000. Nonetheless, this new development boasted a commendable location, not quite in the heart of Jingzhou, but certainly a second-tier area with a 9-year compulsory education school right at the entrance. His former high school was less than a kilometer away, and approximately 700 meters to the east stood the Jingzhou People's Hospital, a reputable tertiary hospital. A quick online search revealed that the community featured impressive greenery and adequate amenities, with a commercial district just a 10-minute walk away. At 380,000 per square meter. A 150 square meter home would total 5.7 million, and with additional various costs, the final figure would likely exceed 6 million. Determination shone in Lin Yu's eyes. He recorded this moment, vowing to exert himself further to secure a happy life for himself and Teacher Li. With this thought, he clenched his fist. Although the funds at his disposal, combined with potential parental support, still left the gap to reach 6 million, such disparities only fueled his motivation. In the days that followed, Lin Yu resumed his routine of filming, editing, and indulging in an unabashedly affectionate life with Teacher Li. One afternoon, while engrossed in video editing, his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu? Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? This is the post office from Changfeng Street. Your admission notice has arrived. Please bring your ID to collect it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu straightened his posture. The admission notice has arrived? So soon? It made sense, considering Jingzhou University was located in Jingzhou itself. Unlike in his previous life, when the notice had to travel from the metropolis. All right, I understand. Thank you. No problem. After hanging up, Li Xia turned to Lin Yu. Teacher, my admission notice has arrived. I need to go pick it up. Lin Yu hoped that Li Xia would accompany him. Yet he was aware that many of their high school peers were also heading to Jingzhou University and several others lived on Changfeng Street. If he were to be seen by his classmates, word might spread, leading to an awkward situation. Be careful on your way. There's no rush, Li Xia advised. Understood. Teacher, how about a farewell kiss? Lin Yu gestured towards his lips. Hearing this, Li Xia chuckled. A farewell kiss for just 10 minutes? Of course. After all, we want to see each other for that time. With a playful smile, Li Xia gently tapped his forehead. Yet, despite her words, her lips were sweet and soft when they met. All right, Teacher Li, I must take my leave. Lin Yu arrived at the entrance, grasping the key with certainty. Indeed, he had successfully acquired the key to Teacher Li's residence, marking a significant milestone. Subsequently, he picked up a hair tie that lay nearby. Those who have experienced romance, particularly the youth, are well aware that, after entering a relationship, one might request their girlfriend's hair tie to wear on their wrist. This act subtly communicates to onlookers that one is in a committed relationship, serving as a declaration of ownership in a sense. Teacher Li, I shall take my leave, he stated. Go ahead, she replied. Lin Yu mounted his electric bicycle and set off towards the post office, which was a considerable distance from Changfeng Post Office. The ride would take approximately 25 minutes. However, the anticipation of collecting his admission notice filled him with joy, making every second of the journey delightful. Upon arriving at the post office, Lin Yu parked his bicycle beside it and entered. Hello, I am here to collect my admission notice. May I see your identification? Asked the staff. Here you go. The staff member retrieved several admission notices, verifying the information against Lin Yu's identification before selecting one. Here is your admission notice. Please check for any damages. If all is in order, kindly sign here. All right. Lin Yu inspected the notice, noting no significant issues. Just as he prepared to sign, He heard footsteps at the entrance. He did not turn around. After all, it was a post office where visitors frequently came and went. After signing, he returned the pen, took hold of his admission notice, and turned to leave, only to momentarily freeze. Before him stood Lu Linger, accompanied by Su Ro. The sight of these two individuals left Lin Yu feeling as if fate had conspired against him. Lin Yu, are you here to collect your admission notice? Su Ro inquired, feeling compelled to break the silence, as it seemed rather awkward. Yes, and you? Lin Yu responded, glancing at Su Ro. Although he had some unresolved tension with Lu Linger, he held no animosity towards Su Ro. In fact, he regarded her as a commendable young woman, principled, intelligent, and attractive. Indeed, Su Ro nodded, preparing to say more when her gaze fell upon the hair tie adorning Lin Yu's wrist. A sudden jolt of realization struck her. Although Su Ro had never been in a relationship, she was not oblivious to the implications of a boy wearing a hair tie. Could it be that Lin Yu was dating someone? Furrowing her brow, Su Ro contemplated whether to inquire further, yet she hesitated, recognizing that they were merely classmates. Such a question might seem intrusive, especially with Lu Linger present. After weighing her options, she decided it best to pretend she had not noticed. All right, you two go ahead and collect your admission notices. I have other matters to attend to, Lin Yu said, completely disregarding Lu Linger. The sight of Lin Yu's indifference ignited a spark of indignation within Lu Linger, just as she resolved to ignore him and proceed to collect her admission notice. She suddenly furrowed her brow. Lin Yu, are you in a relationship? Chapter 30. Lu Linger muttered to herself. Had Lin Yu and the class monitor become an item? Taken aback by her words, Lin Yu lowered his gaze to the hair tie on his wrist. My affairs are of no concern to you. You are overstepping your bounds. With that, he turned his back and departed, eager to return to Teacher Li and unveil the admission notice together during this joyous moment. Lu Linger's expression darkened as she watched him leave, feeling slighted by his apparent disregard. Linger, let us go collect our admission notices as well. I wonder if there are any differences between our school's notifications, Su Ro suggested, sensing her friend's discontent. Despite feeling that Lin Yu's attitude was uncalled for, Su Ro reflected that he had a point. After all, matters of the heart are deeply personal. If one chooses to share, they may do so, and if not, is their prerogative. Ultimately, Lu Linger was an outsider in this context, lacking the right to interrogate him. Ro, do you think Lin Yu is actually dating someone? Lu Linger asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, I cannot say for certain. I have not seen any official announcement. Perhaps he simply put it on casually. Not as we might think, Su Ro replied, a hint of awkwardness in her voice. Is that truly the case? Lu Linger pressed, her brow furrowing. Of course. Now, let us swiftly collect our admission notices. We must not let unpleasant matters dampen our spirits, Su Ro urged, pulling Lu Linger toward the counter. Upon receiving her admission notice, Su Ro's heart swelled with happiness. It symbolized the success of her years of hard work. Indeed, Lu Linger echoed, recognizing that this admission notice represented the culmination of their first 18 years of life. As they exited the post office, Lin Yu had long since departed. Ro, do you think Lin Yu is with the class monitor? Remember how they conversed extensively at the gathering? Lu Linger speculated. Su Ro scratched her head in confusion. How could that be? The class monitor went to the capital, right? If they were truly dating, Lin Yu would likely follow her there. What, they only got together after he registered? Lu Linger countered, her mind racing. Su Ro chuckled softly. Oh, my dear friend, your imagination runs wild. Just because they talk does not mean they are together. By that logic, Lin Yu also conversed with Teacher Li that day. Should we assume he is with her as well? Lu Linger paused, her expression shifting as she recalled Lin Yu's gaze directed at Li Xia. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion. A student and a teacher, post-graduation, their paths would likely diverge. But that hair tie, perhaps he wore it out of boredom. All right, let's hurry home. I must post on social media about my long-awaited university acceptance. Su Ro exclaimed, her voice brimming with anticipation. In her heart, Su Ro resolved to seize any opportunity that might arise with someone she fancied in the future, lest she end up like her friend. Perhaps Lu Linger remained unaware that she had become a cautionary tale for others. Meanwhile, Lin Yu returned to Li Xia's side. Teacher, have you received the admission notice? Indeed. Here it is. Could you take a photo of me? I wish to share it on social media shortly, Lin Yu requested. Certainly, Li Xia nodded, taking Lin Yu's phone and unlocking it with her fingerprint. Lin Yu picked up the scissors and carefully opened the admission letter. Inside the envelope were various items, a phone card, a campus card, and even a bank card. Yet, these were of little consequence compared to the admission letter itself. Lin Yu, an incoming freshman of the class of 2018, majoring in mechanical engineering, gazed at the contents of the letter with uncontainable joy. Li Xia took a special close-up shot of the admission letter and then captured a picture of Lin Yu admiring it. As she looked at the photo, Li Xia nodded in satisfaction. Truly, her boyfriend was quite handsome. She couldn't help but feel a desire to boast about him. However, that wasn't feasible at the moment. If she weren't a teacher, or rather, if she weren't Lin Yu's teacher, she mused, she might not have even known him. Thus, this arrangement was quite splendid. At the very least, they were acquainted, and they were together. Lin Yu, let me show you the photo I took of you, she said, passing him her phone. It's perfect. Li teacher, it's absolutely perfect, Lin Yu exclaimed. Li Xia chuckled lightly. I just snapped it casually. It's not that impressive. I was referring to the person in the photo, Lin Yu remarked, eliciting a playful glare from Li Xia. This boy could charm her at any moment. All right, go ahead and post it on social media. You all will likely be receiving your admission letters in succession. Once you have them, it signifies the official end of your high school days. By the way, in August, you'll need to go to the school to collect your records. I can retrieve them for you. Sounds good, Li teacher. Jingzhou University begins classes on September 3rd. According to the notice, military training will be required, concluding before the Mid-Autumn Festival, which means about 20 days of training. Almost every university has military training, though the duration varies by institution. 20 days at Jingzhou University isn't too long. It's quite manageable. Besides, having been reborn, Lin Yu understood what military training entailed. The initial days were quite strict, but once representatives for the college S team were selected, it became significantly easier, with a schedule of standing at attention for half an hour followed by an hour of rest, and even the option to take leave. In essence, military training was relatively lenient, but if one attended a military academy or a police academy, they could expect a far more rigorous regimen. What date does the semester begin? September 3rd, with still over 40 days remaining. Li Xian nodded in response. That's a reasonable timeline. Once you enter university, you'll officially be a college student. Yes. I suppose I'll be more grown up, Lin Yu teased, his tone laced with jest. Li Xia initially didn't register it, but after a moment's reflection, she realized he had just made a rather cheeky remark, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Chapter 31. Li Teacher in Black Stockings, Progress 1. In the dead of night, Lu Linger tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Images of the hair tie on Lin Yu's wrist kept replaying in her mind. She recalled the day he confessed his feelings to her. She had believed that even if she turned him down, he would remain by her side. But she never anticipated that the ensuing developments would far exceed her expectations. After being rejected once, Lin Yu truly ceased all communication with her. Now, he was in a relationship. This left her in disbelief. Why were boys these days so fickle, so quick to cut ties after a single rejection? This is just too much. Lu Linger sat up in bed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. In her view, even after a rejection, Lin Yu or any other boy should continue to treat her well as a friend. But how could that ever be? In 2018, such behavior wasn't overtly apparent. But a couple of years later, it would be labeled as simping. Taking a deep breath, Lu Linger opened the chat interface with Lin Yu, hesitating as she pondered whether she had the right to question him. Yet, the thought of not asking gnawed at her, making sleep impossible. After a moment's hesitation, she sent the message. Lin Yu, are you in a relationship? The message was sent. It was only 10 o'clock, and Lu Linger figured Lin Yu wouldn't be asleep. In reality, Lin Yu was wide awake, engaged in a video call with Li Xia at home. Why are we writing reports already? Lin Yu asked, surprised at Li teacher's words. The screen showed Li Xia sighing. I'm a senior high school teacher. After every college entrance exam, I need to write a report primarily concerning the English subject. Fortunately, both of my classes performed quite well. Your class had an average score of 1194, while the other class performed slightly better at 1207, making it easier for me to compile the report. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. It seems our elite teacher is indeed impressive. It's mainly because both your classes are elite, they're easier to teach. Now, it's just a matter of whether I can secure the Excellent Teacher Award at the year's end. Lin Yu, intrigued, asked, is that really beneficial? Of course. If I win the Excellent Teacher Award in Jingzhou City, the prize is 50,000 yuan. Li Xia replied with a smile. 50,000 yuan was no trivial sum. Even for someone like Lin Yu, who had a decent income, receiving that amount for free would be quite delightful. Li teacher, go for it. I'm sure you'll win. I hope so. I only received it last year. Here's to hoping for another win this year. Li Xia chatted casually with Lin Yu, finding solace in their conversation, feeling more relaxed than before. I believe it's a foregone conclusion for you, Li teacher. You're being silly. There are plenty of other outstanding teachers as well. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. By the way, what are your plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow? I'll be shooting a promotional video. Didn't I film a promo for Seoul last time? They said the results were quite good. They've scheduled 2 shoots with me. One will be released this Friday and the other next Friday. So I need to get it done quickly. Lin Yu had recently been quite busy with business endeavors. In each of the 2 video shoots, he had nearly secured an advertisement. Coupled with his growing follower count, the offers had become quite substantial. That's great. Every business deal translates to money. It's several $100,000, Lin Yu nodded. I need to work even harder so we can buy a house soon. Oh, don't put so much pressure on yourself. My income is quite good too. I can save around 200,000 yuan in cash and nearly 100,000 in housing funds each year. You still have 4 years until graduation. By then, I should be able to accumulate over $1 million. Taking out a loan isn't an issue. My housing fund is substantial enough to cover it, essentially equating to a full cash purchase. Li Xia wanted to alleviate Lin Yu's burden, as this was a matter they would face together. Moreover, she wished for Lin Yu to feel joy in their relationship, rather than being weighed down by stress. Hey, Li teacher, I find that pressure is what drives me. Without it, I'd just go idle. Li Xia listened to these words and broke into a smile. Even if you lie flat now, you are still more remarkable than many others. Maintain a calm mindset. Lin Yu nodded. I understand, Teacher Li, I want a kiss. At this moment, Lin Yu opened her big eyes and gazed at Li Xia, causing a blush to rise on Li Xia's face. But you're not beside me right now, so even if I want to kiss you, I can't, Li Xia teased. Well, since the distance isn't too far, how about I come and find you, Teacher Li? Li Xia widened her eyes. Just for a kiss? Yes, and I can also give you a hug, Teacher Li. Li Xia felt her cheeks warm. She sensed Lin Yu's affection, which some girls might find annoying, yet for Li Xia, shaped by past experiences that left her with a lack of security, Lin Yu's clinginess and dependence filled that void. It can only be said that they were a match made in heaven. Never mind, it's too late. Let's do it tomorrow. I have nothing planned, so I'll come to your place. But worried about potential mishaps on the road, Li Xia reconsidered and decided against it. All right then. Yes, don't overthink it. I won't. Teacher Li, but can you wear that white dress tomorrow? Li Xia looked at Lin Yu. Indeed, you seem to be getting tired of me, already picking out clothes. I knew it, Li Xia said dramatically, filled with playful banter. That's not true. I just think our Teacher Li looks best in that outfit. By the way, should we buy some couple outfits? We've been together for a while, and we still don't have any matching clothes. Couple outfits? Li Xia pondered for a moment. Sure. Let's take a look. We should mainly buy some summer couple outfits. Winter outfits can wait. Lin Yu and Li Xia opened a shopping app, discovering numerous couple clothing options, even matching lingerie, though they were unsure of its significance. Both had good figures, so finding clothes wasn't a problem, but Lin Yu faced a challenge with shoes, as he wore size 49 and often needed custom-made pairs. While browsing, Li Xia suddenly spotted something that made her face flush. What's wrong, Teacher Li? She asked. Li Xia cleared her throat. It's nothing. Teacher Li, what did you see? Lin Yu was skeptical. Li Xia huffed. I found something that boys like. But why is it under the couple outfit category? Probably to attract more attention, she replied. So, Teacher Li, what did you see? Black stockings. As she said this, her face turned crimson, as she had never worn such things before, finding them uncomfortable and feeling overly exposed. Lin Yu, do all boys like this? Li Xia inquired. Her curiosity piqued, as it was her first romantic experience. Hearing this, Lin Yu scratched his head. Not all, some don't like them. Really? Why not? Because they prefer white stockings. Li Xia chuckled. Let me interview you then. Do you prefer black stockings or white ones? She looked at Lin Yu, her tone filled with curiosity. Here we go. This question is a trap. The correct answer should be, if Teacher Li wears black stockings, then I like black stockings. If she wears white stockings, then I like white stockings. If she wears nothing at all, then I like that even more. Li Xia laughed at his words. This person knows how to speak well. Teacher, why did you suddenly think to ask this? Do you want to wear them? Not right now. But, depending on your behavior in the future, who knows? Then I must perform even better. Lin Yu didn't linger on the topic of stockings for long. Teacher, I found a few couple outfits. Let me show you. Sure. At this moment, Lin Yu sent over a few cute outfits, embodying the essence of couple clothing, instantly recognizable as such. These are nice. Your taste is quite good. They are all adorable. But will I feel strange wearing them in public? Lin Yu scratched his head. How could that be? Teacher, have you forgotten? You're just in your early 20s, not in your 30s. Not to mention, even if you were 50, you'd still look like you're 18. Congratulations on increasing your progress in my black stockings by 1, Li Xia joked. Indeed, when one is with someone they adore, conversations flow more freely. Normally, Li Xia wouldn't discuss such things with others, but with Lin Yu, she felt comfortable. All right, I'll keep it up. The two chose a few couple outfits, and suddenly, Lin Yu noticed several black stockings appearing on his shopping platform, likely due to the app's monitoring. After discussing black stockings, it naturally suggested them, as Lin Yu contemplated how Teacher Li would look in them. A somewhat infatuated smile crept across his face. Chapter 32. Teacher Li's teasing. I just like your thick skin. In truth, teacherly possessed legs that were truly exquisite, the kind that, when adorned with stockings, could captivate for a lifetime. All right, Teacher Li, I'll make the payment. Li Xian nodded. Okay. Should the delivery go to your place or mine? To mine. Once it arrives, I'll deliver it to you. Teacher Li. Li Xian nodded. Realistically, even if they bought couple outfits, they probably wouldn't wear them in public, at least not in Jingzhou, for fear of being seen. Li Xia observed Lin Yu, who likely shared the same thought. Lin Yu, how about you finish filming the upcoming week's videos first? Then we can travel together, of course, after the couple outfits arrive. What do you think? Li Xia felt a twinge of guilt towards Lin Yu. After all, he could openly date, while they had to hide their relationship. She thought about going somewhere where no one knew their identities, allowing Lin Yu to wear a mask and experience a normal couple's life. Lin Yu looked up at her words. Teacher Li, do you want to go out? Yes, it depends on your thoughts. If you want to go out, then let's go. Naturally, Lin Yu was eager, but given the vastness of Jiuzhou with countless tourist cities, they needed to consider where to go. This was one of the perks of being a teacher, the availability of summer and winter breaks. Ordinary individuals typically relish public holidays, seizing the opportunity to embark on collective excursions. It is thus conceivable the throngs encountered along the way. However, during winter and summer breaks, although students are also liberated from their academic duties, tourist attractions are not inundated with visitors. So, where shall we venture? Perhaps a trip to Chengdu to observe the giant pandas? What do you think? Su Yimo nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. Let us proceed there. With resolution. The two individuals, characterized by their proactive nature, commenced planning their itinerary for Chengdu, with a visit to see the pandas being paramount. In fact, it is estimated that at least 80 of tourists flocking to Chengdu do so for the pandas. Additionally, Lin Yu harbored a peculiar curiosity about whether Chengdu's streets indeed featured round-faced, bearded men. Thus, as their conversation flowed, Lin Yu completely disregarded the message Lu Linger had sent moments earlier. Engaged in discussions with Teacher Li regarding travel plans, he felt no inclination to dwell on trivial matters. Right? Meanwhile, Lu Linger, gazing at the unresponsive chat interface, furrowed her brow in dismay. She perceived her efforts to reach out as a display of humility. Yet Lin Yu appeared to trample upon her dignity without a second thought. What does it matter? If you wish to pursue romance, then go ahead. I refuse to believe that my existence would diminish in your absence. Truly, in a fit of frustration, Lu Linger deleted the entire chat history, as if her previous, somewhat subservient demeanor had never existed. Yet, this was mere self-deception. Reclining on her bed, she placed her phone aside, compelling herself to drift into slumber. However, rest eluded her, and she found herself frequently glancing at her phone, hoping for a message from Lin Yu, perhaps embodying the very essence of a lovesick admirer. A week-long trip should suffice for our arrangements, though I suspect we may not manage to accomplish everything on our itinerary. Given the current sweltering summer season, it is likely we will prefer to remain indoors during particularly hot days. Ultimately, the primary focus of this adventure is to witness the giant pandas. The rest shall unfold as fate dictates. I have heard that the local hot pot is quite authentic. We should certainly indulge in that experience as well. Li Xian nodded in agreement, expressing her anticipation for the spicy fare, suggesting that if it proves too intense, they could opt for a milder version. As time passed, Lin Yu and Li Xia ended their phone conversation, both unaware that slumber had overtaken them. The following morning, while Lin Yu was still ensconced in dreams, he felt an unusual tickle at his nose, prompting him to instinctively reach for it. A strand of hair, perhaps. In the next moment, he lifted his head to find Li Xia before him. You sleepyhead, rise and shine, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she took in Lin Yu's bare torso. Teacher Li, what brings you here? He inquired, bewildered. I sent you a message, but received no reply. So, I decided to come over, she explained, having access to his keys. By the way, what do you think? At that moment, Li Xia stood and twirled, revealing the dress she wore, a perfect match for the one they had discussed the previous day. Lin Yu nodded appreciatively. It looks beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth. Stop it. Hurry up and get dressed. I brought breakfast, she urged. All right, Lin Yu replied, and, as she stepped outside to await his attire change, a sense of propriety lingered between them, as their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that would permit her to observe him undressing. After donning his shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, Lin Yu emerged from his room. What did you buy? He asked eagerly. Wontons. This place serves excellent wontons. You'll have to try them, she replied. The wonton shop, located just outside her residential complex, only operated in the mornings. Li Xia had mentioned it several times, but each occasion had been thwarted by various circumstances. Today, however, she had risen early to procure the wontons. There are too many for me. I'll share some with you, she offered. Sounds good, he said, as he proceeded to wash his hair, having neglected it for a few days. After his grooming ritual, he felt invigorated. So, how do I look teacherly? He posed theatrically, striking a silly pose. Li Xia chuckled. I ought to capture this moment and share it online for your fans to see. Hearing this, Li Xia cleared her throat. Perhaps not teacherly. I wish to reserve this flawless side of me solely for you. What if others see it and try to win your favor? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her playful banter. I finally understand what I find appealing about you, she mused. What is it? Your confidence. Lin Yu felt as though he had been subtly teased. Chapter 33. Teacher Li's playful teasing. Is your hand GPS equipped? In today's world, the delivery service has become remarkably efficient. Within just 2 days, the items Lin Yu ordered online arrived at the community's delivery station. Teacher Li, I'm heading out to collect the package, he announced. Li Xia, glancing at her phone, smiled. Is it our couple's outfits? Indeed, Teacher Li. Are you excited? He replied eagerly. The prospect of wearing matching outfits with Lin Yu filled her with anticipation, as it would be her first experience in couple's attire, especially with someone she cherished. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the delivery station, where he discovered a multitude of packages, 8 in total, due to the considerable number of couple's outfits he had ordered with Li Xia. Unable to carry them all at once on his electric bike, he decided to return home first. Once I obtain my driver's license, I absolutely must purchase a car. He mused internally. Currently, both he and Li Xia had successfully passed their second and third driving tests, although they had not yet scheduled their final appointment. According to the driving school, securing a date by mid-August would be a swift achievement, and Lin Yu eagerly anticipated acquiring a vehicle once he obtained his license. He reflected on the driving lessons, realizing that much of the knowledge gained would not be applicable in real-world driving situations, as the road conditions differed significantly from the practice environment. Upon returning home, Lin Yu called Li Xia, who was busy preparing a report. Though the deadline was still some time away, her diligent nature compelled her to finish tasks well in advance. Did you retrieve the packages? You seem quite sweaty, she observed. It's scorching outside. Teacher Li, I would estimate it to be at least 40 degrees, he replied, as he began unboxing the contents of one package. Inside, he discovered a white top adorned with quirky emoticons, eliciting a wave of embarrassment from Li Xia for reasons she could not quite articulate. Immediately after, Lin Yu unwrapped the second parcel, revealing an entire ensemble of clothing that exuded a distinct national style, appearing quite aesthetically pleasing. This outfit was also the most expensive, totaling nearly 180 yuan. What do you think of this attire, Teacher Li? Lin Yu inquired. I find this outfit rather appealing. Perhaps we could wear it during our travels? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Now that both of their outfits had arrived, their travel plans were naturally set to commence. Sound good. Shall I book the high-speed train tickets? Lin Yu suggested. Sure, I'll send you my ID, Li Xia replied. All right. Before long, Li Xia sent over her identification, and upon seeing the photograph of Li Xia, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel, thinking to herself that even a formal ID photo could not diminish her beauty. Teacher Li, your ID photo is truly stunning. Upon hearing this, Li Xia chuckled softly. It's not that great. It doesn't do you justice. She added with a hint of jealousy the last time we went out. Even with a mask on, people were asking for your contact information. The bitterness in her tone was palpable, as anyone would feel envious if their partner attracted attention from others. Are you feeling a bit jealous, Teacher Li? How about I give you a kiss? Lin Yu teased. Li Xia rolled her eyes playfully. Then come here. Today, I might just leave your lips swollen. Having been together for some time, Li Xia had become increasingly bold in her exchanges with Lin Yu. Wait a moment, Teacher Li, I'll be right there. Lin Yu was undeterred. Of course, it was evident to Lin Yu that Li Xia's playful words were simply an invitation to meet. Without hesitation, she made her way over, and, as the video call ended, Li Xia's lips curled into a subtle smile. Fortunately, Lin Yu remained in Jingzhou. Had she traveled elsewhere, their interactions would likely not have been as carefree. This, indeed, highlighted the challenges of a long-distance relationship. Witnessing others in pairs while being limited to video calls with one's partner can evoke a sense of envy and profound disappointment that few can truly fathom, especially during moments of illness or discomfort when comfort is lacking. The sudden appearance of a considerate opposite sex in such times could easily lead to many couples drifting apart. Thus, the adage that enduring a long-distance relationship is a lifetime commitment is no mere jest. After all, such an arrangement is not something just anyone can withstand. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at Li Xia's place. With a key in hand, she opened the door herself. I'm here. Li Xia approached Lin Yu, who immediately embraced her. Due to the sweltering heat, Lin Yu was quite sweaty, and as Li Xia inhaled Lin Yu's scent, she found herself somewhat captivated. Gazing at Teacher Li's lips, Lin Yu gradually leaned down. When a boy kisses, his hands seem to possess a navigation system, always finding their way to the right places. Li Xia's face flushed a deep crimson. "You little rogue," she teased, casting a playful glance at Lin Yu. "This isn't my fault. It's your charm that's to blame, Teacher Li." Lin Yu looked at her hands with a resigned expression. These hands seem to know me all too well. As Teacher Li recalled their earlier conversation, her face grew even warmer. "How many videos did you shoot?" "There are still 2 left. I plan to finish them today and edit them late into the night, so we can set off tomorrow afternoon." Li Xia furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "Is that really necessary? You don't have to overexert yourself. A day or 2 delay won't matter." She felt a pang of concern for Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook her head. "It's not tiring at all. I usually stay up late anyway. Consider it a head start on my work. Granting myself a week's vacation." This advantage of self-employment allowed for such flexibility. As long as you finish your tasks ahead of time, you can relax without the constraints of a typical job. "I can keep you company tonight. How does that sound?" Li Xia suggested, noticing Lin Yu's fatigue. "No need. I can manage on my own." At that moment, Li Xia silenced Lin Yu with her lips, and after a minute, they slowly parted. Perhaps due to their engrossing kiss, their lips lingered slightly as they separated. It must be said that the frequency of their kisses had significantly improved Teacher Li's kissing skills. "I'm the older one. You should listen to me," Li Xia stated firmly, and hearing this, Lin Yu wrapped her arms around her. "But aren't you my teacher?" After saying this, Lin Yu tilted her head slightly and kissed Li Xia. Chapter 34. No flavor as sweet as Teacher Li's. Li Xia realized that each time Lin Yu called her teacher during their kisses, it sent a thrill through her. She sometimes questioned her own feelings, searching online and discovering that her reactions were, in fact, quite normal. After all, girls can be just as susceptible to attraction as boys. Feeling reassured, Li Xia suggested, "How about we film the videos at my place?" Lin Yu looked at Li Xia and replied, "Sounds good. Then I'll stay over at your place tonight. This way, we can head out directly tomorrow afternoon without the hassle of back and forth." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, eager for this arrangement. Since they would be away for nearly a week, and considering the hot weather, they would need ample clothing to change into, lest they be plagued by the odor of sweat, which would certainly affect their shared experience. Consequently, Li Xia went to her bedroom to pack her clothes. As a girl, her wardrobe was not excessively vast. She had only 3 or 4 outfits for winter and just a few for summer. Thus, she gathered all her summer clothes, along with sunscreen and a sun protective outfit. Once she confirmed that everything was in order, Li Xia followed Lin Yu out of the house. Before departing, she meticulously checked the water and electricity, ensuring everything was in good condition before feeling at ease. The two hopped on an electric bike and quickly arrived at Lin Yu's place. Their rented apartment had become a secret haven for them. While their behavior in public was perfectly normal within the confines of their home, it was a different story filled with affection and intimacy. Once inside, Lin Yu began filming, while Li Xia headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, as she felt her assistance was limited in the filming process and could only handle the logistics. While cooking, Li Xia received a message from the hotel confirming their reservation, just waiting for them to arrive. With their travel plans in place, Lin Yu was responsible for the train expenses, while Li Xia took charge of the hotel costs. Wanting to explore several attractions, Li Xia chose a centrally located hotel for its convenient transportation, as a remote location would require over an hour just to step outside, which would be quite impractical. That evening, Li Xia prepared a delightful meal of sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and rice. It must be said that Teacher Li's culinary skills were truly impressive, and Lin Yu felt that they surpassed his own by several degrees. After finishing the meal, Li Xia approached the door of the room, and, hearing no sound from within, gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, Lin Yu was engrossed in reviewing the footage he had just filmed. In truth, Lin Yu's acting was quite commendable. He pondered the possibility of auditioning for a television drama. "Are you done filming?" he asked. Teacher Li just finished," she replied. "Let us tidy up and prepare for dinner. We can edit later." "All right," Lin Yu nodded. Since they were going out the next day, Lin Yu needed to finish editing the video that night. Thus, after dinner, he immediately began his editing work. Li Xia sat beside him, observing his focused demeanor, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips. For some unknown reason, she found Lin Yu to be incredibly charming while he worked. He seemed less like an 18-year-old high school graduate and more like a mature man, and being near him gave Li Xia a profound sense of security. As time passed, Lin Yu glanced over at Li Xia. "Teacher Li, if you're too tired, you can go to sleep. There's no need to wait for me." Li Xia shook her head. "I'm fine, I'm not tired. Come on, keep editing. Are you hungry? Should I get you some fruit?" "Sure, that would be great, Teacher Li. Stop being so polite. You weren't this courteous when you kissed me today," Li Xia teased. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face flushed. "Haha, just a bit of false politeness." Li Xia rolled her eyes. The kitchen was stocked with various fruits, watermelon, grapes, and green grapes, among others. Li Xia sliced a watermelon and washed some green grapes, perhaps feeling that this wasn't tea enough. She opened the fridge and retrieved the yogurt she had bought the day before. This would suffice as a simple fruit salad. In truth, the yogurt for the fruit salad might not even be as good as the one she usually bought at the supermarket. After tasting it, Li Xia declared perfect. However, lacking raisins or other small ingredients, they had to make do. Li Xia brought the bowl over to Lin Yu. Open your mouth. Hearing this, Lin Yu obediently complied. How is it? Tasty? Delicious, but not as good as the taste from Teacher Li's mouth, Lin Yu joked. Li Xia looked at him with disdain. How disgusting. Ha! Lin Yu scratched his head, and the video editing continued. Due to his impressive advertising results, many businesses were eager to work with Lin Yu repeatedly, leading to a gradual increase in his commercial engagements. With returning clients and new ones pouring in, it was inevitable that his workload would grow. However, Lin Yu approached his business dealings with a meticulous attitude. He would not entertain any high-risk ventures, regardless of the price. After all, he could discern what was truly valuable. By 11 o'clock that night, Lin Yu finally finished editing the video, made some final adjustments, and once he confirmed everything was in order, he decided to stop. Teacher Li, I'm done. However, when he turned to speak with Li Xia, he discovered she had fallen asleep, watching her slumbering form. A smile played at the corners of his lips. Teacher Li looked utterly adorable while asleep. He took out his phone and captured a candid shot. No, not stealthily, but openly. Glancing at the photo, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Absolutely stunning. After tidying up, Lin Yu scooped Li Xia into a princess carry. It seemed she was utterly exhausted, as this gentle embrace did not rouse her. He carried her to the bedroom and then began to organize his belongings, prioritizing their matching outfits. Once he had packed them, he turned to his own clothes, and by the time he finished, it was past midnight. After taking a shower, he cautiously entered the bedroom, observing Li Xia beside him. He reached out and gently wrapped his arms around her waist, then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 35. Playing the role, not as a boyfriend, but as a student. The next morning, when Li Xia awakened from her slumber, she felt a weight on her waist. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Lin Yu draped over her. She chuckled softly. This person is quite restless in his sleep. Struggling to turn, she glanced at Lin Yu, who was still lost in dreams. It appeared he had stayed up late the previous night, as dark circles adorned his eyes. Li Xia couldn't recall how she had fallen asleep. Her eyelids had been in a constant battle, and she had thought to nap for just a moment, only to awaken now. Perhaps it was Li Xia's movement that stirred Lin Yu from his dreams. He gradually opened his eyes, and as he did, he was greeted by the sight of her flawless features, prompting a smile to grace his face. Teacher Li, when did you wake up? Just now, she replied. Lin Yu nodded, pulling her into an embrace. Let us sleep a bit longer. You worked so late yesterday. Li Xia offered no resistance to Lin Yu's embrace, instinctively nestling against his chest. Hearing his words, Lin Yu shook his head. Teacher Li, your words carry a hint of ambiguity. Li Xia blushed at his remark. Her mind clouded with unwholesome thoughts. All right, be good. Let us sleep a little longer. Lin Yu shook his head. No, I want to hold you. Foolish. You can sleep while holding me. Li Xia gently patted his back, her touch tender, savoring the comforting scent emanating from her. Lin Yu felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, and before he knew it, he drifted back into slumber. When Lin Yu awoke again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Why is it so late? He exclaimed, frowning at the time. It's all right. We have plenty of time before the afternoon train. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I can make it for you. Lin Yu thought for a moment. I do love some noodles. Is it that easy to please you? Of course. As long as it's made by Teacher Li, I'll enjoy anything. All right then. I'll make you some cold noodles. Great. Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. As he watched Li Xia in her pajamas preparing to sit up, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Indeed, holding Teacher Li was incredibly comfortable. Teacher Li, why don't you hold me while cooking? Li Xia rolled her eyes in response. Do you want to hear what you just said? I should record it and share it on social media for your classmates to see. Her tone was playful. In truth, regardless of age, boys often revert to childlike behavior in front of those they like. It's because they care for that person that they reveal their more innocent side. If it were someone they didn't like, they would likely act more mature than their own fathers. The two individuals indulged in each other's company for a while longer before Li Xia ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Lin Yu proceeded to freshen up. He washed his hair, cleansed his face, and brushed his teeth. Having neglected to shave for 2 or 3 days, he took the time to groom himself. Lin Yu, dinner is ready. I know. Teacher Li, he replied as he emerged from the bathroom. The so-called cold noodles were simply boiled noodles rinsed in cold water, accompanied by an array of side dishes. Today, Teacher Li had prepared 3 dishes: stir-fried green beans with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and shredded potatoes. Teacher Li, it looks delicious. If you enjoy it, be sure to eat your fill. Absolutely. The two settled at the dining table, relishing the meal. Their high-speed train was scheduled to depart at 4 in the afternoon, and with just under 4 hours until then, they had ample time to spare. After finishing their meal, they double-checked their belongings, ensuring nothing was amiss before feeling at ease. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with the time drawing near, Lin Yu and Li Xia set off. They packed lightly for the journey, with a larger suitcase containing clothes for their trip, while Teacher Li carried her handbag, which held a charger, identification, and several hundred yuan in cash. It was prudent to carry some cash while traveling, as a precaution against the possibility of their phones or power banks running out of battery, though the likelihood of such an occurrence was low. Navigating an unfamiliar city warranted being prepared. By 3 o'clock, they arrived at the train station. Since it was not a public holiday, the station was relatively uncrowded. During peak travel times, such as around the Spring Festival, procuring tickets could be quite a hassle, especially for those without personal transport. Seated on a bench, Lin Yu and Li Xia awaited the arrival of their train. Once we reach the hotel, let's change into our couple's outfits. I noticed there's a night market right next to it, Lin Yu suggested eagerly. Are you that excited? Of course. All right, I'll follow your lead. Especially since you are my boyfriend, she teased, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Lin Yu felt a flush of warmth wash over him, realizing for the first time the enchanting hold Li Xia had over him. What might be a mundane phrase from others ignited a fervor within him when spoken by her. Just to clarify, I'm not your boyfriend. I'm your student, right, Teacher Li? Li Xia blushed at his words. How cheeky. She playfully nudged his shoulder, her shyness apparent. Their hands intertwined. Time slipped away until the screen displayed their train's arrival, prompting the commencement of ticket checks. Having booked their seats promptly, they secured 2 adjacent spots. The journey from Jingzhou to Chengdu would take approximately 5 hours, so they intended to rest and recharge before exploring the night market later that evening. The hotel they had booked was a spacious king room, nearly 60 square meters. Having shared a bed several times, it felt entirely natural for them to share a room on this trip. In eager anticipation, the high-speed train reached its destination before they knew it. Chapter 36, Teacher Li's Revelation. The first husband upon entering the hotel, Li Xia sprawled comfortably on the bed. After such a lengthy train ride, it felt heavenly to lie down. Propping her head with her hand, she gazed at Lin Yu, perhaps unaware of the allure she exuded in that moment. If it weren't for Lin Yu's self-control, he might have succumbed to temptation. Teacher Li, please rein in that charm of yours. Otherwise, I might not be able to withstand it. I need to use the restroom, he stated. All right, go ahead, she replied with a nod. In their spacious room, with no partitions, the sounds from the bathroom were clearly audible from the bed. Li Xia felt her cheeks flush as she lay there, contemplating how surreal her life felt at that moment. A minute later, Lin Yu emerged from the restroom. Teacher Li, shall we head out? The night market seems quite lively. Sure, let's go, she exclaimed, leaping from the bed. However, before their adventure, they had one important task to complete, changing into their couple's outfits. What kind of couple would they be without matching attire? As a high school teacher, Li Xia had seen many couples don matching outfits at school. And while she had once found it perplexing, now, as she donned the outfit and gazed into the mirror, the reason became clear. When 2 people appeared in public wearing matching outfits, it signified to the world that they were a couple. The thought of this brought a wave of happiness to her heart. Lin Yu, I'm ready. Your turn, she called from the bathroom. Upon seeing Li Xia in her couple's outfit, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. He had often envisioned them dressed alike, and now, as reality unfolded, excitement surged within him. He reached out, wanting to embrace her. Understanding his intent, Li Xia approached, settling onto his lap. Is it heavy? No, not at all. You feel as light as a feather. Lin Yu wrapped his arms around her. Teacher Li? Yes? You can't possibly know how much I love you. In that moment, he chose the word love rather than like. Each day of his past life had been fraught with despair and torment, a testament to his feelings. Thus, upon crossing over into this life, he had vowed that no matter the trials they faced, they would remain together, never to part. Li Xia, hearing his declaration, felt a blush creep across her face. You're silly. How could I not know? Of course I do. She tightened her embrace around him. The evening in Chengdu was pleasantly warm, and walking through the streets brought a sense of comfort. Regardless of their successes or failures, the happiness of being together was what truly mattered. Lin Yu held Li Xia's hand, cherishing the moment as they strolled through a corner of the city. In the grand scheme of things, they were but insignificant specks in a vast city. Yet in their own worlds, they were each other's everything. Lin Yu, I want to try that. What is it? It looks like stinky tofu. All right, I'll have some too. With the convenience of modern transportation, night markets across different cities bore striking similarities. The local delicacies of one city could often be found in another. Unlike the past, when one had to travel to experience local cuisine. As Lin Yu observed Li Xia indulging in her cotton candy, A subtle smile graced his lips. In that moment, Li Xia radiated joy, reminiscent of a child yet to grow up. Suddenly, Lin Yu's thoughts drifted to Li Xia's family. Perhaps, ever since her mother's passing, she had been preoccupied with her livelihood and studies. Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a pang of sympathy for his dear teacher. He recalled their time together when she had expressed that one must not abandon oneself. With this thought, a bittersweet sensation enveloped his heart. "What is on your mind?" Li Xia inquired, noticing Lin Yu's silence with a curious tone. "I was just thinking about capturing a photograph of our teacher Li. Shall we take it now?" "Absolutely." Lin Yu refrained from voicing his earlier thoughts. Such a joyful moment should not be marred by uncomfortable topics. He would face all challenges alone, while for teacher Li, it was a time to relish life. The image of her on his phone screen consistently showcased her sweetest visage, causing Lin Yu's smile to widen, his eyes brimming with affection. "How does it look? Is it appealing?" Lin Yu accepted the cotton candy from Li Xia's hand and handed her his phone. "Quite impressive. Lin Yu, I believe you are the finest photographer I have encountered." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Well, you are my only subject. Once we return, I shall retouch it and post it on social media. No need for editing. Your natural beauty is unparalleled." "That simply won't do," Li Xia replied, shaking her head. "Even the most beautiful girls require a touch-up before sharing their photos. Teacher Li was no exception. How about I take one of you? What do you think?" "Sure, but let us change the background." "Sound good, hee. While Li Xia stepped away to use the restroom, Lin Yu waited at the door with her bag, when a voice interrupted. "Hello, young man. May I have your contact information?" Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine at the sound of that voice. To be asked for contact details was not unfamiliar to him, but a male requesting his information was a first. He turned to face the young man, round-faced and bearded. He seemed like an ordinary boy, though his white socks made Lin Yu scratch his head. This city certainly had its quirks. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu replied, "I'm sorry, my girlfriend will be out shortly." "Well, it would be fine if your girlfriend didn't he know," the young man retorted. This was outrageous. Moreover, wearing a mask, he had no idea what he looked like, yet this stranger demanded his contact information. How audacious. Lin Yu coughed again. "No, thanks. I prefer not to share my contact details." This was a direct refusal, and the young man frowned deeply. Just then a familiar voice called out, "Hubby." It was Li Xia. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yu turned to see her rushing toward him, and he found himself lost in the term hubby she had used. Even as she pulled him away, he remained absorbed in that singular word. Chapter 37. The deceptive Li Xia. "I didn't say anything earlier," Lin Yu remarked. "Ah, it seems I must be wary not only of girls in this city, but also boys," Li Xia teased, a smirk playing on her lips. Lin Yu sighed. "Teacher Li, you're teasing me now." That was quite unsettling. Though he was a person of standard orientation, he supported everyone's right to their choices online. However, the prospect of someone fixating on him in real life was enough to make him feel queasy. Li Xia burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. It must be your charm that draws them in." At that moment, Li Xia gently draped her arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. Feeling the warmth of teacher Li, Lin Yu relaxed significantly, recalling the affectionate term she had just used. "Teacher, I wish to hear you call me hubby again." Li Xia's face flushed at his request. Initially, she had no choice but to use that term while traveling, considering Lin Yu's rising prominence. Calling him by his name in public could lead to complications. But what else could she call him? Hey sounded strange, so she resorted to hubby. Truthfully, she hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, the memory felt incredibly embarrassing. "Please no," Li Xia fervently shook her head. "Teacher, I implore you, just one more time. If hubby is too much, brother will suffice." Lin Yu coughed, feeling as if he had compromised. Yet, the impact of brother far surpassed that of hubby. Li Xia understood this well, and looked at him mischievously. "You little rascal." Hee, but you're our little rascal. Teacher Li Xia's smile widened. "Perhaps we should, discuss this later." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. He realized Teacher Li was acquiescing to his request. Despite the earlier interruption, it hadn't dampened their spirits. And the two continued their leisurely stroll for nearly another hour before returning to the hotel. Feeling as if he might gain several pounds today, Lin Yu lamented, "Alas, I can't control my appetite." He turned to Li Xia. "Teacher, do you wish to check your figure? You barely need to control your eating. Even the most top-tier models cannot compare to you." Lin Yu was always adept at providing emotional support, and hearing his words made Li Xia chuckle. "Oh, have you seen those top-tier models?" "Well, I've watched some videos," Lin Yu replied playfully. Li Xia's face turned crimson as Lin Yu's gaze was filled with anticipation, a clear reference to her earlier use of hubby. Feigning ignorance, Li Xia asked, "Huh? What do you mean? I don't recall promising you anything. Are you denying it?" Lin Yu embraced Li Xia. "Teacher, I'm still a child." "You can't deceive a child." Li Xia looked at him. "Child? TSK. I've never seen a child with a teacher. She gently tapped his forehead. Who has the child here? Teacher, I wish to hear it. Lucia felt a rush of shyness. After all, uttering hubby felt incredibly embarrassing, especially since it was her first time. But changing the situation was simple. She just needed to say it more often. What do you want to hear? Call me hubby or brother. Brother, Lucia attempted internally, only to discover that no matter what, she could not bring herself to utter the words husband. She quickly tried saying it aloud, and upon hearing those words, Lin Yu chuckled softly. Teacher Li, that sounded rather devoid of affection. It should be husband, Lin Yu demonstrated personally. Lucia coughed lightly, realizing that Lin Yu's voice indeed possessed a certain alluring charm. I believe that boy just now would surely. Lucia bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ever since being with Lin Yu, she had truly become more vivacious. Such words were previously unthinkable for her to express. Teacher Li, Lin Yu flashed a playful grin, and Lucia embraced her. Oh dear. Husband, please don't be angry. Your wife didn't mean to, boo-hoo. Sometimes, a woman's ability to act coy could be quite terrifying. A mere pout could render one utterly incapable of being upset. Lucia was precisely that kind of person. Listening to her, Lin Yu felt her heart melt. Observing Lin Yu's silly smile, Lucia scratched her head in wonder. Was her statement truly that impactful? Had it turned Lin Yu into a fool? It took Lin Yu a good half hour to regain her composure. Lin Yu, I'm going to take a shower now. All right, Lin Yu nodded. Although it was evening, the city remained oppressively warm. Stepping outside felt akin to entering a steam room, leaving one with a hint of sweat. Sleeping in such discomfort would undoubtedly be unpleasant, but a shower would be a genuine delight. In the bathroom, Lucia chuckled at her earlier thoughts, finding Lin Yu to be quite amusing. Lost in her happy reverie, she began humming a tune. After her shower, Lucia changed into fresh clothes and pajamas. She glanced at the pile of garments she had just removed and felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially since they were intimate items. What if Lin Yu saw them? That would be rather awkward. However, this was not her home, and in this single room, where could she possibly place them? As she wrestled with her dilemma, a knock echoed from the door. Teacher Li, is everything all right? Did something happen? It turned out that Lin Yu had grown worried when the sound of water ceased for an extended period, prompting her to check on Lucia. I'm fine. Hearing her voice, Lin Yu finally relaxed. Lucia hastily decided to hide her intimate garments beneath other clothes. That should alleviate any embarrassment. This was the dynamic of a young couple just beginning to cohabitate. With time, even the act of using the restroom in front of one another would become devoid of any psychological burden. Chapter 38. Lucia, where's my jealous husband? All right, I'm done. You can go now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Okay, Teacher Li. Lin Yu took his clothes and headed into the bathroom for a shower. Boys typically possess a less sensitive disposition than girls, so Lin Yu did not feel awkward about Lucia seeing his intimate garments. After showering, he looked over at Lucia, who was seated on the sofa. Teacher Li, shall I wash your clothes too? We'll be here for several days, and if they're left unwashed, they'll surely become smelly. Hearing this, Lucia's face flushed. No, I can wash them myself. You don't need to worry about it. She had never allowed anyone else to wash her intimate clothing before. Lin Yu scratched his head. It's no trouble, Teacher Li. They all need washing anyway. Really I'll manage. All right. Noticing the shyness on her face, Lin Yu understood that she felt embarrassed, so he refrained from pressing the matter further. They had even purchased laundry detergent earlier that day, since hotels do not provide such amenities. Although soap was available, its quality was rather mediocre, making it more sensible to buy a bag themselves. Summer clothes are relatively easy to wash. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Yu was finished. He hung the clothes in the bathroom and stepped out. Teacher Li, I'm all done. Lucia nodded and stood up, just as Lin Yu hugged her unexpectedly. What are you doing? Lucia instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, her tone softening. Lin Yu leaned closer to Teacher Li. Why is our Teacher Li so shy? He teased. I'm not shy at all, Lin Yu. I need to teach you a lesson. Do your own chores. Is class starting now? Lin Yu chuckled. Come on, Lin Yu, repeat after me. Do your own chores. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Yet at that moment, he wished to say something different. He simply wanted to kiss Teacher Li. He slowly leaned down, and Lucia gradually closed her eyes. A few minutes later, the kiss ended, leaving Lucia's cheeks flushed. Let us take a break. I'll go do the laundry. Okay. Lin Yu's voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke. Sitting on the sofa, he began to check his account data, noting that he now had 63 million followers. The video he posted earlier that afternoon had garnered 35 million views. This was precisely why many businesses sought out Lin Yu. His high viewership ensured effective promotion, and coupled with his excellent cooperation, it was hard to see why anyone would choose anyone else. Lin Yu opened his messaging app and found no unread messages. setting his phone down as he began to explore the hotel's television. Teacher Lee, is there any particular drama or movie you'd like to watch? Let me think. How about Running Man? I haven't seen the latest episode yet. All right, Teacher Lee, I'll put it on for you. Variety shows tend to lose their charm after the first few seasons. As viewership dwindles or novelty fades, cast members begin to drop out, leading to a decline in quality. It seems this pattern holds true for every variety show, particularly those that once enjoyed significant popularity. Shows lacking such appeal hardly survive to air more than a few episodes. Linyu, could you send me the photos you took today? I want to edit them for my social media. Sure, since this was her first trip since gaining memories. Li Xia was eager to share her experience. Linyu quickly sent over the photos, and as Li Xia reviewed them, she nodded in approval. Not bad at all. After posting, Linyu set his phone aside and leaned against Li Xia, inhaling her fragrant scent, feeling a deep sense of contentment. While some editing might take hours, even a day, for Teacher Lee, it only took a few minutes. Help me come up with a caption, she requested, glancing at Linyu. He pondered seriously for a moment. Today's dose of happiness? In the photograph, only Li Xia is present, with no sign of Linyu. After all, if Linyu were truly there, both their phones would likely explode with notifications. Indeed, it is no surprise that she is a prominent social media influencer. Among the 3 pictures Li Xia selected, 2 feature her indulging in food, while the central image captures the entrance of the night market. Once she confirmed everything was in order, Li Xia effortlessly uploaded the photos to her social media. After completing this task, she set her phone aside and embraced Linyu. What are our plans for tomorrow? She inquired. Well, we'll visit the pandas and enjoy hot pot in the evening. I've checked, and most hot pot restaurants offer a dual flavor pot, so that should be fine. As they had spent a long time on the high-speed train that day, both felt a lingering fatigue and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, around 8 o'clock, Li Xia awoke from her dreams. Noticing Linyu still peacefully asleep beside her, observing Linyu's slumbering form, a smile crept onto Li Xia's lips. She found Linyu's most alluring feature to be her lips, rosy and slightly plump, yet perfectly proportioned, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss them, which was in fact quite delightful. Li Xia leaned over the bed, inching closer to Linyu, and gently pressed a kiss on her lips. However, as Linyu remained asleep, her mouth stayed closed, leaving Li Xia to merely brush against them. Not wishing to disturb Linyu's rest, she picked up her phone. The post from yesterday had garnered numerous likes and comments from both teachers and students, all exclaiming, "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." Li Xia chuckled to herself, pondering whether they could fathom that she was out with Linyu, and more intriguingly, that they were sharing the same bed. Reflecting on this, she imagined the astonished reactions they would have if they were to announce their relationship publicly. After replying to a few comments, Li Xia opened her chat interface to find messages from several individuals, students and colleagues alike. Teacher Lee, did you go out on your own? I have some free time lately. How about being travel buddies? This message from a colleague caught her attention as she glanced at Linyu. If this jealous heart were to see it, she'd likely need to shower Linyu with affection to ease the tension. Chapter 39. Teacher Lee, your lips are quite enticing. No need for that, Li Xia replied, aware of her own allure. In school, it was evident that some single male teachers had expressed their affection towards her. Yet Li Xia held a singular requirement when it came to relationships. She must feel a genuine attraction. Though this may sound straightforward, it is, in reality, a complex matter. Romance requires a harmonious blend of timing, circumstances, and compatibility. Without one, the others falter. Thus, she had always directly rejected suitors if she felt no inclination towards them, believing it unfair to waste anyone's time. Before long, a response came, "It's unsafe to be alone." Frowning at the message, Li Xia wondered if her rejection had not been clear enough. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I have someone accompanying me. There's no issue." After sending the message, perhaps anticipating further replies, she added, "It's late. I'm heading to bed." With that, she silenced her phone, turning her gaze to Linyu. She gently wrapped her arms around her. At that moment, Linyu had been looking at her phone, but set it aside as Li Xia approached, embracing her softly. "Why aren't you on your phone?" Linyu asked, leaning her head against Li Xia's shoulder, inhaling the scent of shampoo. "Your phone pales in comparison to my teacher, Li's charm." "Am I charming?" Li Xia's lips curved into a slight smile as she tightened her embrace around Linyu. Once you start school and I go back to work, we may not have these moments together every day anymore." Linyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing what Li Xia meant. How could that be? The distance between Jingzhou University and the first high school isn't far at all. It's just a 20-minute bike ride. If Teacher Lee misses me, I'll be there in no time. Linyu's earnest tone brought a sparkle to Li Xia's eyes. Initially, she and T considered such thoughts, but as their time together extended, she found herself increasingly reliant on Linyu. While they spent their days together, The nights were often lonely for Li Xia when Lin Yu returned to her own rented room. Have you ever thought about us living together? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Do you want to live with me, teacher Li? Li Xia's cheeks flushed as she playfully nudged Lin Yu. Such an intimate suggestion typically falls to the boy, but seeing Lin Yu's obliviousness, she felt compelled to voice it herself. Are you worried about me affecting your interactions with other girls? What other girls? There's only you, teacher Li. Hearing such sweet words, Li Xia relented. So what do you think? I actually think your current place is quite nice. And it's not far from the first high school. Li Xia shared her thoughts. A 20-minute commute was manageable, and the vicinity to Jingzhou University was peaceful, with 2 parks nearby for leisurely strolls. In that case, teacher Li, I believe we should rent another place together. Why is that? Because you have quite a few belongings. And moving in would make your current place feel cramped. We could rent a 2-bedroom apartment, perhaps in the Jingzhou University staff housing or another suitable area, depending on your preference. Lin Yu felt that cohabitation was a splendid idea. Teacher Li wished to be close to her daily, but she felt the same way. All right, I'll look into it. There were indeed options for 2 or 3-bedroom rentals near Jingzhou University, but that could be discussed later. I never imagined I could be so charming, Li Xia mused, noticing Lin Yu's smug expression, which made her smile. Such a thick-skinned person, Lin Yu teased. Perhaps I want to move in after all? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly shook her head. Don't say that, teacher Li. I'm sorry. Lin Yu knelt down in a comical manner, causing Li Xia to burst into laughter. Just kidding. Once we're back, I'll check the rental situation near Jingzhou University, aiming to find a place in the same building as your current one. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Sound good. That will be my studio, and this place can be our haven of love. Li Xia felt a surge of anticipation. At the very least, she would be able to see Lin Yu every day after work and wake up to see her first thing in the morning. Such a thought filled her with happiness. Around 10 o'clock the following morning, Lin Yu and Li Xia awoke from their slumber. As Li Xia had rested her head on Lin Yu's arm the previous night, he could distinctly feel a slight soreness in his limb upon waking. This prompted him to ponder whether the romantic dramas he had seen, where the male and female leads always sleep with their heads resting on each other's arms, might indeed lead to shoulder issues. What time is it? Perhaps due to Lin Yu's movements upon waking, Li Xia also stirred, having gone to bed rather late the night before and turned off the alarm. Consequently, they both indulged in a leisurely lie-in, for they were on vacation. After all, why rise early? It's 10 o'clock, Li Xia, Lin Yu remarked. You call me a sloth? Yet you, dear teacher, are even lazier than I. Lin Yu slipped his hand under the summer quilt, gently encircling Li Xia's waist. Upon hearing his words, a blush crept across her cheeks. How shameless, embracing me so early in the morning. Besides embracing, I yearn to kiss you. Lin Yu lowered his head slowly, at which point Li Xia swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. I haven't brushed my teeth. I must be foul. Nonsense. Our dear teacher is fragrant throughout, with no unpleasantness whatsoever. After uttering these words, Li Xia removed her hand and exhaled dramatically towards Lin Yu. Is there truly no odor? Feigning a dramatic, gagging response. Lin Yu's antics caused Li Xia's face to flush crimson. Lin Yu, you. Before she could finish her retort, Lin Yu silenced her with his lips. Li Xia's eyes widened momentarily, but she soon wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, slowly closing her eyes to savor the scent of the person before her, eventually extending her tongue. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Dear teacher, your lips are truly delightful. Chapter 40. The teacher's dominance. Is the child insufficient? You are just enough. Having woken late, both felt a pang of hunger. However, the oppressive heat outside deterred them from venturing out merely for a meal. Thankfully, the delivery services had matured significantly since 2018, especially in one of the country's major cities. So they opted to order in. Indeed, on the second day of our trip, we have already resorted to ordering takeout from the hotel, Lin Yu mused. The heat was overwhelming. Had they been visiting local attractions, they might have braved the outdoors. But for a simple meal in the sweltering noon, takeout seemed the most sensible choice. But Li Xia, we are merely assisting the local delivery personnel in earning a little extra, Lin Yu quipped. You truly grasp the essence of this endeavor, she replied, glancing at the myriad of establishments in the city center. They even have Peking duck here. Shall we indulge? That sounds delightful, but won't we tire of just duck? Perhaps I should order some fruit as well. Very well. Once they settled on their orders, Li Xia made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon noticing the personal garments hanging there, her cheeks flushed. It was not merely embarrassment at seeing her own clothing, but rather the realization that her intimate apparel was mingled with Lin Yu's. The disposable toothbrushes and toothpaste provided by the hotel were rather subpar, while adequate for single use, staying for an entire week warranted investing in better oral hygiene products. Just then, Lin Yu entered the bathroom, prompting Li Xia to glance at him. What is it? I'm here to grab my clothes. They should be dry by now. Lin Yu reached out to feel the fabric. Li Xia bit her lip, feeling as though he was touching her belongings. However, considering they would be sharing a space in the future, such occurrences would become commonplace, and she needed to acclimate herself to this reality. They're dry. I'll take them now. All right. Her voice trembled slightly. As Lin Yu prepared to take the clothes, he suddenly leaned closer. Teacher, were you perhaps shy about me washing them for you yesterday? Li Xia's face flushed as she met his gaze, clearing her throat. Of course not. Despite her protestations, it was evident she was indeed embarrassed. Really? Is that so? Absolutely. Now hurry and leave. Li Xia's resolve faltered as she pushed Lin Yu out of the bathroom. Standing at the doorway, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Why does my dear teacher blush so easily, even when merely holding garments? He lowered his gaze and observed her clothing. Indeed, her attire was quite traditional, predominantly black and made of cotton. With a chuckle, he placed the garments in a nearby cabinet. Once they had both freshened up, their takeout arrived. Thank you. You're welcome. Li Xia returned to the room, holding the food. It seems quite similar to what we have back home. Teacher, it's all duck, so it must be fairly comparable. Perhaps this duck is even a relative of the one we savor in Jingzhou. How scandalous. No worries. Let's allow them to meet in our bellies, he replied, sharing a knowing smile that conveyed unspoken sentiments. What time shall we set off this afternoon? Perhaps around 1:30? Li Xia checked the time, noting it was already 12:10, ample for a brief rest. All right, let us take a short break. I'll set an alarm for 1 o'clock. Once we wake, I'll help you apply sunscreen. However, I want to be putting on any makeup. Li Xia embraced Lin Yu. Will you think I look unappealing without makeup? Lin Yu looked down at her. Teacher, if you were to kiss me, you would discover whether I find you unattractive without your makeup. Huh? Li Xia paused, momentarily taken aback. What do you intend to do to prove that? Li Xia raised her head, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Lin Yu smiled. At that moment, Li Xia, perhaps due to her oversized clothing, was not fully aware of how captivating she appeared, but Lin Yu noted that even a fleeting glance was sufficient. Indeed, loose clothing conceals my teacher's figure. Yet, how delightful it is to think that such a perfect physique will belong solely to me. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze upon her, Li Xia's face flushed. She lowered her head to inspect her attire, her cheeks warming further. You little rascal. She regarded Lin Yu with a childlike demeanor, playfully covering his eyes with her hands. Do not look. Umph. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Very well, dear teacher, I shall not look. Feigning closure of his eyes, he slyly peeked through the slight gap between his lashes. Naughty boy, let us prepare to depart shortly. Indeed, let's take a moment to rest. Lin Yu shook his head. Ahem, dear teacher, allow me a moment to collect myself. Lin Yu experienced a certain degree of embarrassment, for his wife was undeniably enchanting. And oh, what a shame that was. Despite having lived 2 lives, he felt rather foolish. He believed it was not entirely his fault, as anyone would find themselves in such a predicament before teacher Li. Li Xia followed Lin Yu's gaze, and upon noticing something amiss, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, boys' minds often wandered into the murkier realms of thought. How could this be? All that occupied my mind is our teacher Li. Could it be that she too harbors such impure thoughts? Lin Yu's tongue was quite sharp. Upon hearing this, Li Xia shot Lin Yu a glare, her expression one of playful reproach. Smooth talker, she teased. Well then, I'll head to bed myself. You can join me shortly. Lin Yu nodded in acquiescence. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yu retrieved his mobile phone in an attempt to divert his attention. However, being a young man filled with vigor, he only returned to bed after approximately 20 minutes, claiming he was merely resting but actually just lying there. After all, the two had risen rather late that morning, and sleep eluded them. Thus, they opted for conversation instead, which proved quite delightful. Lin Yu, I have a question for you, Li Xia said, breaking the silence. Lin Yu turned to her, intrigued. What is it, teacher Li? It feels a bit strange. Just now when you... What were you feeling? At this moment, Li Xia's curiosity piqued, and Lin Yu found himself feeling slightly uncomfortable at her directness. Teacher, you overestimate my self-control. Besides, I'm just a normal boy. Please do not have such high expectations of my restraint, he replied, a hint of playful defiance in his tone. Li Xia's cheeks flushed at his words. Though she had never encountered such matters, being an adult, she understood the implications. She coughed lightly, catching Lin Yu's attention. Well, if you tell me, I won't ask again. She insisted, her large eyes wide and her voice laced with a playful pout. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Oh, teacher Li, there really isn't much to it. I can't quite articulate what I felt. Is that so? Li Xia regarded him skeptically, her gaze suggesting disbelief. All right then, let us get some rest. She finally relented. The two settled into bed, setting an alarm before drifting off for a brief slumber. Though it lasted only about 20 minutes, It was sufficient. Upon waking, Li Xia spritzed Lin Yu with sunscreen, realizing that, as a young man, he lacked the finesse required for an even application. Thus, she took it upon herself to ensure he was adequately protected. Dressed in a sun-protective outfit, they soon embarked on their journey, hailing a ride to their destination. Meanwhile, at Li Xia's home, her younger sister exclaimed, "Mom, look, Li Xia is off on a trip. Where's she going? I want to travel too." Her tone was tinged with dissatisfaction as she addressed her stepmother. In this household, Li Xia had never received the attention she deserved, often feeling unloved, as her stepmother frequently resorted to reprimanding her. Perhaps attending school and residing in the dormitory would be a preferable choice for Li Xia, as it spared her from her stepmother's and sister's bullying, allowing her to nurture a healthier mindset. After all, in such a stifling environment, who knew how her personality might twist over time? Really? Is she off traveling with her boyfriend? The stepmother scoffed, her expression sour. How nice for her. Since graduation, she hasn't returned home, nor shared anything with us. Oomph. The stepmother's displeasure was palpable. That ungrateful girl. I told her not to attend university. Yet she defied me and even invited her teacher over. I should have never allowed her to enroll. And you? She turned to her biological daughter. Why couldn't you get into a better university? In her eyes, being a mistress instilled a sense of inferiority that festered whenever she faced Li Xia, whose eyes mirrored those of her mother. Each gaze from Li Xia ignited a surge of resentment within her. She wished nothing more than for her own daughter to surpass Li Xia, but her daughter's choices only deepened her frustration. "Mom, what does that have to do with me? I still want to travel. Just give me some money," the younger girl demanded, disregarding her mother's concerns. With a sigh, the stepmother relented. "You're old enough now. You should consider your future. Can you really just drift through life like this? At the very least, you need to find a stable job." The girl merely chuckled. "Oh, Mom, we'll deal with the future when it comes. I don't want to think about it now." The stepmother felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. What could she do about her own daughter? With a resigned sigh, she handed her daughter 3,000 yuan, hoping to placate her. Meanwhile, on the sofa, the stepmother contemplated contacting Li Xia's father. "Did you inquire about what I asked last time? 30,000. Have her send it over quickly. I need to consider buying a house for my daughter." Li Xia's father furrowed his brow at the message. He hesitated, unsure how to approach the matter. He was all too aware of the past and felt embarrassed to ask for money now. "How could I possibly ask for money? Don't forget, we haven't given her anything in years. She has been self-sufficient since middle school. If word gets out, our relatives will surely criticize us." After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "No money? How is that possible? If you didn't give her money, how could she have grown up? You might think I don't know, but you still sent her money a few times despite my objections. Now you're hesitant to ask for a little? Tell me, do you still care about me or our daughter?" The man's face was marked with turmoil as his feelings tangled within him. "I'll say it plainly. You need to ask for that money. Property prices are dropping. We could buy a place for just over 600,000. We have some savings. And if we can secure 30,000 more, we can get our daughter a home." In his heart, he regarded his daughter as family, while Li Xia was merely a bloodline. Asking for 30,000 felt like an insurmountable task. "Understood. I'll find a way to bring it up," he finally conceded, feeling inadequate as a father. "Make it quick. I want results within a week." With a final sigh, he pondered how best to approach Li Xia about the matter. However, no matter how one puts it, it feels somewhat embarrassing. This leaves her in a state of helplessness. In truth, concerning Li Xia's situation, although relatives and friends have not voiced their opinions, the attitudes of relatives over the past few years suggest that they likely harbor similar sentiments about her. Yet, since it does not directly pertain to them, they only ponder it silently without articulating their thoughts. If she were to act in such a manner and exacerbate the situation, would she not become the subject of ridicule? Yet, her husband is now relentlessly pressuring her, leaving her somewhat breathless. Nevertheless, he has brought this upon himself. Why did he stray? Why engage in such base behavior? Thus, all of this is merely his just desserts. Meanwhile, Li Xia remains blissfully unaware, as she currently shares a world that belongs solely to her and Lin Yu. Chapter 42. Teacher Li's Shyness. Don't make a fuss, there are so many people. Wow, how adorable. As she gazed at the panda in the distance, Li Xia felt a genuine admiration swell within her. Lin Yu, standing beside her, glanced at Li Xia and asked, "Teacher Li, what about me? Am I adorable?" At this, Li Xia coughed lightly. "How could that be? My boyfriend is anything but cute." In that moment, Li Xia wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. "He is the most handsome." Hearing this, Lin Yu burst into laughter, marveling at how her teacher could be so charming, truly a treasure. Nearby, a couple overheard their exchange and cast envious glances at Lin Yu, admiring her lovely and gentle demeanor. They glanced at their own girlfriend, feeling a pang of inadequacy. The young man dared not hesitate and quickly turned back. Teacher Li, may I take your picture? Of course. Li Xia nodded. Today, Teacher Li and Lin Yu donned matching outfits, appearing exquisitely in sync, albeit with Lin Yu wearing a mask. Given that her follower count had soared to 29 million, and with the rising popularity of the Douyin platform, the thought of being recognized and having their images splashed across the internet was daunting. Thus, Lin Yu decided to temper her desire to showcase their affection, at least for another year. Indeed, initially planning to announce their relationship in 2 years, Lin Yu now felt an undeniable impatience. Family, who understands? To have a treasure of a girlfriend, yet be unable to flaunt it is more painful than death. Lin Yu was meticulous about capturing the perfect moment. And as she looked at Teacher Li not far away, she swiftly snapped a photo, nodding in satisfaction at the result. Teacher Li, I think you don't photograph well. Taken aback, Li Xia responded, not photogenic? Really? She approached Lin Yu and glanced at the picture. But this looks quite nice. Yet it pales in comparison to your current beauty. Lin Yu replied in a voice that, while normal, was loud enough for those around to overhear. Initially skeptical, on seeing Li Xia's beauty, many in the vicinity nodded in agreement, realizing it was indeed plausible. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Li Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, an acute sensation of social death washing over her. She gently nudged Lin Yu. Stop it, there are so many people here. But that's just the truth. Lin Xia shot her a look brimming with charm. Teacher Li, let me take a few more pictures. All right. Lin Yu's primary mission today was to capture numerous photos of the stunning Teacher Li, ensuring her beauty would be preserved forever. Do you really think the pandas were so plump that Chi Yu rode them in a battle? Lin Yu pondered Li Xia's words for a moment. So ultimately, Chi Yu lost. Teacher Li paused, contemplating the logic behind it. Just then, Lin Yu's phone chimed with a notification. It was a friend request. However, Lin Yu's priority was to accompany Teacher Li, so she decided to respond later in the evening. Shall we go explore over there? Sure, Lin Yu agreed. After wandering for nearly 3 hours, Li Xia and Lin Yu decided it was time to leave. Are you ready? Li Xia asked as they stood before a hot pot restaurant, swallowing hard in anticipation. It is well known that the hot pot of Chongqing and Sichuan is the spiciest, which perhaps explains why Sichuan-esque gastroenterology departments are so renowned, though there could be other factors at play. Lin Yu nodded. Don't worry, Teacher Li. If it gets too spicy, we can always opt for the tomato broth. All right, let us go. Upon entering, a staff member approached them. Hello. How many of you are there? Just the 2 of us. We made a reservation on Matewan for a private room. Very well, let us choose the hot pot base. Are you 2 here for tourism? Yes, Lin Yu replied. In that case, we recommend the medium spicy and tomato broth. The extra spicy might be too much for you both to handle. Lin Yu looked at Li Xia beside her. So, Teacher Li, shall we go with medium spicy and tomato? Sounds good. Excellent. Please show me your QR code, and I will scan it. Lin Yu extended her phone, and after scanning, the staff led them to their private room. The room was modest, accommodating 4 people. After placing their belongings down, Lin Yu sat beside Li Xia. Teacher Li, Lin Yu began, glancing at her. What is up? Are you planning something mischievous? What are you saying, Teacher Li? Do you really see me that way? Li Xia chuckled. Isn't that the case? Lin Yu contemplated and thought she wasn't really mischievous, merely fond of affectionate gestures like kisses and hugs. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Yu feigned a wounded expression, as if Li Xia's words had struck deep. Li Xia couldn't help but laugh. Just wait, I'll give you a kiss later, all right? Okay. At this, Lin Yu felt revitalized. While waiting for their food, Lin Yu checked the friend request from earlier. Hello. We are the production team of the Year of Celebration, and we would like to discuss a potential business collaboration with you. Is this a convenient time? Upon seeing the name, Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. This drama was bound to be a sensational hit next year. However, based on her recollections, it seemed they were nearing the filming's conclusion. It was curious that they would reach out to her, a mere internet celebrity, at this juncture. While many influencers have participated in dramas in the future, this typically serves as a promotional strategy, yet that had not occurred as of now. Could her presence have altered the course of events? Lin Yu furrowed her brow. However, regardless of the circumstances, we must proceed with the discussion. What's the matter? Teacher Li, are you familiar with Qinghua Inian? Lin Yu gazed curiously at Li Xia, who shook her head in response. You don't know? Is it a television drama? Yes, it's currently in production. Their directing team reached out to me, mentioning some business opportunity. Oh, they want you to act? Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. I'm not sure yet. I'll add them and see. As they spoke, the other party had already sent a message. Chapter 43. The impatient Teacher Li, I merely wish to cohabit. After adding each other as friends, the other party shared their thoughts, which aligned closely with Lin Yu's speculations. They wanted Lin Yu to star in their television series. The role, however, was not even a supporting character, merely that of an extra. In the early scenes, when the male lead arrives in the capital of Daqing. He encounters Lin Yu's character, leading him to suspect she might also be a traveler from another world. Their exchange would consist of no more than 10 lines, with her screen time estimated at 2 to 3 minutes. The production team, recognizing Lin Yu's immense popularity, aimed to leverage this moment for marketing and publicity. Currently, Qing Weinian is not expected to reach such explosive success. Its ratings and acclaim far surpass that of other dramas. Besides acting, Lin Yu would also need to produce a few videos, around 2 or 3, beyond which she would accompany the team to several cities for promotional activities. This constituted the entire business engagement. Wow, that's quite a busy schedule. Li Xia expressed concern for Lin Yu, who responded with a smile. It's really not that bad. I have just a few lines. I should finish filming in a day. As for the videos, I already have a plan for those, so altogether, it should take just 2 days. The promotional tour, according to them, will coincide with the National Day holiday, so it's manageable. By the way, do you know how much they're offering me? Lin Yu glanced at Li Xia, who looked momentarily stunned, then shook her head. No idea. How much? Li Xia vaguely sensed the figure would not be insignificant, as Lin Yu's expression suggested. At that moment, Lin Yu did not respond directly, but extended her 5 fingers. Upon seeing this gesture, Li Xia contemplated. 500,000? If it's that amount, you might not need to accept it. After all, Lin Yu's business offer was indeed 500,000. Lin Yu shook her head. No way. The production team quoted 5 million. This is the entertainment industry. They are quite generous. I suspect this 5 million is allocated for marketing expenses. Li Xia's eyes widened. 5 million? After toiling for a year, I might only take home around 400,000. And now, Lin, you can earn 5 million in less than 10 days? The speed of that income is astonishing. Teacher Li, what do you think? Do you still think I'm struggling? Li Xia shook her head in response. Not anymore. Lin Yu chuckled softly. I didn't expect you, Teacher Li, to be a bit of a money enthusiast. Li Xia's cheeks flushed. That's not true. So are you planning to accept their offer? The allure of 5 million was tempting, and beyond that, Lin Yu believed the drama had great potential. If the ratings soared, it would significantly boost her personal recognition. A win-win situation. Lin Yu pondered before speaking. True, it's not just about the money. I genuinely think your acting skills deserve a chance in a drama. Lin Yu playfully pinched Li Xia's nose. At that moment, Li Xia nestled obediently in Lin Yu's embrace. Really, Teacher Li? Of course, replied Teacher Li, lowering her head slightly. Feeling a bit bashful, it dawned on Lin Yu that even Teacher Li harbored a touch of financial enthusiasm. The 5 million after tax would amount to roughly 7 million. The entertainment industry truly is lucrative. However, Lin Yu was not particularly keen on entering the entertainment world. At least, she did not intend to pursue it as a primary career. She felt content with her current path. Creating videos and engaging in business matters sufficed. Sometimes, excessive ambition could be detrimental. When are you scheduled to film? We discussed July 28th. I'll be going then. They'll cover the airfare and accommodation. So I just need to show up. There are still a few weeks until then. How many days? Probably 2 to 3 days. If you have no other commitments. Would you like to accompany me? I've heard the scenery there is quite lovely. We could treat it as another travel opportunity. Lin Yu looked at Li Xia, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Do you genuinely want me to join you? Absolutely. Li Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. If the school has no pressing matters, I'll accompany you. Great. Lin Yu's face radiated joy. Now, Lin Yu felt a sense of emptiness if a day passed without seeing Li Xia. Though unspoken, she believed Teacher Li likely felt the same. With that thought, Lin Yu tightened her embrace around Li Xia. Feeling the force, Li Xia let out a soft whimper. Ouch. Upon hearing her playful protest, Lin Yu felt sorry. Oops, I lost control of my strength. Li Xia shot Lin Yu a playful glare. Lacking in tenderness. Not at all. I simply find it hard to restrain myself, Teacher Li. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding between them. In the following days, Lin Yu and Li Xia explored various locales in the city before boarding the high-speed train home. On the train, Lin Yu noticed Li Xia engrossed in her screen, curiously leaning closer. She was in contact with a real estate agent. Teacher Li, are you that eager? We can discuss this later. Lin Yu chuckled, amused by Li Xia's excitement about cohabiting, already initiating plans before they had even disembarked. Well, it's not like I have anything else to do. We might as well chat. We'll go house hunting tomorrow. Lin Yu leaned closer to Li Xia, whispering so only they could hear. Teacher Li, are you hoping to cuddle with me every night? Li Xia's cheeks flushed, and she mumbled softly, not all. Lin Yu suddenly feigned realization. Oh, so it's my physical presence you crave, Teacher Li. Li Xia widened her eyes, quickly glancing around to ensure no one had overheard, then sighed in relief. Turning back, she caught Lin Yu's mischievous grin and felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You're insufferable for saying that here. If anyone were to overhear, Li Xia felt that her only option would be to leap from the high-speed train. In such a state of emotion, Teacher Li invoked her two-finger Zen technique. Chapter 44. The Dog Food of Middle-Aged Parents Lin Yu. I'm going to find Teacher Li, huh? Are you serious? Are you going to act in a play? After disembarking from the high-speed train, Lin Yu reflected on how long it had been since he last visited home. He decided to take a trip back to see his parents and, during their conversation, mentioned this new development. Initially, he refrained from speaking about it because the contract had not yet been signed and uncertainties lingered. However, once the contract was finalized and the advance payment received, it was essentially a done deal. Upon hearing her son's words, Lin Yu's mother was taken aback. Son, have you become a big star? Lin Yu chuckled. Come on, Mom, it's not like that. They're just using my presence for promotional purposes. In the eyes of the entertainment industry, I'm probably just a minor internet celebrity. This statement was not an exaggeration. Indeed, contemporary stars often exude a sense of superiority, looking down on internet influencers. However, in a few years, many of these stars would inevitably begin to embrace the influencer trend, a reality that no one could foresee. Which actors are in this drama? Lin Yu pondered. Zhang Ruiyun, Chen Daoming, and there are probably many others, but I can't recall them all at the moment. Chen Daoming, the one who played Kangxi? Lin Yu nodded. Right, unless there are other notable figures in the entertainment industry with the same name. Curiously, Lin Yu looked at his mother, wondering why she appeared so excited. Son, when you meet him, you should ask for his autograph. Lin Yu was taken aback. Huh, Mom, are you a fan? His mother cleared her throat. Well, during my youth, Chen Daoming was quite popular. Many girls were infatuated with him. At that moment, Lin Yu's father interjected, and upon hearing his words, Lin Yu understood. A playful thought emerging in his mind. Well, Mom, if Chen Daoming and Dad fell into the water. At this, Lin Yu's father shot a glance at his son, clenching his fist. If he weren't in his pajamas, he might have given himself a good thrashing. Of course, it would be your dad. Your father is the obvious choice. As for the others, they're just secondary options. Lin Yu fell silent. So, he had just witnessed a dose of middle-aged affection? Hearing this, old Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. Brimming with pride as he gazed at the woman he had shared nearly 20 years with, love shone in his eyes. At that moment, old Lin felt that Lin Yu was somewhat extraneous in their home. Does Teacher Li know you're back? Yes, I'm staying at home. Huh? Old Lin furrowed his brow. Your mother and I have some matters to attend to today. You should head out. Lin Yu was perplexed. What do you mean? Am I being dismissed? As he stood at the entrance of the community, Lin Yu sighed. Indeed, the national treasure before the college entrance exam has now become a nuisance. Never mind, I'll go find my Teacher Li. Lin Yu took out his phone and dialed Teacher Li's number. Hello, what is up? Teacher Li's voice was laced with laziness, likely from lounging in bed. Lin Yu cleared his throat. Teacher Li, where are you? Here with you. What is going on? Didn't you go home to see your uncle and aunt? What is the matter? After a brief conversation, Lin Yu said, I'll come over. All right. Li Xia looked at the quilt around her and smiled. Moments after Lin Yu had left, she began to miss him. However, visiting one's parents was a common occurrence. So she certainly wouldn't call Lin Yu. She could only inhale the scent of his quilt to soothe her longing. To her surprise, Lin Yu was coming back. As she contemplated this, a smile crept onto Li Xia's face, her heart filled with joy. Soon, Lin Yu returned home. Taha! Hearing Lin Yu recount the earlier events, Li Xia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Observing her amusement, Lin Yu felt rather helpless. Come on, are you really being a third wheel? Lin Yu sighed. Well, it's fine, as long as I have Teacher Li by my side. At that moment, Lin Yu reached out, wrapping his arms around Li Xia, a mischievous grin on his face. Watching her smile, Lin Yu entertained a whimsical notion. If he opened his mouth wide enough, could he possibly encompass Teacher Li's lips? As he pondered this, he decided to give it a try. This thought was one many in love, often entertained and acted upon. Noticing the moisture at the corner of her mouth, Li Xia's expression turned to one of disdain. Oh my, I can't believe you're so disgusting. Li Xia looked at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with contempt. Hearing this, Lin Yu huffed. But you just, don't you dare say it, how annoying. Li Xia quickly covered Lin Yu's mouth, but she truly underestimated Lin Yu's level of mischief. As she pressed her hand against his mouth, she suddenly felt a warmth in her palm. What was that? At first, she didn't register it, but in the next moment, Lin Yu, having spent so much time together, Teacher Li was not immune to Lin Yu's antics. After speaking, she playfully smudged her palm across Lin Yu's cheek. But he was quick to evade her. Naturally, this was just playful banter between couples. Teacher Li, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lin Yu found himself pinned beneath Li Xia, much like a fledgling chick. With the hand approaching his face, Lin Yu quickly exclaimed, Oh no. Li Xia wore a playful grin, at that moment resembling a mischievous devil, and Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Wifey. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu resorted to calling her wifey. What issue can't be resolved with a simple wifey? If there is, I'll just add another. As anticipated, Lixia's cheeks flushed at his words. Wifey, sister, baby. Lin Yu employed every possible term of endearment. Lixia's face grew redder, and finally, she relented. However, the penalty for his mischief was still to be paid. Teacher Li decided that Lin Yu should kiss her for a minute as a form of punishment. See, even though it's a punishment, Lin Yu can still happily thank Teacher Li. Chapter 45. Couple Pajamas, Lixia's Little Happiness. From now on, everything will be for couples. That evening, Lixia naturally chose not to return home. The two planned to look at apartments the next day, hoping to finalize their decision and possibly move in together within a few days. In the living room, wearing pajamas, Lixia nestled in Lin Yu's embrace. Browsing online for couple pajamas, envisioning their future cohabitation and dreaming of the two of them donning matching sleepwear at home, as they were now officially a couple. Beside her, Lin Yu embraced Teacher Li, her face radiating tenderness. What's the matter, darling? Since a moment ago, Lin Yu had ceased addressing Lixia as Teacher Li, opting instead for the endearing term darling. Upon hearing this appellation, Lixia felt a shiver run down her spine. It seemed rather peculiar. After all, I'm older than you. Glancing at Lin Yu, Lixia remarked, and upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and tightened her grip on Teacher Li's arm. Regardless of age, in my heart, you will always be my darling. After uttering these words, Lin Yu lowered her head and planted a gentle kiss on Lixia's lips, causing a blush to creep across Lixia's cheeks. Perhaps I'm just not accustomed to it yet. With time, I should adjust. Lixia looked at Lin Yu, her face aglow with sweetness. By the way, darling, what were you calling me just now? I saw a sleepwear set that I thought was lovely. What do you think? The reviews online seem quite positive, and it appears to be quite comfortable. Shall we order it? Teacher Li extended her phone to Lin Yu for a better look. The sleepwear was quite standard, featuring long sleeves and pants, seemingly made of silk, with a price tag of around 350 yuan. Lin Yu nodded in approval. Sound good. Teacher Li has a decent income, over 400,000 a year, so purchasing a sleepwear set worth a few hundred yuan is a breeze. All right, then I'll go ahead and buy it. By the way, Lin Yu, are you looking forward to our future cohabitation? Lixia spoke with a hint of shyness. If the relationship is stable and marriage is indeed on the horizon, cohabitation is worth considering for a simple reason. Both individuals are independent, possessing their own lifestyles. Living together allows for adaptation, and many issues can only be discovered through shared living. Thus, cohabitation can ascertain whether the partner truly embodies the ideal image one holds. If not, it is best to part ways. Of course, I'm looking forward to it. So, Teacher Li, when the time comes, will we share a room or live separately? Lixia's face flushed at the question. That was indeed a thought-provoking question. After some contemplation, she concluded, naturally, we should live separately. Otherwise, I fear I might end up with a noticeable baby bump by the end of the year. Lixia shot Lin Yu a playful glare. Currently, due to her one-bedroom apartment, and despite Lin Yu having several bedrooms in her home, they had all been converted into filming locales, leaving only one bedroom available. Thus, in their current circumstances, Lin Yu and Lixia found themselves sharing a bed. While lying together, Lixia reflected on the trials faced by young couples. Although they had yet to reach that stage, living together daily would undoubtedly be a test for both herself and Lin Yu. Therefore, Teacher Li deemed separate living arrangements a more prudent choice. Lin Yu pondered this for a moment. Oh, our Teacher Li lacks confidence in me. Lixia chuckled softly. It's not a lack of confidence in you, but rather in myself, my own allure. At that, Lin Yu noticed how, perhaps due to spending so much time with Teacher Li, she had learned to embrace a bit of shamelessness. Lixia herself was surprised by her own audacity, but ultimately felt it was Lin Yu's influence that had led her there. That makes sense. Lin Yu regarded Lixia's beauty with agreement. While they had spent a few nights together without issue, she realized that constant cohabitation might challenge her self-control. Thus, after some thought, Lin Yu concluded that it would be more suitable to sleep separately. What is wrong? Are you unhappy? Lixia observed Lin Yu closely. Of course not. My beloved darling, I am with you because of my affection for you, not for any other reason. Hearing this, Lixia's face brightened with joy as she embraced Lin Yu. Lin Yu, may I ask you something? You must promise to answer honestly. Lin Yu hesitated momentarily before nodding. Sure. When did you first learn about those things? Lixia's voice was laced with curiosity. As a girl, she had little understanding of boys' experiences. Upon hearing the question, Lin Yu felt her cheeks flush. This was a rather awkward topic. However, she had already promised Teacher Li middle school. So early? Lixia gasped. Well, boys typically start in middle school, you know. Lixia nodded in understanding. When did you start watching those kinds of movies? What kind? Lin Yu began to playfully tease. Just as Lixia was about to respond, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially with the mischievous smile plastered on Lin Yu's face. She lightly smacked Lin Yu's arm. "Oh, you naughty one. You just love to tease me." Knowing full well what I mean, Lin Yu chuckled. "I just wanted to hear our teacher Li say it." Li Xia's face turned an even deeper shade of red, akin to a boiled crab. "I would never say that." At that moment, Li Xia rested her head on Lin Yu's lap, inhaling the comforting scent that emanated from her. "Will you accompany me to view apartments tomorrow? What do you say?" "Of course I will. Whether a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, I'm game." The two began discussing their preferences for housing. "I agree. It's getting late. You should head to bed. We have to go out tomorrow." "All right." Just as Li Xia prepared to rise, she suddenly felt a whirlwind sensation, and in the next moment, she found herself cradled in Lin Yu's arms. As if in a princess carry, the sudden elevation triggered an instinctive fear of falling, prompting Li Xia to grasp Lin Yu's neck tightly. "What are you doing?" "Hee. Just carrying our teacher Li. After all, she's exhausted. As your boyfriend, it's only fitting that I serve as your mode of transportation." Li Xia's lips curled into a slight smile, as she tilted her head to plant a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek, whispering softly, "Then, my little Lin, let us set off." Chapter 46. Lin Yu teases, the mischievous girl sneaks into the bedroom. The following morning, Lin Yu awoke from her slumber, noticing that teacher Li had yet to stir. Taking the opportunity, Lin Yu decided to prepare breakfast, having been away on vacation for about a week. The supplies at home had dwindled, and thankfully, the first thing they did upon returning yesterday was to visit the supermarket. Otherwise, they would have nothing to eat today. While Lin Yu busied herself in the kitchen, she heard footsteps approaching. It was teacher Li emerging from the bedroom. "Darling, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer?" Li Xia shook her head and entered the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu from behind. "What's the matter? Did you miss me this early in the morning?" Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu. Li Xia did not deny it, nor was there any need to. With such a wonderful boyfriend, who wouldn't he think of him? Lin Yu reveled in the warmth of Li Xia's embrace from behind, a smile playing on her lips. They had a viewing scheduled with the real estate agent at 9 a.m., and since the properties were all located within the same neighborhood, there were not too many to see, just 3 in total, 1 3-bedroom and 2 2-bedrooms. The first property they viewed was a 2-bedroom apartment. This residence was relatively affordable and conveniently located on the 9th floor. Lin Yu and Li Xia exchanged smiles upon hearing the agent's exuberant descriptions. However, they understood the importance of discerning the property's shortcomings through their own observations rather than being swayed by its touted advantages. Due to the low spacing between buildings, the natural light was rather mediocre, and the floor inside had begun to warp. Upon entering, Lin Yu and Li Xia swiftly dismissed this apartment. "Let's explore the other 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom options," Lin Yu suggested. "Are we not considering this one?" Li Xia nodded in agreement. "No, we shall not." "Very well. Follow me." The other 3-bedroom apartment is also in this building, boasting an area of 135 square meters. It once belonged to a retired professor who has moved to the bustling metropolis with his son, leaving the apartment vacant. Lin Yu paused at this revelation. Is there a possibility of it being sold? After all, being forced to move is an unpleasant experience. "That seems unlikely," the agent replied. Lin Yu and Li Xia exchanged glances, contemplating the agent's vague response, which hinted at the possibility of a sale. Given the professor's relocation, it was plausible he might sell the property at some point. "Let's take a look," Lin Yu proposed. The 3-bedroom apartment was quite impressive, resembling a brand new residence. Yet the potential for sale made both Lin Yu and Li Xia cautious. Thus, they refrained from making any definitive decisions, opting to assess the final 2-bedroom option first. If that proved satisfactory, they would settle on it. If not, they would need to contact other agents. Soon, they arrived at the last 2-bedroom apartment, situated in the finest building of the entire complex. The natural light was splendid, and despite being a 2-bedroom, it offered a generous usable area of 90 square meters. "This property is on the pricier side. At 500 yuan per month," the agent informed them. The apartment was well furnished, and while it had minor imperfections, they were easily overlooked when compared to the previous 2 properties. After exploring the apartment, Lin Yu and Li Xia noted its cleanliness, with no unpleasant odors emanating from the refrigerator. "What do you think of this apartment?" Lin Yu inquired. "I think it's quite nice. There are no significant issues. Shall we go with this one?" Li Xia replied. Lin Yu chuckled, amused by how eager Li Xia appeared to cohabit with her. Seeing Li Xia's satisfaction, Lin Yu readily agreed. Following some negotiation, they settled on a rental price of 200 yuan per month, with a deposit of 1 month and 6 months rent up front. Li Xia promptly transferred the funds and signed the contract. "Here are the keys. Please keep them safe," the agent said before departing. After closing the door behind the agent, Lin Yu playfully suggested, "Li Xia, how about you take the master bedroom?" "Oh, that's fine. I could stay in the guest room," Li Xia responded nonchalantly, content to be with Lin Yu regardless of the room. "Not at all, Li Xia. You should occupy the master bedroom. The guest room is quite spacious, and I will be perfectly comfortable alone, Lin Yu assured her, wrapping an arm around Li Xia with a grin. As long as you don't sneak into my room at night. Li Xia coughed lightly. I would never sneak in. If I wanted to, I would do so openly. Her tone was resolute. Sneaking in? I'm the lady of the house, she declared. If I truly wish to enter, could Lin Yu refuse? Then I suppose I should lock the door, lest the lady with the key comes in, Lin Yu retorted, feigning discomfort as she felt a sudden jab at her waist. Ah, Li Xia, that hurts. Lin Yu gasped, glancing at Li Xia, whose face now bore a rosy hue. Serves you right for saying that. So, will you lock the door or not? Lin Yu shook her head vigorously. Of course not, Li Xia. I would never lock the door. I might even invite you in. Really? Li Xia mused, sensing something odd about Lin Yu's eagerness. Fool, I'll come by this afternoon to clean, and tomorrow we'll start moving in. Curious. Lin Yu asked, what about the other apartment? I still have 3 months left on the lease. I plan to inform the landlord that I want to be staying, and I'll reclaim my deposit along with the remaining rent, Li Xia explained. Living alone was pleasant, but cohabiting would be too cramped. So it was clear she wouldn't be staying there. All right, I'll accompany you while moving, Lin Yu offered. Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu. In your videos? I have another one aside from today. I typically post every 2 days. Lin Yu merely wanted to be by Li Xia's side, assuring her of her presence. Very well, Li Xia conceded. Chapter 47. Lin Yu's Promise. In 2 years, I will provide Li Xia with a home. That afternoon, Lin Yu and Li Xia began cleaning their new rental. Although it appeared relatively tidy, a thorough cleaning revealed quite a bit of debris. They busied themselves for the entire afternoon before finally getting the apartment in order. Once we move in our belongings, it will truly feel like home, Li Xia remarked with a wistful tone, reminiscing about her former abode. While it may not have been grand, it was her own, filled with the presence of her parents. However, after her mother's passing and her father bringing home a mistress, that sanctuary was lost. Reflecting on this, Li Xia's voice was tinged with nostalgia. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Lin Yu reached out to embrace Li Xia. In 2 years, I promise to give you a real home, one that belongs solely to us. Li Xia smiled at Lin Yu's words. Silly girl, in 2 years, you'll only be 20. You want to even be of legal marriage age. Lin Yu cleared her throat. I've made up my mind. When I turn 22, let us go get our marriage certificate, shall we? Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. So eager? Of course. With such a wonderful girlfriend, I can't risk losing her to someone else. Foolish girl, who would want me besides you? I only want you. Li Xia replied, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's neck. They were mere centimeters apart, their closeness palpable. After a minute, Li Xia pulled back, her face flushed. Take a moment to compose yourself. Upon uttering these words, Li Xia's face turned as crimson as a lobster. At that moment, Lin Yu averted his gaze and let out a sigh. It was hardly his fault. After all, he was merely a typical young man, an 18-year-old brimming with vitality. Experiencing such a situation was perfectly natural. However, observing teacher Li's flushed countenance brought a subtle smile to Lin Yu's lips. Alas, our teacher Li is one who administers punishment but refrains from burying the dead. Li Xia rolled her eyes in response. Not all. It is clearly your lack of composure. Yet, in comparison to their initial encounter with such circumstances, Li Xia, though still shy, exhibited a far more subdued reaction this time. After a good 10 minutes, Lin Yu finally managed to regain his composure. Shall we move your belongings over tonight? He inquired. Sure, I see no problem with that. She replied, nodding. Since there was nothing pressing on that day, moving her things seemed quite feasible. Then shall we go for dinner first? He suggested. All right, she agreed, nodding once more. By the time they concluded their tasks, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Although Lin Yu believed he did not possess much, a thorough tidying up revealed quite the opposite. Strangely enough, as possessions accumulated in the home, a sense of domesticity began to settle in. And the most joyous aspect was that the person beside him was someone he cherished deeply. Having been occupied all day, both felt a bit fatigued, and after their evening shower, they promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Li Xia's father sat on the balcony, smoking a cigarette, his face etched with frustration. That day, his second wife had once again broached the topic of a dowry of 300,000, leaving him a loss for words. The household had been embroiled in disputes over this sum for quite some time, creating a tense atmosphere. In such matters, the man invariably chose to side with Li Xia, and this time was no exception. Perhaps I should call Xia tomorrow, he pondered. It is only natural to offer a dowry upon marriage. With this thought, he nodded in agreement. Little did Li Xia realize that the one who least desired her happiness was her own father. The following morning, as Li Xia stirred from her slumber, Lin Yu was already up, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Sitting up in bed, she picked up her phone, and upon noticing an unanswered call, her brow furrowed in concern. It's him, she muttered. What would he possibly want? Sometimes, the blissful moments spent with Lin Yu would make her forget the pains of her past. Yet, such forgetfulness was fleeting. If only she could truly forget. How wonderful that would be. But alas, it was impossible, for those pains were her lived experience. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Xia felt her mood darken. Just as she hesitated about whether to return the call, her phone rang again. It was him. "Xia, are you awake?" The sound of his voice prompted Li Xia to take a deep breath. "Yes, what is it?" Her tone was cold, as if they were strangers rather than father and daughter. "You mentioned your relationship last time, right? Your aunt learned about it, and thought that since you're in a relationship, perhaps we should discuss the dowry." Dowry? The absurdity of his words nearly made Li Xia laugh. "So you call me this early just to discuss that? How ridiculous. Are you preparing a dowry for me?" This statement left her father momentarily speechless. In truth, there was no dowry. They merely sought financial gain. "You know very well that there's no such thing as a dowry here. It's all about the dowry. Your aunt stated that the dowry is 300,000. And before he could finish, she cut him off. "Let me tell you, that's impossible. Since my mother passed away, you haven't spent even 30,000 on me, let alone 2,000. You know exactly how things stand. How dare you shamelessly ask me for a dowry? Have you no shame?" In front of Lin Yu, Li Xia was the soft and endearing teacher Li, but before them, she would not unveil her vulnerable side. "How can you say that? After all, we are your elders," he retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Xia raised her voice. "Elders? Which elder would behave in such a manner? I assure you, you will not receive a single penny from me. Do you hear?" Her tone was resolute. She would not part with her money, for they were unworthy. Just then, Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. Observing the agitation in Li Xia's voice, realizing that the person on the other end was her despicable father. "Enough. That is all I have to say. Do not call me again," she declared, hanging up the phone. At that moment, her eyes were red-rimmed. She had been looking forward to the day, yet one call had extinguished her excitement. As these thoughts crossed her mind, tears began to fall. Chapter 48. Li Xia's embarrassment. "Only you know my figure." Lin Yu gazed at Teacher Li, his heart heavy with empathy. He approached her and wrapped his arms around her, resting against Lin Yu's embrace. Teacher Li remained silent, yet her trembling shoulders betrayed her tears. He gently patted her back, his heart seething with anger towards that family. In a past life, after a traumatic event, Teacher Li had endured significant physical and emotional turmoil. During her time of greatest need, she had been cast out by her father, and even that so-called stepmother had hurled cruel insults, calling her a disgrace. Contemplating these memories, Lin Yu clenched his fists, a glint of fury in his eyes. "Teacher Li, do not cry. I am here for you." "What did he say? Please tell me." Lin Yu looked at her, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping kitten, and extended his hand to wipe her tears away. When the person you care for most weeps before you, what feelings emerge? For Lin Yu, it was a heart-wrenching sorrow. "Lin Yu, it's all right, Teacher Li. I will always stand by your side. Whatever happens, as long as we are together, nothing is insurmountable." Li Xia recounted the details of the call, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Although Lin Yu wore a smile, it was a facade that concealed a chilling intensity beneath. How utterly shameless. Lin Yu's mind raced as he contemplated how to address this situation. This family, no, aside from Li Xia, there was not a single virtuous member among them. I never expected him to say such things. After my mother passed away, there was a compensation of 1 million, which he squandered on that illegitimate daughter, enrolling her in private schools and lavishing gifts upon his mistress. Did he ever think about my mother during that time? Li Xia's voice resonated with anger. Frankly, Lin Yu had no intention of offering platitudes about letting go of grievances. After all, Li Xia had endured considerable suffering during that time. Why should she be expected to relinquish her pain? "Teacher Li, I have an idea." At this moment, Lin Yu cast a glance at Li Xia. "What? If he dares to demand money again, let him face the law." Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Teacher Li, the 1 million compensation you received after your mother's passing is her personal asset. Following her demise, this inheritance is to be divided among 3 parties. Firstly, him. Secondly, your grandparents. And lastly, you. Typically, this would be equally distributed. So, Teacher Li, may I inquire whether you possess the confidence to persuade your grandparents to join in the lawsuit?" Li Xia nodded thoughtfully at this proposition. "I am confident." "Good. That means combined with your grandparents, you hold 2/3 of the claim, amounting to nearly 700,000. If he persists in demanding money, we shall use this matter against him. Is he not shameless? Very well, let the law take care of him." Lin Yu took a deep breath. "If he dares to call again, we shall proceed as discussed. I am eager to see if the law can indeed deal with such scum." Li Xia nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand." At that moment, Li Xia pondered for a moment. "Let us do it your way." Lin Yu gently embraced Teacher Li, All right, Teacher Li, do not dwell on this too much. They are merely fond of money. Extracting it from them will be far more painful than killing them. Maintain a calm mindset. I will handle everything. Lin Yu reassured Teacher Li, appreciating her cheerful demeanor, and upon hearing his words, Li Xian nodded before wrapping her arms around Lin Yu. Lin Yu, thank you. Hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. Silly girl, Teacher Li, you are my girlfriend. Isn't it only natural for a boyfriend to help his girlfriend with troubles? Don't be disheartened. Today is our moving day. Let us banish all the unpleasantness. Yes, let us drive away those unhappy thoughts. Li Xia gazed at Lin Yu and then gently kissed him. Meanwhile, Li Xia's father wore a grim expression. So, did you obtain the money? His stepmother inquired, observing him closely. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's father sighed. No, Xia refuses to give it. Why won't she? You raised her. You surely deserve some credit for that. But we Haven Tea provided her with much financially over the years. Everything she has now is due to her own efforts. What if others find out and criticize us behind our backs? Criticism? Is that worth more than 300,000? I see you are biased towards your eldest daughter, completely disregarding mine. What a life I have had with you. Listening to him, Li Xia's father felt a headache coming on, overwhelmed by annoyance. If you're so capable, then go ask her for it yourself. I cannot. With that, Li Xia's father turned and left, leaving his stepmother frowning deeply. Mom, does this mean we won't be able to secure that 300,000? Do not worry, my daughter. I will definitely get that money from her. She must comply, or I will make her life miserable. As she spoke, the stepmother clenched her fists. Her face shadowed with uncertainty. Due to the sheer volume of items at Li Xia's home, moving them in stages would take several days. Thus, the two decided to hire a moving service for a single comprehensive transfer. Teacher, the moving service has arrived. Shall we begin taking some items down? Thankfully, there was an elevator. Otherwise, with so many belongings, their knees would be ruined after moving them downstairs. Li Xian nodded in agreement. All right, Lin Yu. This one is too heavy. Let us tackle it together. Teacher, if I can lift you, what is there to fear? Li Xia's face flushed. Are you implying that I am heavy? Lin Yu's eyes widened. No, that is not what I meant. How can anyone think that? Who doesn't he know our teacher, Li has the best figure? Li Xia shot Lin Yu a playful glare. Only you recognize my figure. Others truly do not. The way she said this carried a playful tone, and it seemed only Lin Yu was aware of how splendid Li Xia looked. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, curiosity flickered in her eyes. What's on your mind? Teacher Li, do not speak. I am reminiscing about your figure. Li Xia couldn't help but chuckle at this. This guy was such a little rascal, a true scoundrel. Chapter 49. The first day apart. Teacher, what should I do? I want to sleep with Lin Yu. Lin Yu surveyed the items scattered on the floor. Teacher, I now understand what it means to be naturally beautiful and unpretentious. Hearing this, Li Xia was slightly taken aback. What? You see, other girls require numerous skincare products to maintain their skin in excellent condition, but our teacher Li needs none of these. Her skin is simply flawless. Li Xia's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. This guy knows how to say things that make her happy. Oh, do you know which young lady uses the most skincare products? Lin Yu, astonished, widened his eyes. Is that really the point of your statement? He had intended to praise Teacher Li's wonderful skin. Watching Lin Yu's adorable, innocent expression made Li Xia burst into laughter. Lin Yu, how can you be so cute? I was just teasing you. Silly, come help me tidy up. Aside from a few items, they moved down together. Much of the rest was handled by the moving service for an additional 200 yuan. Upon returning home and seeing the various items piled on the floor, Li Xia and Lin Yu exchanged glances. It seems we will be tidying up all day, Li Xia remarked with a smile, to which Lin Yu nodded. However, knowing that their home was finally in their hands, the gradual process brought them joy. Lin Yu looked at Li Xia, envisioning the transformation of a space that had not belonged to them into one that reflected their desires. He felt a sense of happiness and anticipation. Of course, if there was one thing to lament, it would be that this was not truly their home yet. Having been reborn, and now alongside Teacher Li, Lin Yu longed to create a home with Li Xia, hoping to rectify the regrets of his past life. What are you thinking about? At that moment, Li Xia regarded Lin Yu with curiosity. I was wondering when we could have our own family. Lin Yu looked at Teacher Li earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's face flushed. How embarrassing. There's no need to rush such matters. If you're considering buying a house, I have some funds saved as well. Over the past 3 years, although not a vast sum, Li Xia had accumulated around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, given her decent salary and her frugal lifestyle. What is the matter? This isn't just your home. It's ours together, so don't say you'll handle alone. Understood? At this, Li Xia gazed at Lin Yu with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu nodded in response. Understood, Teacher Li. Li Xia extended her hand, embracing Lin Yu. Together, we shall navigate this journey, ensuring everything unfolds seamlessly. Is that not so, Lin Yu? Li Xia spoke with a tender tone. Knowing that Lin Yu was a choice she had made herself, she believed that the other would accompany her until the very end. Of course, Teacher Li. Should I ever betray you, may the heavens strike me down with thunder and lightning. Li Xia playfully placed her finger over Lin Yu's lips. Such words ought not to be spoken. The two nestled closely together, exchanging a smile that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. The process of tidying up was rather mundane, and they busied themselves until 8 in the evening. Lin Yu surveyed their transformed home and nodded in satisfaction. This indeed feels like a home, she remarked, to which Li Xia nodded in agreement. Yes, it has been a long day. Li Xia wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, a slight smile gracing her lips, and then, on tiptoe, whispered softly near Lin Yu's earlobe, husband. Upon hearing Teacher Li refer to her in such an endearing manner, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Teacher Li, are you trying to tempt me? Lin Yu gazed at Li Xia, wrapping her arms around her waist. And what do you intend to do? Why, I simply wish to kiss you properly. Lin Yu gradually leaned down, causing Li Xia to blush. Yet in the next moment, she closed her eyes and instinctively tilted her head upward. A few seconds later, when Li Xia didn't feel the familiar sensation, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yu's mischievous grin, she realized she had been playfully teased. She reached out, giving Lin Yu a light tap. How vexatious. No more kisses. Umph. Li Xia pouted playfully, to which Lin Yu shook her head. Not a chance. With that, Lin Yu silenced Li Xia's protests, and at that moment, the two embarked on an animated exchange. At 11 o'clock, Li Xia found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Having shared a bed with Lin Yu for nearly 10 days, the sudden separation felt quite unfamiliar. Oh dear, Li Xia, what is amiss? Why can't you sleep? Li Xia felt a surge of shyness within her. If Lin Yu were to discover her feelings, she would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. Yet, the longing was undeniable. Li Xia reminisced about the comforting sensation of being cradled in Lin Yu's embrace, which she found herself missing quite a bit. Meanwhile, Lin Yu lay awake in her own bed, equally restless. Her online presence had soared during the holidays, amassing 32 million followers, firmly establishing her as the second most popular influencer on the Douyin platform. With this milestone, her commercial rates had surged to 700,000. Sitting up in bed, Lin Yu retrieved her phone, locating the chat interface with Teacher Li. Their last message had been a simple good night, sent an hour prior. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a message. Teacher Li, are you asleep? At that moment, Li Xia was indeed wide awake. Upon hearing her phone's notification, she quickly opened her eyes, sat up, and grabbed her phone. A smile crept across her face upon reading Lin Yu's message. It seemed someone was in the same predicament as her. Not yet. I was just watching videos. What about you? Why aren't you asleep? Li Xia felt her cheeks flush. At that moment, she wouldn't dare admit that it was because she missed lying beside Lin Yu, though they were indeed a couple now, and their relationship had progressed rapidly. Expressing such sentiments still felt quite embarrassing. After all, they were adults, and even if they hadn't encountered certain experiences, they were not oblivious to them. Chapter 50. The Scheming Teacher Li. Lin Yu, is this your way of wanting to sleep together? Lin Yu pondered the message, scratching her head. To be forthright might come off as overly forward. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated, contemplating how to convey her thoughts in a manner that felt more appropriate. I just can't seem to sleep. Teacher Li, I'd like to talk with you. Li Xia chuckled softly upon reading the message. After all, she wasn't naive. She was well aware of Lin Yu's feelings. In truth, there are no true fools in this world, if one believes others to be foolish. It is they who are the fool. Nevertheless, Li Xia was more than willing to indulge her. All right, then come over. My door is open. Upon reading the reply, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. Okay, Teacher Li, I'm on my way. Clad in her pajamas, Lin Yu rose from her bed and made her way to Teacher Li's room, pushing open the door to find the lights already on. Teacher Li. Lin Yu felt a sense of comfort being in the same room as her. Separation only made her yearn for her companion. Li Xia blushed. Come, lie down. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yu settled onto the bed. At that moment, Li Xia glanced at her out of the corner of her eye, contemplated for a moment, then lifted the summer quilt. Come in. All right. Lin Yu slipped under the covers, and for some reason, she perceived a delightful scent emanating from Teacher Li. She had previously asked if Li Xia wore perfume, but Li Xia had claimed she never did. It wasn't the scent of body wash either, leading Lin Yu to believe it was simply her natural fragrance. Teacher Li, you smell wonderful, Lin Yu said, embracing Li Xia. Feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her, such a sensation was truly joyful. Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu. You're simply insufferable. Are you implying you'd like to sleep over tonight? Li Xia could already discern Lin Yu's intentions, yet she felt the same way. so she decided to go along with it. Lin Yu's face turned crimson. Teacher Li, your words are quite embarrassing. Seeing Lin Yu feign modesty, Li Xia couldn't help but chuckle. All right then, let us just sleep here. I'll go grab my pillow and summer quilt. After a moment's thought, Li Xia agreed. Lin Yu gathered her belongings, and, as she turned to leave, Li Xia couldn't help but smile slightly. What was happening? She felt an increasing dependence on Lin Yu. In the past, Li Xia had always handled her problems alone, but now she found herself relying more on Lin Yu. Contemplating this, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps leaning on someone else wasn't such a bad feeling after all. Before long, Lin Yu returned with her summer quilt. The two lay side by side. Moments ago, Li Xia had felt restless, but now, as they held hands, she felt drowsiness creeping in. Turning onto her side, she gently wrapped her arms around Lin Yu. Lin Yu, she murmured. Lin Yu turned her gaze toward Teacher Li. What's the matter, Teacher Li? I discovered that you were my sleeping pill. After saying this, Li Xia nestled into Lin Yu's embrace and gently lifted her head. Lin Yu, may I have a kiss? Just a light one, if you don't mind. Lin Yu nodded, of course, Teacher Li. He slowly bent down and placed a soft kiss on Li Xia's lips. This kiss was merely a fleeting touch. Good night, teacher. At this moment, Lin Yu noticed that Teacher Li seemed quite exhausted, so he said this. Good night, darling. The next morning, when Lin Yu awoke from his slumber, it was already 9 a.m. The day before, he had sent out his final video, which meant that he had no videos left on hand. Thus, today he had to resume filming. Glancing at Li Xia beside him, Lin Yu reached out and gently tousled Teacher Li's hair, reminiscing about the sweet moment before sleep when she had called him darling and wished him good night. A slight smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips. Sometimes such simple moments could bring prolonged joy. When did you wake up? At this point, Teacher Li had also roused from sleep. How was the quality of your sleep last night with my company? Lin Yu teased, and upon hearing this, Li Xia's cheeks flushed. It was all right, she replied, casting an exasperated glance at Lin Yu. This guy always knew how to tease her. However, she was still willing to let him do so. Are we filming today? Li Xia asked Lin Yu. Yes, he confirmed. During yesterday's move, I secured 2 more business deals, alongside some from the previous days. Teacher Li, I have 11 business videos to shoot over the next month. Lin Yu sighed as he spoke. 11 business videos? Li Xia looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. Oh, Teacher Li, it's fine. Filming a few videos is no problem. I can easily handle several in a day. But if you're worried about me, a kiss would rejuvenate me completely. Lin Yu pouted playfully, clearly yearning for a kiss, which made Li Xia blush. But I haven't brushed my teeth yet. They feel gross. Just waking up, Li Xia felt that her mouth had an unpleasant odor. No way, our Teacher Li never has a bad smell, Lin Yu replied, then playfully dove onto the summer quilt, covering both their heads with it. Inside the quilt, Lin Yu and Li Xia were merely centimeters apart, their breaths mingling in the confined space. Perhaps due to the stuffiness of the summer quilt, or for other reasons. Lin Yu's voice had taken on a noticeably husky tone. After a long pause, he finally spoke, Teacher Li, I like you. Chapter 51. The Arrival of a Rival. Lin Yu. I can take him down with one hand. Having just returned from holiday, Lin Yu needed some time to readjust to the filming process. The first video he shot was a business one. Why is the advertising script so abstract? During filming, Li Xia nearly burst into laughter. Not because she had a low threshold for humor, but because the lines were utterly ridiculous. To say them out loud was embarrassing. Even just hearing them made her feel a bit ashamed. This advertisement was for an online game. Teacher Li, this is the script they provided. Perhaps they simply enjoy this abstract and embarrassing style. Lin Yu mused, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as he found it rather amusing. How much did they pay you to make such a sacrifice? Lin Yu coughed lightly and held up 2 fingers. 2 million? Correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't utter such an embarrassing ad. This business deal had been confirmed yesterday. Lin Yu wasn't motivated by the 2 million, but rather found pleasure in the awkwardness. Upon hearing the figure, Li Xia nodded. The moment she heard the amount, she no longer felt the ad was humiliating. Let's take a break. I prepared a fruit salad for you. Filming required a great deal of physical and mental energy, especially in the sweltering heat. So Li Xia felt a pang of concern for Lin Yu. Wow, thank you, Teacher Li. Li Xia blushed at his words. It's nothing. It's what I ought to do. Just take your time eating. Don't upset your stomach. Lin Yu nodded, got it. He sat beside Li Xia and took a bite. To his surprise, it was quite delicious. He scooped some more. Teacher Li, you should have some too. Li Xia glanced at the spoon, then back at Lin Yu. He had just used it, but they had already shared bites several times, so what was the harm? With that thought, she opened her mouth. On a summer day, indulging in something cool truly gave a refreshing sensation. One that could be summed up in a single word, delightful. After resting briefly on the sofa, Lin Yu resumed his work while Li Xia sat on the couch, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a message popped up from the head of the department. Teachers, We have successfully completed this year's senior high school tasks. Our senior class achieved a 100 acceptance rate for undergraduate programs, with a 594 admission rate for 985 universities and a 593 rate for 211 universities, setting a record for our school. This accomplishment is thanks to the hard work of each teacher. Therefore, on behalf of the school, I would like to express our gratitude. This Saturday, all senior high school teachers will have a team-building event funded by the school. We welcome all available teachers to join us for a gathering. The message included a location, which Su Chen noted was a restaurant, likely the venue for the event. As the head of the department sent this message, numerous replies flooded in. Just as Li Xia was contemplating whether to attend, another message chimed in from a fellow teacher. This teacher, who was also an English instructor for the seniors and 4 years older than Li Xia, shared a good rapport with her due to their similar ages. Xia, are you going? Reading the message, Li Xia felt torn. I'm not sure. I'm a bit conflicted. I don't have anything planned for Saturday. There's no particular reason not to go. After all, it was the head of our grade who suggested it, and it wouldn't cost us anything. If we don't attend, the head might harbor some unspoken grievances. Li Xia had only been in her senior year for a year, but due to her exceptional capabilities, it is highly likely that she will continue to remain in her senior class. If the head of the grade were to feel displeased with her, though he couldn't directly impact her significantly, it might lead to minor inconveniences. Well then, let's go, consider it a free meal. Just as Li Xia was about to mention this to Lin Yu, her phone chimed again. It was another teacher from her grade, not the English teacher, but the biology teacher. Mr. Li, are you going this Saturday? Upon reading the message, Li Xia cleared her throat. Mr. Ma, I will be attending. I noticed that the location is quite far from your place. How do you plan to get there? Perhaps I could pick you up, and we could go together? Honestly, when a single male teacher makes such an offer to a single female teacher, even a fool would understand the implications. Although Li Xia is not currently single, she and Lin Yu have managed to keep their relationship discreet, leading her colleagues to perceive her as unattached. No need, Mr. Ma. I can manage on my own. Li Xia chose to decline. Will you take the subway then? We can discuss it later. I can easily get a taxi. Mr. Ma, I have other matters to attend to. Let us talk another day. Perhaps concerned that he would continue to pry, Li Xia decisively ended the conversation. She held no fondness for Mr. Ma. He struck her as someone who adeptly played the game of flattery while undermining others. He would shamelessly curry favor with the higher-ups, and there were things he said that Li Xia found utterly distasteful. In contrast, he treated their colleagues, who had earned their positions through merit, with condescension, attempting to offload work onto them at every turn. If it were merely a matter of seeking advancement, that would be one thing, but his teaching abilities were alarmingly subpar. It is not an exaggeration to say that biology is the least challenging subject in the science track, yet he fails to convey even the simplest concepts. His average scores placed him at the bottom of the class, trailing behind others by a significant margin. It is said that the administration is already dissatisfied with him and is considering assigning him to the first-year class, as even the best relationships with superiors cannot overshadow the need for results. It would be unacceptable for him to hinder students in their final year. If he were reported, the administration would bear the brunt of the consequences. What kind of person does the administration actually prefer? Someone who blindly flatters? No. They favor those who possess both capability and the willingness to appease. If you can only flatter, you are of no use whatsoever. Chapter 52, Mr. Li Driving Teacher. I truly feel like a child. This morning, Lin Yu filmed 3 videos. In the afternoon, she intended to edit the business video, as it was scheduled for release tomorrow. Once completed, she would continue filming, anticipating that she could produce 5 videos by the end of the day, with the remaining ones to be edited the following day. Lin Yu, we senior teachers will have a gathering this Saturday. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. How will you get there, Mr. Li? At that moment, the desire to purchase a car surged within her. Having a vehicle would indeed be convenient. She could drive Mr. Li. Perhaps I could ride an electric scooter or take a taxi. Lin Yu regarded Mr. Li thoughtfully. If I manage to obtain my driver's license during this break, let us buy a car together. Li Xia was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Why buy a car? You don't need one for school, do you? I don't drive. But you could, Mr. Li. After all, the distance from here to school is 3 or 4 kilometers. Having a car would ease your commute, and if I'm free, I could drive you. Li Xia chuckled at this. That is feasible. What kind of car do you have in mind? A car is merely a means of transportation. Perhaps something in the range of 100,000? For Lin Yu, 100,000 was not a substantial amount. In truth, with experience from 2 lifetimes, her driving skills were commendable. However, the awkward reality was that this version of Lin Yu lacked a driver's license. Thus, despite her adeptness, she couldn't purchase a car. She was, after all, a law-abiding citizen. All right then, once you get your license, we shall go car shopping. Agreed. Lin Yu nodded, already contemplating which vehicle would be most suitable. Currently, electric cars were not exceedingly popular, but Lin Yu found herself more inclined towards traditional gasoline vehicles. After their meal, Li Xian nestled against Lin Yu, and they began discussing which car to buy. Both belonged to the affluent class, and the thought of a 100,000 yuan vehicle posed no financial strain. Do you prefer SUVs or sedans? Li Xia raised her gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. SUVs seem too large. They give off a rather pretentious vibe. What are your thoughts, Mr. Li? Do you favor sedans or SUVs? This vehicle would likely be used predominantly by Mr. Li, considering the daily commute, so Lin Yu wanted to align with his preferences. I prefer sedans. SUVs are too cumbersome, and I fear I wouldn't handle them well. Let us go with a sedan, shall we? Sounds good. Let us focus on sedans then. A 100,000 yuan sedan offers a wide array of options, as it is the typical price range for most car buyers. However, there remains a considerable wait until both obtain their licenses, allowing ample time for deliberation. Mr. Li, I'll come to pick you up on Saturday. Upon hearing this, Li Xia paused and then smiled. What? Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? Her tone was teasing. Oh, it's not a big deal. At that moment, Lin Yu seemed to have a sudden epiphany and burst into laughter. What is so funny? Mr. Li, don't you feel like we're engaging in a secret romance akin to high school sweethearts? Li Xia felt her cheeks flush. A secret romance in school, you say? At that moment, Lin Yu turned to Li Xia. Mr. Li, if I were still a senior and confessed to you, how would you react? Li Xia's expression tightened at his words. In that case, Li Xia felt she would be utterly terrified. Then I would kick you away. Why? Lin Yu asked, surprised. Li Xia shot him a glare. What do you think? I've worked hard to secure my position, earning a substantial salary. If I were to date you during your senior year, I might lose my job. To be honest, Li Xia never anticipated that she would find herself in such a reckless situation, dating a student who had only graduated a little over a month ago. Those who knew her well would likely think she had fallen under some spell. Indeed, it seems so, Li Xia remarked with a gentle smile, embracing Lin Yu. Thus, everything is rather splendid. After graduation, we shall embark on a romantic journey, and my heart shall find solace in that. After all, dating you during our final year feels akin to ravaging the nation's blossoming youth. Breathing in a fragrance that enveloped Li Xia, Lin Yu tenderly caressed her flowing locks. Teacher Li, it appears I am the one doing the ravaging. With that, Lin Yu turned, resting upon Teacher Li's form, and slowly leaned in for a kiss. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. All right, if we continue, you might become overwhelmed. Let's take a breather. We have filming this afternoon, Lin Yu suggested, nodding in agreement. I wish to carry Teacher Li back, Lin Yu expressed. Very well, Li Xia replied, extending her arms around Lin Yu's neck, her legs wrapping around Lin Yu's waist. Resembling a sloth clinging to a tree. As Lin Yu stood, it felt as though the entirety of Teacher Li was suspended in midair. Concerned for her safety, Lin Yu instinctively supported her from beneath, feeling the warmth radiating from her. Li Xia's feet resembled boiled crabs, flushed and vibrant. Just as Teacher Li was already shy, Lin Yu's voice broke the silence. Teacher Li, do not utter a word, or I shall ignore you for an entire day, Li Xia threatened, casting a fierce glance at Lin Yu. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the fierceness held a hint of playful excitement. Nevertheless, this threat proved effective. For Lin Yu had no desire to endure a day of silence with Teacher Li. Thus, he obediently guided her back to their room. What would you like for dinner? I shall prepare it, Lin Yu offered. Reclining on the bed, Li Xia gazed at Lin Yu. Given his busyness of late, she willingly took on all the cooking responsibilities. I adore anything you cook, Teacher Li. How about I stir-fry some spicy chicken? Lin Yu's expression brightened at the suggestion. He understood the underlying meaning of Teacher Li's words. Initially, she thought nothing of it, but upon observing Lin Yu's peculiar expression, realization dawned upon her, and she shot him a playful glare. However, the ingredients may be somewhat challenging to procure. Perhaps, Lin Yu, you might make a small sacrifice? Having spent considerable time together, Li Xia felt herself becoming more audacious. Chapter 53. Teacher Li's Perks, Choose My Swimwear. The following days found Lin Yu exceedingly busy, either filming or editing videos. Due to a prior break, he now had to work diligently, as if repaying a debt. Fortunately, Lin Yu had prepared numerous video scripts in advance, ensuring that despite the tight filming schedule, the quality remained uncompromised. Teacher Li, once I finish editing today's video, I can finally rest. Shall we visit the hot springs tomorrow? Lin Yu proposed. The suburbs of Jingzhou are renowned for their natural hot springs, distinct from artificial ones. Having toiled for so long, Lin Yu thought a relaxing soak would be delightful. Li Xia paused, momentarily taken aback. Tomorrow, you say? She inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Indeed, just tomorrow. What is the matter, Teacher Li? Do you have other plans? At that moment, a hint of shyness crossed Teacher Li's face, as she seemingly pondered something. Although they lived together, their intimate moments had thus far been limited to kisses. The thought of undressing for the hot springs made her feel a bit bashful. Lin Yu, sensing her apprehension, chuckled softly. "Oh, my dear teacher Li, one can wear swimwear in the hot springs. Are you suggesting that you wish to see me without it?" Lin Yu's teasing tone made Li Xia blush, shooting him a light glare. "Not all. I merely fear that someone might lose control. That's fair enough. I shall consider it. However, I have a colleagues gathering this evening and will lack the time. Why don't we go out tomorrow morning to buy swimwear?" Li Xia had none available, and since it was necessary, they would have to acquire some. As she looked at Lin Yu, a smile crept onto her lips. Seeing how hard he had been working, Teacher Li decided to treat him to a little perk. Lin Yu perked up instantly, raising his head. Upon seeing his enthusiasm, Li Xia couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it truly that exciting? It's merely swimwear." "Really, Teacher Li? If you don't want it, I shall not insist." "No, of course I want it," Lin Yu replied eagerly. Li Xia smiled internally, though a tinge of nervousness crept in. What if Lin Yu chose something embarrassing for her? Yet, considering their current relationship, she decided it wouldn't matter. After all, it was only for each other's eyes. "Teacher, I shall accompany you this afternoon." "Oh, no need. I can take a taxi. When I am nearly done, I will let you know to wait for me at the milk tea shop outside the restaurant," Li Xia explained. It was imperative that their relationship remain discreet, especially with the presence of other teachers and superiors. Despite this, she found a thrill in the secrecy, akin to the excitement of an affair. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt her cheeks warm. After lunch, Li Xia and Lin Yu took a brief nap. Upon waking, Lin Yu began editing videos, knowing only 2 remained. He estimated that 2 hours would suffice. These videos were part of a new series themed around school, titled If Leaders Could Speak. It was inspired by a popular series from Lin Yu's previous life that boasted millions of followers. Finding it quite engaging, he decided to utilize it. However, since this series lacked a continuous storyline, the number of videos would not be extensive, approximately 15 episodes at most. Considering the audience might grow fatigued with the other 2 series, introducing this new format would serve as a refreshing change. Additionally, Lin Yu was in the midst of conceptualizing another substantial narrative series, which would likely take another fortnight to complete. Time flew by swiftly amidst his busyness. An hour and a half later, Lin Yu completed editing the video, just as Teacher Li finished her makeup and donned her attire. The sight of her in that moment made Lin Yu's heart race. "Teacher Li, you look stunning." Li Xia smiled at the compliment. "Otherwise, I would not be worthy of you. Have you finished your editing? If not, I can go alone." "No, I've completed it," Lin Yu assured her, shaking his head. "There's no need for that, Teacher Li. I've already completed the editing. I'll send it out for you. However, before you leave, could you?" At that moment, Lin Yu pouted. In truth, Li Xia also found Lin Yu to be a rather contrasting individual. At school, Lin Yu appeared mature, composed, and an exceptional student. Yet upon spending time together, Li Xia discovered Lin Yu possessed a somewhat mischievous personality. Observing Lin Yu's pouting expression, Li Xia felt her cheeks flush. Gradually, she approached. "You have 3 minutes." With those words, Li Xia rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against Lin Yu's. Instinctively, Lin Yu closed her eyes. And this kiss was nothing short of intoxicating. When their lips parted, strands of saliva lingered. "How annoying, the lipstick's all gone. Let's go." Lin Yu scratched her head. "Teacher Li, don't blame me. You were the one who initiated such fervent kissing, remember?" At that moment, Lin Yu leaned closer to Li Xia and whispered, "You even bit my tongue just now." Upon hearing this, Li Xia's face turned crimson. After all, Teacher Li was inherently shy, particularly in such situations. The weather today was rather pleasant, not too hot. Watching Li Xia get into the car and leave, Lin Yu finally returned home. Once at home, Lin Yu settled onto the sofa and opened her phone. Tomorrow, she would be going to soak in a hot spring, so she needed to familiarize herself with the types of swimwear available, especially since this would be the first time Teacher Li donned swimwear in front of her. The thought alone made Lin Yu feel a surge of excitement. She opened a shopping platform and searched for women's swimwear. Perhaps feeling that wasn't quite sufficient, she added a few more words, "sexy." At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. Oh no, she still didn't know Teacher Li's body type. Chapter 54, Reminder. Teacher Li, Teacher Ma's been watching you. There are numerous types of swimwear. Holding up a bikini, Lin Yu felt a slight shock at the thought of Teacher Li wearing one. A silly smile spread across her face. However, she also understood that Teacher Li was quite traditional, so she searched for other options, more conventional one-piece swimsuits. After contemplating, she took a screenshot, uncertain of her own thoughts. She also captured a screenshot of the bikini and sent them both to Teacher Li. "Which style do you prefer, Teacher Li?" She followed up with a shy emoji. At that moment, Teacher Li was in the car, glancing at the message from Li Xia, her face flushing. Especially at the sight of the bikini, Her heart raced noticeably. You little rascal. You must want me to try on the bikini, Li Xia mused inwardly. Well then, which one do you like? At this moment, Li Xia aimed to tease Lin Yu. I'm fine with either. It seems those are the only two styles available. Teacher Li, I noticed that the hot spring has private rooms. Shall we book one for just the two of us? Li Xia smiled at the message. Ah, so this is a hint. Sure, booking a private room is fine. That way, you could be the only one to see me. Li Xia knew very well what Lin Yu's figure was like. With that physique, she believed many others would be watching if any other girls were present. The thought made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Hence, her husband could only be seen by her. Then let's go with the private room. Do you want the first style of swimwear? Li Xia asked directly. Reading the message, Lin Yu's face turned beet red. Although she harbored such a thought, it was embarrassing to have it voiced. Hee, Teacher Li, you really have a keen eye. Unable to contain herself, Li Xia burst into a laugh at Lin Yu's message. Let's see tomorrow. If the swimwear store has it, I'll get the first one. If not, then I'll choose another style. Ultimately, Li Xia agreed. After all, who could resist Lin Yu? Because it was Lin Yu, she would acquiesce, as Lin Yu was truly special to her. Reading the message, Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. All right, Teacher Li. Although her response seemed calm, Li Xia could almost envision Lin Yu holding her phone, a smile gracing her face. Soon, Lin Yu sent another message. Teacher Li, where are you? Are you almost there? I'm almost there, about 5 minutes away. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. Teacher Li, don't drink too much. I know, don't worry. I'm mindful of it. Thus, the two continued to chat casually. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xia arrived at the restaurant, and Lin Yu stepped out of the car. Teacher Li, Teacher Chen. Lin Yu recognized Teacher Chen, her homeroom teacher. How could she not know her? Teacher Chen was a woman in her early 50s, and typically, teachers of that age wouldn't be homeroom teachers, yet she seemed to possess boundless energy, maintaining her role with a no-nonsense attitude and a somewhat fiery temperament. However, Lin Yu's class was the top-performing class in their senior year, boasting a 100 college entrance rate, with 75 advancing to prestigious institutions. One could say that Teacher Chen deserved significant credit for such achievements. I heard you went traveling recently? Yes. There wasn't much to do at home, so I went out. That was Li Xia's first trip, and she had gone with someone she cherished. Just thinking about it brought her immense joy. Teacher Chen smiled at Li Xia. Was it with your boyfriend? Li Xia's face flushed at the question. Oh, what's wrong with admitting it? We're adults. Dating is quite normal. Hearing this, Li Xia chuckled. Indeed, it was quite normal for someone her age to date. However, her partner was Lin Yu. Li Xia couldn't help but wonder how astonished her colleagues would be if she were to publicly announce her relationship with Lin Yu. The students would likely be the most surprised. By the way, is he a teacher from our school? No. Teacher Chen, you'll find out soon enough. All right then. Let us go inside. It's too hot to linger outside. Okay. Nodding in agreement, Li Xia followed Teacher Chen inside. The gathering was in a large private room, capable of seating 30 people. After entering, Li Xia sat with several familiar colleagues. Sitting down, she took out her phone and messaged Lin Yu. Darling, I've arrived. After sending the message, Li Xia discreetly snapped a photo of the table and sent it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at the message, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Teacher Li, is that Teacher Chen to your left? Li Xia was momentarily taken aback by the message. Huh? How did you know? It's because of that yellow outfit. I've seen our Teacher Chen wear it since the beginning of our first year. I would recognize it even if it were reduced to ashes. At that moment, Li Xia realized that she had inadvertently captured a glimpse of Teacher Chen's attire when she took her photo. However, with other colleagues still present and Teacher Li unlikely to be glued to her phone, she had no choice but to put it away. Lin Yu truly was impressive. Just as Li Xia set her phone down, she suddenly heard Lin Yu's name. Her attention sharpened instantly. He must be quite remarkable. I see he already has 34 million followers. I suppose Lin Yu will never have to worry about his livelihood in the future. Indeed, it's puzzling how I never noticed his talent on this platform before. Listening to others praise her boyfriend filled Li Xia with joy, albeit she had to restrain her enthusiasm from showing too overtly, instead reveling in her happiness internally. She imagined that if Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be basking in the admiration. Moreover, the young man was rather handsome. Isn't it true? I believe he went to Jingzhou University. I remember that as well. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Li Xia couldn't help but appreciate Lin Yu's physique, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. At that moment, a fellow teacher gently nudged her, causing Li Xia to glance over. Your phone, the teacher whispered. Li Xia furrowed her brow upon hearing the voice. Unlocking her phone to find a message from the teacher. Xia, Teacher Ma has been watching you closely. Does he have a crush on you? Li Xia frowned at the message, stealing a sidelong glance. Indeed, Teacher Ma had been observing her intently. For some reason, his gaze made her feel rather uncomfortable. Yes, Teacher Li is indeed biased. When Lin Yu looks at me like that, I feel shy and happy. But if it were someone else, it would be quite off-putting. Chapter 55. Lin Yu's Possessiveness. Teacher Li, our husband is feeling jealous. Li Xia had no fondness for Teacher Ma and chose to ignore him. The so-called team-building event was merely a dinner, and most teachers had driven there, making it impossible to indulge in alcohol. After all, this was in the city, where checks for drunk driving were frequent. If caught, it would spell disaster for their prospects of advancement within the system. Hence, under such circumstances, it was certain that no one would drink. The dinner lasted about an hour before concluding. By then, Lin Yu was already waiting at the milk tea shop. After bidding farewell to several teachers and preparing to leave with her bag, a voice interrupted. Teacher Li, how will you be getting home? May I offer you a ride? It was Teacher Ma. Although the surrounding teachers said nothing, Li Xia could sense their curiosity through their expressions and managed to smile. Thank you, Teacher Ma, but I'm going to stroll around with a friend. Teacher Ma appeared momentarily taken aback. A friend? Yes, Li Xia replied, her tone calm. I see, he responded, his brow furrowing as he instinctively asked, is it a boyfriend? This question caught the surrounding teachers off guard. Was it appropriate to ask that? It seemed to cross a boundary, as they had rarely exchanged words at school. This sudden inquiry felt rather abrupt. Li Xia smiled at Teacher Ma. I suppose so. She chose to affirm it simply to deter him from pursuing her further. The thought of someone clinging to her like chewing gum was irritating. The other teachers were surprised. They had never heard of Teacher Li being in a relationship. But upon reflection, it made sense. Colleagues were merely colleagues. One should never try to turn them into friends, lest they risk betrayal. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Teacher Ma. It seemed that today, he had found himself in an embarrassing situation. They were not fools. His overly forward demeanor was quite transparent. Now, with Li Xia openly declaring she had a boyfriend, Teacher Ma's pride was somewhat bruised. Teacher Ma, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Xia turned and departed. After several hours of separation, she found herself missing Lin Yu. Teacher Ma watched her retreating figure. His brow knitted in thought. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this? He mused. However, upon further contemplation, he realized he might have been a tad self-absorbed, expecting others to disclose their romantic lives to him. What business was it of his? Before long, Li Xia arrived at the milk tea shop where she and Lin Yu had arranged to meet. The establishment boasted 2 floors, with Lin Yu awaiting her on the second level. Teacher Li, Lin Yu. The second floor was devoid of other patrons, which relieved Li Xia, allowing her to sit beside Lin Yu. What's wrong, Teacher Li? It's only been a few hours since we last met, and you're already longing for me? As Li Xia nestled against him, Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Hearing his words, Li Xia felt a blush rise to her cheeks. What is this? Someone's not missing me? She teased, her tone playful. If I weren't missing you, then tomorrow's swimwear. Lin Yu cleared his throat. How could that be? I miss Teacher Li too much. I wish I could be a charm by your side, accompanying you every day. Li Xia's face flushed with warmth. How was the gathering, Teacher Li? Enjoyable? Li Xia nodded. It was all right, though I think I might have inadvertently acknowledged my relationship. She recounted the earlier incident, noting Lin Yu's expression darkening at the mention of Teacher Ma wanting to drive her home, a clear sign of jealousy. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Li Xia wrapped her arms around Lin Yu, laughing. Of course not. Li Xia smirked, sensing her boyfriend's stubbornness. Really not jealous? Yet your lips seem ready to hold a soy sauce bottle. Stop it. I already turned him down and mentioned having a boyfriend. Isn't that sufficient? Li Xia comforted Lin Yu. While she too wished to make their relationship public, the thought of it brought her some distress. Husband, let us announce our relationship around this time next year, shall we? Seeing her slightly jealous boyfriend, Li Xia affectionately called him husband. Unsurprisingly, it proved effective. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards her. Teacher Li, is that for real? Of course it's true. All right, my little jealous one, don't be envious now. After saying this, Li Xia pouted her lips and pointed a finger at them, clearly indicating a desire for a kiss. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently leaned in towards Teacher Li. The kiss lasted merely a few seconds. After all, there were surveillance cameras around, so a quick peck would suffice. On their way back, Lin Yu rode his bike while Teacher Li sat behind him. Mr. Ma, I've heard from classmates that he is quite disappointing. He disregards the boys and is particularly friendly to the pretty female students. They say behind his back that he is a lecher. Of course, the so-called pretty female students are nowhere near as beautiful as our Teacher Li, she remarked. Hearing these words, Li Xia couldn't help but let out a laugh, surprised by her boyfriend's high sense of self-preservation. We've heard about this too, but no one has spoken up. He is going to teach the first-year students next semester. In that case, I believe such a worthless teacher should be dismissed immediately. Li Xia noticed Lin Yu seemed a bit jealous, and her lips curled up slightly. At that moment, she wrapped her arms around him from behind. Oh dear, my baby has such a strong possessiveness. Lin Yu's face flushed red. A girlfriend as wonderful as you is rare to find. Silly, I will always be by your side. And we'll get married in the future. Hearing teacher Li's words, Li Xia's smile widened. So, let's not be affected by those inconsequential people. Just think about our hot spring trip tomorrow. Due to past experiences, Li Xia felt completely insecure, so Lin Yu's series of affectionate gestures didn't come off as clingy. Rather, they made her feel cherished and loved, filling her heart with a sense of security. Chapter 56. A nosebleed is the greatest respect for Teacher Li. That evening, Lin Yu and Li Xia returned to their rental apartment. Teacher Li, shall we book a private room for tomorrow? Sure, how much is it? Let me check. The private rooms here are like hotel rooms, equipped with hot springs and available for overnight stays. For 24 hours, it costs 800 yuan. What do you say, Teacher Li? Li Xia nodded, knowing she would be wearing a bikini tomorrow. This particular bikini was quite revealing, and while she was comfortable with Lin Yu seeing her in it, she found it hard to accept being exposed to a public hot spring with many onlookers. Thus, even though 800 yuan seemed a bit steep, she felt it was worth it. All right, let us go with that. Okay, Teacher Li, your ID number, please. A few minutes later, Lin Yu successfully booked the private room from 10 a.m. the next day until 10 a.m. the day after. So we want to be coming back tomorrow night, right? We'll stay there for a night. Li Xia smiled at this. So my first time staying in a hotel is with you. Oh, Lin Yu coughed. Teacher Li, it's my first time too. They exchanged knowing smiles. Everything communicated without words. All right, I'll go gather our toiletries. Teacher Li, they are over there. You dare use the toothbrush and cup from there? Who knows what they might have been used for? Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, realizing the validity of Teacher Li's concerns. In that case, I'll help pack too. A man and a woman working together makes the task lighter. The next morning, at 8 a.m., Li Xia and Lin Yu woke up early. Without a car, and considering the distance, they had no choice but to take the subway. Since the hot spring hotel had stores selling swimwear, they decided it would be convenient to purchase their suits there. When they arrived at the hot spring hotel, a staff member approached them. Hello, how many of you are there? Just the two of us. We made a reservation. Please wait a moment. We'll go buy some things first. Lin Yu gestured towards a nearby supermarket. Although they had yet to enter, they already spotted a dazzling array of swimwear inside, featuring all sorts of styles, including some that were barely there. All right, Li Xia and Lin Yu walked over. As they looked at the swimwear, Li Xia's face turned crimson, unable to fathom what she would look like wearing them. Lin Yu glanced at her and chuckled. Teacher Li, how about something a bit more conservative? Although Lin Yu was curious, he was also concerned about whether Teacher Li would be comfortable with it. After pondering for a moment, Li Xia replied, let us get one of these and another one of those. 2 sets should suffice. She pointed at the selections, one being a more modest swimsuit and the other a bold bikini. With Teacher Li having made her choice, Lin Yu felt free to proceed without hesitation. After completing the payment, Li Xia emerged with a flushed face, clearly impacted by the revealing swimwear. Lin Yu smirked. Teacher Li, do you think those swimsuits were too? Do you like them? At that moment, Li Xia hugged Lin Yu and whispered, little rascal. She had noticed Lin Yu stealing glances at the swimwear, despite his feigned indifference. Of course not. Teacher Li, I like whatever you wear. Li Xia shot him a look. You probably prefer it when I'm not wearing anything at all. At those words, Lin Yu swallowed hard, feeling a rush of emotions. He had yet to experience such intimacy, and thus, it was nearly impossible for him to control his reactions. Ahem, Teacher Li, we're still outside. Li Xia's face turned even redder. You're incorrigible. After successfully checking in, Lin Yu and Li Xia made their way to their private room. The hot spring hotel featured both public and private hot springs, and as they passed the public area, Lin Yu noticed it was quite crowded. Most of the patrons were young, as older generations might view such places as improper. Soon, they arrived at their spacious private room, which was nearly 130 square meters. Aside from the hot spring, it was similar to a regular hotel room. Once the door was closed, Lin Yu wrapped his arms around Li Xia. What's wrong? Why are you so eager to hug me? Li Xia teased, and Lin Yu coughed. It's clearly you, Teacher Li, who is seducing me out here. Li Xia burst into laughter at this. That's not true. It's just that your self-control is too weak, and your mind is filled with strange thoughts. Li Xia savored the fragrance emanating from Lin Yu, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After a moment, she gently patted Lin Yu. All right, I shall go change my clothes now. As she uttered these words, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, for the outfit she was about to don was exceedingly provocative. In Li Xia's memory, this would be the most alluring attire she had ever worn. Hearing her words, Lin Yu nodded. All right then. Lin Yu had also purchased swim trunks. And at that moment, Li Xia picked up her swimsuit. Before entering the bathroom, she cast Lin Yu a glance imbued with a myriad of enchanting emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's face radiated anticipation, eagerly awaiting the emergence of Teacher Li. Inside the bathroom, Teacher Li scrutinized her reflection in the swimsuit, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. How scandalously revealing it was. If it weren't for Lin Yu, she would never have dared to wear such a thing. How utterly embarrassing, Li Xian mused internally. However, considering it was just the two of them, she decided to cast her worries aside. With a careful hand placed on the doorknob, she pondered how Lin Yu would react upon seeing her. Taking a deep breath, Li Xia opened the door. As the door creaked open, Lin Yu instinctively lifted his gaze. The moment he beheld Li Xia, his eyes widened in astonishment. Almost immediately, he felt a warm liquid trickling from his nose. He touched it, realizing, oh, it's blood. Chapter 57. A surge of blood. Teacher Li, your allure is overwhelming. Look at you. Why are you so excited? Li Xia teased, while handing him a tissue, her cheeks flushed with modesty. She and T anticipated her impact would be so profound. A mere glance had prompted Lin Yu to react so dramatically, leaving her somewhat astonished. Yet, reflecting on it, Li Xia felt a flutter of joy. Who wouldn't T want the person they cherished to be captivated by them? Listening to his sigh, Lin Yu replied, Teacher Li, it's not my fault. Your charm is simply too great. To this, Li Xia smiled. No matter how charming it may be, it's still yours, isn't it? Are you feeling better now? She inquired curiously. Lin Yu nodded. It's nothing serious. At that moment, Lin Yu stole a glance at Li Xia, finding her exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Li Xia sensed the heat in his gaze, prompting her to clear her throat. You're my boyfriend now. You can look openly. She teased. You little rogue. Now hurry and change your clothes. I wish to soak in the hot springs. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be quick. The boys always changed faster than the girls. Within 2 minutes, Lin Yu emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing his sculpted abs, Li Xia felt a flicker of understanding regarding Lin Yu's earlier reaction. Those abs were undeniably tempting. His physique was the kind that girls admired. If he were just a tad more muscular, he might even attract the attention of other boys. Li Xia's gaze drifted downward for a moment before she quickly averted her eyes, feeling utterly embarrassed. Teacher Li, you can look openly, he encouraged. Li Xia's face flushed. I won't look. I fear I might get a pimple. But just now, no more talking. Let's hurry to the hot springs. All right. Lin Yu responded as they clasped hands and made their way to the hot springs. Indeed, soaking in the hot springs proved to be quite rejuvenating. This week had been particularly hectic for Lin Yu, and as he soaked, he felt the weariness of the week begin to dissipate. How does it feel? Is it helpful? Li Xia inquired. Very much so. I feel completely relaxed. Teacher Li, I believe we should come here often to indulge in the hot springs, Lin Yu suggested. Li Xia sighed. Will we find a time? This is merely my vacation. If I were working, I'd be swamped, just one day off a week. From Saturday afternoon to Sunday afternoon. At that moment, Li Xia slowly leaned closer to Lin Yu, wrapping her arms around him. This was precisely why she had chosen to cohabitate. Once school resumed, she would be busy, and they might only see each other once a week. The thought of living together, even if they couldn't meet during the day, brought her joy. Coming home to see Lin Yu at night was a comforting thought, and it reignited her motivation for work. Yes, working was merely a means to anticipate the end of the day. Lin Yu had also received his freshman schedule through some upperclassmen. Frankly, entering college was often touted as a breeze, but that was merely a ruse from the teachers. Freshman year was laden with courses, nearly every day filled with classes. The same could be said for sophomore and junior years. Perhaps senior year would be a bit lighter, but then one would have to prepare for employment, graduate studies, and examinations. Thus, if one genuinely wished to glean knowledge from college to ease their future, university life could be quite taxing. Teacher Li, it seems you may have deceived us, Lin Yu remarked. Huh? What do you mean? Li Xia looked at him, curiosity lacing her tone. When you taught us, you said college would be easy, but it doesn't seem so easy now. Li Xia chuckled at his words. I had to say that. Otherwise, how could you all have studied hard in your senior year? Well, it's not a huge issue. After all, some classes can be skipped. She added with a playful sigh. Why am I even discussing this with you? How annoying. Gently, Li Xia tapped Lin Yu, feeling a bit guilty for encouraging her student to skip classes, even if he was now her boyfriend. In 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu understood that as long as one didn't fail, college was manageable. If one wasn't aiming for graduate studies, grades truly held little value. I understand, Teacher Li. Rest assured, I will study diligently in college. Such a silly boy, they embraced tightly. Although the hot springs were delightful, one couldn't linger too long, otherwise they'd emerge wrinkled. After approximately an hour, they decided to exit. Dressed in bathrobes, Li Xia stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The golden sunlight bathed her in a breathtaking glow. At that moment, Lin Yu approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her. Instinctively, Li Xia leaned back, resting her head against Lin Yu's chest. Teacher Li, you look truly beautiful, he murmured, kissing her cheek. You do too, she replied, and they shared a knowing smile. An unspoken connection lingering in the air. Upon returning from the hot spring resort, Lin Yu and Li Xia busied themselves packing for their trip to the filming site. As their scheduled time with the production team had arrived, will we encounter many celebrities? Li Xia asked, her voice brimming with curiosity as they traveled on the high-speed train. Probably. The cast for this drama seems quite promising, Lin Yu replied. Indeed, the configuration of this drama appears to be quite commendable. There are quite a few seasoned actors and several prominent stars. Teacher Li, what troubles you? Are you concerned about being overshadowed by the celebrities? Fear not, Teacher Li. For collectively, no star can compare to your singular brilliance. Li Xia chuckled lightly. You always know how to flatter. The filming location was a considerable distance from their hometown. But fortunately, there was a high-speed train. Otherwise, enduring a green train journey would have taken at least 15 hours, while the high-speed option sufficed in merely 6. As Lin Yu and Li Xia exited the train station, they spotted someone nearby holding a sign that read Mr. Lin, organized by the director's team for convenience. That must be him, right? It seems so. Let us go, Teacher Li. All right, hand me a piece of luggage. Oh, Teacher Li, there's no need. I can manage just fine on my own. It's not much to carry. Lin Yu shook his head, deeming the items insignificant. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? The person initially failed to recognize Lin Yu, who was wearing a mask. Upon hearing the question, Lin Yu nodded. Yes, hello. After removing his mask and confirming his identity, Lin Yu and Li Xia entered the vehicle. Lin Yu had already informed the director's team about their presence, and there were no objections from them. The director is already waiting for you at the hotel. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so handsome. You seem to have been underappreciated in your videos. The young man remarked. In the industry, he had encountered numerous stars, many of whom appeared striking on screen but were rather ordinary off it, relying heavily on makeup and photo editing. However, Lin Yu's natural charm was a rarity in the entertainment world. Not at all. The stars are far more appealing than I. The young man chuckled, glancing at Li Xia beside him. This couple, I dare say, could easily debut as stars themselves. Their looks are truly exceptional. Soon, the group arrived at a 5-star hotel where they had booked a suite, exemplifying respect. Upon entering the lobby, the director was already waiting. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, director. They exchanged brief pleasantries, and as it was still early, Lin Yu and Li Xia headed upstairs to drop off their luggage before descending to meet the cast. With filming set to commence the following day. Chapter 58, Connections 1. Brother Zhang, let us keep in touch. Lin Yu, I want to be joining you. They invited you. And my presence might feel odd, so you go ahead. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. But, oh, it's fine. I'll just browse on my phone in the hotel. Li Xia had come along because the filming location was near several beautiful sites. Otherwise, they wouldn't be shooting a drama there. Rumor had it that many dramas were filmed in this area, making their outing feel like a little vacation. All right, Teacher Li. I'll be back shortly. Oh, and don't forget to ask for Teacher Chen's autograph. I won't forget, Teacher Li, rest assured. Lin Yu smiled, recalling how his mother had earnestly reminded him to secure Chen's signature before this trip. Indeed, although Chen was older now, he had once been a heartthrob and an idol to many young women, who had since matured into mothers themselves. Where's Miss Li? The director inquired. Noticing Lin Yu alone, my partner isn't feeling well. Director, let us head over together. Very well. They made their way to the set. I often watch your videos. Your acting in this series is truly commendable. Few in the industry can surpass your talent. The director's compliment was merely politeness. Anyone who believed it would be a fool. Not at all. There's ample room for me to improve. I came here to learn. Is that so? Which of my works have you seen? To be honest, Lin Yu had not watched any of the director's productions before receiving this offer, but he had made an effort to familiarize himself with them beforehand. Of course, he replied, and thus, their conversation flowed naturally, transitioning from the initial awkwardness to a lively exchange. The filming location was only a short walk away, and after a brief stroll, Lin Yu and the director arrived. It was indeed remarkable how a film crew resembled a well-organized army, with a multitude of personnel. Lin Yu, allow me to introduce you. This is Teacher Chen. Hello. Teacher Chen, my mother specifically asked me to obtain your autograph during my visit. Teacher Chen smiled upon hearing this. No problem at all. The introductions took some time, as there were numerous principal characters in this ensemble drama, each requiring acknowledgement. After introductions, the director guided Lin Yu to meet the male lead to discuss the upcoming scene. As the two departed, the other actors congregated. I must say, that young man is truly handsome. Indeed, I feel our leading man may be overshadowed. Nearby, Teacher Chen chuckled. He is quite striking. However, we were handsome in our youth as well. This elicited laughter from everyone, lightening the atmosphere. The director had anticipated lengthy discussions about the script, But he was pleasantly surprised by Lin Yu's remarkable comprehension, grasping the nuances with just a few words. Zhang Yunru, playing the male lead, was equally astonished. Just then, a staff member approached, indicating an urgent matter requiring the director's attention. You two carry on. We'll chat about the script. Thank you for your hard work. With that, the director departed, leaving Lin Yu and Zhang Yunru. You possess a natural talent for acting. Were your parents in the industry? In any profession, talent is indeed paramount. Lin Yu shook his head, responding, Not at all. I've merely been exploring on my own. You figured it all out yourself? That is quite impressive. And with your looks, Lin, have you ever considered pursuing a career in entertainment? Zhang Yunru felt that with Lin Yu's striking appearance alone, he could easily garner millions of fans, and combined with his acting skills, astute marketing, and a successful drama, he could effortlessly become a top-tier celebrity. Being a top star is far more rewarding than being a mere internet celebrity. Lin Yu, however, shook his head in response. Zhang Ge, I find myself quite inadequate in the entertainment industry. My skills are merely mediocre. While I may fare reasonably well in short videos, in the realm of entertainment, everyone seems capable of outshining me. Zhang Yunru chuckled softly. You underestimate yourself. Even the current crop of idols combined cannot match your acting prowess. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. Zhang Ge, please repeat that. I'll record it. It could easily earn me a few trending topics. Lin Yu's tone was laced with playful sarcasm. Given their relatively small age gap, they shared many mutual interests, which enlivened the atmosphere and encouraged a deeper conversation. Initially, they discussed acting, but once Zhang Yunru learned of Lin Yu's fondness for computer games, he became animated, shifting the conversation towards gaming, maintaining a light and enjoyable ambience. Zhang Ge, shall we exchange contact information? Lin Yu asked, glancing at the time, which indicated it was nearly time to wrap up. Certainly, no problem at all. They exchanged their contact details. Shall we play a game together sometime? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, as long as you don't mind my lack of skills. Zhang Yunru replied. I'm not particularly skilled either. We can be equally novice together. Their banter continued until the director returned, observing their lively interaction, and chuckled. You two have become quite familiar already. Our Lin Xiao is indeed a heartthrob. Haha, director, you jest, Lin Yu replied. The focus then returned to the script. Lin Yu's character was that of a beggar who serendipitously crosses paths with others. The role required little in terms of acting complexity, primarily conveying a look of confusion. As if to ask, what are you saying? Are you out of your mind? Director, is this the expression you're looking for? Lin Yu adjusted his demeanor, eliciting a nod of satisfaction from the director. Exactly, that's the look. I believe we should be able to finish filming tomorrow. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. All right, director. What time should I come in tomorrow? Having received payment, one must commit fully to the task at hand. Chapter 59. Teacher Li, please cease releasing your charm. The following day, Lin Yu rose early. Although filming was scheduled to commence at 9, the makeup process could take up to 3 hours, necessitating an earlier arrival. Arriving at the makeup room as planned, Lin Yu attracted considerable attention due to his striking looks. Hello, teacher. I'm here for makeup. Please have a seat. The director informed me in advance. Your foundation is truly remarkable, and you are quite handsome. Lin Yu felt a flush of warmth at the compliment. Thank you for your kind words. He was generally courteous, especially when met with such kindness. Teacher Lin, I'm your fan. Could you please sign something for me later? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Of course, no problem at all. Despite his rising fame, this was the first time someone had identified themselves as a fan. Perhaps it was because he often donned a mask when out, making him less recognizable. I discovered your videos through your cross-dressing performances. When will you next on women's attire? Lin Yu felt his cheeks warm at the question. Must it be women's clothing? I believe I look quite dashing in men's attire as well, he teased, prompting a chuckle from the makeup artist. I suppose I feel a bit shy about it. However, I will be wearing women's clothing quite a bit in the near future. Lin Yu was set to star in a new series featuring a female lead. Thus the increased frequency of cross-dressing. It was no wonder that people said there were only 2 states of cross-dressing, none or countless times. In truth, Lin Yu had grown accustomed to it, shedding the initial embarrassment he once felt. Are you launching a new series? Yes. What is it about? I'm afraid I can't disclose that just yet, but I hope you will enjoy it when the time comes. No problem. I will definitely support it. Their conversation continued until the makeup was complete, and Lin Yu surveyed his reflection in the mirror, nodding in approval. Though he portrayed a beggar, his looks remained untarnished. Following makeup, they commenced filming, primarily focusing on scenes with the male lead, who had been waiting for Lin Yu to finish. Besides filming his scenes, the director also arranged for behind-the-scenes footage to be captured for promotional purposes. It was through this experience that Lin Yu realized that even behind-the-scenes moments were often staged. However, given a hefty budget of 5 million, cooperating with the production seemed worthwhile. After 7 hours of filming, Lin Yu returned to the hotel, collapsing onto the bed. Li Xiao looked at him with a smile. What's the matter? You seem utterly drained. Her teasing tone was evident. Teacher Li, I never imagined that filming could be so exhausting. It's utterly outrageous. Lin Yu found acting to be an incredibly taxing profession, and after 7 hours, he felt thoroughly spent. Yet, considering an actor could earn $208,000 a day, he mused that a bit of fatigue was a small price to pay. How can I rejuvenate myself? At that moment, Li Xiao leaned closer, a slight smile gracing her lips. How about a kiss? Having not seen each other for nearly an entire day, Li Xiao found herself yearning for Lin Yu's presence. Hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled. It seems our teacher Li misses me quite a bit. Well, I prefer to be a bit more passive. He pouted playfully, suggesting he wished for Li Xiao to take the initiative. In response, she felt a rush of shyness. You little rascal. Very well, I'll indulge you. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. A few minutes later, as Li Xiao gazed at her flushed reflection in the mirror, she felt a lingering sense of embarrassment from their earlier kiss. She found herself at a loss for words, feeling quite bashful. Why must Lin Yu be so handsome? She sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, yet recalling the kiss made her smile. Lin Yu is truly delightful to kiss. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. What's going on, darling? I noticed a hot pot chicken nearby. Shall we indulge in a meal? Given that they were at a filming location with beautiful surroundings and an influx of fans, the accommodations and dining options were quite splendid, offering an array of delectable cuisines. Sound great. Shall we have hot pot chicken? All right, I'll make a reservation. Lin Yu opened his phone and booked a table for two. The prices were notably high, with a meal costing $198, whereas in Jingzhou, it would typically be around $70 or $80. It seemed that in tourist areas, prices were inherently elevated. Nonetheless, the online reviews were quite favorable, suggesting the food would be worth the splurge. Li Xiao composed herself as she emerged from the restroom. Upon her exit, she caught sight of Lin Yu's face, which flushed with a rosy hue. Are we all set? She inquired. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Then, let us proceed. As they meandered through the various filming locales, transitioning from Qing dynasty architecture to structures from the Republic of China era, Lin Yu glanced at Li Xiao beside her and extended her hand. Li Xiao, witnessing this gesture, smiled and reciprocated with her own hand. Were you pondering? She curiously asked, noticing Lin Yu's silence. I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if every day were like this, Lin Yu expressed. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then wrapped her arm around Lin Yu's. Silly, aren't we living like this every day? At that moment, seeing no one around, she softly whispered, hubby. The playful endearment made Lin Yu's cheeks redden. Teacher Li, I assure you, my self-control is not as formidable as you imagine. Is that so? Li Xiao's eyes sparkled mischievously. Hubby. Lin Yu realized the truth in her playful tone. After spending considerable time with Lin Yu, Teacher Li had indeed picked up some mischief. Teacher, when we return, I will definitely. Li Xiao gazed at Lin Yu with a dazed expression. Hubby, what's wrong with me? Lin Yu felt a surge of exasperation. Why must you be so adorably charming, making it impossible for me to maintain my composure? Li Xiao flashed a playful grin. Silly, don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, if someone sees us, it will be quite embarrassing. It was at this moment that Li Xiao sensed something amiss and quickly added, listen, there's a restroom nearby. Teacher Li, there's a chair over there. Let us sit for a bit. All right, let us take a breather, Lin Yu sighed, glancing at the instigator of the situation, Li Xiao. It seemed that Teacher Li was blissfully unaware of her own allure. How could he possibly withstand such charm? Chapter 60. Is that Lin Yu? This was the most rebellious moment of Teacher Li. Lin Yu and Li Xiao had spent nearly 5 days here, aside from the first day of filming. They had begun to enjoy a leisurely vacation from the second day onward. Teacher, what do you think of this photo? It's my favorite. How about we animate it and turn it into a phone case? Lin Yu suggested, admiringly gazing at Teacher Li. Although they couldn't officially announce their relationship, subtly showcasing their affection was still permissible. Hearing this, Li Xiao examined the photo, which was also her favorite. Nodding, she replied, that sounds great. However, we can't use that phone case during filming. You don't know, but at the last gathering, several of our senior high teachers were quite fond of watching your videos. What if they see it? Li Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. All right, no problem. Lin Yu agreed, despite his desire to go public. He didn't want Teacher Li to be caught up in any media frenzy, which could adversely affect her future career. This caution was precisely why he was so careful. All right, after reviewing the animated photo, Lin Yu nodded, finding it indeed quite adorable. However, he suspected that only they would recognize themselves in it. If their parents saw it, they likely wouldn't even recognize them. Subsequently, Lin Yu found a store on Taobao specializing in customized phone cases, spending a total of 52 yuan. Girls sometimes possess a more delicate sensibility than boys. As Li Xia hadn't even considered such details. If not for Teacher Li's suggestion, Lin Yu wouldn't have thought to make the purchase. That's great. Our Teacher Li is so thoughtful. I never would have considered this. Teacher Li blushed at the compliment. By the way, I noticed there are many clothing stores over there. Shall we buy some clothes? Li Xia shook her head. Those seem to be brand name stores. They're quite expensive, several thousand for a single piece. Never mind. I don't feel comfortable in such clothes. Li Xia wasn't one to indulge in luxury items. She preferred clothing that cost dozens or hundreds of yuan, feeling at ease in them. If they wore out and needed replacing, she wouldn't mind. However, if a piece cost several thousand or even tens of thousands, she would hesitate to wear it, worrying about potential damage. Yet the fundamental purpose of clothing is to be worn. If one hesitates to wear it, what is its use? Just for aesthetics? Oh, Teacher Li. Be obedient. I'm the teacher here, so listen to me. Seeing Lin Yu's insistence, Teacher Li had to wield her authority as a teacher, though it only came across as adorably charming. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yu could only acquiesce. Fine then. Let us go. Get ready to head out. Lin Yu and Li Xia arrived at a larger nearby shopping mall, filled with a plethora of goods and local specialties. Doesn't your uncle enjoy tea? How about we buy some of the local tea leaves? I've heard they're quite good. Sure, teacher. When we return, I'll say these are the ones you bought. Li Xia understood that Lin Yu's intention was to enhance her image in front of her parents. She nodded. Then it's up to my dear husband to flatter my parents. Parents. Lin Yu grinned, lost in a daydream. Li Xia chuckled at the endearing sincerity of her boyfriend. After purchasing tea leaves, they also acquired a set of skincare products, totaling nearly 10,000 yuan. Following their shopping spree, they headed home. The next morning at 5 a.m., the two rose from their slumber. Their high-speed train was scheduled for 6:30 a.m. Initially, they planned to take a taxi, but the director adamantly refused, insisting that since they were guests, it was improper to let them taxi themselves. Therefore, the production team arranged a vehicle to transport them. Thank you for your effort, Lin Yu said as they placed their luggage in the trunk. It's my duty, the staff member replied. Let us board. With that, Lin Yu and Li Xia nodded in agreement. Hours later, Lin Yu stood at the high-speed train station's exit, extending his hand. Teacher, I believe I am most comfortable in Jingzhou. Li Xia glanced at Lin Yu and smiled, because this is our home. They exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken bond evident. Having purchased gifts for their families, including a signed item for Lin Yu's mother, he intended to return home after dropping off Li Xia. Teacher, don't miss me, she said, seated on the sofa, her cheeks reddening. Of course not. Really? Li Xia coughed lightly. I truly won tea. Lin Yu took a seat beside Teacher Li. You're being stubborn. At that moment, he reached out to embrace Li Xia. Teacher Li, I shall return around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and I would very much like to savor the delightful meals you prepare. Teacher Li furrowed her brow. Ah, how rare it is for you to return home. Surely you could stay a few days, she remarked. Hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head. No, I wish to accompany Teacher Li. Lin Yu was no fool. He was acutely aware of the extent of Teacher Li's reliance on him, which is precisely why he desired to spend more time with her. We'll discuss it later. For now, I must return home. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, Teacher Li. As he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, Li Xia smiled softly. This individual is quite considerate. The corners of Li Xia's mouth lifted slightly, her joy evident upon her countenance. At times, Li Xia felt like an unfortunate soul, given the tumultuous events that had transpired within her family in the past, which had left her feeling utterly desolate and helpless. Yet now, she considered herself fortunate, for she had encountered Lin Yu. He was originally meant to be her student, but due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, their relationship had evolved into what it is today. In her life, Li Xia believed that the most audacious decision she had made was to be with Lin Yu. After all, if word got out, many would find it hard to believe she had acted in such a manner. But what of it? Reflecting on the past, Li Xia felt a smile creep upon her lips. Being with Lin Yu was, without a doubt, the most joyous and fulfilling experience of her life. Chapter 61. Lin's mother pondered, why not bring Teacher Li to visit? Eldest son, you've returned? Upon Lin Yu's arrival, his mother hurried forward, her enthusiasm a stark contrast to previous encounters. It was, after all, the first time she had greeted him with such fervor. Indeed, a starstruck mother can be quite formidable. Mom, are you welcoming me or seeking an autograph? Lin's mother coughed lightly. What nonsense is that? Of course, I welcome your return. By the way, about that autograph. Lin Yu chuckled. Rest assured, Mother, I have always fulfilled my promises. Look, at that moment, he retrieved a folder from his backpack, containing the coveted signature he had acquired from Teacher Chen. Here, this is Teacher Chen's autograph. Although Teacher Chen was advanced in years, he still exuded a certain scholarly elegance. Lin Yu harbored modest aspirations for himself. When he reached Teacher Chen's age, he hoped to possess a similar aura. You needn't have brought those items with you. Just returning is enough, remarked Lin's father as he joined the conversation. Hearing this, Lin Yu cleared his throat. Dad, these were not purchased by me. They were gifts from Teacher Li, who insisted on bringing back some local specialties during her visit. At this, Lin's father smiled faintly. Is that so? Look at how thoughtful she is. She even bought my favorite items. Unlike our son, who is utterly lacking in consideration. What? Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening. He had no idea his father could be so theatrical. Had he purchased those items, he would have been chastised for spending frivolously. Yet upon learning that Teacher Li was the one who bought them, the reaction was quite different. Truly, such duplicity was astonishing. Indeed, I know you enjoy tea, so I brought you some leaves. This is skincare for Mom, said to be quite beneficial for middle-aged individuals. Here you are, Mom and Dad, Lin Yu said, handing them the gifts. Teacher Li is quite thoughtful. This skincare looks far superior to what you bought me, Dad. Lin Yu smiled at this remark. Oh, my private funds are still of use, especially for drinking and fishing. Lin Yu, ever the instigator, could not resist. His father's eyes widened in disbelief. This son of mine has betrayed me. How cruel. After settling in, Lin Yu sank into the sofa, taking out his phone to message Teacher Li. Teacher Li, I have arrived. Upon receiving his message, Li Xia quickly replied, How was it? Did Uncle and Annie like the gifts? They did. My dad is already preparing to flaunt photos to his old friends. Lin Yu glanced at his father, who was busy capturing various angles, clearly gearing up to show off to his acquaintances. His father had but two passions in life, tea and fishing. If he had to choose the most significant, it would undoubtedly be tea. As for why he didn't purchase fishing gear, it was simply because his mother disapproved of his fishing exploits. Eldest son, when does school resume? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. There is still quite a while, roughly a month or so. What's the matter, Dad? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Oh, nothing, just asking, Lin's father said, casting a glance at Lin's mother, clearly hesitant to voice whatever was on his mind. Lin's mother, sensing the tension, cleared her throat and took a seat. Eldest son, you and Teacher Li have been together for a while now. Given the significant age difference, don't you think it might raise some concerns if you don't bring her home for a visit? Perhaps before school starts, you could bring her over, so we can meet and converse, which might also put Teacher Li at ease. Lin's mother expressed her thoughts. Indeed, son, you are not of the same age. If you were, there would be no need for an early visit. However, considering the few years between you and Teacher Li, a visit would certainly provide her with some reassurance. After contemplating his parents' words, Lin Yu found them quite reasonable. He nodded in agreement. All right, I'll discuss it with Teacher Li. Yes, it's wise to deliberate further. And while you're with Teacher Li, don't hesitate to spend a little money. Furthermore, you are not yet of legal age for marriage. While your mother and I are somewhat open-minded and accepting, you must still take responsibility for Teacher Li if you choose to cohabit. At the very least, before you obtain your marriage certificate, she should not become pregnant. After all, she is a teacher, and the implications of an unwed pregnancy could be quite scandalous. Lin Yu chuckled at this. Dad, I'm not an animal. How could I allow Teacher Li to become pregnant before marriage? At the very least, it should be a month before we acquire the certificate. You young people sometimes act recklessly, not considering the consequences. It's imperative that you take responsibility for Teacher Li. Do you understand? I understand, Dad. Lin Yu replied with a nod. In any case, it would be prudent to discuss future plans with Teacher Li, so she knows you intend to be with her for the long haul. I understand, Lin Yu nodded. Just then, Lin's mother suddenly turned to him. How is Teacher Li's family? Have they been bothering her? They came asking for 300,000. I can hardly believe they had the audacity to ask such a thing. And how do you plan to resolve this? Teacher Li once mentioned that when her mother tragically passed away due to an accident, there was a compensation of 1 million yuan. However, Teacher Li never laid eyes on this sum, as her father squandered it on his mistress and her child. We have devised a plan. Should the other party persist in their harassment for money, we shall promptly engage a lawyer to claim the inheritance of that million. Considering Teacher Li's maternal grandparents, we estimate that we could secure over 600,000 yuan. Lin Yu pressed her lips together, coughed softly, and continued, in essence, this is our strategic weapon. As long as they refrain from bothering us, we shall not unleash it. However, if they do harass us, we will not hesitate to act. After all, Teacher Li and I are unafraid. Given her position within the system, this matter does not contravene any regulations. At worst, it may hinder future promotions. But that distinction is negligible. Furthermore, I have been observing the current public sentiment. Should this issue attract media attention, it could work to our advantage. In summary, to encapsulate it in a single phrase, the advantage lies with us. Lin Yu articulated her thoughts regarding herself and Teacher Li, prompting a sigh from Lin Yu's mother. What a good child, yet the family is in such disarray. She had initially intended to use a harsher term, but refrained, believing that the child was still by her side. Thus, she merely sighed and remarked, "Who could disagree?" Lin Yu echoed the sigh, reflecting on teacher Li's tumultuous fate. In a past life, there was little she could do. In this life, she would ensure teacher Li's happiness, safety, and a smooth life. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Your father knows a few people, Lin Yu's father stated, as a deputy director in a state-owned enterprise. He expressed this with absolute confidence, especially since Uncle Chen works in the legal field and could be of assistance. Understood, Dad. If we encounter any obstacles, we will certainly reach out to you. Rest assured, your parents will always support you. I know, Lin Yu nodded. This is the essence of family. When troubles arise, one's family provides support. It is a sanctuary from the storms of the outside world. How is your video channel doing lately? Quite well, actually. I currently have 34 million followers, and I have plenty of ideas in mind. But it's all right. I'll take it one step at a time, no rush. Lin Yu smiled. Indeed, do not rush. Your achievements and income already surpass those of 99 of people in this lifetime. Do not place excessive pressure on yourself. All right. Lin Yu nodded. Chapter 62, Li Xia felt a twinge of anxiety. Will uncle and aunt support us? Late at night, Lin Yu lay beside teacher Li. Why not stay at home a little longer? Uncle and aunt thought it was I who sent you back. Li Xia's voice was laced with concern. Hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled lightly. Not all. They know their son well. Lin Yu's words prompted Li Xia to look at him, curiosity evident in her gaze. So you are. Well, I may not possess many traits, but there is one defining characteristic. What is it? I have an affinity for the opposite sex. At this, Li Xia burst into laughter, playfully tapping Lin Yu's shoulder. You truly are something, claiming to be lecherous. Am I not akin to the one who ignited the beacon for the feudal lords? Lin Yu shook his head. How could that be? She isn't as captivating as you. Oh. Li Xia realized Lin Yu's eloquence had greatly improved. Observing her delight, Lin Yu cleared his throat. Teacher Li. My parents mentioned that before the start of the school year, it would be good for us to return home together. What do you think? Li Xia's face instantly flushed. Return home? Isn't that akin to meeting the parents? This realization filled her with inexplicable nerves, as she was apprehensive about being unappealing to them, especially considering their age difference. Noticing the expression on Teacher Li's face, Lin Yu understood her thoughts and gently took her hand. Teacher Li, are you feeling a bit anxious? Of course. I am somewhat nervous, after all. Do not worry, Teacher Li. My parents are very fond of you. Their intention in having you come home is merely to meet you and express their support for our relationship, so you need not be concerned. Hearing this, Li Xia nodded. Really? Of course, if I were lying, may I meet a disastrous fate, Lin Yu declared, earning a gentle slap from Li Xia. How could you speak of yourself that way? But there is plenty of time. Why not find a good occasion to visit? As she contemplated while pulling out her phone to check the calendar, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then wrapped his arm around Li Xia. Let us discuss it tomorrow. It's quite late, and I wish to spend some time with you. Hearing this, Li Xia's cheeks flushed, and her heart raced as Lin Yu gazed deeply into her eyes. What? Are you plotting something mischievous again? Lin Yu shook his head. How could that be? I, Lin Yu, am a paragon of virtue. I have never engaged in mischief. Oh, really? Then remind me, who was it that, upon seeing I was still asleep this morning, woke me with a kiss? Lin Yu coughed. Was it me? I cannot recall. It truly wasn't you? Li Xia put down her phone, looking at Lin Yu with a teasing expression. Someone dares to do, but not to acknowledge. The playful tone of Li Xia made Lin Yu involuntarily swallow hard. Fine then, let us look at it tomorrow. Come on, let us head back to the bedroom. All right. Lin Yu and Li Xia turned off the living room lights and returned to the bedroom. By the way, is there anything else you haven't mentioned today? Indeed, but I believe Teacher Li might feel somewhat embarrassed upon hearing it. Oh, why? Because my parents advised me to hold off on having children until after we obtain our marriage certificate, stating that since you are a teacher, if you were to become pregnant, there would be many people gossiping behind your back. At this, Li Xia's face turned crimson. Her future in-laws were indeed quite considerate. However, she and Lin Yu had not yet engaged in such matters. The closest they had come was kissing. Beyond that, they had not ventured further. After all, their relationship had developed rather quickly, and both were tacitly aware of the unspoken agreement to wait. Neither of them was the type to take things lightly. Rushing into such intimacy within a month would convey a sense of carelessness. So, Teacher Li, do you see? I knew you would feel a bit shy upon hearing this. Lin Yu, fully aware of Teacher Li's disposition, spoke with a teasing tone, causing Li Xia to blush once more. At this moment, Lin Yu embraced Teacher Li. The reason I shared all this with you is to reassure you. There's no need to worry. My parents genuinely adore you, and it's a special kind of affection. So, There's truly nothing to fret about. His voice was tender and resolute. Moreover, where could one possibly find such an exemplary daughter-in-law? If I could marry someone as remarkable as her, goodness gracious, I would gladly reside in a villa and drive a BMW. Initially, Li Xia felt quite touched, but upon hearing Lin Yu's final remark, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. How annoying. I would gladly do that too, Li Xia chuckled. Who wouldn't want such a life, right? Chapter 63. The Teacher's Curiosity. Lin Yu, are you in a relationship? As August approached, the admission processes for all universities had largely concluded, and Li Xia began to busy herself. Sigh. I really do not want to go to school. In the early morning, Li Xia nestled in Lin Yu's embrace. Whenever they were at home, they engaged in all things romantic, such as matching toothbrushes, matching toothpaste, and even a recent impulse purchase of couples' underwear by Li Xia. However, Lin Yu's attitude towards his beloved wife had always been one of indulgence. He would wear whatever she suggested. Today, the students needed to collect their academic records, which were of paramount importance for both further studies and job hunting. Losing these documents would make it exceedingly difficult to obtain replacements, and some items could not even be reissued. Teacher Li, as an exemplary educator, how can you be so entranced by the comforts of love, even though your boyfriend, that would be me, is charming, handsome, and capable of earning a living? Hearing Lin Yu's self-praise, Li Xia chuckled. Dear husband, how'd I never notice your audacity before? In school, you're quite the paragon of virtue. Li Xia's tone was laced with playful sarcasm. That's nonsense, Teacher Li. I'm merely speaking the truth. Indeed. Though reluctant, Li Xia knew she had to attend. It was her duty. The collection of records was scheduled from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and if she couldn't collect them today, she could privately inform Li Xia to arrange another time. This time, Lin Yu did not accompany Li Xia, considering it was school, where many teachers and students were acquainted with them, and the prospect of being seen together was not trivial. Around 7:40 a.m., Li Xia arrived at the office, having come a bit later than usual. Several homeroom teachers were already present, leaving her as the last to arrive. Teacher Li greeted Su, another teacher. They all gathered to converse, knowing that the students would likely not arrive by 8, as they were all too familiar with the habits of students at that age. Perhaps at the start of their academic journey, students would rise early, but it was no exaggeration to say that just a few days later, waking up before 9 would be considered quite early. Once we hand these records over to the students, we will have little connection with them, one teacher remarked wistfully. Teacher Chen, you are a veteran. Why do you still wax sentimental? Just a moment of reflection, Li Xia smiled. Teacher Li, is it a new phone case? A keen-eyed teacher noticed Li Xia's phone case and chuckled. That was custom-made when Lin Yu returned from his trip. Hearing this, Li Xia's cheeks flushed. Yes, my boyfriend insisted on a change, so I went along with it. The teachers shared a light laugh. Ah, the joys of romance. Where's the romance? It's just everyday life. Li Xia replied, though she could not help but reflect on how genuinely happy she was in her current life. Even the mere thought of Lin Yu would bring a smile to her face. As they chatted, time seemed to pass unusually quickly, and before they knew it, the first student had arrived. Observing this, the teachers returned to their respective duties, mindful that some conversations were best left unsaid in the presence of students. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had arrived at the school entrance. Following Teacher Li's advice, he didn't need to go in today. He could simply bring her things back. However, Lin Yu wanted to surprise Teacher Li. With that thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Before coming, he had swapped his phone case back to the old one, filled with nostalgia. As he walked towards the school, memories of past experiences flooded his mind. High school was perhaps the most driven phase of one's life, where one exerted every effort toward the dream of attending a desired university. After that, such fervor would seldom be replicated. As he approached the office, he saw a few students inside, while Teacher Li still had no students around. Perfect. Lin Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside. At that moment, Li Xia, distracted with her phone, instinctively looked up upon hearing the door. Oh my! Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, her eyes widened in surprise. Why is Lin Yu here? And without telling me. However, after spending so much time with him, she knew well enough that he was simply there to tease her. Such a mischievous character. Moreover, Li Xia quickly noticed the hair tie on Lin Yu's arm. That's my hair tie. I've used it before. With that thought, she bit her lip. Ah, Lin Yu, you've arrived. The speaker was Lin Yu's former mathematics teacher, who greeted him naturally. You become quite the star. Lin Yu felt a bit shy at the compliment as he scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing, just luck. That is not just luck, among our batch. You're the most promising. How could that be, teacher? There are many who have surpassed me since graduation. The teacher smiled at his words. Suddenly, the teacher noticed the hair tie on Lin Yu's wrist. Oh, are you in a relationship? At this, Li Xia's heart raced with anxiety. This guy. She resolved to tease Lin Yu mercilessly upon returning home. However, The specifics of her plan remained unspoken. Ah, teacher, you are quite perceptive. Indeed, so who is the girl? Is she from your class or elsewhere? Lin Yu cleared his throat. I'm afraid that must remain a secret for now. When the time is right, I will surely let you know. Better not to say anything now, lest a certain teacher Li overhear and become furious. I'll go fetch my records now. All right, go ahead. Sure thing. Lin Yu approached Li Xia, at which moment he pressed his lips together. Meanwhile, Li Xia was not in a much better situation. Her face was flushed, and her ears had turned slightly red. This was precisely why each teacher sat at a distance, preventing them from noticing Li Xia's change. Otherwise, they would have been exposed today. Teacher Li, I came to collect my file. Ah, all right, I will fetch it for you. At that moment, Li Xia shot Lin Yu a fierce glance. Yet this so-called threatening expression appeared extraordinarily charming in Lin Yu's eyes. As Li Xia looked up, Lin Yu lifted his head as if he intended to steal a kiss. Li Xia extended her hand, wanting to pinch Lin Yu, but then she hesitated, realizing they were in the office. If someone were to witness that, it would spell disaster. Lin Yu, once you enter a relationship, you must always heed your girlfriend's words. Li Xia stated pointedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Of course, teacher Li, I will definitely listen to my girlfriend. Li Xia smiled at his words. Here is your file. Hurry back. As she handed it over, Li Xia discreetly squeezed Lin Yu's hand, concealing it behind the file, ensuring no one was watching. All right, I'll be off then. Take care, teacher Li, Lin Yu replied, gazing at her. I truly wish I didn't have to leave, but a little mischief is all in good fun. If we were discovered, it would be quite the predicament. Li Xia watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Lin Yu is truly handsome. I wonder who his girlfriend is. A voice interrupted Li Xia's thoughts. Chapter 64. Teacher Li's Temptation. Dinner with you tonight. Not far from the school gate, Lin Yu's phone chimed. It was a message from teacher Li, featuring a playful emoji. Shortly after, the second message arrived. What made you suddenly think of coming to school? At that moment, Li Xia was in the restroom, engaging in a conversation with Lin Yu. She believed he would undoubtedly make her blush, so to avoid arousing suspicion among the other teachers, she had deliberately stepped away. Of course, I missed our dear teacher Li. Besides, when she left this morning, she seemed so reluctant, so I certainly had to come and alleviate her yearning for me. The second message was a voice note, but fearing a teacher might enter, Li Xia converted it into text. Upon reading the words, her face grew crimson. Little did she know how effortlessly Lin Yu could utter such sweet nothings. Foolish. Shameful. However, she added, but this should not become a frequent occurrence. At the very least, you ought to inform me beforehand. You have no idea how flustered I was when you walked in just now. Recalling the earlier incident, Li Xia felt her heart race. The thrill too exhilarating. Teacher Li, exciting is it? Li Xia suspected Lin Yu had somehow installed a mind-reading device on her. Just as she was contemplating how thrilling the moment had been, Lin Yu's message arrived, nearly giving her a fright. At that moment, Li Xia sent back a playful emoji. Yet, thinking of how Lin Yu had held her hand, a smile crept onto her lips. Naturally, I am happy. However, let us keep such things to a minimum. Head home now. Aren't you filming later? No rush. I can still make it in the afternoon. And your file? It must remain unopened. Otherwise, it will be rendered useless. I know. Teacher Li, I'm not foolish. After their chat, Li Xia emerged from the restroom. Gazing at her flushed cheeks in the mirror, she sighed. Truly, we are fated adversaries. With a slight smile, she washed her hands and face, calming her nerves before finally exiting the restroom. Linger has arrived. Back in the office, Li Xia spotted Lu Linger beside her desk. Teacher Li, hearing this, Lu Linger quickly replied, let me find your file, don't worry. All right, Teacher Li, I'm not in a hurry. At that moment, Lu Linger glanced around but did not see the person she was hoping to encounter. Teacher Li, hasn't Lin Yu arrived yet? Li Xia paused for a moment, then responded, he just left. As a female, Li Xia felt a peculiar sensation. Sometimes, one must admit that a woman's intuition is indeed accurate. I see. Liu Ling aside. Disappointment etched on her face. She had hoped to see Lin Yu, but it seemed she had missed him. Here, Linger, this is your file. All right, thank you, Teacher Li. Not at all. Lu Linger took her file and walked toward the office exit. Watching her friend's departing figure, Li Xia furrowed her brow. Linger, over here. Seeing her best friend, Lu Linger walked over. Did you get your file? Yes. Lu Linger nodded. Let us go home. Are we leaving already? Didn't you say you wanted to wait for Lin Yu? He has already gone. I doubt I'll see him now. Is that so? Her friend sighed, realizing there was nothing they could do. What can we say? Perhaps it's just not meant to be. As the two walked towards the school exit, Lu Linger felt a mix of emotions. Since graduation, she and Lin Yu had only met a few times, and it had been a whole month since their last encounter. She found herself pondering what Lin Yu might be doing now. a bittersweet feeling welling up within her. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had not returned home, but had headed straight to the filming studio. Today marked the beginning of a new series for him. Each time he commenced filming a new series, a sense of anxiety would wash over him. Although these series had stood the test of time, different directors brought varied results, and temporal discrepancies added to his unease. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu began the day's shoot. Given that it was a new series, he approached the filming with utmost seriousness and caution, deleting any takes that fell off and reshooting them. Time slipped away, and before he realized it, the morning had passed, and he had managed to film just one video. It was evident how meticulous Lin Yu had been during the morning's shoot. As he checked the time, he decided to head home. Earlier, Li Xia had informed him that she wouldn't be back for lunch, as she was dining with two other head teachers with whom she had a good rapport. Although they were not best friends, they were at least acquaintances. Considering it had been a while since they had all gathered, the three planned to catch up over a meal, something Lin Yu naturally supported, for he comprehended that one must have friends to navigate this world. If Teacher Li's existence were to be solitary, it would not be the vision Lin Yu wished to behold. Naturally, friends must be female, for males would not suffice. Given Lin Yu's pronounced possessiveness, "Teacher Li, what are you eating?" Lin Yu inquired curiously, messaging Li Xia. "In the restaurant." Li Xia glanced at the message and snapped a photograph. "Is this for your boyfriend?" Since the revelation of Li Xia's romantic involvement, a few close colleagues had begun to tease her, albeit with a hint of affection. Initially shy, Li Xia had grown somewhat accustomed to the jesting. "Indeed," she replied, her face glowing with sweetness. "Look at how happy you are." Amidst her friend's playful banter, Li Xia sent the photograph. "What are you eating?" "I'm having takeout, bibimbap." Li Xia responded with a smile. "Is it delicious?" "Not at all. Without Teacher Li, I can scarcely eat." Almost immediately, Lin Yu sent an expressive emoji of grievance, causing Li Xia to blush. "Tonight, I want you to eat along with me." Li Xia was surprised that she could utter such bold words. She wondered how Lin Yu was taking it, yet now she felt utterly shy.